though I gave her a little assistance with vibration magic. The sails had been furled as we'd passed the border of the city, and I had manipulated the weather with a combination of air and water to make it perfectly calm for us. It was probably the best and easiest flight that the captain of our ship would ever have. Grack pointed, and I could see the people he'd been talking about. They were walking toward where our ship was landing. Even from a distance, I could see that they were coated in magic, just from the colors and cut of their clothes. There were 3 of them, not officials, unless I had completely missed the mark. With a small mental push, I looked at them using soul sight, and saw not just the color of their souls, but the colors of the entads they were wearing. The only real thing that revealed to me was that they were wearing mostly their own entads, with only a few whose colors marked them as having been loaned. "Friend or foe?" I asked Amaryllis.
That's not the right question.
She replied.
The question is whose side they're on. We don't have friends or foes here, just sides.
She bit her lip and waited as we got close enough to see their faces.
That's Aster, Heath, and Basil, maybe. They were in Rose Mallow's faction a few months ago.
"That's good," I said. "We wanted to see Rose Mallow,"
Wanted is a strong word.
replied Amaryllis. The ship landed, and we waited for the officials to come on board, as they'd done at the border. We answered their questions, had them look at our papers, and were finally released. Captain Bonnie was much friendlier about the goodbye than I'd thought she would be, given the grief we had caused her by way of a looming dragon, but we were getting out of her hair, and she'd gotten her hazard pay, and then some for basically nothing. The 3 Pendrakes waiting for us on the tarmac, if it could be called that, were all talking amongst themselves, right up to the point when Amaryllis stepped off. I didn't know if security was super lax around this place, or if they were allowed right up next to a few landed ships, because they were royalty, but they were right there, waiting. They seemed to all come from the same mold, all on the taller side, though I had at least 2 inches on all of them, all with fair skin and red hair. I was pretty sure that I was going to get sick of how much the Pendrakes looked like each other.
"Our disgraced cousin returns,"
said the one on the left. I didn't know enough to put the names to the faces, but this one had a metal pail at his hip that was full of shurikens, so I mentally tagged him as Shuriken Bucket, surely the most distinctive thing about him. The 3 princes gave a brief round of applause to Amaryllis, which they escalated to a rapid series of bows, which were surely sarcastic.
"You're back much sooner than anyone thought you'd be,"
said the middle one when they were done bowing. His sword was so ridiculously big that I dubbed him Monkey Grip. It was taller than him, and it seemed more like he was leaning against the sheath than the other way around.
"Everyone is very eager to hear the story of how you didn't die,"
said the one on the right. He was the least magically endowed of the 3 of them, without any armor on, though the holstered pistol at the side of his hip was definitely magical, as was the crown of moss and twigs. I was trying to think of a more clever shorthand than Mosshead, when Amaryllis deigned to respond.
Cousin Heath, Cousin Aster, Cousin Basil. It's good to see the 3 of you again.
She said, giving nods to each of them in turn, which helpfully let me know their actual names.
I've clearly missed much in my time away from Anglesey, and I look forward to hearing from you or others what's been happening in my absence.
Heath, Shuriken Bucket, stood up a little bit taller.
"Aunt Rose Mallow is requesting an audience with you. She's missed you terribly and wants to see you, before you go through with whatever asinine deal it is you've made with Aunt Hyacinth."
"She'd be Cousin Hyacinth?"
said Aster, Monkey Grip. Heath looked at him for a moment, then nodded. The way that the Pendrakes used cousin and aunt were more like honorifics than actual maps of familial relationship, which was confusing, because sometimes they meant the actual relationship. I'd noticed it when Amaryllis and Lisi were talking.
"We should get going soon,"
said Heath.
"It's not clear why Hyacinth doesn't have her own welcome party here. But let's assume that's our lovely aunt's doing, shall we? And not risk a confrontation."
"Araluan got bumped up to Chief of the Guards of Caladwich,"
said Basil, Mosshead.
And you know that she was a right bitch even when we were all younger.
I barely remember her.
said Amaryllis.
And obviously I wouldn't want to run afoul of either Hyacinth or Araluen, given that I'm in legal trouble at the moment. Hyacinth offered me a deal, and I intend to take it.
So what do you need to hear to come with us?
Asked Heath.
That you don't have a choice? Fine then. You don't have a choice. If you don't come with us, I don't know.
He looked at me. The first time he'd given me more than a glance.
Fuck, is he human? Tall, for a human. What have you been feeding him?
This is Juniper Smith.
Said Amaryllis.
We met in the Risen Lands. Show him some respect.
Well,
Said Heath, laughing just a bit as he squared his shoulder.
Cousin Amaryllis, Mr. Juniper, come with me, or I'll have to get violent. And never mind that you have us outnumbered 5-1.
His shoulders slumped.
There. Was that properly threatening for you? You can say that you came with us to avoid a confrontation. Say that we put you between a rock and a hard place, which is true.
He looked at the collection of people standing around the ship.
Maybe we don't need all 20 of your people to come with us, though.
Amaryllis turned back, looking at the 10 tuong that we'd brought with us.
Rebecca, set up at the Hotel Del Zora with the rest of the Tung. Gemma, Solace, you'll be with them. Pallida, you're the local guide. Grak, set up defenses.
I wasn't too comfortable leaving Grak behind, given that a warder was an incomparable asset, but I had to trust Amaryllis on this. The Angelsin thing was her show, after all,
It's been some time since I've been through Khalidwich,
said Pallida.
but I'll manage, I'm sure. Will you?
Amaryllis nodded, then turned back to the 3 princes.
It'll be the 3 of us then. Myself, Juniper, and this is Raven Masters.
Named after the knight?
Asked Basil.
Something like that.
Replied Raven.
Then come on, let's get going.
Said Heath. He hefted his bucket of shurikens so that it was behind his back and smiled at us.
Seems as though you've amassed a great deal of power in a very short time, cousin.
Said Heath as we walked through the train terminal. People were avoiding us, and the station guards, dressed in identical heavy armor that was almost certainly Ented made, stoically held their gaze anywhere but where we were.
We'll have to talk about that on the ride over.
I'll talk to Rose Mallow when I see her.
Said Amaryllis.
How good is your intelligence service in the Republic of Miyunan?
Asked Heath.
Middling to poor, I'm guessing, unless you're feeding at the teat of the Empire. Given that you're being press-ganged into a ride with us, perhaps it would behoove you to spend the time getting up to speed. All we want is the scoop, the scuttlebutt, the hot gossip, whatever you can tell us about the most talked-about girl in all of Angelsin.
It's not actually so bad.
Said Basil.
In case you were wondering, there's been a press offensive but very little substance. They are talking about you, though.
We will accept scraps.
Said Heath. He pointed ahead, out into the street, where trams were lined up. An armored man with folded hands was standing by one of them, and no one was going in it.
We'll be pulling rank and taking one of these. I hope you weren't expecting anything more.
It's a step down from what I remember.
Said Amaryllis, frowning.
Less secure?
Well, of course, things have been a little different in recent months.
Replied Heath. He hopped up into the tram and set his bucket of shurikens down beside him, and the other princes followed after him, with Astor's enormous sword taking some maneuvering. We followed after them, taking the opposing bench, which left us facing each other. The tram was one of many, big enough for maybe a dozen people. There was no driver, but there were controls, and Basil fiddled with them, which caused the tram to lurch into motion, not seeming to require anything else in the way of interaction. I had a lot of questions about how this all worked, and kept them to myself.
You can go first.
Said Amaryllis, folding her hands in her lap.
Tell me about my diaries being public.
Happened about a week ago.
Said Heath, seeming to enjoy himself, with his bucket of shurikens set beside him, held in place with one hand.
Popular opinion among the court is that it was Rose Mallow's doing, since it was her people who helped to get your affairs in order after your presumed death. Beyond that, there were some articles in the dailies, a few pointed discussions on the radio, and that was enough to get the ball rolling on its own. Legally, there's an inquiry into the inquiry that got you sent to the trial, and a call for an end to the trials, which were already up in the air because of the whole skin magic exclusion. Had news of that reached your shores?
It had.
replied Amaryllis.
You know that. What's the point of all this?
Rose Mallow keeps her cards close to her chest.
Said Aster. He looked ridiculous next to his enormous sword, which barely fit in the tram.
If you want to talk best guesses, she either wants you back, or she wants good relations with whatever scheme you've got cooking,
said Heath.
She's presenting herself as having a real desire for change and reform, some of the stuff you wrote about in your diary. But if you believe she's turned over a new leaf, then you're dumber than I remember you being.
Did she think publishing my diaries would endear me to her?
Asked Amaryllis.
Are they really your diaries?
Asked Heath.
Everyone is wondering.
I haven't read what she published.
Replied Amaryllis.
I can't know what she slipped in there.
Most of the essays are hers, or ghost-written, I suspect.
Said Heath.
I read some of it. It's a lot of raging against the system, cynicism about the court and the empire, paired with a naked idealism about how the world might be. It's trite and naive enough to have been written by a teenager. I'll give it that.
Heath himself was in his early 20s, by my best guess, though he had a billionaire playboy vibe to him that could potentially last a man well into his 30s.
The diary is very raw.
Said Basil.
That's what people like about it.
Said Amaryllis.
And what else has been happening in the Lost King's court in the last few months?
Larkspur Prentice died, though I'd be surprised if you didn't already know about that.
Replied Heath.
He wasn't a linchpin, but he was important, and the circumstances are a bit, shall we say, curious. He was blasted out of the sky by a dragon while flying a helicopter in a country he shouldn't have been in.
He was Foreign Security Director.
Said Aster.
It's not that curious that he was off flying in a helicopter somewhere.
Regardless,
Replied Heath.
all that aside, there have been some minor scandals in the half-year or so. I can't recall exactly when you left. But in terms of highlights, Cousin Oreganum got into a fantastically public fight with his wife about infidelity on his part. The legislature has been in deadlock again.
On what issue?
Asked Amaryllis. Heath, Aster, and Basil looked at each other.
Not sure.
Said Heath.
The legislature is deadlocked, and you don't know why?
Asked Amaryllis.
Cousin,
Said Heath, clearly exasperated.
the legislature goes into deadlock often enough that I don't really pay that much attention to it. I get told how to vote when the important votes come up, like a good little soldier in the grand war of laws. But I don't take an active interest in whatever the hells our esteemed family is doing. It's a sausage factory. Best not to know.
Then what are the papers saying that the deadlock is caused by?
Asked Amaryllis.
That depends on what papers you're reading, I assume.
Said Heath.
I think, officially it was something about payments to the Empire.
Said Aster.
Maybe because of the new exclusion. Or the refugees. We took in a lot with the Risen Lands, and no one is very happy about all these people from Leo, even if they're more on the Imperial side, or because of that. But don't quote me on that.
That would obviously just be what they're saying it's about.
Said Heath.
Most likely it's down to this or that holding getting more or less governmental aid, or whether or not a new facility built in Pembrokeshire will get 10 or 12 million obols, or some other horse shit like that. But as it stands, we don't really know what this particular standoff is about. Oh, and one of the guilds is using the opportunity to go on strike.
He looked to Aster.
It's the Warehousers. They have a list of 7 demands.
Said Aster.
I don't think I would be able to recite it from memory. Better pay was 1. There was an accident a few weeks ago. A shipment from Ellison carrying something that it shouldn't have been.
3 dead.
Said Basil, making a face.
Enough about all that.
Said Heath.
If you want to know what I think Aunt Rose Mallow is up to, my guess is that she's trying to make you a lightning rod for the opposition and sweetening you up to come back. She'll stick your neck out and try to profit from it, which I'm given to understand was what she did leading up to your trial.
Sorry, I said. Why are you taking the tram rather than a car?
Oh,
Replied Heath. He turned to speak to Amaryllis rather than to me.
Not really sure, but I think it's one half the strike, one half the diary. There's a bit in there about you trying barren bread and thinking about all the good things you have, and how much waste there is, and the difficulty in paring down the court into something more austere. Rosemallow has floated the idea of a second grand reconciliation, but there's no way that actually happens. Hence, highly public shows of humility for a few weeks until people calm down. Did you actually write that stuff, though?
I did.
Said Amaryllis.
I would have to check the wording to make sure it wasn't edited.
Well, it struck a chord,
Replied Heath.
Our dear auntie has suggested that it would be better for us to be seen as men of the realm, bound by the law rather than above it. I'm not sure how long she expects us to keep it up for, but it's already starting to chafe.
He had been sitting forward slightly and leaned back in his seat, looking over Amaryllis.
Now, we're halfway through our trip, more or less. Would you like to tell me how you ended up as the de facto leader of a nation of frogs?
Amaryllis gave the abbreviated version of things, naturally, not just because the long version would have been too long, but because there were some things we were planning on just not telling anyone. Officially speaking, Amaryllis and I went to a hidden cache of entads in Silmar City following our drop into the Risen Lands. That cache allowed us to travel outside of the exclusion zone, which we did, and from there, we'd been making our way through the world, trying to gather together whatever remnants of her life and fortune we could, those things not snatched up by the Angelson legal system. During a train trip away from Cranberry Bay, we met with Essuin and helped her escape, which is what led to us being gifted the Isle of Porin and taking on fairly powerful advisory roles in the new Toon government. Then, at least partially in repayment for my extended service and unwavering loyalty, Amaryllis had helped me to enroll at Sound and Silence, which—
Holy shit,
said Heath.
You were there? You were in Leo when the exclusion hit?
The Tung were first responders,
said Basil.
I'd wondered about that, and there were rumors.
I'll have to see what the papers are saying.
Replied Amaryllis.
But yes, we were there when the exclusion hit.
She paused for a moment, then looked at me.
Juniper was the one who killed the creature.
I could feel all eyes on me. It wasn't technically true. All I'd done was attack using a combination of blood magic and bone magic. It had been Bethel that had delivered the killing blow. Granted, she wouldn't have been able to do that if I hadn't been sapping the kaiju of all its strength. But I still felt awkward getting all the credit.
I thought that it was a monster. So tall it was scraping the clouds. So big that when it fell it crushed thousands,
said Heath.
They were bringing in star mages to remove the body. That's how big it was.
I'm a fairly capable warrior, I replied. I could feel their eyes on me, paying attention to me for once. Heath moved his bucket of shurikens a little bit closer to him. I don't know what good he thought the shurikens would do, especially in the cramped car, but I also didn't know what the nature of the entad was. By soul sight, both the bucket and shurikens piled inside it were entads linked to him, obvious enough, but still worth checking.
Just how much firepower is sitting in this tram right now?
Asked Heath. He'd been keeping things light since the moment we'd met him, but now his voice had become perfectly level.
We didn't come to Angelson to fight,
said Amaryllis.
I don't believe that whatever wrongs I perceive to have been done to me will be righted by unleashing our might on members of the court.
Heath relaxed, but only fractionally.
I'm pretty sure that Rosemallow is going to have you looked over by a warder,
he said.
Either Salvia or Citronella, just so you know.
That's a fool's errand,
said Amaryllis.
I could kill her with my bare hands if I wanted to.
Cousin, began Heath.
The Lost King always said to speak softly and carry a big stick,
said Raven. It was the first time she'd spoken.
One of the principles of big stick diplomacy is letting the other party know, ahead of time, that you really do have the bigger stick.
Sorry, and who are you?
Asked Heath, looking her over.
Raven Masters,
Replied Raven.
the last living knight of the square table.
There was a dead silence in the tram, and I listened to the sound of it moving over the track. I had been multi-threading the whole time, focusing on the world around us with one mind, taking in the city, not just for threat assessment, but because I had never been here before. Khalidwich was incredibly clean for a big city, especially given how many people there were on the streets and how much white dominated the color scheme. Most of the color came from the interiors of buildings, which were revealed to the street through large multi-paned windows. The clothing of the people I saw going by was likewise bright and colorful, more than in Cranberry Bay or Leo, and it might have been my imagination, but a fair number of people seemed like they were wearing mock entads, pieces that had the out-there styling common on entads, but without actually being magical. I wasn't big on cities, but so far as cities went, it didn't seem so bad. There weren't billboards or other huge advertisements, which I guessed was down to some strict regulations, something fairly common in Khalidwich, from what I had read.
Well, this is above my pay grade,
Said Heath, letting out a breath and returning to his previous demeanor. The twinkle came back in his eyes.
What would it take for me to get in on the ground floor?
Aster shifted on his part of the bench, moving his enormous sword to the side.
Offering to defect, even in jest, is probably not something you should be doing.
Heath turned and clasped him on the shoulder.
Cousin, do you know what I like about you?
What?
Asked Aster.
Nothing.
Replied Heath with a giant smile. He turned back to us.
So if I can ask, what's the plan here, with Hyacinth and Rosemallow? Meet them with overwhelming firepower?
We do bring overwhelming power to the table.
Said Amaryllis.
But no, there's no plan. Hyacinth is threatening the Republic of Meunin, and I'm here to pay the price.
That being?
Asked Heath.
Revocation of my lands and properties, which are currently held in trust, an arrangement for investiture of bound entids, and sterilization.
Said Amaryllis.
Well, that's insanity.
Said Heath.
You know whatever Hyacinth has on you, Aunt Rosemallow is going to make you some offer or help the problem go away.
I know that's probably her plan.
Said Amaryllis. She paused for a moment.
She was supposed to protect me.
Bad blood, I understand.
Replied Heath.
You are guilty, though.
Said Aster.
Guilty of moving money around.
Said Amaryllis.
It's the same budgetary malfeasance that half of the court gets involved in. None of it was to enrich myself. And half of what they pinned on me wasn't even my doing. Beyond that, it was nothing that should have required a death sentence.
Technically, the trial by adversity isn't actually a death sentence.
Said Aster.
That's not helpful.
Said Basil.
She's sitting right across from us.
Replied Aster. He looked annoyed.
Obviously, if the court actually wanted her dead, she'd have died.
Semantics aside, it was obviously unjust.
Said Heath.
And I'm not just saying that because I fully believe the three of you are capable of leveling a city block if you so choose. I could repeat back everything the opposition said about you, and is saying about you now that you're beloved by the people, but I don't see a point in relitigating. You feel hard done by, and that's perfectly understandable. I don't think that means you and Rosemallow can't work something out.
Did she think that you could soften me up?
Asked Amaryllis. Her voice was hard.
You know, you come across much more personable in your diary.
Said Heath.
You said you hadn't read it.
Replied Amaryllis, crossing her arms again.
Bits and pieces and whatever people have been talking about.
Said Heath.
I've read through osmosis, cousin.
He gave a frustrated sigh.
Yes. I'm sure that Rosemallow selected the people who would pick you up very carefully, for her own reasons. But I wasn't given any instructions on how to handle you, aside from a reminder that your ejection from Anglesey was rather harsh. If I'm trying to get you to make a deal with Rosemallow, it's because I think it's in all our best interests.
Amaryllis took a breath.
You're right, cousin. And of course I'll listen to whatever she says, but what I hear will be colored by the fact that she was grooming me, protecting me, and suddenly stopped when it would have cost her politically. If we reach some alternate deal, it will have to account for the distinct lack of trust.
Did she ever explicitly say that she would protect you?
Asked Aster.
Not the time nor the question.
said Heath. He looked out the window.
We're almost there.
We had transitioned out of the parts of Kaldwich with skyscrapers and grand avenues into an area with enormous homes that were just barely visible behind acres of manicured gardens and tall fences. The tram slowly came to a stop at what seemed like a small town nestled in among the mansions, with not much more than a cafe, grocery store, and post office, if I read the signs right. My guess was that it was a place people around here went if they didn't want a long trek into the city proper, though the tram ride hadn't been too bad. We weren't in the suburbs, just in a nicer part of town, but I could see how it would be annoying to spend 20 minutes traveling when all you wanted was a stick of butter. Per Amaryllis, most of the court had live-in staff, with a butler and a housekeeper at a minimum, often more, at least in the larger houses. We exited the tram and I watched for a moment as it went off on its own. It was remotely possible that the tram system was controlled through some ingenious mechanical or electrical system, linked up by underground wires and controlled from a remove. I could see, in my mind's eye, how I would have done it, and tried my best to stop my mind from working away at the problem. There were lots of challenges to be solved, like keeping empty trams from clumping up, making the system robust and reliable, making it all extensible so more trams could be added, preventing gridlock, on and on. It was also entirely possible that the trams were some variety of magic, with all the obvious. After 5 minutes, logistical and engineering problems resolved by virtue of it's magic. I don't have to explain shit. We had a bit of a walk to get to Erstwhile Manor, which let me take in more of the picturesque neighborhood, whose only flaw was that it reeked of money. The gate was set back from the road, and there was a guardhouse next to it, with a man in a prim black uniform and entad breastplate who came out to greet us. He looked sharp and serious, and asked a few questions of Heath, giving all of us the side-eye before finally letting us in. This was another display of wealth and power, putting a well-trained man there whose only job was to guard the house, especially since he would be useless against most of the schools of offensive magic, not to mention a wide variety of entads. I wasn't discounting the notion that he might be a mage himself, but if he was, that was even more of a display of wealth and power. The erstwhile manor dated to Uther's time, when it had been far more disconnected from Kaldwich, out in the country more than located in a rich neighborhood. Uther had built it himself using steel magic, the Magistone, a result of a specially blended steel. It was a slate gray, which had been accentuated with a dark wood and bright greenery, some of which I thought must have been a nightmare to water, given how high up it was. Unusually for steel magic, the exterior of the building was intricately detailed, with most of that detail being done in the same Magistone, which meant that all the panels and vertical lines that broke up the surfaces of the building had been done at the time it was erected, rather than added after the fact. At the time it was built, it would have been a radical departure from architectural standards, but now it was almost orthodox, or perhaps even a bit stodgy. When I'd first been told about the manor, the thing that most caught my attention was the name. The erstwhile players had been the performing troupe that Uther had supposedly spent 3 years with. We were greeted by a butler, who led us to a waiting room, and the 3 princes went their own ways, their duties having been discharged. The interiors of the rooms that I had seen were less impressive than the exterior, though that was partly because I wasn't a big fan of the loads and loads of things approach to interior design. Walls got covered in paintings, cabinets filled with relics were given prominent locations, and it all wound up looking cluttered. The sitting room we got placed in was no exception. A suit of armor was half hidden against one wall, which I might have dismissed as more ostentatious decoration if Amaryllis hadn't already clued me in that it was an automaton. Amaryllis didn't think it would be any threat to me, except insofar as I might accidentally provoke it to attack me, which might result in embarrassment, if nothing else. After a few minutes, a warder came in to look all of us over, which didn't take long, and when she was done, we were left alone.
How much of that was true and how much for show?
Asked Raven after some time had passed. There was a warmth and gentleness in her voice which reminded me of my school counselor when he was trying to be helpful. Amaryllis was staring off into the distance.
Assume this room is bugged.
It would obviously have occurred to Rose Mallow that Amaryllis's outrage and indignation was performative. My own understanding was that Amaryllis really did feel hard done by, but that she was perfectly capable of being polite and masking her feelings if the situation called for it. That she was reacting with hostility toward Rose Mallow was at least partly because she thought it was to her benefit. "We need to read the diaries," I said. "Or, failing that, it would be better if Raven and I knew what was in them. This is your show, after all." Amaryllis paused for a moment.
I started keeping a diary when I was 9 years old.
Said Amaryllis.
I burned the diary from the first year, then began keeping one that was a little more circumspect in what it included. Parts were rewritten when I was older. It certainly wasn't exhaustive, but it included notable events in my life, along with certain ruminations on various subjects including monarchy, poverty, entrenched systems, whatever I happened to be reading at the time. These were sometimes in the form of essays to myself, a way to distill down whatever I was thinking into a more rigid, modular form. There are some observations of other people, my thoughts on how they presented themselves and what they wanted, with a focus on pragmatic empathy. It's hard to remember what's in there. I know there are a number of places where I talk about what I saw as malfeasance within the Lost King's court. Either ways that procedure was ignored, ways that things were intentionally unjust or disordered, failures to live up to the supposed ideals. I don't know if all that made it into the published version, naturally, but Heath described it as cynical toward the court and the empire, which I wouldn't disagree with.
Anything about love interests?
Asked Raven.
Any specific enemies that you might have made?
Amaryllis pursed her lips.
There are many places where I was candid.
Replied Amaryllis.
Many names were replaced with a letter, though, usually according to my own system, though the details might be enough to connect those letters to people, especially if you had a record of where I had been on a given date. Love interests. There were none, aside from the arranged marriage to Larkspur. There were a few entries on that, which were fairly honest. Resignation, trepidation, grappling with the needs of duty. I don't know if any of that would have made the cut.
Would you object if I started reading?
Asked Raven.
Go ahead.
Said Amaryllis.
Ask me if anything seems particularly out of character for me.
Can I ask what's not in there? I asked. Amaryllis paused again, furrowing her brow.
I left out specifics of meetings. There's nothing ostensibly criminal either, though there are a few thoughts about criminality in a system where that criminality is part of the status quo. I also obviously didn't break classification, which I would include under criminality.
She let out a slow breath.
There's a lot that's covered by classification, less so by criminality.
The butler returned not too much later, while Raven was in the middle of spot-checking the diaries. He said that Amaryllis would meet with Rose Mallow alone in what he called the White Room. That wasn't entirely unforeseen, and Amaryllis didn't push back against it. I just hoped that she would be okay. There was bad blood, of a kind that I didn't really have much experience with, but I trusted Amaryllis to keep her cool. The White Room. Chapter 1, 178. The White Room. The White Room was one of the special rooms of the erstwhile manor, one which Amaryllis was well acquainted with. It had no windows, instead being lit by several complicated and expensive methods that spread gentle white light through the entirety of the space. The walls were white with cream-colored accents, and the few pieces of furniture were likewise variations on white, with dark brown woadwood supports that had been artfully carved and given claws of polished nacreum. The environment just barely managed to avoid sterility with a few small plants at strategic locations. The room was extensively warded, and beyond that, surrounded by a shell of materials that would block outside interference, inference, or surveillance. The White Room was, so far as it could be made so, a dead spot in the world, where any conversation would be as private as a conversation between people could be. Rose Mallow sat in a padded chair with her hands folded in her lap. She was wearing one of her usual dresses, an entad that happened to look spectacular on her, along with a choker that matched it. Rose Mallow had her fair share of entads, and Amaryllis didn't know all of their functions. That was something that you kept quiet if you could, though registration with the Entad Authority was mandatory, even if you were a member of the court, and the Entad Authority was hardly a watertight organization. Rose Mallow herself looked the same as ever, as though she hadn't aged a day, though for her it had only been a handful of months. For Amaryllis, it had been a few intense years. Rose Mallow was rail-thin, with curly hair that was much more gray than brown, though at her age it was likely that it was dyed. She had a mild look, which was typical for her, even when she was delivering devastating news or speaking in a cold fury. Rose Mallow could order the execution of a man with no more emotion than some people used to order lunch, and strangely, she never used her control of her emotions in the other way, never put warmth or affection in her voice when that would have been endearing.
You've had a long trip, I take it,
said Rose Mallow as Amaryllis came into the room. She gestured at a tiered tray of various foods that sat on a low table between the chairs.
Have something to eat.
Beside the tray of food there was a pot of coffee and 2 cups. Amaryllis sat down and took a small finger sandwich from the tray, eating it with more decorum and restraint than she usually showed around food these days. She'd deliberately broken herself of the habit of eating daintily, ignoring the table manners she'd had drilled into her. Falling back into the old habits came very naturally.
I asked Roderick to make all your favorites,
said Rose Mallow as she watched Amaryllis eat.
I noticed,
said Amaryllis. She ate the watercress sandwich delicately, without hurry, waiting for Rose Mallow to ask the first question, which of course didn't happen. When she was finished with the sandwich, she went for the coffee and poured herself a steaming cup, which she sniffed, savoring the flavor, before taking her first sip.
I'm sure you have questions,
said Rose Mallow.
I do.
Replied Amaryllis. She sat back, holding the porcelain cup in both hands, feeling its warmth.
I'm not in any particular rush to get the answers. I suppose we can start with a simple question, which is whether or not you know why I'm here.
You've come because Hyacinth has put pressure on your fledgling nation,
said Rose Mallow.
You violated the Draconic Confederacy's rules in your attempt to contain the exclusion at Leo. Perhaps because you thought it was an acceptable trade-off. Perhaps because of circumstances beyond your control, or perhaps because you simply made a mistake. Hyacinth pulled strings and called in favors, giving up political capital in order to ensure that you would be under pressure. She wants your lands, your entads, and a guarantee that her children will have the birthright that should, by the laws of our kingdom and of nature, belong to your next of kin. Do I have that right?
More or less.
Replied Amaryllis.
No one has ever accused you of having a poor intelligence network.
She said it as though with resignation, but it was also a way of goading Rose Mallow, either into asking the questions she wanted to ask, or revealing things she had planned to hold back. Amaryllis didn't believe that Rose Mallow knew everything, and there had to be some elements of what had happened in the past half a year that were utterly baffling. At most, Rose Mallow had a mole within Uniquities that had given her everything Uniquities knew, but Uniquities didn't have the full picture, not by a wide margin.
There are some things that my intelligence network can't answer,
said Rose Mallow. She leaned forward and poured her own cup of coffee, taking her time, allowing the words to marinate in the silence.
What kept me up at night was a simple question.
Her eyes were a pale blue and utterly piercing, though she was only bowing her head slightly to blow on her coffee.
Why didn't you write?
The question didn't quite blindside Amaryllis, but it was a near thing. Of course, Rose Mallow would pretend that they still held a close relationship and ask not after matters of practicality, filling in the gaps in her knowledge, but rather ask a personal question, one that would accomplish her thus far unstated goals.
As you probably know, I was attacked during the trial by adversity.
Said Amaryllis.
It was either the Fuchsia Coterie or some group pretending to be them, likely put on the plane because someone somewhere in the process accepted a bribe, insurance in case I made it through the trial unscathed. I elected not to join the host because I was worried that there would be another assassination attempt if I did. When I went to my ancestral property of Wake Handum, I was attacked with not even a bare attempt at diplomacy or discussion, barely escaping with my life. Only recently have I been in a position to send you a letter without fear that it would be intercepted.
And yet even then you did not.
Replied Rose Mallow. She took a sip of her coffee. Amaryllis was trying to think about what Rose Mallow wanted, how she was maneuvering the conversation, and where that conversation was going. Rose Mallow was attempting to provoke a discussion of what had happened in court and everything leading up to it. That, in turn, might lead to an apology, a diffusion of tension, both sensible goals and another plank of Rose Mallow's strategy to reform an alliance, now that Amaryllis was once again useful.
I don't actually know why you didn't help me,
said Amaryllis. Said Rose Mallow. She sipped her coffee, then placed it on the table.
Are you familiar with the game Tug of War?
No.
Replied Amaryllis, which wasn't strictly true, but plausible enough, and would allow Rose Mallow to give the metaphor her framing.
In the Iker Peninsula, they created a replacement for war, where 2 teams of 5 men would pull on a rope, trying to get it over to their side.
Said Rose Mallow.
Both teams would pull on the rope as hard as they could. Now, in some circumstances and some formulations of the game, one team would simply release their rope. I suppose you can imagine the result. The opposing team would be pulling a rope that no longer had any tension, and they would go reeling backward, falling down, sometimes getting injured in the process.
You're saying that the opposition, Larkspur, Hyacinth, Phlox, Onion, whoever was directing it from the top, they were putting effort into attempting to murder me. And by putting no effort whatsoever of your own in, you were able to get one over on them?
Asked Amaryllis.
Get one over on them?
Asked Rose Mallow.
Who have you been spending time with that you would speak that way?
Powerful people.
Replied Amaryllis.
Powerful people who are less concerned with decorum than you are. Loyal people.
Well, in their parlance, then yes, the intent was to get one over, which was exactly what I did. They spent an enormous amount of political capital. They called in favors. They did everything they could in order to make sure that their scheme would work. And I offered no resistance. They put in a high bid, my young blossom, and they greatly overpaid.
Rose Mallow gave one of her thin smiles, barely turning up the corners of her lips.
They hardly expected to win. And when they did, it caught them off guard. Half of the time you were gone was spent with me pressing my advantage against them, taking concessions where I was able, enacting legislation that they were too weak to stop. Because they'd set precedent for actions against malfeasance, they put themselves in a vulnerable position, as there are few within the Empire who aren't guilty of illegally reassigning funds at their whim, with some less cautious than others. I was 2 steps ahead of them.
They overestimated how much you would do to save me.
Said Amaryllis.
They overestimated my importance to you.
Importance is relative.
Replied Rose Mallow.
You understand that the trial by adversity wasn't a death sentence, don't you? I was well aware of your skills. You had some skill in blood magic, enough to give you an advantage in melee. You were competent with simple electromotor systems. You were athletic and keen-minded. Most of those dropped into the Risen Lands are clueless about how to survive. If you had come back as I expected you to, you would have joined with the host, served 2 years there, and been enormously strengthened by it, with more managerial experience for when you transition back into civilian life.
You didn't know about the Fuchsia Coterie?
Asked Amaryllis.
Not until a week later.
Said Rose Mallow.
It was another example of our opponents overplaying their hand in an attempt to see their plan to completion. I hadn't thought they would be so desperate. Those responsible at the ground level, at least those I could identify, have been dealt with accordingly.
Anyone important?
asked Amaryllis.
A judge, a bailiff, and a shire reeve.
Replied Rose Mallow. This was another way of saying no.
It was kept quiet for the most part in exchange for certain concessions from my counterparts. The whole thing looked to explode into a scandal, but was better used as a vice grip than a grenade.
It was tempting to descend into sarcasm with something like, "I'm glad me almost getting killed worked out for you." But Amaryllis hadn't undertaken this meeting to be petty, nor even for revenge, so she simply filed it all away for later, when she would vent to Juniper and attempt to keep herself capable of weathering the storm of useless emotions like betrayal.
You'd plan to welcome me back, once I was in the host, and tell me that it was a lesson that I should take to heart,
said Amaryllis.
Unfortunately for you, it didn't work out that way.
I'm not sure that I would call it unfortunate.
Replied Rose Mallow.
Speaking strictly from my own perspective, there are a number of events that I believe followed from your decision to go elsewhere, including the death of Larkspur Prentice.
Are you going to ask me if I killed him?
Asked Amaryllis.
No.
Replied Rose Mallow.
I would rather not know, so that if I'm asked, I don't have to lie about what you said. I assume that his erratic behavior following your escape from the Risen Lands wasn't mere coincidence, but perhaps you killed him in self-defense, half a world away, or perhaps in his haste, paranoia, or incompetence. He really did bring a dragon down on himself.
I would have been content not to come back to Anglesey.
Amaryllis lied.
I was perfectly happy being away from the court, able to build up my own part of the world, disconnected from the rest of you.
The truth was more complicated, of course, but the truth didn't have as much leverage.
You have cousins who are afforded that luxury, but you are not.
Replied Rose Mallow.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Shirking your burden was never an option for you, not just because of your privileged position of being the most direct descendant of our common ancestor, but because you never had the temperament necessary to sit by while there was work to be done or people in need. In some senses, that was your greatest weakness. And given what's come of your defense of Leo, there's evidence that's still true. It was always the case that you would return to Anglesey to once again be embroiled in our conflicts.
She let out a sigh.
I've attempted to make your return as easy as I could.
I didn't mean this to be a return.
Replied Amaryllis.
I was coming to Anglesey to wash my hands of the family.
This wasn't quite a lie.
You think I'm a monster for letting you be dropped into the land of the dead?
Said Rose Mallow. Somehow she made that sound ridiculous, as though it was not only naive, but petty to be offended.
I've never thought you were a monster,
said Amaryllis.
I always had trouble understanding what it was you actually cared about, though. If you had the power to reshape Anglesey exactly as you pleased, I don't know what you would decide on. So much of your time and efforts are spent on the family, so little on legislative policy. And when you speak of laws, it's always in the context of the major players in the kingdom, what they'll think, how they'll be forced to react, never in terms of how much good you might be able to do. But no, not a monster.
You've grown.
Replied Rose Mallow with a nod.
I must say, I approve. I do worry that your naivete has deepened and hardened, crystallized rather than being sanded away. I plan to work with you, though, to help you understand the errors of your ways, where appropriate.
I don't want to work with you,
said Amaryllis.
I don't want to be your niece.
It felt good to say that, but the good feeling was undercut by the knowledge that this was just part of the conversation, an invitation for Rose Mallow to riposte with an offer of aid or support. The eventual compromise they would reach was already leaving a bitter taste in Amaryllis's mouth.
Let us imagine that I agreed,
said Rose Mallow.
Imagine that you go visit with Hyacinth later today. Invest the many entads she's collected in the people she's chosen, sign over the rights to various properties, and then become sterilized with an agreement that you won't ever have natural-born children of your own. In exchange, the ongoing difficulties you're having with the Draconic Confederacy are minimized, if not wiped away completely, and you become a citizen in good standing with the kingdom once more. Ignore for a moment that this is a horrible deal for you. Do you imagine that you would be free of Hyacinth? Free of the rest of the family?
If I could buy myself a year or two, I would be able to accrue enough power to fend off anyone who tried to bring me back in,
said Amaryllis.
There is no amount of power that will insulate you from the people you care about,
said Rose Mallow.
There is an amount of power you might achieve to prevent your perceived enemies from destroying that which you love, so long as you don't love too much. I'm skeptical of any plan that would launch you toward becoming one of the most powerful creatures on Erb in so little time, as highly as I think of you.
Make your offer then,
said Amaryllis. Rose Mallow sat back and crossed her legs.
I want you to return to your rightful place as a princess of Anglesyn,
replied Rose Mallow.
You would, of course, keep your seat as advisor to the Republic of Munun, along with whatever projects you have there, splitting your time between locations. We would need to do something about the cost and travel time, but that's hardly insurmountable given the potential resources at your disposal. Your proposed concessions to Hyacinth would be scuttled, though perhaps with some minor concession to her. Not an admission of wrongdoing on your part or rightness on hers, but a gift to a grieving widow. In exchange for all that, you would become one of the public faces of the Lost King's Court.
It's what you always wanted me to be,
said Amaryllis. It seemed like a lifetime ago that she'd posed for the future leaders of Anglesyn posters. There had been radio interviews, a few letters to the editor, and appearances on a few variety shows.
Toiling away in a back office doesn't play to your strengths,
replied Rose Mallow.
The court has image problems, ones which are getting worse as time goes on, both within our kingdom and outside of it, for different reasons. That image needs to be rehabilitated, and you are the best one to do it, so long as you can keep your focus.
My focus was never the issue,
said Amaryllis.
The issue was that I had different priorities from the rest of you. I was only concerned with power as a means to an end, a way to help people less fortunate than I was.
It was the kind of thing only a raging narcissist wouldn't question about themselves, but Amaryllis delivered the line with conviction.
I'm gifting you power,
said Rose Mallow.
Power with strings, certainly, but you would have plenty of leeway to pursue your agendas, to speak truth to power, or whatever else you'd like to do, so long as it's in the best interests of Anglesyn. Surely you have to realize that I've handed you quite a bit of power simply by making your diaries the most talked-about book in the kingdom.
It's conditional power,
replied Amaryllis.
The book gives a context to everything I do in public. You made an image for me, one which I'm now beholden to.
They're your words,
said Rose Mallow.
Edited,
replied Amaryllis.
With some choice cuts, I would assume.
You haven't read it?
Asked Rose Mallow, raising an eyebrow.
You should. People will want to talk about it, and you'll need to familiarize yourself with what's in there. I made fewer cuts than you might expect, and added almost nothing. You had a gift for essays even from a young age, and there are a number of concepts that I believe it would be very beneficial for the citizens of Anglesyn to hear explained by a particularly bright 12-year-old. There are sophomoric ruminations on the burdens of power and the complexity of change that might help pave the way for deeper understanding among the public simply because they're accessible, written without the depth of knowledge a proper philosopher might possess.
And when did you embark on that particular project?
Asked Amaryllis.
When you thought I was dead? Or after you discovered that I was still alive?
The diaries were meant for consumption,
said Rose Mallow. She took her cup of coffee and drank down the rest of it with perfect form, never tipping her head back too far or opening her mouth too wide. When you were a noble, this was all expected of you, that you do everything just so, with decorum and grace. It wasn't a view that the entirety of the court shared, especially in the younger generations, but it was how Amaryllis had been trained, even before her mother died.
There are things I left out,
said Amaryllis.
I thought that someday I might want to show it to someone, and I wanted it to reflect the sort of person that I wanted to be, rather than the person that I was. It was mine to do with as I pleased, not yours.
I did, in fact, think it likely that you'd died,
said Rose Mallow.
The diaries were found in the course of liquidating your staff, mentioned by a housekeeper.
Which one?
Asked Amaryllis.
Eleanor.
Replied Rose Mallow.
I don't believe it was a lack of discretion on her part, but rather a desire that some measure of you would be preserved. I've kept tabs on your staff, should there be any of them you want back. In my opinion, it would be best to make offers to only those of particular competence or loyalty. This has been an enormous disruption in their lives.
You're framing it as though I'm coming back,
said Amaryllis.
That's not decided. I've made a life for myself, away from this kingdom. A good one.
Is it true that 2 dragons touched down on the Isle of Poran?
Asked Rose Mallow. You know they did, said Amaryllis. I know you have spies there. 1 or 2, replied Rose Mallow, smiling slightly, in the way she did when she wanted to make a joke, rather than answering a question or admitting to something. Amaryllis was tempted to say out loud that there was only 1, and to give his name to Rose Mallow as a demonstration of just how good her intelligence services on Poran were, or had been, when Valencia had been available to go down into the village. That would be foolish, though, and if they'd somehow missed one, a display of weakness. Then yes, there were dragons, said Amaryllis. As you well know. Not, so far as I understand it, because of Hyacinth, and only tangentially related to the alleged violation of airspace that occurred in Leo. It's not something that I need help with. These are 2 of the most dangerous creatures in creation, said Rose Mallow. What life do you lead now that you would deny freely offered help? It's not freely offered, replied Amaryllis. Rose Mallow sighed. Again, we circle back to your ideas of me, and of the court, and what your role within it has to be. It's tiring, I must say. I used to have more patience for these conversations. Think what you will of me, but I'm perfectly capable of offering aid to those in need. Even if I hope or expect that the aid will be reciprocal, or at least appreciated, it's still offered without preconditions. I won't reject you outright, not the offer to help with the dragons, and not the bigger offer of a managed return to Anglesyn, said Amaryllis. She focused on her tone, firm but gentle, without the shading of anger she felt. If she were letting her emotions control her, she'd be speaking with gritted teeth. I need to speak to my people before I make any decisions, and I need a better understanding of what's going on in the kingdom. You have precious little time, replied Rose Mallow. You're a wanted criminal for violating the terms of the trial by adversity, and there are limits to what I can do to protect you, especially once Hyacinth and Phlox start their counterplay. My ability to insulate you increases by an order of magnitude if I can be sure that you're willing to have a future in this kingdom. You're willing to spend more if you think that you'll have me for good, said Amaryllis. I am, replied Rose Mallow. That should come as no surprise to you, but if you agree to be a part of this kingdom, to be allied with me once more, I can start on the negotiations at once, and the sooner the better. There are also a number of benefits to a quick decision, such as capitalizing on the positive reception of your diaries and breathing new life into the discussion of them. I still need to talk to my people, said Amaryllis. It was easy to get swept up in plans. Amaryllis could see all the things that would need to be done if she were to follow down the path Rose Mallow had set up for her, and she was thinking of new items to add to her to-do list. But it was clear that everything Rose Mallow wanted and expected would be fundamentally incompatible with what life with the Council of Arches had been like thus far. Is that really Raven Masters with you? Asked Rose Mallow. She seemed genuinely curious, but Amaryllis had little doubt that Rose Mallow could fake genuine curiosity. It was also a diversion from the previous topic of conversation, which was surely not because Rose Mallow was expressing idle wonder. If someone dug in their heels when you were trying to sell them something, it was a common tactic to beat a conversational retreat and try again later.
What do your spies, seers, and auguries say?
Asked Amaryllis. This was only a little bit of an exaggeration. Rosamallo was sometimes known to have information she shouldn't have, enough so that it was rumored she was in possession of a powerful entad, a highly synergistic entad set, or possibly a hidden magic. Magic that allowed for any form of future sight, prognostication, or clairvoyance was incredibly rare, but incredibly rare didn't mean non-existent,
There are questions, certainly.
replied Rosamallo.
I don't expect you to divulge everything, not when we're working toward a reconciliation. However, if there's anything that I should be prepared for, anything that would cost you little to reveal, I would appreciate foreknowledge so that I can launch a better defense or attack, as circumstances warrant.
Amaryllis nodded. It would mean ceding authority to Rosamallo, and there was an implication that Amaryllis would help later, but it was a sensible offer, even if Amaryllis chose to leave Angelsin behind. Rosamallo was also right that it was better now than later. If the battle was being waged through private conversations, as these battles often were, it was better that Rosamallo's people be able to answer the insidious gossip with a united front, especially in those places where the gossip had a grain of truth,
I can tell you what Hyacinth knows or suspects.
said Amaryllis. Better Rosamallo had that information than not, most likely.
To start with, I suppose by this point you must be aware that we'd established a research base in Silmar City, and that in the weeks prior to my trial, that research site went silent, concurrent with a time when they'd been sent one of the kingdom's teleportation keys?
Rosamallo narrowed her eyes.
I am very aware, and was aware even before your trial.
She replied.
There was a lengthy closed-door inquiry into how that happened. The research project was exposed to the wider court, but its nature and the details of its creation have been kept internal for now. Project Aubergine's stake has, I doubt you'll be surprised, died in its crib, as has the entirety of Project Garden's stake. The teleportation key has remained unclaimed despite 2 missions there, one of which was successful in reaching the research base.
Larkspur sent a fire team to retrieve it.
Said Amaryllis.
He did this without the knowledge of anyone else, at least so far as I can gather. Their mission was to retrieve the teleportation key, but when the Fuchsia Coterie reported back that they had failed to eliminate me, the fire team was tasked with killing me if they found me. It's not clear to me how Larkspur knew that I was going to Silmar City for the key, or if he was just hedging, but those were their orders.
And how do you know this?
Asked Rosamallo.
My companion, Juniper, killed 2 of them. Another woman, a half-elf, and former prisoner of Angelsin, was a part of the fire team and local guide, coerced into joining and fitted with a fool's choker. She killed the other 2 members.
Amaryllis kept her voice even.
I don't know how much of that Larkspur or Hyacinth ever knew, or how much was discoverable after the fact, but those are the events as they happened. We left a fair bit of evidence behind, as we had no choice in the matter, but I doubt much of it would be recoverable, and it would be largely circumstantial.
Where is the teleportation key now?
Asked Rosamallo. Amaryllis had known that the question was coming. If Rosamallo had the diaries, then she almost certainly had the logs, passed down since long ago, which listed all the caches bound to Amaryllis's bloodline, squirreled away for future use or left abandoned because of exclusions. Notably absent from those logs would have been a transportation entad in Silmar City, or indeed, a cache anywhere in the Risen Lands. The current party line was that they had never used a teleportation key at all, just a different, powerful travel entad left by Uther. But if you were Rosamallo and had access to the logs of the location and nature of those entads, the lie would raise some questions.
If I knew where it was, I would have put it somewhere safe.
Said Amaryllis.
Entad storage, for example, keyed to me and me alone.
We need it back.
Said Rosamallo.
Its utility in the hands of a single person is limited, and the political ramifications of the missing key have been severe. If it could be recovered...
Larkspur and Hyacinth believed we had it.
Said Amaryllis.
They made some sort of agreement with Doris Finch in order to track us, using an unknown, possibly entatic magic in her possession. My team killed Larkspur and his soldiers just outside of Bostravino, with no surviving witnesses.
Rose Mallow paused for a moment, saying nothing, merely having a mild look as she tried to process that. Long ago, when Amaryllis was still a girl, Rosa Mallow had said that if you needed time to think, you should take it, as silence was often preferable to saying the first thing that came to mind, especially in those cases where meaningless conversational noise might not be warranted. In the entire time they'd known each other, this had been the only time that Amaryllis had seen Rose Mallow follow her own advice.
I see.
She finally said,
I may be obligated to repeat that, or take action on it.
I was warned.
said Amaryllis with a nod.
If you're wondering why Hyacinth would keep it quiet, it's because it's currently to her benefit.
Do you have proof that he worked with Doris?
Asked Rose Mallow. No, replied Amaryllis.
No concrete proof, only eyewitness accounts.
Well,
Said Rose Mallow.
you've given me quite a bit to think about. I had suspected that you might be responsible for Larkspur, but I couldn't fathom the mechanism, or what you might have leveraged to make it happen. I'll get into consultation with my public relations office. Thank you for your candor.
She paused.
I'm curious about what happened in Leo, if you would be willing to share. You spoke with Hyacinth there.
Amaryllis gave the highlights from there, filling in some gaps in what Rose Mallow's intelligence network might know. Some of the questions Rosa Mallow posed were surely to conceal how much she actually knew, which is what Amaryllis would have done. But it was mostly forthright, an exchange of information that was unlikely to hurt Amaryllis. Rose Mallow wasn't an ally, nothing like it just yet, but there were still bound to be fair exchanges to be had, ones which didn't require them to trust each other. The teleportation key was the biggest liability that had been revealed, and it had already been revealed to Hyacinth, who was sure to use it against them if she could, especially because Larkspur was dead, and thus a useful scapegoat. Bethel was mentioned, only briefly, as a powerful meta-entid, though her sentience and cruelty was left out. Valencia wasn't mentioned at all, and neither was Solace nor the Locus. Juniper was given only brief focus, and Amaryllis stonewalled any questions about Raven, whose presence had no adequate explanation. Rose Mallow took it all in stride, stopping sometimes to think, but not expressing much in the way of shock or surprise. Some of it she'd already known, surely, especially because intelligence networks inevitably leak to each other,
Well,
said Rose Mallow.
it's a lot to think about, and you're telling me only half of what you know. If you decide that you want to stay here to take the mantle of Princess back up, we'll have to talk further about the things you're keeping hidden.
She folded her hands in her lap.
One day? No more. To make your decision, and even then, I can't guarantee that I can or will protect you if you should put yourself in a position to be arrested. It would be better for you to stay here for the duration.
I'll speak with my people.
Replied Amaryllis.
We have more than a dozen at the Hotel Del Zora.
That still leaves the risk of you getting arrested.
Said Rose Mallow.
I don't know how Hyacinth is planning to pardon you or waive the conditions of the trial by adversity, if she is at all. But until that's resolved, there's very little protecting you. I arranged for your safe landing at the station and your escort here, but you would complicate things enormously if you were taken in. There are limits to how much procedure can be bent.
Understood.
Replied Amaryllis.
We'll do our best to be discreet.
Hilbert's Paradox. Chapter 179. Hilbert's Paradox. It was only about 3 minutes into Amaryllis's meeting with Rose Mallow that I realized that our problem of having only a single copy of the Princess Diaries copied into Raven's bracer should actually be pretty easy to solve. All I had to do was call for the butler, who brought me one from the library so quickly that I felt like he must have been anticipating the request,
This reads oddly.
said Raven, looking up from her magical copy. We'd expect it to, I replied. It was written with the public in mind,
Are you muting this conversation to the outside?
asked Raven. Yes, I replied,
We were explicitly looking for books written by Amaryllis.
said Raven.
Why did we never find this one?
There was a publication date component to the schema, I replied. For most of our search, we were looking for books that were as far in the future as we could get. And you know as well as I do that a large publication wouldn't necessarily mean that we were bound to run across it,
Do the calculations.
said Raven, shaking her head.
So far as we can tell, A Cypress Waits was published once every year in a new edition with only 2 copies. This book was published last week, maybe a little prior to that to give logistics time to get it into stores. There would be, optimistically, 10,000 copies.
Sorry, I said. I don't know what math I'm supposed to be running here,
Hartman's theorem?
asked Raven. I've forgotten almost everything I've ever learned about library magic, I replied.
Oh,
Said Raven.
right. It's just, we had a conversation about it. You understood it all.
I have a vague recollection of that, I replied. But I was cheating, skating by on what my power provided me with,
I know that.
said Raven.
I just hadn't been struck by it. How profound it is to lose something that you had such a talent for. Profound for me, I guess, not for you.
Yeah, I replied. Sorry you don't have anyone to talk library stuff with anymore,
It's fine.
said Raven.
I just had some questions that I'll have to work out on my own.
It's also possible that things were different in the other timeline, I said. Either the butterfly effect or some kind of meddling. If I have the timelines right, then the book should have been in the works when we went into the library, but there are a dozen small changes might have happened to prevent its publication. I mean, it's not just for want of a nail we're talking here, given that there was an exclusion of one of the major magics not too long ago,
I suppose.
said Raven.
Did Amaryllis ever mention this diary to you?
No, I replied. You think that this is the outer reaches? Something inserted into our reality after the fact?
No, not really.
Sighed Raven.
Uther always accused me of seeing the magical in the mundane. We never had a time when the Schloss were a part of our own lives, only the lives of others. I've been waiting for the outer reaches to crop up since you were let in on the idea. But she never mentioned the diaries?
Not that I can recall, I replied. I also don't think that there were any times when she would have had cause to mention them, at least that I can remember. But we've been together for a long time, and there have been lots of conversations. I'm also under the impression that the Schloss are bigger in nature, like, I don't know, each being a whole, I gestured vaguely. Module,
Module, in the tabletop sense?
asked Raven.
I've read a few.
Oh, right, I replied. Then yes, like poorly integrated modules, or more pertinently, ideas that were thought up by me when we were halfway through the campaign instead of being planned out from the start. I paused a little. How much material have you read?
On tabletop games?
Asked Raven.
7 source books cover to cover, another 20 or so in pieces, and a half dozen modules, plus almost all of the accumulated notes that Amaryllis had. I think it gave me a better understanding of you.
I didn't really run things by the books very often, I replied,
I know,
said Raven.
but I could look at Trents as they appeared in the monster manual, and Trents as they appear on Herb, and see some of you in the difference.
Ah, I replied. I looked down at the diary. I'll probably have to have a chat with Amaryllis about that feeling of being exposed for the world to see,
Yes,
said Raven. She returned to her book without further comment, and I was left there multi-threading, reading the book with one mind while I tried to understand the cadence and tone of that yes with the other mind. Raven had been, and arguably still was, more famous than either of us, and you could find a few biographies of her on the bookshelves in the libraries of Erb, even if those biographies represented guesswork rather than her own personal thoughts. We left erstwhile Manor almost as soon as the meeting was done, heading back for the Hotel del Zora in order to regroup with the rest of our team. Amaryllis wasn't comfortable speaking about what had been discussed out in the open, despite my vibration powers, and only mentioned that a deal was on offer, one that she had a number of reservations about. The 3 princes who had escorted us were nowhere to be seen on our trip to the hotel, but I was pretty sure that we'd be seeing them again later, unless the dungeon master was such a dick that he would show me someone carrying around something as ridiculous as a bucket of shurikens, and then not let me see their unique magic in action. The Hotel del Zora was an entad structure, a hotel whose defining feature was that it had an infinite number of rooms, with the number of guests limited by practical considerations, such as the time needed to walk to the further rooms and how much foot traffic could realistically pass through the corridors during peak hours. Rooms refreshed themselves at 3 in the afternoon every day, tidying themselves up, replacing consumables, and repairing any damage, with a few magical restrictions in place to prevent the worst abuses, no taking anything out of the hotel, for example. Still, hotel was a bit of a misnomer, because most of the people who stayed at the Hotel del Zora lived there full-time, paying a monthly rent, with no other home. Some of the more distant rooms were also used as storage space, which you didn't often see in real hotels. From the outside, it was 3 stories tall with an opulent facade. Inside, the lobby stretched up into the sky until the view was obscured by the air. The Hotel del Zora wasn't the nicest hotel in Anglesey, but it certainly was the biggest, and also the cheapest, if you were up for a hike. Amaryllis handled the transaction, and I looked around, taking in the place. It wasn't the first Entad building that I had been in, but it was one of the weirder ones, in part because it was one of those Entads that had more applications than the one it was clearly intended for. The receptionist had a wall of keys behind her, one that could move around, sliding back and forth to reveal more keys. There were presumably infinite keys, but there were likely limits on how much work the receptionist was willing to do to find a very distant room key. Most of the key hooks I could see were missing keys, instead having little notes about who was staying where or what was in the room. "There are tracks for elevators," I said to Raven, pointing over to a bank of rails and their lit buttons. "But no elevators,"
There used to be.
replied Raven.
The elevator didn't have an infinite number of buttons. It had a method for you to punch in any arbitrary floor. One day someone, it's unknown who, sent all of the elevators up to some arbitrarily high floor. That was 20 years ago. They're all still traveling up.
"But why would someone do that?" I asked. "Just to be a dick,"
There are competing interests in Anglesey.
Amaryllis said as she approached us. She'd been too far away to hear us in normal circumstances, but she had vibration magic too. She had a small basket full of keys.
The hotel was owned by a branch of the family for a time, until eventually it fell into private hands. There were other landlords, the Hoteliers Guild, and some intense competition. No one knows who sent the elevators up, but there are some good guesses. It didn't make the hotel unusable. It just put some limits on how usable it is.
"Couldn't they just put in new elevator cars, retrofitted to the old system?" I asked.
Assume that people have tried whatever you're thinking.
Said Amaryllis.
Or assume that it's a failure of civilization.
Said Raven.
Not to be a misanthrope about it.
Possible?
Said Amaryllis.
Now let's go. We have a hike ahead of us.
The front desk controlled the keys, which allowed them to set the prices. The biggest thing you paid for when picking a room to rent was convenience. A room on the ground floor, close to the front desk, was effectively no different than any other hotel in Khalidwich, and in this case, located fairly close to the downtown area. If you instead selected a room which was 9 floors up and a half-mile walk down a corridor, you could get your key for much cheaper. We were up on the 39th floor, more than 2 miles down the eastern wing, past the rooms that looked down into the lobby, where there were only the lights that dotted the endless hallways. There were a few reasons for going so high and so far. First, it was obscure, and second, it was defensible. As we got to the top of the steps, we saw 2 of the Tuong beside the balcony, one looking out over the edge to see what was going on down below in the lobby, with a pair of pseudo-entad binoculars that I'd made using ink magic on the airship, while the other was watching the stairs. We were probably the only people so high up, but we had quite a way to go until we actually got to our room. "How are the binoculars holding up?" I asked the Tung who was using them. His name was Brian. I knew a fairly large number of the Tung by name, including all of those that had come on the airship with us, but it didn't come up often.
Good?
He replied without looking at me.
No signs of degradation yet.
There was a good reason for him not to look at me. When I'd been making the binoculars, I decided that the way they would work was that they would grab onto the eyeballs when you got them close to your face. They prevented you from looking at close things unless you spent some time unlatching them. Ink magic was, at the heart of it, just a matter of making up magic items. They were entad light in a lot of ways, and shoddy enough that you'd almost always rather have a proper entad, or maybe even just a mundane piece of equipment. But I'd taken to ink magic like a fish to water, and not in the same accelerated way that I did with other skills, but with true, natural aptitude. The trick was in making things artful, spontaneous, and playful, or awe-inspiring, or cool, and to do it over and over again without it getting stale or overstaying its welcome. I'd burnt myself out over the course of a day trying to push it with a suit of armor and a weapon for each of 10 Tung fire teams. By the time the sun was going down, my results were dog shit, because even if I focused away from armor that would, say, stop a rifle round, it was a struggle to figure out something that wasn't derivative or lazy. I was also limited by eye factor, a nebulous concept that roughly mapped to power, but knowing which magic items were level appropriate was thankfully a skill that I had a lot of experience with. We left the Tung to guard and made the trek down the hallway. I watched as the numbers on the doors we passed incremented up, the print getting smaller once they went from 4 digits to 5. When we finally got to room 39-812, there were 2 Tung waiting for us, standing guard, and after some brief pleasantries and confirmation that nothing remotely suspicious had happened, we went into the room that had been designated as the war room. The rooms at the Hotel del Zora were all one size, spacious enough that you probably wouldn't complain about sleeping there for the night, but small enough that they weren't really fit for big meetings. This one had a double bed, which had been overturned and pushed up against a wall, but it still felt like too many people in too small a space.
Status?
Amaryllis asked Grack.
"We've put up a ward past the 800s.
Said Grack.
Also, the clerk wasn't happy that I was renting so many rooms. It might have drawn attention."
We won't be staying here long.
Replied Amaryllis.
A few days, probably not more. I had a house in Khalidwich that should have been held in the same trust that Hyacinth is trying to take, but at this point I have to assume it's compromised. There are also a few rental properties, but they're in use, managed by a company that will have been held in the trust, and possibly also watched.
I'm not sure that such a long hike was necessary,
Said Pallida.
and checking out so many different rooms seems a bit paranoid to me, especially because we're not actually using any of the rooms we checked out.
Pallida was a master at picking locks, and the ones at the hotel were middling at best. We'd gotten a lot of keys from the front desk, but were using none of them.
It might be paranoid,
Amaryllis admitted.
but if things go bad in a hurry, the hotel offers a lot in the way of security through obscurity. There are also a lot of choke points for wards. I'm hoping that it won't come to that. At any rate, our choice of base aside, we need to talk about the future and what's going to happen in Anglesey. Rose Mallow made me a seemingly generous offer to return to Anglesey in my capacity as a princess, ideally as the public face of the court. She wants an answer within a day.
"And you're asking our advice?"
Asked Grack, folding his arms.
No,
Said Amaryllis.
you're all stakeholders, to one degree or another. Obviously, advice would also be welcome, but the reason that I wanted to talk it over here before committing to any particular course of action was because I'm not the only one who would be impacted.
Which way are you leaning? I asked.
Toward.
Replied Amaryllis.
I was, not to put too fine a point on it, fantastically wealthy when I was a princess. I was wealthy enough that it sometimes sickened me. All my funds, lands, and entads are currently held in trust. If Rose Mallow was willing to fight on my behalf to get them back, it would mean not only the ability to inject a substantial amount of money into the Republic of Miunun, but also a fair bit of power added to the party as a whole. There are 486 heirloom entads bound to me, and 237 of them can be invested or otherwise shared. Not all of them are powerful, but we're not as completely dressed as a party as we might be, especially not the Tuong.
The downside is that you'd be obligated to spend time here, I said. You'd get wrapped up in court politics, almost inevitably, and you'd be splitting your time and energy between at least 2 places, or 3, if we include adventuring.
Angleson isn't the goal,
Said Raven.
Munin isn't either. It's not clear at this point what the goal actually is, but we're operating under the premise that an assault on Fellseed is going to be a part of it, in order to find out once and for all where Uther is and why he left, and possibly to rescue him.
Sorry, what exactly did you get arrested for in the first place?
Asked Pallida.
From the start, this was all about moving some money around?
It's really not important.
Replied Amaryllis. She paused for a moment, seeing whether that would stick. She'd told me back when we'd first met, but it was so painfully boring that I hadn't paid much attention. It was only after I'd known her for a while that it occurred to me that she might have given a boring description on purpose.
The Lost King's Court is composed of a number of councils which oversee various parts of the kingdom. My formal title was Liaison on Existential Emergencies, which meant quite a bit of interface with the Empire, but in addition to that, I had a seat on a few of the councils, which gave me some different sets of power depending on my role within those councils. For the most part, it was advisory power only, which is to say, I was being trained for eventually having more responsibilities. But in 2 of the councils, I had access to funds allocation. As sometimes happened in the court, I used my powers of funds allocation to move the kingdom's money around in ways that weren't authorized by the councils in question, and arguably went against the kingdom's law. The biggest difference here was that I had an inquiry launched against me, and when it came time for a trial, the panel was stacked against me. They pushed for trial by adversity as a remedy against what I had done.
But what were you funding?
Asked Pallida.
Does it matter?
Asked Amaryllis with an exasperated sigh.
There was a collection of pilot programs relating to early childhood education and long-term welfare outcomes. Projects that had long time horizons and costs that needed sinking. That's it.
No,
Said Raven.
there's something that you're not telling us.
Amaryllis gave her a hard stare.
Did the outcome of your trial have something to do with Project Garden Stake?
Asked Raven. Amaryllis closed her eyes.
That's classified.
She said. You've broken Angleson's classification rules before, I replied. What is Project Garden Stake? It sounds familiar. Amaryllis grimaced.
I said the phrase when we were talking to Lisi to see whether she either had code word clearance or whether the project had become widely known in Angleson. Project Garden Stake was an attempt to utilize the exclusion zones, in contravention of both imperial laws and the laws of Angleson. The research facility in Silmar City was a part of Aubergine Stake. We had others in other exclusion zones. The project was technically started by my predecessor on the Exclusion Council, but I continued it with full knowledge that it was illegal and without bringing it to the full council.
She turned from me and looked at Raven.
Project Garden Stake has nothing to do with the trial, except insofar as it made Rose Mallow take a dim view of me as someone who refused to listen to her advice. The project's high classification level meant that it couldn't be brought before the panel trying to determine my guilt, not that it was germane to the question they were focused on.
She looked around the room.
Is that enough embarrassing backstory?
I didn't mean anything by it.
Said Pallida, holding up a hand.
I just wanted to know.
Well, one of the things that I'm not looking forward to, if I do come back, is endless apologizing and trying to explain something that happened years ago from my time frame.
Said Amaryllis. She looked unhappy, and I wished that I could do something for her, but saying, "We can get the fuck out of Angleson if you want," would have just pissed her off more, because what she wanted was to do the optimal thing. One of the tongue cleared his throat. Now that I could use soul sight at will, any lingering problems with telling them apart were gone, because each had an aura with its own color, and because the color wasn't actually a color, there was no problem with shades being close to each other. This one was Liam, whip-smart and politically minded, who I had actually spent some time in committee meetings with back on Porin, where he talked about the opinions of the Tung on a second generation. He was wearing 3 items I'd made for him with ink magic: a pistol that fired cutlery, a suit of armor that would divert incoming objects downward, and a bandana that kept him moist without the need for a mister.
The Council of Archies is approaching the point where it might not be able to reach quorum,
said Liam.
Your control of Miunun was always premised on the idea that control would degrade over time, but it's reaching that point sooner than expected. Forgive me, but we're already worried that we're going to have to effectively replace the leadership of our nation with inexperienced members who are, frankly, not ready to do the job. I include myself among those members.
I understand.
Said Amaryllis.
You're the stakeholders that I care most about, because this undoubtedly affects you more than anyone else. I believe we have a strong foundation in place with regards to the technology initiatives and information exploitation, but even if I'm only spending a quarter of my time in Angelson, it will take away from our efforts in Miunun. That said, it's the mark of a good organization that it can survive the loss of any one person, and I've done as much as was in my power to get Miunun to that place.
It's a task that's not yet accomplished,
replied Liam.
I understand that you're worried about costs and capital, but it's a temporary lack of funds weighed against a permanent lack of leadership. We were lucky to have been born with a purpose. We want to build into the industrial juggernaut that you planned for us to be. The early part of the venture is critical for a number of reasons. We don't want to make mistakes that will become entrenched problems down the line.
I understand, said Amaryllis.
Thank you for your input. The continued well-being and prosperity of Miunun is my top priority. Unfortunately, we need to discuss some matters that are extremely sensitive.
It was a veiled way of asking for him to get out, but Liam nodded immediately and left the room with the other Tung. They were close allies, but they hadn't been read in on nearly everything, simply as a matter of operational security. I felt a little bad about that. They had already done a lot of work for us, and I was routinely offloading sleep to them.
Do you want me to leave, too?
Asked Gemma.
I don't know half of what's going on.
The Fox Animalia had come back from the Fox Guard just before our ship had left Porin, but I hadn't put much effort into speaking with her, and so far as I could tell, she'd mostly stuck close to Polita. She still wasn't fully recovered from the aging attack that Everett had sent against her, but she appeared to be aging backwards, and now, instead of gray, wrinkled fur, she seemed closer to late middle age, at least as far as I could tell. It seemed like an affliction we could do something about, but I hadn't offered, mostly because it would mean asking for access to her soul.
It's complicated,
said Amaryllis.
We don't have a good read on your loyalties at the moment, and the past few days haven't clarified much, but I'm not sure that now is the time for that conversation.
I can take her into the next room,
said Pallida.
I have no real dog in this fight, other than to say, from what I know of them, fuck every single member of your extended family, no offense.
Noted,
said Amaryllis with a nod.
We'll read in Gemma soon.
As a secondary point, I give her a middling vouch,
said Pallida.
Middling?
Asked Gemma, looking Pallida up and down with a critical eye.
We can talk about it,
said Pallida.
We haven't actually known each other that long.
Pallida put her arm around Gemma and led her from the room without much resistance.
All right,
said Amaryllis, once it was just what I thought of as the core team. Myself, Amaryllis, Grack, Raven, and Solace.
Grack Juniper, are we secured?
Reasonably,
replied Grack. Soundproof, at least, I replied. I can feel a whole lot of water around us, but detecting people is a crapshoot right now. Even if they're relatively close, it feels like it might just be a figment of my imagination,
There are also many ways around water magic.
said Grack. True, I replied. We're clear on vibration magic too. No sounds going out, and I'm monitoring incoming. Anything more than that, and I might not be able to give my full focus to this conversation. All right, said Amaryllis, taking a breath.
Thoughts, in the context of everything we know?
Look, if you want to talk about narrative, then we can talk about narrative, I replied. If I had to guess what the Dungeon Master was doing, then I would guess that no matter what choice you make, it's all going to blow up relatively soon. If you decide to side with Rose Mallow, then Hyacinth is going to make a legitimate attempt at killing you, and it's either going to be perfectly crafted to exploit our few weaknesses, or it's going to be way overboard, or somehow involve hostages, or some other kind of bullshit. And if you decide that you're going to have nothing to do with Rose Mallow, instead renouncing your titles and going your own way, then it's going to be Rose Mallow we're up against, trying to kill you because, I don't know, she wants to make you into a martyr to further her aims. You're beloved by the people of Anglesyn, because your diaries tell them everything they want to hear, then you die in some accident or through backstabbing in the court, and Rose Mallow is there to talk about how much she loved you, and how you would want policy X, Y, and Z implemented post-haste. Does that scan?
It does,
Nodded Amaryllis.
but I'm not sure how helpful making up just so stories is when we don't know the specifics.
For my understanding of narrative, whatever choice is made will result in conflict, almost certainly violent in nature.
Said Raven.
But if that's true, then we don't need to talk about the inevitable conflict at all, because it can just be assumed no matter what we do. Instead, we can talk in terms of our objectives.
Do you place no value on your family?
Grack asked Amaryllis.
As a whole, if I was measuring them against the average person on the street,
Said Amaryllis, weighing her words carefully.
I have some affection for certain parts of the court, if not many of the people. At the extreme end, if I had heard that the court had been put to death and Anglesyn had been completely reformed overnight, I would probably feel terrible about it. But what you would and wouldn't feel terrible about shouldn't be your guiding principle in life.
Do the objectively correct thing and worry about how you're going to live with it later, I said.
What's that from?
Asked Amaryllis.
Your diaries?
Replied Raven.
Ah!
Replied Amaryllis.
I'll have to read them. I'm sure that I'm going to feel some embarrassment over the things I thought were exceptionally deep when I was 14. I do agree with the sentiment, though.
I thought that I wouldn't miss my family if they were gone.
Said Grack.
There was a hidden comfort in knowing that there was a place where I belonged.
I've been trying to see things through your frame.
Said Amaryllis with a nod.
It's different, though. Substantially so. Because it's not as though I would be saying goodbye to Anglesyn forever, nor would the people be gone. I would just have a diminished presence in that world. I could still visit if I chose. I could write letters. I could even impact policy from afar, if not as a princess. The question is what the correct course of action is.
That depends on what you want from your life,
Said Solace.
How much money is on the line?
I asked. I knew that Amaryllis had been rich, but I didn't actually know how rich, and if money was going to be a concern, then it seemed prudent to ask.
It's complicated,
Said Amaryllis.
There are bank accounts that have raw, easily moved money. There are stocks and bonds that could be cashed out at varying speeds while taking variable losses depending on how fast I wanted to go liquid. There are pieces of art, businesses, land holdings, all of which would take time to sell and whose value would depend on the whims of the market. There are entered investment rights, some of which are presumably still paying out, others that would need negotiation. There are ward bypass rights, and a host of others that are negligible contributors to my personal wealth, all held in trust at the moment, so far as I understand it.
But to put a number on it?
I asked.
Last time I checked, it was 1.5 billion obols.
Replied Amaryllis.
That's with a 1-year timeline for liquidation. If held, it's more complicated. but the income would be on the order of 3% of worth, accounting for the costs of upkeep. If everything was mothballed, then perhaps as high as 6%.
Meaning between 45 and 90 million obols a year.
I said. That seemed like a lot. It wasn't wholly accurate, because you couldn't construct equivalent market baskets, but I had been going off a 1 obol is roughly $1 rule of thumb for a long time. Amaryllis, on Earth, would have been making something like $120,000 a day, more money than I could put into any frame of comparison. I was pretty sure that my parents made less in a year.
And you're willing to give it all up to Hyacinth?
Asked Raven.
What's the current net worth of Mionun?
Incalculable, because its worth includes the people who are going to be citizens,
said Amaryllis. I frowned a bit at that, and she saw me.
It's calculable in principle, but the error bars are so wide that it would be worthless for any practical purpose. The Tung are still very young, even if their diction and physiological appearance might make them seem older, and some of them are in training for jobs that don't actually exist yet. To put a price on them would mean making assumptions about future earnings, quality of life, and other metrics that would have to be very crude guesses.
The only leverage that Hyacinth has over Mionun is a well-placed cousin in the Draconic Confederacy.
I said.
And Hyacinth only has leverage because she's alive, which is something we could very easily rectify.
Juniper,
said Raven with a pronounced frown.
She tried to have us killed.
I said.
She's probably going to try again, whether or not we give in to her demands, because Amaryllis dying is the only way that she's going to get the closest female relation to Uther entads, which are presumably worth a lot.
I paused.
Uther was sometimes proactive, rather than waiting for someone to explicitly come at him with a knife.
he was.
Said Raven.
Usually he would wait for them to attack first, though. He didn't engage in assassination as a matter of course.
Well, his descendants didn't seem to follow in his footsteps, I replied.
Assassination is not widespread within Angelson,
said Amaryllis.
but there have been a number of incidents, including my mother and myself, possibly also my father. 2 or 3 cousins, a few more aunts and uncles, always punished harshly if it could be proven. But the types of people who have resorted to assassination have been careful to leave no evidence, if not to make it completely undeniable. All right,
I replied.
I guess I'm just pointing out that the only thing that disrupted the status quo we had going was Hyacinth coming in and using what leverage she had to put us in a position where she had to be answered. And answering her can mean a lot of different things. Rosemallow is one option, but surely she can't be the only option aside from complete capitulation.
you're right.
Said Amaryllis.
There's also the possibility of a counteroffer.
You would trust her?
Asked Grack. He was frowning. Here, he was out of his element, not just because it was a matter of foreign politics, but because the way that Amaryllis was attempting to play politics was strange to him. Dwarves, he'd told me on the airship, did things differently,
No, I wouldn't trust her.
replied Amaryllis.
But as I was discussing with my Aunt Rosemallow, you don't always need trust to make a deal. At the very least, Rosemallow would likely have a discussion with Hyacinth prior to going to war, because wars cost money, even if they're wars of perception or legislation.
Seems dangerous.
I replied.
Seems like the kind of thing that would lead to armed conflict if things went wrong, or even if they went right.
This is true.
Said Amaryllis with a nod.
But that might be what you want?
Asked Raven.
It might.
Replied Amaryllis. She rubbed one hand against her forehead.
The estate was to be held in trust until after the trial by adversity, pending my completion of 2 years' service in the host if I managed to get out of the Risen Lands. Because I effectively deserted, they would normally hold a trial in absentia after trying and failing to get a hold of me, or after I'd been served and didn't show up.
Meaning that it's possible the desertion thing might lead to a proper trial?
I asked.
Whatever the opposite of in absentia is?
In propria persona.
Said Amaryllis.
And I would assume that Rose Mallow would have something like that planned for me, where I would be allowed to argue that I feared for my life if I returned to Anglesey. Only the most likely outcome, if the rule of law is followed, is that I would then have to complete the 2 years with the host, which I think we can agree is unacceptable.
Why is it?
asked Solace. Amaryllis stopped for a moment.
Are you asking for rhetorical reasons? Or because you actually think that it would be a good idea?
I'm asking because sometimes giving voice to the obvious is how we learn more about ourselves and our situations,
said Solace. I was happy that she seemed a bit more calm than in conversations past. She hadn't brought up the locust yet either, which was a definite plus in my book.
I would be away from the party for too long,
said Amaryllis.
Miunin might be able to stay in a holding pattern for 2 years with a huge injection of capital, though that obviously wouldn't be ideal. But for the party, and for Juniper, 2 years would be an incomprehensibly long time. We're at the rate of an adventure every 2 weeks, maybe a bit more depending on how you split them up and how you count time. There might be ways around that, depending on how my service in the host is structured. But Onion heads up the host, and I doubt that he'd be amenable to something like giving me a special position as a military liaison.
I had known about Onion for months now, and it still blew my mind that not only was one of the most powerful people in Anglesey called Onion by pretty much everyone, that was his actual given name. Onion Pendraig was in his late 60s, old and grizzled, a veteran turned commander that supposedly came by his position more honestly than members of the court normally did. He was also notably a survivor of not one, but 2 trials by adversity, as well as a seldom-used trial by combat. I had a lot of trouble taking him seriously, mostly because of the name. He was one of the people I was really curious to meet. My hope was that he had layers.
So submitting to a trial might not be terrible,
said Grack.
It depends,
replied Amaryllis.
I don't know what Rose Mallow has planned to get around it, if anything. I doubt that she would throw me into the host like that, but I've been wrong about her before. It would be a way of keeping me chained, if she could keep me from being killed.
All right,
I said.
So in terms of making a decision, which you were given a day for, what are you currently thinking?
I want a modified deal with Rose Mallow,
said Amaryllis.
Something that doesn't require much of me while still allowing me access to my estate, which would be liquidated as quickly as possible. I am limited to 1/10 of the estate's value before my 18th birthday, but by their reckoning that's not for another few weeks. I might be able to get around that, though, given that I did spend years in the time chamber. If possible, I could keep up with Anglesey politics by mail. That's not unheard of, given how far some of the courts stray from home. I wouldn't be able to sit on a council, or at least not one of the active ones, but I could register votes in the General Council. I'm just not sure that we would gain Rose Mallow's aid with that kind of arrangement.
Well, then the next step is seeing what Rose Mallow's breaking point is,
I said.
Extract as much as possible from her. Better, get them both in the same room together and hammer out some kind of solution that works for both of them and lets you walk away.
Hyacinth doesn't have ultimate control. Or at least she shouldn't,
said Amaryllis.
Phlox and Onion will have been in conference with her about this. And I don't think anyone involved is the sort to come to a mutual agreement that works for both parties, not when there are strong incentives to defect.
You will eventually have to make a decision on what to do,
said Solace.
I've been present for many of these conversations, and it feels like we've hit the point where we'll spin our wheels for, another hour or two. So if you'll excuse me, I'm going to give the domain of the locust some sunlight.
I'll go with you,
said Grack.
I do not need to be party to this. Tell me what you decide.
You have a stake,
said Amaryllis.
I will put the wards where you tell me to,
said Grack.
I trust you. I will not place a vote.
We were silent as they walked out of the room, leaving just me, Amaryllis, and Raven.
I'm starting to feel like coming here was a waste of time,
said Amaryllis with a sigh.
It's all politics, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to sympathize with that, but...
But it's your life,
I replied.
It has personal meaning to you.
And what do you think?
asked Amaryllis.
I think you should get your hands on as much money as possible while giving the absolute minimum amount of responsibility in return. Bribe Rose Mallow, bribe Hyacinth, and get out with a nominal title of princess. I'm sure that you could do a lot of good as a princess, but you could do more good with the Tung, who are incredibly loyal to you and who you've already implicitly promised to help.
Raven?
Asked Amaryllis.
I'm inclined to think this is a sideshow.
Said Raven.
Based on what we know about Hyacinth, she's sociopathic enough to call down all kinds of threats on us, even ones that she can't fully control herself. She reminds me of a Hano or a Polybur.
Names I didn't recognize, which Raven had in ample supply.
Someone who acts as a thorn in our side without necessarily being all that threatening when just considering her personal power. That said, her personal power must have some limits on it, especially with her husband passed away. Giving her more funds increases the future threat, especially because she has no particular reason to leave you alone once she gets your money.
We did kill her husband.
I said. I bit my lip.
Not sure how much that would motivate what she does.
I don't know either.
Said Amaryllis.
Their marriage was arranged for mutual benefit, but I was raised to believe that true love could develop from that. It doesn't help that there are utilitarian motives as well, I'm sure.
Do you think it's worth talking to her?
I asked.
So long as I reveal nothing, possibly.
Said Amaryllis.
We would have to find a place where we'd both feel safe.
The White Room at Rose Mallow's?
I asked.
From what you've said about the practice of assassination, Rose Mallow wouldn't do it in her own house, unless I'm misunderstanding the standards of proof.
If Hyacinth had her warder go in, and we had Grack to watch him, maybe.
Said Amaryllis.
But Hyacinth has to have realized by now that we're not on an even playing field. We're not even playing the same game. And I know she suspects something, because I accepted a deal that seemed too generous.
Then why accept that offer?
Asked Raven.
Because wiping my hands of Angelson is attractive.
Said Amaryllis.
Because this is a quest that I don't want to do, and whose outcome is entirely unpredictable given the Dungeon Master's machinations. But the real disgust with Angelson and the court also means that I can cloak my own intentions if need be. Accepting the offer throws Hyacinth off guard, and so long as the pretense of cooperation is in place, Hyacinth needs to hold off on offensive action, even if she doesn't fully believe it, because the potential upside is so large. Besides that, it puts pressure on any counterparty, namely Rose Mallow, to help coerce them into offering me what I want.
Well, let's hope that when the hammer comes down, we're ready to deal with it.
I said. Dumbest Entad. Chapter 180. Dumbest Entad. The meeting between Hyacinth and Amaryllis took a lot of work, namely in the form of letters being sent back and forth. There wasn't such a thing as neutral ground for the two of them, and the timescale we were requesting was incredibly compressed compared to what you'd want in order to have the logistics of the meeting worked out. Both of them needed a warder to make sure they were safe, and both needed security to come in and sweep the place for traps or surprises, as well as further defenses from all angles. Thankfully, our needs weren't entirely uncommon within Angelson, and one of the rooms within Khalidwich Castle met most of our requirements, though there were quite a few angles of approach, which made it a little worrisome from a defensive standpoint. That also ensured it would be hard to lay an ambush on the way in. Everything got squared away within 12 hours, which was insanely fast as these things went, at least by the impression that Amaryllis had given me.
It will be just Grack and myself,
said Amaryllis.
That's the easiest agreement, most in keeping with historical precedent. Hyacinth will have a warder of her own to make sure that we're both defended. Juniper, you would ideally be with me, especially since you're a secondary party to desertion, but that would require further deliberations, and we want to get this done quickly.
It's fine, I said. If I'm part of the discussion at all, I trust you to represent my interests. I'm not too concerned about being a technical fugitive in the scheme of things. We left the Hotel Del Zora as a group, with a 2-mile hike back down the corridor, then a rather less arduous walk down to ground level once we'd confirmed with the Tung that there had been no one suspicious. We were a little bit on edge about police, guards, popping out from behind bushes and arresting us, which wouldn't have been the worst thing, but definitely wasn't a part of the plan. Once we were all on a tram together, I began to feel more secure, in the sense that I was watching out for an attack, but no longer expecting that it would happen. Kaledwich Castle had been Uther's home for decades, though he was out and about, traveling and adventuring, for most of that time. It was the place his wife had spent almost all of her time, where his children had grown up, and where Pallida had briefly been a ward. I'd heard all sorts of things about it, and was kind of disappointed when it came into view, in part because I'd been so spoiled by how weird and magical Herb normally was. Kaledwich Castle was just a castle, one with perfectly normal castle features, a front gate and towers with arrow slits, machicolations and battlements, but nothing outsized or unique, nothing to mark it as a distinctly magical fantasy castle. You probably could have dropped it into medieval times and had no one bat an eye, save for what were probably a fair number of historical anachronisms. The castle had been added onto, both by Uther and his descendants, increasing its size considerably with new wings. A fair number of Pendregs lived at the castle, which was one of the most secure places in Anglesey, due to a number of magics that had been put in place by Uther, and it was something like holy ground for the Pendregs, a place where everyone knew not to start shit. Uther's wards still shielded the inner castle, and when we got off the tram and walked there, Amaryllis had to mark us all as guests. Once we were inside, I was struck by how normal it all looked. Uther Pendrig had been through hundreds of adventures across all of Erb, but it seemed that he'd brought very little back with him. I had never been to a castle before, but I'd seen plenty of pictures, and the interior of Kaledwich Castle wouldn't have been out of place at all in an Earth history book. There were tapestries and heavy wooden tables, with the walls and floors made of thick off-white stone. There wasn't a scrap of anything truly weird until we came across a pair of the armatures. The armatures were Entid-made, churned out by an Entid that could make one every month or so. I had seen one back at Erstwhile Manor, but it was just one, and here there were lots of them. They were robots, or a magical equivalent to them, without all that much intelligence. In physical appearance, they were like suits of armor, but with limbs and torsos that were so slender they couldn't possibly have held a person. Each had a long, thin sword that was part of their construction, which they would use when they were ordered to, or when something in their internal logic dictated they should. When Amaryllis began describing their rules, I immediately recognized them as Asimov's 3 laws, though adapted so that human was replaced with Pendreg. Not that human would have been that much less problematic in a world like Erb's. They had been programmed by Uther himself, with orders that could be worked within but not overridden, and more than once, the whole core of them had sprung into action to defend Kaledwich Castle. They were one of the reasons that the castle wasn't a place to start shit. Other than that one concession to safety and security, it was all exactly how medieval castles were supposed to look, which meant that it had been kept as it was during the time of the First Empire, or restored to that state sometime later. It made me a little bit sad for some reason, maybe because of the thought that this place wasn't actually used by anyone anymore. It was the same melancholy I'd felt when we'd cleared out my grandma's house to put her in a nursing home, because so much of what she'd owned had to be thrown away.
Check your passion,
said Grak, keeping his voice low. As soon as he said it, I realized that the air around me had taken on a chill. Spontaneous passion magic wasn't terribly uncommon among trainees, but I was at level 20 and should have had it more under control. I stopped the effect quickly, but keeping it from happening wasn't automatic. Thanks, I replied.
We're playing dangerous games,
He said.
Stay on your toes.
I nodded at that. It was a bad moment to let my mind drift even if I was multi-threading and keeping watch with the other part of my mind. We were a fair way into the castle when an elderly man wearing a robe and holding a jeweled staff came rushing around the corner. He raised his eyebrows on seeing us, then headed straight for Amaryllis.
"Cousin Amaryllis,"
He said,
"you're early. I would have met you at the gates if you had told me you were coming before you'd said."
Cousin Sorrel,
replied Amaryllis with a short nod.
you understand that our situation is a bit fraught right now.
"I have always tried my best to keep the peace."
Replied Sorrel.
"Are the guards going to come here to arrest you? Do you know?"
I don't know.
Replied Amaryllis, thin-lipped.
I don't imagine that they would want to risk the displeasure of the armateurs, nor the breaking of a sacred peace, even if someone were to let them pass the wards.
"No, I doubt they would want that,"
said Sorrel.
"But the armateurs are also not meant to be used by fugitives, nor is this castle a refuge from the law."
I understand that,
said Amaryllis.
but surely you understand that the law is what we make of it. And so long as Hyacinth wishes to meet with me, Araluan will make sure that the guards are quietly positioned elsewhere. I won't be arrested until someone feels it's prudent for me to be arrested, and until there's someone actively looking to arrest me, I don't think I can properly be called a fugitive. When that time comes, I will, at the least, vacate this place.
Sorrel scowled.
"Very well."
He replied. He turned away from us and began walking.
"The mirror room has been prepared, though I imagine you'll want your warder to look it over. If you'll permit me, I'd be happy to serve as your intermediary in this affair."
That won't be necessary.
Replied Amaryllis as she followed.
The fewer people with their interests involved in this, the better. I do appreciate the offer, though. You've always been a principled man.
Sorrel nodded, not seeming as put out as I would have expected. This wasn't his castle, because the wards let any Pendrig through, but he was the administrator of the grand building, the manager of its caretakers, and the man who kept everything running. Khaledwich Castle wasn't quite neutral ground, but it was as close as we were going to get.
"If you and your warder will be in the mirror room for the duration, where will the others be?"
Asked Sorrel.
As close as possible.
Replied Amaryllis.
They're backup in case anything goes wrong.
"The armateurs,"
Sorrel began.
Are fallible.
Amaryllis finished for him.
There are dozens of ways to get around them, and dozens more ways to overpower them. I'm taking as few chances as I can.
"Well,"
said Sorrel.
"I had supposed that would be the answer."
He stopped and gestured toward a thick wooden door with a wrought iron handle.
"This is where they'll be then. The prince's room, which should be suitable. The mirror room can be accessed through it. One short hallway past the rightmost door. Good luck, Amaryllis."
Thank you.
Replied Amaryllis, giving him a much more pronounced bow than when we'd first come across him. The prince's room had a bunch of furniture that was obviously expensive, the result of hundreds, if not thousands of hours of skilled labor, evident in the elaborate embroidery and the gold plating that covered intricately carved wood. The walls were nearly covered in paintings, almost all of them young men, with the art styles varying considerably. Some of the older ones, with aged paint, were done in the exaggerated, almost caricature style that was popular in the First Empire, and I imagined that at least a few of the paintings of these presumed princes were of Uther's two sons. There was a large window that pointed toward a courtyard, but little to see, and no other source of light. 3 armateurs stood in nooks along the wall.
We're close now.
Said Amaryllis.
If this falls through, and does so in a way that's not overtly aggressive, I suggest that we meet here and make a magical exit. Grack, are the wards permissive enough for that?
They are,
replied Grack without elaboration.
Good. Then let's get ready,
said Amaryllis, turning to Grack.
I want to make sure that we're prepared.
And with that, they left us alone to wait. Does this bring back memories for either of you? I asked Raven and Pallida, wanting to get my mind off worrying about Amaryllis. Solace was with us too, but she had already withdrawn from the conversation, instead looking out the window with a blank expression on her face.
The memories are vague,
Said Pallida.
I was at Kaledwich Castle for just a single lifetime, and not very much of one, from when I was younger. Normally I wouldn't remember anything from when I was that age, given how old I am now, but I have memories of memories of memories. It was a more lively place back then, I can tell you that. Zona kept herself busy with an endless parade of courtiers.
Most business now is handled elsewhere, I said with a nod. Makes sense,
I have many memories.
said Raven.
Few of them were good, even before the good ones started to go sour.
Sorry, I said. I didn't mean to make you feel bad,
It's fine.
replied Raven. Her cloak rippled for a moment in the windless room.
There are places that I would like to see if we somehow get the chance. My room in the castle, the square table, and the castle library. All changed immensely, I'm sure. There have been a number of additions to the castle since I lived here.
She paused.
I was promised to always have a room ready and waiting for me at Kaledwich Castle, but I don't suppose that promise has survived a dozen generations or more.
I don't really understand why the castle had to be so big, I replied. They have a different building for legislation and meetings, and different offices for government business. Why keep adding new wings?
They wouldn't want to admit it, but a lot of the Pendrakes are on the dole,
Said Pallida.
You get a family that big, and some of them are going to end up destitute for one reason or another. This is the place where they're kept. It wouldn't be a good look to have them in tenement housing. The inner castle is kept sterile, though.
It's more complicated than that.
Said Raven.
Anglesey is run by the Lost King's Court, and rule isn't exclusively relegated to those members who have obscene wealth. The court considers it in their best interest to keep voting members in comfortable circumstances so they aren't able to be easily bribed or manipulated, and so that there's some homogeneity of circumstances, which helps the court from being divided.
Right, got it, I replied. It's universal basic income, minus the universal aspect of it. Makes sense.
I imagine that it's a contentious issue among the nobility, as it was 100 years ago, the last time I visited.
Said Raven.
In fact,
But whatever she was going to say died on her lips as the door into the prince's room opened up and two young nobles stepped inside.
Oh, sorry.
Said one of them, a young man, probably not too much older than I was. He had dark red hair and a slightly chubby face, with armor made of what looked like carbonized wood. I flashed on soul sight and saw that while he was tinted mint green, his armor had the hue of a different soul, which meant that someone had invested it to him. At his hip was an aura, shaped like a sword in its sheath, but invisible to my normal sight.
I didn't know this room was occupied.
He gave us a wholly disingenuous smile and stepped in, with his companion following shortly after him. As the door closed behind them, I caught a glimpse at Sorrel, giving a disapproving frown, but making no move to intervene.
this isn't a social.
Said Raven.
Yes,
Said the presumed prince.
but the prince's room is my favorite room, and I'm sure you don't mind the company.
We do, actually.
Said Pallida. Her eyes flickered to the armatures for just a moment, and her inky armor hugged her tighter, drawing up to her throat.
All the same?
He replied. He took a seat on the fancy couch next to Pallida, separated by the middle cushion.
Your Raven Masters,
Said the princess. She wasn't armored like he was, but with entads, that wasn't saying all that much, since a frilly pink dress, which she was wearing, could easily have as much stopping power as full plate. The entad was hers, but the handbag she wore must have been invested, and her high-heeled shoes were invested from a different source. Surprisingly, without soul sight on, it all matched, which was rare for someone with 3 or more entads.
I am.
Said Raven.
You should know that if you attempt any malfeasance, it's going to end extremely poorly for you.
We weren't even considering it.
Said the prince. He placed his hand on his chest.
I'm Yarrow Pendraig,
This is my sister, Zinnia.
I recognized the name Yarrow. He was one of Amaryllis's ancestors, a distant one. Reusing names was pretty common among the Pendrix, and it was probably just that, rather than immortality or time manipulation.
Is there a reason you're here?
Asked Pallida.
Just visiting,
Replied Yarrow.
Hyacinth sent us.
Said Zinnia.
Zin.
Sighed Yarrow.
They already know that.
Replied Zinnia.
And this is Raven. She's practically nobility herself. If the authority of the court ultimately descends from Uther, then doesn't that give her a place of prominence?
Not legally, no.
Replied Raven.
Not that I would want it.
Why not?
Asked Zinnia.
Surely Hyacinth didn't send you here to fawn over Raven?
Asked Pallida. She gave Raven a slightly guilty look.
Not that she doesn't deserve it.
Hyacinth just wanted someone to keep an eye on you, and we were willing and available,
Replied Yarrow. He crossed his legs, which caused a horrible grating sound as charred wood rubbed against charred wood where his greaves touched each other. A fully armed and armored I asked, raising an eyebrow.
You're more armed than we are,
Replied Yarrow.
And you have us outnumbered 3-2.
4-2.
Replied Solace from the window without looking toward him.
Krantech don't normally have horns,
Replied Yarrow, crinkling his nose at her.
Might I inquire?
They're not horns, they're antlers.
Replied Solace.
The difference being?
Asked Yarrow.
Antlers are bone, horns are keratin.
Replied Solace.
There are other differences as well, but I'm not in the mood for a biology lesson.
I'm just curious how you came by them, said Yarrow. I recently finished up my 5 years at speculation and scrutiny, and I have an interest in obscure magic, if that's what they are. Solace remained silent.
Well,
Said Pallida.
we can sit in stony silence for the next hour or two, or however long these negotiations take, or we can talk, but it should be clear to you that you're not going to get anything from us.
Believe it or not, it's honest curiosity,
Replied Yarrow.
But if you don't believe it, and you think that I have ulterior motives, then of course you can stay silent. There's no reason to feel poorly about not answering an innocent question. And I really would hate to spend these hours in this company without actually talking, so long as we all have to be here.
We mean no offense,
Said Zinnia.
and we're hardly trained operatives.
What Athenaeum did you attend? I asked her, crossing my arms over my chest. If you did,
Barriers.
replied Zinnia.
Yarrow and I both had a focus on entads, coming at it from different angles. My wand and monocle will stay in my pocket for your peace of mind.
So, if the four of you don't want to talk about anything of consequence, then how about we play a game of dumbest entad?
Asked Yarrow. I've never played, I replied. I was paying attention to him with one thread and listening for Amaryllis using vibration magic with the other. The mirror room would be warded so that no one could listen in that way. But if there was some altercation, I was fairly certain that I would hear it as soon as Grak dropped the wards. I had heard Yarrow and Zinnia approaching, but whatever conversation they'd had with Sorrel, it had been too far and too muffled for me to hear. I wished I could have barricaded the door.
Some entads are good, and some entads are bad,
explained Yarrow.
In the entad business, we call that I factor, which is short for impact factor, a measure of how powerful that entad is when taking into account its abilities and restrictions. Here, obviously, I'm simplifying beyond belief, a tool that's itself designed for simplifying the wild and weird world of entads. But that's just one axis that we can use, isn't it? Another axis might be between whether entads are clever or dumb. The dumbest entad game is to think about the dumbest entads you know of, with the intent to narrowly one-up the other players.
Sorry, I said. Dumb in the sense of poorly designed?
Not quite. You know Lysyanthus,
Said Zinnia.
I don't mean to be rude, but we were given a short and, I'm sure, very incomplete briefing. She has an entad, a flute made of what looks to be bone. When you play the flute, it will make a pie, with a variety of pie depending on the tune played.
I thought about that for a moment, then chuckled. Ah, Pied Piper.
Beg pardon?
asked Yarrow. Pied Piper, I replied. It's a story, or a fable, about a man who came to a town and lured the rats away with the songs on his pipe. When the town refused to pay his fees, he lured their children away. Of course, pied in the name just means multicolored, so here it's used as a pun. Yarrow laughed, and it was the first time he'd seemed genuine.
Puns?
He replied.
Most of the entads I would call dumb are, in fact, puns of one kind or another. I hadn't heard the story, though. I'd thought it was just about making pies through music.
So in this game, does an entad created around a pun make it more or less dumb? I asked.
Definitely more dumb, I would think,
said Pallida.
Agreed,
nodded Yarrow.
The more you scratch your head before getting it, or groan when you do get it, the dumber. If we had to define it, which we don't, then maybe we would say that it was a mismatch of form and function, or perhaps a dollop of the absurd.
I suppose we could invent a new axis, confusing on one end and sensible on the other, I replied.
But then we'd be in 3 axes, and no one wants that,
said Yarrow with a smile.
At any rate, I've given my go. It's your turn. Dumbest entad you know of?
Seems kind of unfair, given that you're both entad specialists, I replied. But, all right, there's that one that you pile books, letters, manuscripts, correspondence, and other written works around, and it brings forth its best extrapolation of the author, but instead of their usual form, it's a giant aquatic dinosaur.
What's a dinosaur?
Asked Yarrow, narrowing his eyes.
It's precursor English,
replied Zinnia, frowning a bit.
It means terrible lizard. Quite archaic, though.
I was hoping that eventually I would get a language virtue that would let me stop the occasional missteps, but it wasn't exactly a secret that I was dream-skewered.
Is that a pun of some kind?
The word dinosaur, or the entad, I asked.
The entad,
she replied. Not that I know of, I replied. Or if it is, I haven't figured it out.
I'll cede that it beats mine,
replied Yarrow with a nod.
But if you're playing dumbest entad, you don't start with your best. How about this one?
He cleared his throat with a theatricality that I found a little endearing.
The frog bow is a bow that shoots frogs. Any arrow you shoot with it will turn into a frog, going roughly the same speed as the arrow was, shortly after it leaves the bow.
Wow, I said. That's bad and dumb. I assume arrows cost more than you'd make from selling frog meat and bones?
You would be correct,
said Yarrow with a nod.
But there were always ways around that. Historically, arrows were recovered after battles, and some fraction of them weren't usable, which meant that they could be had for a fraction of the cost and fired from the frog bow. In the modern day, the same initially applied to factories, which created arrows in bulk, some of which weren't high enough quality. And since the price of manufacture fell once you didn't need a trained fletcher, eventually it became profitable for an arrow manufactory to make small batches of extremely low-quality arrows, which could then be turned into frogs through an automated firing machine. It's not as impressive as it sounds, because it's just a bendable hook attached to a cam.
That's not really the point of the game,
said Zinnia, frowning. Appreciate it all the same, I replied. And I would accept the frog bow as being very dumb. For my response, I present for your consideration an armor made of maps with folded paper for the protective elements. When a ranged projectile of some kind comes in, its course gets directed away from the armor.
Redirection?
Asked Zinnia.
That's common enough. The form factor of the armor is a bit unusual, and I suppose a bit useless depending on if it has the usual protections or not, whether it could get soggy.
She frowned.
I don't see how it's dumb, necessarily.
It's plot armor, I smiled.
So, it's a pun?
Asked Yarrow. Yeah, I said. You've never heard the expression, plot armor?
Maybe,
said Yarrow.
Meaning someone is protected because they're a character in a story, and therefore nothing too bad can happen to them?
Yeah, I replied. You know, you really kill the joke when you explain it.
And you'd maintain that this plot armor is dumber than the frog bow?
Asked Yarrow. I sighed. Fine, do I just lose, or am I graciously allowed a do-over?
One do-over,
said Yarrow, holding up a finger.
I have one,
said Raven. She'd been mostly silent through this exchange, which I respected, since it was ultimately pointless, and a distraction, save for the fact that I could focus on two things at once.
the decanter of endless tapioca. When you turned it upside down, tapioca would come sliding out, forever.
Wow, I replied. Useful, though.
You think that beats the frog bow?
Asked Yarrow, scratching his head for a moment. I vote it does, but this is my first game of dumb entads, and I have obvious bias, I replied. We hadn't formalized teams, but it seemed we'd settled on 2 against 2. Polita was watching, smiling slightly, and I was positive that after an extremely long life, she would eventually have something to beat us with.
Very well,
said Yarrow.
Then I suppose I'll have to dig deep.
He cleared his throat.
There is a wand which will create wands, which create wands, which create wands, and so forth.
Good for firewood, I guess, I replied, then clamped down my second thought, which induced an electric current of fear that sent me jittering through space. What would happen if Bethel ate that? I cleared away the passion magic quickly, hoping that no one had noticed me drop a few frames.
Finding uses isn't part of the game,
said Zinnia. All right, I replied. Then, as a counterpoint, the ring of ant control.
Controlling ants doesn't seem that dumb,
said Yarrow. His brow was furrowed as he tried to find the catch. Ah, I replied, but it doesn't allow the controls of ants. It allows the control of ant, as in a single normal ant.
That is quite dumb,
said Yarrow.
Is it real? They have to be real items, not just the dumbest entads you can come up with.
On my honor, I replied, though I had no idea if such a thing had ever existed on Erb. The wand of wand creation apparently did, though, and like the ring of ant control, it was a joke item that I'd used in an April Fool's one-shot set in the Hall of Magical Rejects, with 100 dumb magic items that had mostly been sourced from message boards and discords. I was trying to remember as many as I could, then pare down the list to those that made sense, without the context of D&D and Earth culture. If this was just a game of dumb entads, then I was going to make sure that I won.
I'm not sure that we have these entads in the right order,
said Pallida.
In theory, they should be getting dumber, yes?
Yarrow always tries to frame it as a competition,
said Zinnia.
It doesn't really work well that way. In theory, it's about mutual appreciation of the sometimes absurd nature of entads.
Yarrow shrugged.
How I always think of it is, if you went into a forge frenzy and came to on the other side, after days or weeks or months or years of work, with your personal life in shambles and likely some considerable debt, how gutted would you be to discover what the entad actually did?
When you put it like that, the game seems less fun, I said.
Well, before we finish, I have a final retort,
said Yarrow.
You see, I happen to be in possession of what I have officially deemed the dumbest entad in the world. It makes the game easy to win.
He turned to his sister.
Zin, my pipe, please.
Zinnia rolled her eyes and reached into her magical handbag, rooting around for a moment, then pulling out a small, unassuming pipe, which my soul sight also marked as magical, with the same hue that came from Yarrow's aura. No demonstrations, I said. Yarrow took the pipe with a grin, then paused for a moment and looked over to his sister.
Tobacco too? And my lighter?
I said no demonstrations, I repeated. Yarrow let out an exasperated sigh.
Look, I know very well that we're on opposite sides of this thing, whatever it is, but there's no rule that says we have to be so stern with each other. Besides, the joke's less funny if I explain it. You said as much yourself.
I don't want to be an asshole about it, I replied. But no demonstrations of any entads, dumb or otherwise. Yarrow frowned at me.
Or what?
He asked.
You'll attack me and bring down the armatures on yourself, causing a diplomatic incident and committing assault, on top of the desertion you're already guilty of?
Zinnia quietly handed him the tobacco and lighter, looking distinctly uncomfortable. I noticed that her hand stayed in her bag, where she'd said her wand and monocle were, and I started using vibration magic to mimic Warder's sight, just to make sure she wasn't surreptitiously erecting wards. Doing that without actually moving your wand was, I was told, brutally difficult, but I wasn't going to take chances. I saw nothing. Yes, I replied. I would do all that, because now that you're warned, if you try it, I'll know you're doing it for a purpose, not for fun. Said Yarrow. He looked down for a moment and then began shoving tobacco into the pipe. I'd said no demonstrations, and I'd said that I would attack him, but I didn't know where to draw the line. Surely I would at least have to stop him if he tried to light the pipe. He stopped when the tobacco was in the pipe, looking it over, and then looked up at me.
Have you thought that from my perspective, letting my decisions be dictated by someone who pretends not to have any particular limits on what grievous violence he would inflict means that I would end up ruled by threats, even when those threats would never actually be carried out? It would be terrible policy.
I stood where I was and slowly drew my sword. I had other options, like trying to slice
The Entad
from his hands, but he was right that this really wasn't what I was here to do. Go ahead, I said, with my sword drawn. I collapsed down the threads and focused on him with vibration magic, listening to the beat of his heart, which was going fast, betraying his cool demeanor. That didn't mean that he was going to attack me with the pipe ended, though, whatever it did. I was, after all, threatening to end his life. Yarrow stared at me for a moment, then flipped the top of his lighter and put it to the end of the pipe. I wasn't sure that I had ever seen someone light a pipe, but he was making a production of it, skimming the tobacco with the flame while puffing, then finally getting it to catch. He took a few puffs and let them out. I was using air magic to make sure that no particulates reached me. I didn't attack him. I couldn't break the peace, not over this. It would be assault by anyone's definition, and it would fuck things up for Amaryllis if I was wrong. I could leave, jump out the window, or burst through the door. But I wasn't just thinking about myself. I was thinking about everyone else, and about Amaryllis in the next room.
Well, now I worry that I've built it up too much,
said Yarrow.
And you'll say, oh, well, that's dumb, certainly, but not worth all the drama.
He let out a puff of smoke, aimed up at the ceiling.
Here,
he said, then took in an enormous breath and held it, holding a finger up, indicating for us to wait, as though we were going to do anything else. When he finally let out the breath, it wasn't smoke, but instead a wave of glowing gray magic, and even though I pushed as hard as I could with still magic to stop it in its tracks, it washed over me, putting me to sleep almost instantly. To sleep, perchance to dream. Chapter 181. To sleep, perchance to dream. I woke up in magical manacles, having slept for the first time in 3 weeks. There were a few things that I had started to forget about sleeping, and one of them was the twilight feeling of consciousness, where I wasn't quite sure of where I was or what was going on. The manacles led to chains, which led to a stone wall. I'd had a dream while I slept, now quickly fading, of a creature grabbing me by my arms and legs and pulling me down into the endless depths of a dark ocean, which might have been my brain's way of interpreting the signals from my body, or might simply have been a coincidence. The room was a stark gray, with a red line painted down the middle, lit by a single bulb overhead, almost everything I could see having a tint of pale turquoise that it took me a moment to recognize as being the mark of someone's soul. That meant that the whole room was probably an Entad, which wasn't good. Similarly, the manacles and chains were given their own tint, a charcoal black. I was also nearly naked, with nothing but my underwear on. On my left hand, Between the knuckles of my middle and index fingers, there was a sewn-up cut where it looked like they'd removed a secret gem I'd hidden beneath my skin. A quick test of my magical abilities showed that none of them were working, and that was a checklist that took some time to go through. I had no idea whether it was the room, manacles, or wards, but the pessimistic answer was all three. One wall of the room had a big mirror, which I guessed was one way with a viewing room on the other side, but I couldn't tell. I thrashed against the restraints, grunting and cursing, a bit wildly at first, but then with more purpose and precision, straining and trying to get as much leverage as I possibly could to pull myself free or pull my wrists from the manacles. I struggled for a bit, and then stopped, because I knew that I was just tiring myself out. Rattling my chains at least made me feel like I was doing something, though, and without that outlet, I could feel the rage starting to boil. Obviously, being stripped down and chained up was making me angry, but more than that, it was the position I'd been put in with Yarrow, unable to act without being castigated as the aggressor, but punished for letting him do as he pleased. If I'd known what the pipe was going to do, I'd have fucking cut off his head and dealt with the consequences. But I was in the dark. It was frustrating, and pretty clearly all part of whatever stupid fucking plan the dungeon master had. Sleep was one of my few weaknesses, so here it was, brought out at the first moment it was available. What pissed me off the most was that there was no way they could have known that sleep was my biggest weakness. I tried my best to stay calm and not let anger rule me. "Oh, I get it," I said to the room. "Pipe dream. Very clever." The red line separated me from the door, drawn neatly across, and my guess was that it marked where the wards were. I would have used vibration magic to look with Warder's sight, but it was momentarily unavailable. Based on the fact that soul sight was still working, essentialism was the only thing not fully warded against, though it was possible that soul sight was passive magic, not active magic, so I wasn't going to be able to depend on that as a weapon in my time of need. I closed my eyes for a moment and looked at my character sheet, then at my virtues and afflictions. All my skills were back at their baselines, which meant I'd been unconscious somewhere between 4.5 hours and infinite hours. I was able to bring the upper bound down by a bit just from looking at my nails and trying to gauge how much I needed to shave. Probably hadn't been more than a day. I wasn't hungry or thirsty either, but those needs could have been taken care of while I was asleep. I'll admit that things looked a little bit grim. I'd had all my stuff taken away from me, been dealt a major blow to my personal power, and my companions were nowhere to be seen. I was chained up, warded, and likely under the effect of an entad or two in an unknown location. It wasn't all bad, though. With the way my ability points were distributed, the caps for my mental skills were higher, and thankfully, essentialism had gained a point since the last time I checked, meaning that I had soul sight. That was a very thin silver lining, though. I tried my best to escape. I was really strong, but either the magic of the chains and manacles was stopping me, or more likely, I wasn't yet strong enough to rip the chains from their anchors in the walls. The scale of the room led me to believe that this place might have been used for larger people than me, Broshi or something similarly sized. The drain in the middle, painted over with the red stripe, probably served to funnel urine and blood. I was guessing that I was going to be tortured pretty soon, which was a good reason to leave me alive. The door was thick and metal, without a handle or any kind of window. "So, is someone going to come talk to me?" I asked, looking at the mirror. "As nice as this is, I'm a bit bored." There was no response. I had no idea if there was someone else on the other side of the mirror or not. In either case, I was left to wait for another hour or so before anyone came for me. I used that time to check in on Amaryllis and Grack through the soul threads, and I was relieved to find that neither of them were snipped, and both were, so far as I could tell, uncompromised. I debated stepping into Bethel's mental palace, but I didn't know where she was or where I was. I could have used that method to talk to her, and she could have used one of her abilities to speak with Figaro Finch, but it was unclear to me what all that would actually do for us. I also didn't want to speak with her, for obvious reasons, especially not to ask a favor. Whatever Valencia's plan was with Bethel, I had to believe that it probably didn't account for me dropping into her mind to ask her for things. The door clanked, with the sound of heavy mechanisms moving before there was any movement of the door itself. The doorway was pitch black, probably a ward against light, which you could achieve using gem magic wards, so I could see nothing beyond the room. I guessed there was also a sound ward, since I didn't hear a single thing until Zinnia stepped through. She had changed out of her frilly dress and was wearing a form-fitting bodysuit with no magic on her that I could see with soul sight. She was more slender than I had thought she would be, looking small. She stepped forward until she was a foot away from the red line. The door stayed open behind her, the doorway pitch black and ominous.
What would happen if a soul mage looked into your soul?
Asked Zinnia, with absolutely nothing in the way of preamble. I'm not sure, I replied. So far as I know, it's never happened.
Make a guess,
said Zinnia. Depending on where they looked, irreversible catatonia would be a likely result, I replied. When I was at the Athenaeum of Sound and Silence, I had a special dispensation to prevent the Anolia from inspecting me for exactly that reason.
You were inspected by an Anolia in Parsmont,
said Zinnia. I sure was, I replied. That was before the unfortunate accident that afflicted me.
Is the cause of the affliction a soul mage would suffer mimetic in nature?
Asked Zinnia. Yes, I replied. It's also contagious, in the sense that a catatonic soul mage would render other soul mages catatonic if they looked at his soul in the wrong way.
What's the wrong way?
Asked Zinnia. Sorry, I said. Are there some consequences to not answering your questions? I assumed there would be, given the accommodations. I rattled my chains. But you know what happens when you assume.
I don't,
replied Zinnia. Oh, I said. You make an ass out of you and me. Zinnia stared at me. So if I don't answer, I asked, is there some kind of threat of violence or something?
You can take that as a given,
said Zinnia.
What's the wrong way of looking at your soul?
I sighed. I haven't done a lot of testing, I replied. And given that if I did tell you, you would probably use a soul mage on me, I don't really care to speculate.
If the catatonia is irreversible and contagious, why aren't you affected?
Asked Zinnia. Just lucky, I suppose, I replied. A slight frown crossed Zinnia's face. She held up a hand, index and middle finger, up with her thumb out to the side, and after a moment, she strode forward, across the red line. She reached behind her and pulled out a knife that must have been hidden in a thin belt that blended in with the bodysuit. She looked over my body for a moment, then began making small, shallow cuts on my chest. If there had been more, given the chains, I would have tried to grab her, but there was no way that I would be able to. I just twisted and squirmed instead. Ow, fuck, I said as she continued. Hurts. It wasn't the most pain I had ever been in, not by a long shot, but it did hurt. Little slices that seemed to intensify in pain as she went on. She continued on, expression set, until my chest was covered with cuts, probably 30 of them all told. They were weeping blood, and my blood covered her hand and knife. She stepped back for a moment to look at her work with a critical eye. The cuts gave me a sharp stinging sensation, and every breath I took made them hurt more. Active blood magic was warded against, or whatever was happening that mimicked a ward, meaning my attempts at getting my blood to stay in my body, or to push healing, weren't working at all. I tried the other way too, using my blood on her skin to gain entry into her soul, but I couldn't feel a thing. I wasn't even sure that essentialism would work if I could find a connection. I was breathing through gritted teeth, trying to move as little as possible.
Why aren't you affected by the affliction?
Asked Zinnia. The thing about torture was, if you thought that you were going to crack eventually, and the information wasn't time-sensitive, it was better not to drag the process out. That wasn't an informed opinion on the subject of torture. That was just my own personal stance from a few dozen games where torture had taken place, because I'd made that decision for a great many characters over the years. All right, Guccifer. You're being tortured at the hands of the baddies. I'm going to grant you an exception to the no phones rule while you're in there, I said. You could also make a new character,
Nah.
said Arthur, pulling out his phone.
If I make a new character, I'm going to get attached to him, and by the time I actually get rescued, Guccifer will be dead to me.
Wait, what kind of torture are they doing?
Asked Reimer.
Like cutting off fingers or what?
Unspecified, I replied. And your character can only assume that he's being tortured, given what you know of the Golden Glove.
Wait,
said Reimer.
I want to use knowledge, religion, in order to see what I know.
He started rolling the dice before I could even say anything.
26.
Sorry, you just want to know how they're going to torture him, I asked. Is there a point to that?
Yes,
replied Reimer.
If I know what methods they're likely to use, then I know how likely Guccifer is to crack, which means I'll know how much time we have to prepare or get things done before we go save him. Out of character, I'm curious.
Fine, I replied. The Golden Glove has a tradition of mortification of the flesh, which they've adapted toward torture of those who they want information from. Owing to the existence of healing magic, and given the number of holy clerics within the order, you think that this torture is probably rather extreme, involving the peeling of flesh and flaying of individual nerves. You figure that Guccifer will probably give up whatever he knows within hours, rather than days. Unless, yes, Arthur, you want to object. He had perked up as I'd spoken, opening his mouth slightly like he was going to talk as soon as I was done.
I do want to object,
said Arthur.
I'm not going to give up information.
You can't just decide that torture doesn't work on you, I replied.
Torture just doesn't work in general,
said Tiff.
Please no,
said Craig.
I don't want to get into a torture debate again.
Have we done it before?
Asked Tiff, raising an eyebrow.
Before your time,
said Reimer.
There's not actually a lot of data to go on, so it was just back and forth a bit. I think the consensus was that information derived from torture isn't always actionable, because people will say anything to make the pain stop, but there are certain times that it won't matter, like if you can verify before you take action, or narrow down a list of targets, or something like that.
And obviously the optics are terrible,
said Arthur.
Torture makes you look like the baddies, even if you're the goodies.
How good can you be if you're going around torturing people?
Asked Tiff.
Said
Arthur.
That's an alignment question. Lawful good would never torture. Chaotic good would break the rules if they thought it was right in that particular instance.
Veto making this about alignment,
said Reimer. Second, I replied.
Motion passes,
said Craig. Arthur smiled.
You know, it's really a shame that I'm the only one who actually knows anything about Robert's Rules of Order.
Anyway, I said, you can't just say that you're immune to torture.
It's a character question,
said Arthur, frowning at me.
Character questions go to the players, not the rules, not the DM.
I disagree, I replied. I mean, if you decide that you're giving over the information right away, I would let you do that. But you're talking about something that's involuntary. You can't call that a character question any more than you would call whether or not you get charmed by a vampire a character question.
But it is,
said Tiff.
It's just dictated by the dice. You make up the character after the fact. Dice inform character.
So, sure, you can have a series of saves or checks, I replied. But I would really rather abstract it.
Con saves?
Asked Arthur.
It would be WIS,
replied Craig.
Con is how much you can physically endure. WIS is how much you can mentally take. And torture is a mental thing, not a physical one.
It's both,
said Arthur. You're saying that because you have low wisdom, I replied. Look, it's really not important. If you want to roll some, that's fine. If you don't. I just want to move on with the session.
If Guccifer thinks that he's going to crack, then he'll just say everything up front and skip the torture,
said Arthur.
Oh, come on,
said Reimer.
Come on. You run off on your own, get into a fight that you really didn't need to get into, get captured because you flubbed your roles, and now you're going to just give up everything we know?
If I think that I'm going to give it up anyway?
Asked Arthur.
Yeah, sure. What's the point in enduring the pain? Everyone cracks eventually.
Of course, there was no guarantee that I would crack eventually, especially because I had tricks up my sleeve. I dove down into my spirit and began looking at suspect threads, comparing them against what my spirit had looked like minutes ago, and eventually isolating a thick cluster of them. I grabbed a bundle of them and restricted them all at once, and suddenly, the pain was completely gone. I hoped that I had gotten the whole bundle, but I suppose that time would tell. I wasn't affected by the affliction because I'm an old friend of Uther Pendreg's, and just like for him, the rules don't apply to me, I said. I looked down at the cuts on my chest. I suppose you've thought about the issue of blood loss. Zinnia stepped back from me and looked me up and down, knife still held in her hand.
You have training,
she said. A bit, I replied. I spent 2 weeks at Sound and Silence, but I like to think I'm a fast learner. Zinnia scowled at me, probably taking that as bravado.
Then we'll have to do this the hard way.
She dropped the bloody knife onto the floor and stepped back over the red line, walking quickly until the black void at the door swallowed her. I stared at the knife, frowning, thinking that she'd left it there on purpose, just to highlight how powerless I was. I could feel the anger rising in me as I stared at it, because she had a point. She returned 10 minutes later, hand wiped clean of blood in a sloppy way that left some of the blood behind at the creases. In her hand, which was now covered in a thick rubber glove, she was holding a foot-long stick with the branches cut off and bark removed, varnished, and polished until it was shiny. It had someone's aura on it, not Zinnia's, carmine instead of her taupe. She stopped at the red line, then made the same hand signal as before, and stepped forward after waiting just a beat.
This is the pain stick,
she said, holding up the stick for my inspection. Without hesitation or warning, she poked it against my stomach. I looked down at it. Ouch, I said. Zinnia pulled the stick away from me, inspected it carefully, then jabbed me again. Based on the name, I'm guessing that the pain stick is meant to be painful? I asked. I mean, it's obviously a stick. Zinnia frowned, then reared back and whacked me across the face with the stick. I could feel it faintly, but it didn't actually hurt, let alone with the kind of pain you'd expect from something ominously named the pain stick. If you break my jaw, it's going to be pretty hard for me to answer questions, I replied.
Fine,
said Zinnia. She was starting to lose her cool. I wondered why she'd been put in charge of the interrogation, whether she was just the person available, or because that was her real specialty. Back in the prince's room, I thought I sensed timidity from her, but that was completely gone.
Then we'll do this the harder way.
Again, she left the room, carrying the pain stick with her. This time, when she came back, she had her rubber glove off and was dragging someone behind her. I had a good guess from the stature and the green skin, but it wasn't until the bag was removed from her head that I could confirm it was Solace. Her arms and legs were bound together, and she had a gag in her mouth. Zinnia unceremoniously dumped her on the ground, then left the room again for a moment, returning with her rubber glove and the pain stick.
Tell me how you remain unaffected by the affliction,
said Zinnia. Without even waiting for a response, she leaned down and jabbed Solace with the pain stick. The reaction was instant, back arched, eyes wide, a wild attempt to strain against her bonds, a scream that the gag muffled, and though the contact had been brief, it seemed to have some after effects as Solace twitched and moaned. "I'm the sole practitioner of a lost magical art, which allows me to counter the affliction," I said. "If someone looked at my soul and went catatonic, I would be able to go into their soul and fix it, but they wouldn't be able to do the same, even after I'd cured them." Zinnia pursed her lips, then bent down and prodded Solace again, with the same reaction. I winced, but said nothing.
There are harder ways,
said Zinnia.
I could kill her to show you that I'm serious.
"I'm sorry if you don't like the answers, but that's the truth," I said. "I don't know if there's a safe way to use a soul mage against me, but if there is, I don't know what it would be."
Describe the bounds of the problem and
said Zinnia. There was just a bit of sheen on her forehead. Solace was light, but she wasn't that light. "There's a complex image which, when seen, will begin multiplying itself within the soul," I said. "New memories will be formed of the image. It will have imprints in skills by way of memory. It will show up in the lower ranks of the values by way of internal knowledge of it. And it will appear in social relationship modeling as part of memory links. Likely a few other parts of the soul as well, those that connect back to memory in some way. Removing it would have to be done without looking at the image, which would be difficult for a soul mage. But even if it were removed, it would regrow from a single seed, which means that the entirety would have to be removed at once. Again, not something that I think would be possible for a soul mage."
How does your secret magic allow you to circumvent those requirements?
asked Zinnia. I hesitated for a moment, and Zinnia almost immediately left the room, returning with a pistol, which she aimed squarely at Solace's head. "There's an entire parallel field of magic to soul magic," I replied. "Because it's so difficult to remove from the soul, the simpler option is to, squeeze close the part of the meme that's soaking up all of your thoughts in this parallel structure, which is what appears to cause the catatonia."
Where did you learn your magic?
asked Zinnia. She had the pain stick in one hand and the pistol in the other. "Raven helped me to find a book," I replied. "We had to go to a library on another, secret plane, which itself can only be accessed by a form of magic that Raven is one of the sole practitioners of."
How long would it take to learn?
asked Zinnia. "For a normal person to be able to reverse the damage, probably years," I replied. "For me, much less time. You would need the books, and also probably to be a Magus-level soul mage, which—" Zinnia shot Solace in the head, then walked out of the room. I stared at Solace's body, trying to grapple with what had just happened. Solace is dead. She was shot, just like that. This stupid fucking princess just shot a woman we rescued from death, the last druid in the entire world, and there wasn't a damn thing that I could do about it. My train of thought was cut short when Solace winked at me. I stared at her eyes, which seemed perfectly lifeless, willing her to do it again, to show some sign that she'd somehow lived. But she only lay there, with dark green blood oozing out to coat her cheek and mat her hair. Solace was a druid, and you couldn't directly ward against druidic magic, not that anyone would, given that the last locus had supposedly been killed hundreds of years ago. If you had very carefully combed through extremely accurate intelligence reports and kept a very open mind about it, you might have cottoned on to the fact that Solace was a druid, but there were other hypotheses that you would probably jump to first. Zinnia dragged in Pallida next, taking considerably more time and effort. Where Solace had been limp, Pallida was thrashing, struggling against her bonds and wriggling around. When her hood was taken off, she looked first at Solace's corpse, and then at me, then screamed something around the gag. The pipe had pretty obviously put us all to sleep, but I was surprised that Pallida wasn't able to escape from her restraints, since that seemed like it should be well within her skill set. We were dealing with, if not professionals, then at least people with quite a bit of experience. I also didn't know where Solace and Pallida had come from, whether they had similar rooms to mine, and similarly restrictive chains and wards there. Okay, I said. Look, I don't know what information you've gotten, but my circumstances are special. I really am different from almost anything or anyone that came before me, with Uther being the only exception. I can't give you any other answer, because there is no other answer. Zinnia stopped where she was and stared at me.
I don't believe you.
I know, I replied. I probably wouldn't believe me either. I was offloading a lot of my freaking out to the second thread, doing my best to not compartmentalize, exactly, because I was still thinking those thoughts, but to separate the two experiences as completely as I could, putting fear and anxiety on one track and calm discussion on the other. I was pretty sure that this was the closest I had come to death in, at least a month. Like Fen before me, I was resorting to flippancy to cope with danger.
If someone looked into your soul, they would be indefinitely catatonic until you personally cured them,
said Zinnia.
That's what your official stance is.
Yes, I replied. So far as I know, that's the truth. I've had to do it before. The muscles of her jaw flexed beneath the skin of her cheeks, the only sign of what was going through her mind, and that was when a puzzle piece clicked into place. She wasn't trying to find a safe way into my soul. She was trying to find a way out for someone who had tried to get into my soul while I was asleep. It was only a guess, with nothing she'd said confirming it, but it felt like an epiphany. If there's someone afflicted, I can cure them, I said, speaking as slowly and calmly as I could. My underwear was soaked through with the blood dripping down from my chest, and I could see the little blood gauge in my HUD had gone noticeably lower. I'm the only one that can cure them. Please. You have nothing to lose on this, and a lot to gain. You can't trust that I won't do something to their soul. I know that. But whatever I do, it won't be worse than how they are now. There's no other cure, no other way of restoring their soul. Zinnia hesitated for a moment, then leaned down over Pallida and pressed the gun to her head.
Her life for my brothers,
she said. I nodded. I wanted to add more, about how they could lock him up bindings to make sure that I couldn't turn him into a weapon, but I held my tongue, not just because that was obvious, but because if they somehow failed to think of it, it might be my ticket out. Similarly, Zinnia hadn't mentioned that I might be lying about the affliction's duration, and if that was unnoticed rather than unmentioned, I wasn't going to helpfully point out that I could be kept chained up for another few days to confirm that he wouldn't get better. I had no idea what, if anything, they were planning to do with us in the long term. Getting through the short term was going to be hard enough, painless. Chapter 182. Painless. More time passed. Pallida was propped up in one corner of the room, still gagged, and the flow of blood from Solace's head eventually stopped. I had no idea whether it was as much blood as I should have expected to come from the head of a 10-year-old Krantech girl, but suspected that it was only enough to look convincing. I wanted her to wink again, to confirm that I hadn't imagined it, but as much as I stared at her, there was nothing. If she was waiting for her moment to act, it apparently hadn't come yet. Fucking fake-outs. I wondered where Amaryllis and Grak were. After more than 5 hours, or however long it had actually been, they surely would have finished with Hyacinth, then come back to see who knew what in the prince's room. Maybe the room would be empty and pristine, exactly as it had been when we'd entered it, or maybe there would be some signs of a struggle. I hadn't seen Raven yet, and I had no idea whether or not the pipe would even have worked on her, given that she didn't sleep. In her case, that was because of something the Lord of Dreams had done to her, to keep her from the plane of dreams. But she'd never been explicit about whether or not it offered protection from magical sleep. I hoped that she had escaped, or failing that she was okay. It took some time for Zinnia to wheel Yarrow in. He was strapped to a dolly with his hands and feet bound, the armor he'd been wearing removed and replaced with a hospital gown. I had no idea whether he was a secret soul mage or a registered one, but the only way he would have gotten fucked over by that meme was if he'd been looking around in my soul. I had no sympathy for him. The only contact that Zinnia allowed me was to push the dolly forward so that Yarrow's head was pressed against my chest, which wasn't how I was used to doing things. Further complicating matters was whatever effect was stopping me from using my magic, which deadened a whole lot of my senses. Still, I was an extremely powerful soul mage by the standards of the Empire of Common Cause, even with my powers down to baseline, and the only living spirit mage, and it wasn't too much more work to get inside. It was foolish of Zinnia to let me try, in the same way that it was foolish to listen to a single damn thing that a normal, non-anima said. I couldn't be trusted, and that meant that whatever I was allowed to do to Yarrow, he couldn't be trusted either. Because soul magic would revert over time, they could test that he was no longer catatonic and then stick him in isolation for a few months, in the hopes that whatever changes I made would undo themselves, which I supposed was probably their best-case scenario. Unknown to them, I had a handle on why souls reverted, which was that the spiritual structure that ran in parallel to the soul would cause a lot of that revision. If the soul was the database, and the spirit was a program interfacing with that database, then the mechanism of reversion was that in its natural state, the soul and spirit were in equilibrium with each other, and when something got out of whack, there were negative feedback loops that got them into rough agreement with each other. If a soul mage went in and did the obvious, naive method of control, boosting a single value into the stratosphere, then every time the spirit interacted with that value, which it would probably do a lot, it would bump it down. For the most part, soul values weren't where they were because that was innate to the person. They were where they were because of complex thoughts and messy intellectual/emotional wires crossing at various points. That was especially the case for the single value raising, because there was absolutely nothing backing that valuation, and anyone with even the smallest sliver of introspection would get that feeling like they'd recognized a false epiphany. If I had to explain it to a 5-year-old, or more likely, if I had to give a concise explanation to a jury or judge who were trying me for the crimes I was about to commit, I would say that the soul and spirit talked to each other, and when the spirit asked the soul a question, it would naturally do some due diligence on the answer, whether a person had been soul-fucked or not. Your opinion of people improved the more they did good things for you, and the more you focused on those good things. But if you had this single sky-high value that was backed by nothing, then every thought would bring that value down as your mind consciously and unconsciously grappled with the fact that there was no support structure. There were more complex and effective ways of soul-fucking if you were an enterprising soul mage who was trying to create an army of loyal slaves. I hadn't talked to him much about it, but my best guess at what my former instructor Folitaire had done with his prison army was that he'd worked hard to alter all the values, as well as to micromanage the soul and adapt it to the individual spirit, which he could only see through the shadow that it cast. He made not quite clones of himself, as perfectly aligned with him as they could be, by attempting to rejigger things over and over again until he had something in the soul that the spirit wouldn't dash against the rocks through its own native processes. Some of that was admittedly guesswork on my part. I was a spirit mage, though, and more than that, I was a multi-mage. I had more options at my fingertips than anyone in the history of Erb, excepting Uther, who reportedly hated those manipulations with a burning passion, though who knew whether or not that was true. I'd revealed the existence of the spirit to Zinnia, and whoever else was watching, but only in brief. If they'd known what I could do, they probably would have decided that it wasn't worth the risk. Looking through memories was a hell of a thing for a soul mage, because memories were in their own difficult system that varied widely from person to person, and no coherent way of traversing through the dense cluster, aside from diving right in and marking where everything was. Soul mages could look at and extract memories, but the process was so arduous that almost no one ever did it, especially not when you could just soul fuck your target and have them tell you whatever you wanted to know. For me, though, searching memories was a bit easier, because memories in the soul were connected to threads in the spirit, and because of the necessary interrelations between the two systems, it was possible to look at any given ranked value, then find the threads that led out from it, then isolate the threads that led back into the network of memories, and then, finally, look at the mess of memories, trying to find the important ones. It was still time-consuming, but not so much so that it might as well have been impossible, especially because I could judge by the nature of the threads which memories were likely to be important. Each thread wasn't only in exactly one memory, but there was some correlation between them, with the threads being thoughts about those people that interfaced with the stored memories in the soul, tied into the social modeling aspect of the soul, looping toward values. I found Hyacinth in his list of values, higher than I expected her to be, but still outside the top 100, and tried tracing that back, but there were too many threads, and more than that, too many that looked important. The spirit wasn't just conscious thought, it was subconscious too, and things that we might not even recognize as thoughts, background processes of the mind. I stared at the threads for a moment, trying to untangle them and what they were responsible for, if they could be said to be responsible for anything. I changed nothing at all in the soul, but slowly changed things in the spirit. Threads for Hyacinth, for Zinnia, for Amaryllis, and for what scraps of myself I could see, not the full throttling that I normally did to squeeze out some harmful effect, or the widening that I might do to make something overwhelmingly important, but small and subtle things. The goal wasn't to convert him then and there. It was to do the opposite of what normally happens with a soul mage, to set up feedback loops and processes that would push his soul into the configuration that I actually wanted. If I'd done things right, when he thought about me, or even when I was subconsciously on his mind, his value for me would slowly rise. If they put him into isolation for a month, he would come out with his loyalties changed rather than return to baseline. I'd never done anything like it, and delicate manipulations of a person were probably not best experimented with while under gunpoint. Obviously, they probably weren't best done at all, but I didn't have too much of a choice, because Zinnia was trigger-happy enough to shoot Solace just to teach me a lesson. Once the manipulations were more or less done, I went to the work of making the meme dormant, which was what I was ostensibly there for. That work I'd already done twice before, so I had practice, and it went quickly in the timeless view of the spirit. When I opened my eyes, Zinnia was gone, and the door was closed. Solace was still lifeless, but she'd been moved next to the mirror, her body leaving a trail of dark green blood. Pallida was still where she'd been before, having not moved much, maybe just a wriggle. "It's done,"
I replied, my tongue feeling thick in my mouth. "And I need to pee."
I felt colder than I remembered. Something had been applied to my chest, a paste of some kind, but it wasn't proper healing, and though I still had plenty of blood to spare until I was no longer hypertensive, I had lost a lot. It was dried and caked to me, having soaked through my underwear when it dripped down and then coagulated on my legs, sticking the hairs together. When this was all over, I was going to take a long shower. Yarrow moved against his restraint. His head was still pressed against my bloody chest, and when he pulled away sticky, semi-solid blood, unplugging places where the small cuts had sealed, letting them weep blood again. I was sure that if I were able to feel pain, it would have been incredibly painful.
"What happened?"
asked Yarrow, looking around for a moment. He was bound in the dolly, and twisted his head around to see Pallida and Solace's corpse.
"What happened?"
he asked again, voice rising.
"Zin, onion."
"You looked at my soul," I said. "You really shouldn't have done that."
"What the fuck?" he asked. "Zin,"
he shouted. Zinnia came into the room, passing through the black doorway, fully cleaned off but still wearing the same bodysuit. She had the pain stick in one rubber-gloved hand.
He had some kind of mimetic effect within his soul, said Zinnia. You ran into it head first. We couldn't risk another soul mage or an Anolia to confirm, so he administered the cure himself, which means that he had full unfettered access to your soul.
How long has it been?
Asked Yarrow, relaxing slightly with her explanation. I didn't have a good enough handle on him to know what was going through his mind.
Since the initial capture,
She glanced at me.
10 hours, said Zinnia. She was standing on her side of the red line, not yet moving over to get her brother. Linear protocol is in effect. Don't say anything compromising in front of the prisoners.
I don't feel any different,
said Yarrow, briefly looking up at me. Can you get me away from him? Restraints on. I understand that. Zinnia once again made the same hand signal, then waited a beat before stepping across the red line and grabbing the dolly to wheel her brother back with one hand, the other still holding the pain stick. She made no move to loosen his restraints.
I really don't feel any different, said Yarrow. He looked down at the pain stick and licked his lips once. Please, I know what it's...
She touched him with the pain stick, keeping the touch light and brief, and he screamed, mouth open wide.
Fuck, he yelled. Fuck, I was gonna say I know what it's like. You don't need to touch me with it, you dumb fucking cunt.
It's more effective if it's used once to demonstrate, said Zinnia. Do you feel any positive disposition toward Juniper, Amaryllis, or anyone in their party? Linear protocol.
Yarrow stopped and thought for a moment.
Nothing suspect,
he replied. He was shaking slightly and gave a glance at the pain stick. I never hated Amaryllis, and I still don't hate her now. Juniper. He paused and looked at me. I have feelings of envy and a few layers of regret, but I believe those to be roughly the same as I had before.
Regret?
I asked.
Be quiet or I'll torture your friend, said Zinnia.
I regretted using the pipe before I did it because you didn't seem like a bad person, said Yarrow. I felt enormous regret when I woke up, because it meant that a mistake was made at some point. He looked at Zinnia again. But Zin, it's nothing suspect. You know that I was always good at linear protocol, and you know that I'm responsive to the pain stick.
Are you arguing for your release?
She asked.
No, said Yarrow. No, of course not. I'm looking at the NTAD in your hand and trying to think of what I can possibly say to keep you from using it on me, even if I could agree that using it would be justified. You know what it does to people.
Zinnia frowned, then made the hand signal again and stepped over the red line. She was on my side for just long enough that she could prod me with the stick. Again, I felt nothing.
Why doesn't it work?
Asked Zinnia.
I don't know, said Yarrow. Would it be safe to venture a guess in front of him?
Presumably not,
said Zinnia.
Wheel me out then, and we can continue this conversation,
said Yarrow.
No, replied Zinnia. You were afflicted with some manner of mimetic warfare which poisoned your soul and put you into a catatonic state. Juniper claims to have made that meme dormant, but still contagious. That means that you now have access to his soul.
Hang on a moment,
said Yarrow. He looked at me, then back at her. Can you please wheel me out so you can at least hear my argument?
Fine,
said Zinnia. She left for a moment and returned with her rubber glove and pain stick missing, then grabbed the handles of the dolly and wheeled him into the black void of the doorway, closing the door behind her.
I still need to pee,
I called after her. While they were gone, I tried to think of what their next steps would be. I had altered Yarrow's soul by way of his spirit, and if they didn't know the truth of what I had done, general precautions about soul mages dictated that they not let him go until they had waited a considerable time for him to normalize. That meant that whatever changes I had made, they weren't going to be a lot of help in the near term. But now that I had fixed Yarrow, what did they actually want? Obviously, they would want to keep me alive, because if I was the only one who would interact with Yarrow's soul besides Yarrow, then I was the only one who could make changes. Obviously, they would also need to have some kind of leverage over me, which meant keeping either Pallida or Raven alive. But beyond that, What they would want from me, aside from just keeping me off the board, was information. I was worried that I would have to just allow Pallida to be tortured, because if I gave in to it, then they would know that I would give in again and again. Still, I wasn't sure that I could hold out forever, and if they weren't using my friends against me, then I was pretty sure that they would come up with something against a man who couldn't feel pain. What then was I hoping for? Solace was dead, but would eventually make a move, though I didn't know what she was biding her time for. Pallida was unlikely to escape if she hadn't done so already, unless she was feigning weakness too. I certainly wasn't going to get out of the predicament that I'd been placed in, because whoever had built the box that I was in, they'd been pretty damned paranoid about it. Water magic wasn't even working, and it would be pretty damned hard to kill someone with water magic. I did have to pee, but I imagined that they would let me piss myself, given that my underwear was already soaked with blood, so it wasn't like I would get a chance to escape. What I had was soul and spirit, along with the game interface, which seemed like it might be enough. One of the most powerful aspects of soul magic, aside from making slaves, was the ability to move around skill points and temporarily boost my skills, especially since it let me get virtues that I would otherwise have to grind for a long time to ever see. I had one, 20 points away, that seemed right for the job, at least if I had a little leeway in terms of definitions, which I did. One of the clauses in the Essentialism 60 virtue was, "You may retract your soul from your extremities for the purposes of bypassing wards." And my guess was that whatever magic the manacles were working on, they were interacting with my soul in some way. If I could retract my soul from my extremities, it was possible that I could fool them enough to make them let me go. It wouldn't work by the strict rules as written, but I had Six-Eyed to give me some leeway. My only hesitation, aside from the points I would have to shift over, was that I had no idea if someone was watching me, what crossing the red line meant, what the manacles did, or what was beyond the door. There was, no doubt, a lot of uncertainty. My big concern was that Zinnia would ask Yarrow to do what I would ask him to do in her place, which would be to permanently mangle my soul. I'd cleared Yarrow of the meme, which meant that he could go in and do the thing that he'd likely been angling to do when he'd been struck down by the meme's power. I had only a very general idea of what would happen if I went toe-to-toe with him in a match of Soul Mage against Soul Mage, but it wouldn't need to come to that since he had his pipe and could just put me to sleep. There were good reasons not to completely trash my soul, but they could trash parts of it, and I wanted to avoid that as much as possible. I went into my soul and scooped the points from heavy armor, my designated emergency stash for just such an occasion, putting them into essentialism. When I opened my eyes back up, I tested the strength of the manacles, just in case they'd somehow lost their power, then tried my best to adjust myself so that all my weight was suspended from a single arm. With the other arm, I began pulling back my soul, trying to go slowly, but not too slowly. The manacle unclicked once my soul was retracted down past my elbow, leaving no sensation whatsoever in my hand or forearm. I let up the pressure and allowed my soul to rush back in, which caused the manacle to click back shut. I was hoping that no one noticed, but if someone had come rushing into the room following that proof of concept, I probably would have needed to act fast and drop down. But waiting until Zinnia came back didn't seem optimal, especially if she was going to have her pistol with her. And with the skilled trade debuff slowly ticking down my essentialism, time was decidedly not on my side. It wasn't now or never, but it was now or later with worse odds, which I'd known when I started in on this plan. I took a breath and retracted my soul from my extremities, feeling them deaden. The manacles released a moment later, dropping me unceremoniously to the floor. As I let my soul flood back into my arms and legs, the manacles moved toward me, and I had to dodge out of the way as they strained against their mounts to reach for me. Thankfully, they seemed to have a set range, and the room was large enough that I could move out of that range without crossing the red line. Wasting no time, I moved toward the red line and stuck my pinky out to cross it, holding my breath as I waited for the feeling of bone and blood being vaporized by an annihilation ward, or for my pinky to be bent backward by a velocity ward. Instead, I felt what I hoped I would feel, which was the blood being pressed backward down my veins and the bone of my last knuckle being stopped in place. It was surprisingly painless until I remembered that I had shut off pain. I retracted my soul from my arm and pushed my arm through the ward with ease, then let my soul rush back into my arm, just to confirm that my soul could pass through the barrier without any problems. The wards were, probably, against latent blood and bone magic, but without the connection to the soul, there was no magic to speak of, just organic matter. Being halfway through the ward wasn't something that I could have held, as the ward was dividing my tibula and fibula and holding them in place in midair, and my veins and arteries were bisected by a hard barrier, but I was moving as fast as I safely could. The next step was harder, though, because I was going to try to manipulate myself across the barrier. It had to be done in fits and starts, retracting my soul and pushing myself across. Then, when I was halfway through, pushing my soul across the barrier entirely and dragging the dead pieces of myself through. I went temporarily blind when my soul left my head and prayed that I wouldn't be possessed by a demon in the split second that my brain was without its soul, if such a thing was even possible. It was a good proof of concept for being able to control my body after decapitation, and as soon as I had the thought, I prayed that I would never have to endure that. All told, it took 20 seconds from when I dropped down onto the floor to when I was through the ward. When I had my vision back, I rushed over to Solace, which put me out of line of sight from both the doorway and the window. The bonds were whipvine, a mundane plant whose material properties were ideally suited to binding someone, and I had no easy way of cutting through them because I didn't have access to cold iron.
"Solace," I said to her corpse, "now's the time."
I said a silent prayer for her to not really be dead, that the wink I'd seen had been meant for me, not just a trick of the light or final spasm of facial muscles. She blinked a few times, then sat up and let her bonds fall away. Rather than falling to the floor, they twisted in the air and combined with each other, floating around like playful spirits until they made a solid length of rope in Solace's hand. She crossed the room over to Pallida, moving quickly on bare feet, and with a smooth motion, Pallida's bonds became a part of the rope that Solace was holding.
"They're waiting outside that door to kill us,"
said Pallida once she'd taken her gag out.
"Or they haven't noticed anything is wrong," I replied. I looked down at my chest, which was freely bleeding from all the small cuts again, a result of the rapid movement. I need to get to a place where my magic works.
"You have a way past that door?" asked Pallida, gesturing at the thick metal barrier that separated us from what I assumed was the hallway. "I can get through a whole lot of locks with not a lot of tools, but if there's a lock on this door, it's not facing us, and the hinges are on the other side. That's not as dire as it sounds, but a properly machined and maintained deadbolt would be murder even if I had special tools, and I have no tools at all." She spotted the small knife that Zinnia had left on the floor. "Unless you can grab that for me?"
"Sure," I said. I went to the red line, frowned at it for a moment, and wormed my way across it, going faster the second time. I wasn't quite trying techniques on the fly, because I'd known that this was theoretically possible, but I hadn't had the training time to devote to this specific scenario. It was also theoretically possible with the right amount of control to retract my soul from my bones and blood, but only my bones and blood, leaving me with sensation. But the initial test run of that was a lot more difficult than I could do fluidly, and I was on a time limit as the debuff kept ticking away. I grabbed the knife and gave it to Pallida, then moved back across the ward. "Done," I said.
"All right," replied Pallida. "Now we hope that their doors are shitty."
"It's an NTAD building," I replied. Not that it was a point one way or another. It wasn't clear to me whether this was an Entad prison or some other kind of building that had been appropriated for that purpose. Hurry, though. We don't know when they'll be back.
Pallida took some time, slipping the knife into the edges of the doorframe. I kept waiting for someone to come through the expanse of black that was the window, or to kick the door open, but there was nothing but silence. I missed vibration magic, because I wanted to listen in on what was happening in the hallway. Nothing good, I imagined.
Got it, said Pallida, standing up and breathing out. I'll impress you with the technical details some other time.
She opened the door, and we were left staring at the black doorway which no light could cross.
All right, I replied, taking a breath. Wish me luck.
After a quick test that the wards weren't likely to kill me, I launched myself forward through the doorway, ready to use bone magic and still magic the moment I could feel them again. I'd had more unicorn bones implanted inside me, the last 3 that would actually fit without being horrendously uncomfortable, and I was prepared to use one here, if I needed to. Thankfully, whatever scan they'd used to find my gem, they hadn't found the foreign bones. Instead of foes, I found myself at one end of a hallway that was devoid of people. It was the same gray of the room I'd left, a material that wasn't quite concrete or the ubiquitous magistone that was used all over Arab. It was the same Entad shading that the room had, but whatever magic it held, that wasn't obvious to me yet. I poked my head back in the room, through the black void.
We're clear to move, I said. No enemies.
I started down the hallway without waiting for either of them, hoping that if there was someone hostile, I would be able to deal with them before Pallida or Solace were put in danger. A quick check showed me that a few of my magics were back online, but they were the least combat-oriented ones: water magic, ink magic, and air magic, all of them traditional utility magic. Anything that I would normally want to use to maim or kill a person was still locked out.
Where was Raven?
I asked, turning back to look at the others.
We were blindfolded,
replied Solace.
I memorized the route as best I could, said Pallida. If you want to go back to my room, it's down this hall and then 2 lefts. Less security than your room, though. I'm not sure what they would use for Raven, given her pedigree.
I moved along quickly, quite conscious that I was in my underwear and without most of my magic. Ink magic used magical inks to do its thing, and they hadn't pumped my stomach, but I just didn't think that we had the time for me to create something and put it on, even something small like a bracelet or amulet. Whatever facility we were in, my guess was that it would be heavily guarded, and if they hadn't yet noticed our escape, then they would soon. We reached the door Pallida thought was hers, without seeing anyone. If every one of the doors we'd passed were for prisoners, then this was a black site capable of holding hundreds of people. The scale was unsettling, as was the complete lack of guards.
We're not going to be able to find her unless she's making noise, said Pallida. Nothing to say that she's even awake to call out, if she's not gagged.
You're saying we leave her?
I replied.
We regroup, said Pallida. We come back with gear and information, the rest of the team, Grack to break the wards.
Guards are finally coming, said Solace. She had her hand against one wall and her eyes closed. Moving slowly, unaware, northeast.
I don't know my cardinals right now,
I replied. I assumed that we were still in Anglesyn, but the water outside didn't feel right. Khaladwich was a port city, with a thick river running out toward the docks, and my water magic was strong enough that I should have been able to feel the rough geography. The sense of water I was getting was only a vague impression, but it was completely wrong, a dotting of lakes and large rivers, if I had to guess.
That way, said Solace. I'll deal with them.
She clapped her hands together and pulled them apart like they were stuck together with glue. I could see sparks of electricity in the gap between her hands.
Save your juice,
I replied, trotting down the hallway to where she'd pointed. I was still trying to get my bearings, making an internal map of this place. I was expecting either Solace or Pallida to object, but neither of them did, and I rounded the corner to face 2 guards all by myself. They were surprised to see me. Both of them were lightly armored, with silvered breastplates and truncheons at their hips, none of it entatic, or at least none that had been invested. Neither was ready for me. They were holding coffee cups, large steaming mugs that I assumed they'd gotten from a break room somewhere. I attacked as they reached for their weapons, punching one of them squarely in the face and then quickly kicking the other in the crotch. They were, if I'm being honest, no real match for me, and I probably didn't need to use the level of violence that I'd used, but I had been chained up and threatened enough that I wasn't in a terribly charitable mood, to put it mildly. I delivered a chop to one guard's throat, which dropped him to the floor, then grabbed the other's arm as he brought up his truncheon and flipped him over me, stomping down on his head with a bare foot once he was on the floor. Once I had one of the truncheons, I smashed one of them in the head with a satisfying crunch. I turned to his partner and smashed him across the side of the face as he tried to get to his feet, thinking just after it was over that it would have been better to interrogate him instead. Pedro Riart defeated. Warren Lift defeated. This had all made a fair amount of noise, but in the silence that followed I didn't hear any shouting or running footsteps. I held still for a moment, holding my newly acquired truncheon and feeling the sting of the strikes in my hand, waiting for the next threat, but it never came. "Here," I said, tossing the other truncheon to Pallida as she came around the corner. "So far, so good." "Do you need healing?" asked Solace. She was looking me up and down. "I'm losing blood off and on," I replied. "But I'm still at least an hour away from being impeded. I'll take it if you can spare it." "Your leg?" asked Solace, pointing. I looked down and saw that my left leg was an angry red and wet with scalding hot coffee. I wasn't sure when it had happened, but some of the coffee they'd been carrying had been splashed on me in the altercation, and I hadn't even noticed, because I wasn't feeling the pain that was surely there. "I turned off pain," I said. "You know better than I do if I need healing. Our goal right now is getting out."
Schlubs.
said Pallida, kicking the guards.
This is a place that runs itself. You don't hire your best. We should be able to make it out.
Minor healing, then,
said Solace. She came up to me and poked at my chest, which caused all of the small cuts that Zinnia had left to heal closed. I looked down at my leg and saw that it was less of an angry color, instead looking like a mild sunburn. "All right," I said. "Based on what I can sense of the water, we're not in Kaledich. We're inland, next to a deep lake, and we're underground, probably 2 stories.
If these assholes were getting coffee, then that means they didn't expect Zinnia back anytime soon,"
said Pallida.
"We might have some leeway."
"What are you thinking?" I asked.
"I don't know."
replied Pallida.
"Set a trap for the prince and the princess. Steal some clothes. Do something else like that. We're under strength, in a facility that's not designed to let us out. The only upside is that the rank and file aren't mages."
She gestured to the bodies.
"But I very much doubt that's going to be true of the rest of them."
Not your first jailbreak?
asked Solace.
"No,"
replied Pallida.
"but I haven't broken out of jail as many times as you might imagine because I've never made a habit of getting caught."
"I can make ink armor for us," I said. "I still have the inks in my stomach. They weren't voided. I could probably do something serviceable in 5 minutes or so."
"Something to get us out of here?"
asked Pallida. "The I factor would be too high," I replied. "Armor I could do, but I would be putting most of the power into making it deployable, less into utility. That was just basic item creation rules from D&D. You couldn't have something that was easy to put on and ultra-durable unless it was really high level."
"Well, stop talking and get on it,"
said Pallida. She looked down at the bodies.
"I'd steal the uniform, but the pink skin would be a giveaway anyway."
I started creating a suit of armor from the ether, splitting threads so that I could focus on how much danger we were in with the half of my mind that wasn't busy creating the armor from nothing.
"You can't magic us out of here?"
Pallida asked Solace.
They have the locus,
said Solace.
Even if I could make a conduit for us, I couldn't leave the locust behind. If we're lucky, they won't understand the nature of the Entad, but we were captured by 2 Entad specialists. It's possible they're trying things that aren't to be tried.
We have no idea how big this place is,
said Pallida.
and we have no guarantee that the locust is even here,
We're close.
Said Solace.
I can feel it.
If you're not going to get us out of here, can you conjure up some magic for me?
Asked Pallida.
Something to leave me a little less naked?
She wasn't fully naked, just dressed in a mismatched bra and underwear that I assumed were what she'd been wearing beneath her armor. It was odd to me that they'd left us our underwear, given how cavalier they were about depriving us of our dignity in every other way, along with their casual use of both violence and soul magic. Maybe they were trying to toe the line between a PG-13 and a hard R.
You're worried about modesty at a time like this?
Asked Solace.
Modesty?
Asked Pallida, looking down as if only just noticing that her clothes were gone.
I meant weapons and armor.
Solace leaned down to one of the bodies and spoke a few nonsense words before slamming her hand down against his armored chest. When she lifted her hand up, his clothing and armor rent and collapsed, allowing his bones to cleanly rise through the cuts that had been made. She stood and pulled them higher through the air, which brought more of his skeleton with him, until eventually the whole of it had been pulled from his body, a process that had been completely bloodless, aside from how the blood flowed out of his boneless corpse.
What the actual shit?
Said Pallida.
Hush!
Said Solace.
Stand right where you are, and…
She thrust the whole thing sideways at Pallida, and the bones struck her as she made herself rigid, twisting and wrapping around her with no apparent effort from Solace whatsoever. When they were finished, Pallida was wrapped in bones, though the bones of a single person weren't enough to cover much more than her vital organs. In places, the bones had split or warped, and the skull especially was in so many different pieces that I could barely tell where it was. Altogether, it was horrifically ugly, and wouldn't work for shit unless it had a lot of magic to it, which I assumed it did. It didn't even cover all her underwear.
Necromancy,
Asked Pallida, looking down at it.
Yes.
Replied Solace.
Of a sort. It's what material I have to work with. I'll need less bones for myself, so I can use a femur for a sword for you. It needs to be done quickly, though, while the soul is still there.
She moved over to the other body, and I turned away, focusing on the armor that I was working with.
I never knew that druids could do that,
Said Pallida.
You've seen Grak's hand.
Replied Solace.
It was made from a stick.
You're talking about using people, though,
Said Pallida. You're 30,000 years old, I said. Surely that can't be a surprise to you.
But she's a druid. They're supposed to be, well, not ripping skeletons from bodies to wear as armor,
Said Pallida.
It's not using the body like that I'm surprised by. It's who's using it.
A body is a body,
Said Solace. When I looked up, she was dressed all in bone as well, which covered her considerably more and was much more well-crafted of a piece, if no less terrifying.
We don't bury our bodies. We leave them to be eaten. First the animals, then the insects, and finally the soil itself.
Druids are aware of bacteria, aren't they? I asked.
We are,
Said Solace.
I was speaking metaphorically.
I'm done with the first armor, I said. I held it up in my hand. It was the size and approximate shape of a hockey puck, laced through with several metallic lines. I tossed it into the air, and it spun around once before stopping in place, and then bursting outward into 1,000 small lines that wrapped themselves around me. I braced myself and tried not to flinch. Eventually, you had to trust in ink magic. But DIY entads weren't without their risks, and I hadn't had the magic for that long, nor did I have a competent teacher. When the pseudo-entad was finished, it had wrapped me up, with a thin film between the lines that covered me. It was form-fitting and felt incredibly light, not really by design so much as an outgrowth of the general principles I'd been working along. If I was hit, the lines would snap as though under tension, providing defense for me and acting as a weapon as well. I could make a weapon for myself, but I think the truncheon will do. I want to save juice for if we really need it. Solace, do you have a bead on which direction we should head in to get to the locus?
It doesn't work like that.
Said Solace.
We're close, but I don't know how close.
Fine, I replied. I didn't expect that it would, because that would be too convenient. Can you turn the rest of their bodies into something useful? I asked. Smear their blood on me, wear their skins, eat their flesh, and take their powers.
Their souls are mangled now,
said Solace.
These armors are powered and shaped by pieces of them, with less strain on the locus. If you were to ingest a preparation of their hearts, you would become ill. Trust me to know my own way best.
I will, I replied. I have just enough time for... And I'd been going to say something else of ink. But the words were cut short by a sound that didn't belong in the silence of the hallway.
Company?
Polita whispered. We'd been keeping our voices low, and she'd stationed herself near the corner that the guards had come around.
Shit, they're gone.
Calling in more troops, do you think? I asked.
Yeah,
said Pallida. Ready? I knew, roughly speaking, that normal prisons back on Earth had a prisoner-to-guard ratio of 5 or 6 to 1. Based on the number of doors we'd passed, my best guess at the size of the place was that it could hold 1,000. How many of the cells were actually filled was an open question, but if this was an Entad prison, or at least an Entad building, then it was entirely possible they could cut way back on staff. How many people could we be facing? 10? 100? And how many mages, and of which varieties? The guards with truncheons would have had numerous advantages against anyone who wasn't me, given the wards that seemed to cover the building, but you'd be a fool not to keep at least one mage on site at all times, no matter how small a site it was.
ready.
I said. I was, frankly, ready to bash some heads. We had been kidnapped and put into an Angelsin black site, and so far as I was concerned, that meant that my normal affection for the guards of the world was no longer in play. We went quickly down the hallway, with me in the lead. I held my hand out in front of me, in a position that Grak had taught me called the Warder's March, a way of walking designed to injure or amputate the fingers of your non-dominant hand first in order to save the rest of you. It was a bit like running forward like you were Heiling Hitler, but it was supposedly effective against everything but what Grak called death wards, those wards designed not to keep anyone out, but to kill as effectively as possible. Making bone annihilation wards as thin as razor wire that stretched to cover hallways wasn't possible for all but a master warder, but you could make other, similar contraptions that were purely meant to kill or maim, and Zinnia was a warder, if anything I'd learned about her was actually true. She was young, and that meant she couldn't be at the top tier, but I also didn't want to count out the possibility that this place had its own native warders. My estimation of the size of the place went up with every door that we passed, and my estimation of how many of the cells held prisoners went down. Aside from those 2 guards, we'd seen no one. Some of those doors might have led to observation rooms with guards inside them, but it was just too massive for it to be filled and fully staffed. The wards that were suppressing me, if that's what they were, extended so far and so wide that it had to be a magical effect. Grak had told me there were some magical interactions that allowed a ward to cover a huge amount of space if extra-dimensional effects were in play. There were twists and turns in the hallway, places where there were choices about where to go, and when we needed to make a decision, either Pallida would stoop to the ground and look for tracks or wear patterns, or Solace would pull out some fresh bit of druidic magic, always with some hesitation. Solace was shy about using magic, for reasons that she wasn't entirely clear on, not a mana bar, or spells per day, or anything like that, but an ineffable something that could run out, or need repair, or something that probably defied an easy metaphor, just because that was how druidic magic normally worked, except when it didn't, because druidic magic loved its exceptions. Eventually, we came to a turn in the corridors, and I pulled back the moment I saw what was waiting for me. 5 people had set up there, rifles drawn and pointed our way. I managed to not be hit mostly by virtue of quick reflexes and ducked behind a part of the wall until the firing stopped. It was deafeningly loud in the confines of these hallways, echoing for a long time after it was over. The 5 people had all been guards, the same as the ones before, wearing breastplate that might have been magical, but not entatic, all close together. "Boneblade," I said to Pallida, holding out my hand. She gave me a skeptical look, but handed it over. I held the sword in one hand and the truncheon in the other.
I can deal with them,
said Solace. "No," I replied. "Save it for when we really desperately need it."
If there's a mage,
asked Pallida.
and they're not moving, if there's a ward?
"I'll be fine," I replied. Without another word, I slipped back around the corner and ran at full speed toward the weapons. I'd thrown my truncheon before the first shot was fired and began parrying the bullets as they came in. I hadn't known for sure whether or not the sword would break if struck by a bullet, but whatever magic Solace had conjured into it, it held through 2 deflections. A few of the bullets did hit me, though, and that was what I was counting on. The wires that made up my armor started snapping, their tension releasing in an absurdly destructive way that would have been physically impossible if magic weren't involved. The angle of the wire snapping wasn't quite right, though, and all but one of them scored marks in the walls and on the doors. The last of them was a winner, though, and got 2 of them in one blow, slashing into their faces, defeated, with a third being struck across the breastplate and suffering a wound on his arm. I had gotten another one with the truncheon throw, defeated, cracking his skull by way of his face, which meant that there were only 2, and one of them was injured. The one who'd taken an injury stumbled back and began to run, and that left only one of them, who kept firing on me. I swung the sword back and forth as I bore down on him, parrying the bullets as they came in. It was difficult work, but I was multi-threading, splitting my focus on different parts of the combat in a way that only I could, and with only a single rifle, it was easy to deflect the shots. A lucky hit to my face would have killed me, but he was aiming for center mass. I nearly stepped into the ward in front of me, noticing only just in time that the tip of my bone sword had vanished. I stopped short and moved the sword through the air, seeing more of it eaten away at a certain point down the hallway, not 10 feet from where the guard was picking up one of the other rifles. I beat a hasty retreat, running as fast as I could back down to where Pallida and Solace were, hearing gunfire at my back and feeling another wire explode off just before I was around the corner. "Fuck," I said. "Bone annihilation ward. Killed 3, or at least put them out for a bit." One of the guards who'd gotten snapped with a wire to the face was still screaming. I looked to Pallida. "Knife?" She handed me the knife that Zinnia had left behind in my cell.
Really not sure what we're going to do if you get yourself killed.
"I'll be fine," I replied. I went back around the corner, knife in one hand, bone blade in the other, only to find that the one remaining guard was gone. "Fucker," I spat. "We're clear," I called to the others. "Or as clear as I think we're going to be. There's a bone annihilation ward, so be careful."
"Fuck,"
said Pallida, as she came around the corner to look at the results of my brief encounter.
"Is our plan to murder every guard in this place?"
The guy who had been screaming had stopped, and no one was moving anymore. Defeated. "If we have to," I replied. "We should hurry. That was a retreating action on their part. They'll be setting up better defenses later, and better that we get to them before they have a proper kill zone set up." On the plus side, the fact that they hadn't used mages against us yet was a very good sign, as it meant that whatever blanket wards were over this place, they were preventing them from sending in a whole lot of mages against us. I was in my element with a sword, but without magic I wasn't entirely clear on how I was meant to take on a revision mage. Fuck, I think I need to use the last of my ink,
You just said we need to get going before they set up a kill zone.
said Pallida. Yeah, I replied. I just don't want to get fucked by a revision mage. I assume they would have one on hand for interrogation. I turned to Solace. Unless you could handle it,
I'm not sure.
said Solace.
I've never fought one before.
I set to work eyeing the bone ward. Pallida, can you find a way around the ward for the two of you? I'm pretty sure that I can jump through it if I retract my soul. I'd have to put another skill on the chopping block to get it done, though. Probably a utility skill. There was an argument for pushing still magic back up to 100 again, but I was loath to do it, especially since I was worried about round 2 with the Pipe of Dreams. Pallida took the bone sword and went forward, not looking too pleased as she scoped out the extent of the Annihilation Ward, which covered the entire area in front of us in a plane. You could have told me the bone sword would be a ward detector, I said to Solace.
I didn't know,
She replied.
Juniper, you're being reckless.
They shot you in the head, I replied. They have the locus. They tortured us. I could hear the obvious objections that I would make to what I was saying, that just because they had marked themselves as enemies, just because they were assholes who deserved it, didn't mean that the problem shouldn't be approached calmly and reasonably, with due consideration of blah blah blah. My emotions were running hot, and multi-threading wasn't really helping. What Solace was saying was probably accurate. My decision-making was compromised,
It's only an observation.
said Solace.
Do with it what you will.
Pallida returned by the time I had my teleporting chakram finished. It wasn't shoddy work by any means, but I was asking a lot from ink magic, and it was a hard problem with tight bounds. If I threw the chakram at anyone, it would teleport right up to them, crossing the intervening distance in the blink of an eye. I could feel that it wasn't very sturdy, maybe not even capable of lasting for more than a single shot. On a better day, I might have been able to come up with a better design, something that felt like it was an elegant sideways approach to the problem of a revision mage.
Ward's down,
She said.
Disappeared on its own. Warder probably didn't want to use much juice on it, which means power banked for the kill zone.
Then let's go, I said, looking over the corpses. Looks like there are rifles for the taking. Transgressions. Chapter 183. Transgressions. The corridors got wider as we went, in a way that was pretty subtle, until eventually I was staring down a hallway, looking at a cavernously large room. Zinnia was standing there waiting for us, feet shoulder-width apart, holding a cleaver in one hand and staring at me. In her other hand she held her wand, and her monocle was fixed in place over her eye. The Entad handbag was on the floor by her feet. Her brother was nowhere to be seen, nor were any of the other staff or guards, if there were other staff or guards. Behind her were wide doors, closed, with a collection of pallets beside them. I had a stolen rifle slung over my shoulder and a truncheon in my hand, with the teleporting chakram in the other. The armor I'd made for myself was about half used up, if I had to guess, though I wasn't sure whether it would lose coherence or run out of wires first.
How'd you get out?
She asked, raising her voice to let herself be heard across the distance. Magic, I called back. Give us back Raven and our Entads, and we'll leave. I saw Zinnia's hand flex on the cleaver.
You're never getting out of here,
She said.
Drop your weapons and remove your armor, then lay down on the ground with your hands behind your back. This area is laced through with annihilation wards that will kill you if you approach. If you attack me or come any closer, I will kill you and let the demons have their way with your souls.
Right, I said. I started walking toward her. The thing is, if you just go giving in to any old threat, then you end up ruled by threats. I was really afraid of running smack into one of those wards she'd mentioned, and pushed against my various magics to see whether I was through some critical threshold or not, because I really didn't want to go into this fight so cripplingly handicapped as I was. When she realized that I intended to keep going, Zinnia reared back and threw her cleaver at me as hard as she could. I parried it with the truncheon, easily, given the distance between us and the difficulties inherent in throwing something like that, then turned back to her, thinking that there was about even odds that it was a distraction. Unfortunately for me, the balance of probability was the other way, and I wasn't quite fast enough to dodge the cleaver as it rocketed toward me from where it had clattered to the floor. It caught me in my left arm, snapping one of the threads that made up my armor, though the snapping attack the armor was supposed to do had either missed or was ineffective against the ented cleaver. I wasn't sure how well it had stopped the attack, given that I couldn't feel pain anymore. When the cleaver came at me a third time, launched through the air as though flicked by an enormous, invisible hand, I was ready and managed to avoid another hit. I was well aware that I was spending a lot of time and effort fighting a magic cleaver while Zinnia was left to her own devices, and I tried multi-threading to focus on her while I continued my battle with the Entad, which didn't work as well as it might have, given that I only had a single set of eyes, which were focused on the cleaver by necessity. I did notice, in a brief moment when my eyes passed over her, that she was reaching into the handbag, which didn't bode well. The chakram was ready to throw at her, but I felt a need to save it, because if the chakram ran into a ward, that was that. Solace and Pelida were behind me, but Pelida was moving forward much more slowly than I was, probably because she had a proper fear of unknown wards. Solace seemed to be casting a spell of some kind, or doing the druid equivalent, which I could mostly tell from the way nature seemed to be creeping into the world, starting with her. Grass was growing from the floor, and roots were sprouting, but their purpose was unknown. Whatever she might accomplish, I was hoping that it would be worth her time and effort. After the 6th time being attacked by the cleaver, I decided that it probably wasn't going to stop on a time scale that I would find preferable. That being the case, I needed a better approach than the one I was using, which largely involved dodging and parrying it as it came in. I acted on instinct and tossed the truncheon and chakram to the floor, then squatted slightly and held both hands in front of me, readying myself to catch the murderous weapon. I didn't get it on the first attempt, which snapped another thread of my armor, but I got it on the second try, catching it by the handle when it was inches from my unprotected face. Soul sight let me see entads, but only those entads that were connected to a soul in some way, usually by means of inheritance rules or binding. The cleaver hadn't shown up at all, which meant that it was one of those entads that had no particular loyalties or restrictions. Once I'd caught it, it was mine. I reared back and threw the cleaver at Zinnia, thankful that I still had thrown weapon on my character sheet, but when it was halfway to her face, it vanished entirely, disappearing into some void or another that had swallowed it whole. "Oh, come on," I muttered. But I didn't have time to be forlorn, because Zinnia pulled a void rifle out of her handbag, one that was longer than her handbag should have allowed. She aimed it squarely at me, and I scooped up my weapons and began running toward her at a zigzag, hoping that she wasn't a trained warder and a master markswoman. My strategy with regards to the potential bone or blood annihilation wards was to hope that they weren't there, which was, admittedly, not terribly wise. I took off down the wide hallway, out toward the open room. At the range we were at, she was only going to get one shot with a void rifle, so after the first thunk left me free of any gaping wounds, I relaxed a hair, only to see her pull a lever on the side of the rifle and watch it rotate some bulky mechanism around. The second shot hit me right in the chest, poking a clean hole into the meat of my pectoral and into the lung. I didn't even feel it at first, not until I took a breath and felt what I would later figure out was a collapsing lung. All I knew was that I was hit and having trouble breathing. The second bit of bad news came right after that, as my leg collapsed out from under me. I fell to the ground and rolled forward, stopping for just a moment to confirm that my calf was bent nearly in half, with a fair bit of the bone presumably removed. There was, naturally, no pain, for which I was thankful, and my foot seemed to be intact. My plan had been to get to Zinnia and pray that I could either find a way to fight her without closing to within the range of her wards, or to get some scrap of magic back that I could come at her with. Failing that, I would pull up the rifle and just shoot her, but there was virtually no way that would work. The third bit of bad news was that I had stepped beyond the end of the hallway into the large room Zinnia was in the middle of, which made it clear that she'd been standing there as bait. There were a dozen people standing back with weapons at the ready, hidden by the walls before, but now clearly visible to me. Right into the kill box. As I crossed the threshold into the big room, there were other sensations, ones that had been suppressed, and that was the only good news. I had my magic back. I started burning one of the 3 unicorn bones at the same time I pushed vibration magic hard enough to give me Warder's sight. A fraction of a second later, they opened fire on me, and I died almost instantly. Have you ever been playing a video game and chose exactly the wrong moment to save? One of my clearest video game memories was playing Skyrim and quick-saving right as I'd aggroed some enemies. I fought the battle a dozen times, using increasingly desperate measures, until finally I decided that the save was a doomed world where I was going to die no matter what I did. The short version is that I was killed about a dozen times in rapid succession. Still, magic could take care of the ones using bullets, but some of them were using void weapons, which couldn't be stopped by any means that I had available to me. I had just a split second each time, and while I could burn 2 bones at once, the extra speed from the second just wasn't helping me enough, and the unicorn bone was being drained way too fast by the repeated deaths. I started burning the second when I felt the first's power start to slip, and lucked into a workable strategy after that, with a hand raised to soak some of the void fire, the fear aspect of passion magic to move out of the way, and a turn of my head just enough so that the void would tunnel through the thick of my skull, missing the gray matter of my brain. Once I was through that first volley, my options expanded out considerably. I was down a leg, but up a considerable amount of magic, and while I wasn't incredibly proficient at one-legged combat, I was burning through limited resources at a rapid pace, which always helped. I leapt with my one good leg, the other flopping below me, over one of the ribbon wards and through a small gap between 2 others, landing back on my good leg again. More bullets were coming in, and instantly stopped against my skin, but the void weapons seemed to have been spent for the time being. I was still some distance from Zinnia, and I didn't think that I would be able to get there by hopping, even hopping really fast. And then with a flash, there was something black over my eyes. I'd been burning speed, in addition to the unicorn bone, which was the only reason that I saw so much as a single frame of a woman moving in, obvious only in retrospect, because the image of her was the last thing my eyes had seen. Velocity Mage. I hadn't fought one yet, having narrowly avoided an encounter with one in Baron Jewel, but I had done some theory crafting with the party about how best to handle it. I felt the woman trying to stab me with needles, which my still magic stopped, and then let time loop back once more. This time when I took a hit to the skull, it was a little bit better, bleeding profusely but leaving me clear-headed in the non-literal sense, and I managed to hop my way through the wards again, using my one good leg, and stopping the bullets that were impacting me. This time, when the speedster came at me, I was ready. She only touched me for a fraction of a second, but I knew when and where that was going to be, and our brief contact was enough for me to stop her in her tracks with the tape poised and ready to go over my eyes. I barely had time to register her species as not human before spinning myself around and kicking her with the knee of my bad leg, which sent her backward through one of the ribbon wards. She came through it far worse than I did, and I doubted that she would survive. A defeated, popping up for her as good as confirmed it. I was still hampered by my mobility, with too much distance to cover, but I finally made it long enough to see what Solace had been cooking up. From back in the hallway, a bolt of lightning cracked overhead, then broke apart and branched down to strike both my left and right at the places where the guards were flanking me. I was momentarily blinded, but kept hopping forward all the same, hoping that Zinnia would be likewise impaired. The amplified vibration magic let me see her wards, and aside from the ribbon wards that were designed to kill or incapacitate someone, there was a ward that completely surrounded her, probably not more than 5 feet in diameter. Though I could see the ward, I couldn't tell what it did, and I was fearing the worst, which was that it would be impossible for me to get through it. Warders got themselves into siege situations from time to time, and I didn't think that I would come out the winner, not if she picked that double-barreled void rifle back up, or whatever else she had in her magical handbag. I hadn't seen or heard of a storage entad as powerful as Sable in terms of raw capacity, but ones with lower limits were pretty common. There were all kinds of tricks that you could pack into a space like that. I noticed the discontinuity right away as Zinnia changed position. I had my chakram in hand, and I'd been waiting for it, the telltale sign of a revision mage doing their work. I wasn't clear on exactly why I had been revised, but my guess was that I'd found success somewhere, or the revision mage was trying to soak up my resources or keep me pinned down. It could have been that he was trying to protect Zinnia, but I never found out, because there was another discontinuity, and I died not long after that. Having locked eyes with the man out of uniform, I pegged as the revision mage. I did the whole thing over again, taking down the velocity mage when she closed the distance, closing my eyes for the lightning, then throwing the chakram at the revision mage and counting on the HUD instead of my eyesight to see whether it worked. The defeated message followed soon after. I also spotted, for the first time, a form on the floor writhing with pus and boils, what I assumed to be a pustule mage hit by Solace's lightning and regrowing a new self. But I had a target, and it wasn't him. I made bounding hops, avoiding the ribbon wards, and blasted out magic at Zinnia as I went toward her, first trying a pulse of vibration magic, which had no effect, then using air magic to sweep away her oxygen, which might have worked through her wards, but simply been ineffective. I was desperately missing the gem that I had secreted away, because this would have been a great time to blast away. When I got to the ward surrounding her, she was in the middle of picking back up the void rifle. It couldn't possibly have been long enough for it to be charged up, because this was all happening incredibly fast, but she surely had something planned. I decided against keeping the timeline and swiped through the ward with my hand, wanting to see what kind it was. The bones of my hand vanished entirely, leaving it flopping down without anything to give the ligaments tension against, but the blood felt like it remained. When the loop restarted, I dodged the void, getting another grazing shot straight through my skull, then began hopping my way over the wards so I could get to Zinnia again. I stilled the velocity mage when she came and kicked her through the ribbon wards, putting her out of commission if not necessarily killing her, screwed my eyes shut for the lightning from Solace, threw my chakram at the revision mage, and kept going until I got to Zinnia. This time I was ready for her ward, and smashed through it by throwing a claret spear of blood. It struck her in the bodysuit, but failed to pierce, because as suspected, the suit was either entatic or some special material. I could loosely control my blood outside my own body, though, and used it to grip her as tightly as I could. She would definitely have been able to struggle free, but my blood was a conduit for my soul, and I applied the full force of my still magic against her, stopping her completely in place. "Stop shooting or I kill her!" I tried to shout, but it came out as a wheeze because something was wrong with my lung. "Stop!" I tried again, looking to the people flanking us, but most of them had already been struck down by Solace, and no one was even actively shooting at me anymore. The pile of pus was heaving, but not doing much else, and I wasn't sure that a lone pustule mage would try to save the day on his own, even if he could recover in time. I looked around the room, frantically trying to see if anyone was hiding. There were doors behind Zinnia, and more doors around the perimeter of the room. I didn't see Yarrow anywhere, which was concerning, but at least I knew what branch of magic he'd studied, and he was really unlikely to be a multi-mage, especially if his cover story of being an Ented specialist was true. Solace's lightning had killed or incapacitated a half-dozen people. I allowed the loop to collapse into normal reality and watched Zinnia's eyes go wide as she realized what had happened. I burnt one of my bones for healing, patching the place where I was missing a bit of skull, the hole in my chest from Zinnia's void rifle, and a second wound that I hadn't even realized I'd had from another void shot. My leg couldn't be healed because I was missing bone and couldn't regrow it, ditto the hole in my skull, if not the skin and flesh on top of it, and my lung was still fucky, because I didn't know the first thing about collapsed lungs, and by healing the wound, I had trapped a bunch of air in the lung cavity. I was quite short of breath, and getting to the point where I would need to worry about blood loss and down a leg, but otherwise fine. "Where's Raven?" I asked Zinnia. I was breathing heavily and trying to heal myself better, which wasn't working. Zinnia's mouth moved a fraction of an inch, and I realized that I was stilling her so completely that she couldn't even breathe, let alone talk. I released my grip on her, just a bit.
"We never had Raven,"
she said, gasping for breath. "Bullshit," I replied, taking in a sharp breath of my own. I was worried about what would happen when I turned pain back on, but I was clearly going to have to, since I had gotten fairly injured without even realizing it. It had been so much easier when I was moving, but the adrenaline was starting to fade, leaving me worn down.
"We didn't,"
replied Zinnia.
"The pipe didn't work on her. We only got away because I threw my dress at her."
"A dress?" I asked, having trouble pushing out enough air for more words. I looked back to see where Solace was, hoping that she would be able to fix whatever was fucked up with me, and saw that she and Pallida were still back where they had been, behind a barrier that Solace had erected of vines mixed with hair. A pile of dead vines stretched out from where they were, which might have been part of what made the lightning, or possibly were just some decoration that Solace had wanted. Naturally, neither of them had been able to see where the wards were, and neither had been so foolhardy as to rush the wards. Unfortunately, I couldn't move back to them without letting Zinnia go.
"The dress is a binder, sticks to who you throw it at and pins them in place,"
said Zinnia.
"We left it behind with her at the castle."
"Fine," I replied. My blood was touching her, and I was holding her in place with still magic, but the blood wouldn't last as a conduit of my soul forever. Hells, it didn't seem like it was even going to last until the end of this conversation. If I could get into her soul, but it would take too much time. Our gear. Maybe she saw it in my eyes, or maybe in my voice, but she must have realized that all she needed to do was to wait me out. Maybe that was why she'd been talking about some stupid dress. "Your brother," I said, gasping for air, but I had nothing to follow that up with. Nothing to convince Zinnia to submit to me before my blood stopped being my blood and started to just be blood. I sang, just a single note, and the sound carried through the ward. She'd set up part of her shell to prevent vibration magic, but it only stopped magic from getting through the shell, and with my blood acting as an extension of my soul, I was effectively in there with her. I amplified the sound of my note immensely, then changed my mind at the last moment, vibrating her skull instead of exploding her head with a pressure wave. By the end of it, blood was coming down from her nose, and she collapsed down to the ground, unmoving, as my blood in there with her finally stopped being connected to my soul. Zinnia Pendraig defeated. "Fuck her," I said, but I didn't really feel it. I had come very close to killing her. She would have deserved it. I turned around and started hopping back toward Pallida and Solace, trying to keep my eyes on the remaining men on either side of the room. They weren't shooting anymore, just tending to the wounded and giving me nervous looks. They didn't look like I would expect a crack team of mercenaries or military members to look, instead reminding me more of mall security guards, notwithstanding the breastplates they wore. If I had the measure of this place right, they were just guards, not expected to be in full-on magical armed conflict. They had 3 mages among them, all down now. The lump of boils had stopped moving, the growth stillborn, which was the extent of their forces. I was immune to their conventional weapons thanks to still magic, and if any of them were thinking about picking their void weapons back up, they hadn't made that choice just yet. I hadn't used the rifle on my back. By the time I got back to Pallida and Solace, I was out of breath of both varieties, the kind in my lungs and the mana that vibrational magic ran on, in part because I was using it to see where the wards were, pulsing it on and off so I didn't run into another of the ribbon wards. When I got behind the barrier that Solace had made, she was breathing hard too.
Overdid it,
she said. You did well, I replied. Some still standing, broke their will,
You looked insane out there.
said Pallida.
Watched you die a dozen times, but still, all that flipping, hopping, and dodging, that was nuts. Also pretty nuts to run straight up to a warder like that, but what do I know? How'd you know you'd get your magic back?
I didn't, I replied. Just a feeling. I thought that if they had mages here, they would want them as weapons of last resort at the entrance. I had no clue how the anti-magic was set up here, since I hadn't seen a giant ward cutting off the big room from the hallway, but I guessed that it was a big blanket over this place, and given their conventional weapons gambit in the earlier hallway had failed, my guess was that their mages here couldn't operate deeper into the facility. I was short on breath for explanations, though.
Are we going to be able to get out of here?
Asked Solace. She was sweating, for no obvious reason. Probably, I replied. Lungs fucked, I added, pointing to my chest. Solace slowly climbed to her feet and touched her small hand to my chest. She closed her eyes for a moment and frowned. Then I felt a warmth inside me and an instant easing of pressure, and then more in my leg as it straightened out. As soon as it was done, she collapsed. Fuck, I said as I caught her. That's not good,
I didn't know druids could collapse,
said Pallida. Never count out a druid, I replied. She's been pushing it, and she's far from the locus, and I guess it makes sense that she can't be running full blast forever.
So you and me are going through those wards?
Asked Pallida.
We're carrying her?
I will, yeah, I replied. I have a unicorn bone left, if we really need it.
And we ask one of these fuckers where our stuff is?
Asked Pallida. Yeah, I replied. Might have to soul fuck one of them.
Shit,
she replied with a frown.
If you do that, better to kill them all. We should be thinking about what we're going to do when we're out of here.
We don't even know where we are, I replied. I'm not going to kill a bunch of people who have surrendered just because. Why would I? I glanced at Zinnia on the floor. She wasn't moving. She still showed up colored in soul sight, which I thought probably meant she was still alive, at least for now.
You're a soul mage,
said Pallida.
Registered, but not authorized for anything even remotely like this, whatever country we're even in right now. Even if it were legal, that's not the kind of battle that Amaryllis is fighting right now.
We've got no fucking clue what kind of battle she's fighting, I replied. They attacked us, kidnapped us, and tortured us. Fuck them. For all we know, she's dead.
Right,
said Pallida.
So we kill everyone here and make sure there are no witnesses.
That's not what I mean, I replied. You're talking about killing people because that's better press.
You're talking about soul-fucking someone because you want your things back,
said Pallida.
I don't think you get how seriously these people take it. It's not something that you do casually. You know what a soul mage is expected to do if he's forced to act against his oath at gunpoint?
No, I shook my head.
He's expected to take the bullet,
replied Pallida. Fine, I replied. I looked down at Solace. How long do you think she'll be out for?
At least until we're out of danger,
replied Pallida. All right, I said, lifting up Solace and slinging her over my shoulder. We're going to try this without killing or soul-fucking first. I walked forward, carrying Solace, thankful to once again have 2 working legs. Whatever Solace had done to my leg hadn't been regrowing of bone, but something else, and it felt funny, like I had a lump in the middle of the bone where she'd fixed me. I stepped over the ribbon ward that had initially eaten through my leg and watched as Polida navigated it. I was running dangerously low on vibration magic, though, and the costs for being able to see the magic were escalating. In retrospect, using so much of my power to incapacitate Zinnia was going to bite me in the ass, and I should have used something else instead. But I was a novice with passion magic, the other obvious choice. Over the course of the seconds-long battle, I had barely even used it. When we got into the larger chamber, many of the guards had cleared out. They hadn't moved across the midfield, for the obvious reason that they couldn't, not unless they knew where all the ribbon wards were. I was pretty sure that was also keeping them from communicating with each other, unless they had just happened to fall into opposing camps. The left side had weapons aimed down, but still held in a threatening way, while the right side seemed like they were trying to pretend that we didn't exist, as they went through the process of triage, their weapons physically thrown or slid away from them. I saw that some of them had run spikes and were going through to remove the souls of the dead. "Parley," shouted a man on the left side. "Sure," I called back. I moved toward him, ducking below a ribbon and being careful not to get Solace caught in it, then jumping over another. Polida stayed back, not wanting to risk it. I was pulsing the warder's sight, using it only for long enough to guide my way and trusting in my heightened sense of space from a dozen different senses to keep me informed of where the wards were. I was really hopeful that they would go away soon, as they obviously were meant to be short duration. I stopped a fair distance from the guards, in part because there were more ribbons that I didn't want to go over.
"Who are you?"
asked the tallest of the guards, though he was only tall for a human and not quite my height.
"What do you want here?"
"I want my stuff, and I want to get out," I replied. When they brought us in, was there a fourth? A young woman, maybe 17 years old, dark hair.
"They put on hoods,"
replied the guard.
"Just 3, though. You didn't answer who you were."
"Just to be clear, are you planning to shoot me?" I asked.
"We saw you die,"
said one of the guards.
"Saw you die a couple of times."
"Where am I right now?" I asked, focusing my attention on the taller man.
"It's a holding facility,"
he replied.
"We're 100 miles north of the spine of the world, in the Tentar territory."
"And where is my stuff?" I asked. "The things that I came in with?"
"That happened off-site,"
he replied. "Then my stuff was brought in with me," I said. "Because I know for a fact that our entads aren't far from here."
"If you're trying to strong-arm me, it's not going to work,"
the guard replied.
"What I know is that 4 hours ago the 3 of you were brought in here, stripped of your clothes and with some superficial wounds on gurneys."
He was still holding a rifle, which was still pointed at the ground, ready to raise in a fraction of a second. Not aimed at me, but more aimed at me than I was comfortable with for a rifle. If we'd been at the gun range, he would have been seriously breaching both etiquette and proper safety. "Do you think I'm fucking around here?" I asked. "Or are you just trying to cover your ass?"
"Look,"
he said.
"We don't want any more violence. Opinions are mixed on whether you have souls left in the tank, but fuck if I want to find out one way or another. But after this is over, life is still going to keep on going. There are going to be inquiries. We don't put things down on paper here for a reason, and I've personally got no clue who you are, because it's not my business to know. And because if I get pulled in front of a panel of judges and asked, I want to not know. If I need to say things to you that are going to fuck my life up, well, you can see where I would rather take chances with trying violence."
"Oh, fuck off." "All right," I replied. "Then I guess we'll try violence. Generally speaking, letting your opponent know what you were going to do before you did it was pretty bad strategy, and this was no exception. The reason I'd done it, aside from just the anger and frustration that had been continually building without release since I'd got here, was that it didn't really matter. I didn't have all that much range on my passion magic, but I had enough to push out a telekinetic blast that reached them, First the younger guard holding the void rifle, then the one that hadn't spoken. I aimed at their weapons and ended up cutting through fingers and hands as well. For the leader of their little group, I grabbed and threw the truncheon, hitting him in the leg before his rifle was even halfway up, which was one of the benefits of being as fast as I was. I did all of this while still holding Solace. "Okay," I said, over the cries of the guards. "I've been drugged, tied up, and tortured, and I'll fucking kill every last fucking one of you if you don't tell me exactly what I want to know." "You broke my fucking leg," screamed the taller guard, who had fallen down onto the floor. "I don't give a shit," I replied through gritted teeth.
June, called Pallida. Stop dicking around.
All right, I said,
setting Solace down, moving forward, jumping over a ribbon, and then ducking under another. The guards were scrambling back, getting their weapons in position.
"Here's the thing."
The taller guard fired, not at me, but at Solace. For what reason, I couldn't comprehend. I caught the bullet in my palm and gave him a dirty look. It was less impressive than it sounded, since I was just tracking the barrel of his gun, not actually moving my hand faster than a bullet. I ran at him and snatched the rifle from his hands, then bashed him in the face with the butt of it once, enough to break his nose. I hesitated for a moment, standing over him, then picked him up and threw him through the ribbon wards. It didn't kill him, but he was laced through with empty cavities where a lot of his bones had been, and there were shards of bone sticking out where the ribbon wards had annihilated bone at a steep angle. Oscar Sykes defeated.
"I'm done fucking around,"
I said to the remaining two. One of them was crying and gathering up his fingers, so I turned to the other, who was just clutching his wounded hand and hissing in pain, his weapon apparently forgotten beside him. Not that it was functional anymore.
"Did we come in here with anyone else? Was it just us three?"
"3 prisoners,"
he replied with a gasp.
"A prince and a princess. Something had happened to the prince. He was out of it."
"No girl?" I asked. 17, black hair?
"No,"
he replied.
"And we don't have your things. You were stripped down when they brought you. That one, the princess, she's got an entad. We weren't required to check it when she came."
"Who are your bosses?"
I asked.
"My boss,"
he asked.
"You just killed him."
"And who is his boss?"
I asked.
"I don't know,"
he replied, hissing again.
"Why would I know?"
"Then tell me who you've seen come in here,"
I said.
"Give me names, princes and princesses."
"I don't fucking know,"
he shouted.
"Most of them wore masks or something else." "I know,"
said the other. He had come closer to me but hadn't touched his weapon, and so I'd mostly ignored him. He held out his dismembered fingers to me, which were held in bloody slick hands.
"You're a healer."
"I put your fingers back on, you tell me? That's your plan?"
I asked. He nodded. He was damp with sweat and looking up at me from on his knees.
"Tell me, then I'll heal you,"
I said.
"Onion,"
he said without hesitation.
"And Larkspur, when he was still alive, in a mask but with his armor. 3 women, all in masks, not sure who they were. Another 2 men, together, they were younger from their voices."
I wanted to kill him. I wasn't normally very bloodthirsty, but I was pissed off at this whole thing, and the way he'd come to me, fingers in hand, trying to extort healing from me. It rubbed me the wrong way. It would have been easy to kill him, simple and effortless in a half-dozen ways, because I was strong and he was weak. He'd fucking shot at me not too many minutes prior, and he was a guard at some fantasy version of Gitmo. But before I could talk myself into cutting his throat in half with passion magic, I grabbed his fingers, put them back where they needed to go, and healed him. "All right," I replied.
"How do we get out of here?"
"Door,"
he said, pointing at a door on the far wall, 50 feet behind where Zinnia had been standing.
"There's a separate facility outside this place, staging and dorms. But we're in the middle of nowhere, and no one comes here except by magic."
He moved his hand, flexing the fingers to make sure they worked, and looking at me with something like awe.
"So you're stranded,"
I said.
"Stuck here until there's a shift change?"
"It's another 2.5 months,"
he replied.
There's a bulk teleport for resupply, not sure how often, but you could get a letter out.
Fuck.
I replied. I pulled away from him and looked at Solace.
All right, start pulling souls. If I see any of you with a weapon, I'll kill you just out of caution.
The guard gave me a nod.
Wait,
I said.
Where's the prince who came here? Yarrow?
In one of the rooms,
replied the guard.
We're not usually told which unless we need to know, and I didn't need to know. I don't know who does know.
Fine,
I replied. I pulsed vibration magic and took a moment to confirm what was apparent at first glance. The ribbon wards were gone. I still made a show of jumping and ducking on my way over to Solace, and I did the same returning to where Polita was standing.
Well,
I said.
We're in the middle of nowhere. Solace is still sleeping it off or whatever, and if there's a magical return to civilization, then the path is probably through Zinnia, who, if she's not dead, will only help us through compulsion. Yarrow is somewhere in the facility, but I don't know where, and Zinnia might be the only one who knows. The only plus side is that the wards are gone.
Peachy,
replied Pallida.
So, are we walking or what?
I'll try to rouse Zinnia, and we'll go from there,
I replied.
Assuming that she's still alive.
The Further Adventures of Valencia the Red. Chapter 184. The Further Adventures of Valencia the Red. Horace had always thought that the big cleaving line that separated all things was between the planned and unplanned. The city of Orangush was a mix of the two, with grand sweeping avenues and square plazas, and between them, where bigger buildings hadn't gobbled up space during citywide redesigns and writs of eminent domain, there were the unplanned spaces, little shops and houses that followed the old, wandering roads from before the city had been remade. Horace loved the unplanned spaces, the way you could see them twisted and bent, 100 hands sculpting them across time. The real treasures and delights were always in the crooked places, where every window had to be custom fit, and wood was given a patina of oils from use. Beyond that, those were the only places that sold the sorts of things that Horace could afford. The sweets shop seemed to come from nowhere, installing itself in an empty storefront overnight. Horace didn't have the whole of Orangush memorized, because if that had ever happened, he probably would have left for a newer, more exciting place. But he walked the particular road the sweet shop had sprouted up on often enough to know that the shop had come into existence within 12 hours, maybe less, without so much as a "coming soon" sign. It was impossible to miss, even if you didn't pay attention to stores and houses as a matter of habit. It shone with warm lights, the same electricity that everyone else used, but somehow crafted in such a way that it felt like a grandmother's kitchen, or sunlight coming down on a clearing, or the warmth of a fire when you'd been doing hard work outside in the winter-time. The store smelled, too, of spices and sweets, strong enough that the scent would spill out onto the streets, and when the glass door opened and closed, the rush of air would bathe the street with more scents of exotic candy. There were planned stores and unplanned stores, and Horace vastly preferred the latter. Some stores had been constructed with a place for everything and everything in its place, goods segregated out and carefully labeled. Other stores grew without a plan, or with a plan so far in the past that it was no more than a vague imprint left on the store's present organization. Being unplanned wasn't the same as being disorganized, though there was some natural overlap. A properly unplanned store responded to its customers, allowing their needs to dictate what went where, until eventually the goods would move around the various cupboards, shelves, and tables, like a garden of commerce growing wild. The sweets shop was an unplanned store, though artfully and deliberately so. There were dozens of bins lined up, but they followed a curve in the wall, squeezing in places where they would fit. There were jars filled with candy too, sitting on tables together to make displays full of color, with small empty bags stacked here and there so patrons could pick out what they liked. There were twirls of red and white, marble-like yellow candies, chocolates covered in multicolor candy shells, sweets like red twisted rope, and all manner of others, so many that it would have made you sick to try them all. One of the two women who ran the place was always behind the main counter, which had clearly been made from a huge old door laid on its side, one large enough that it could span half of the sweets shop's small space with ease. If Horace hadn't already been in love with the place, that door, haphazardly cut through and turned into a counter, would have sent him over the edge into adoration. Horace went into the sweets shop only during off hours, when the hordes of children that visited the place weren't there, when there was no rush of people coming by after their lunch, when it was nice and quiet, with only one or two other people, or, as was his preference, no one but himself and one of the two owners. The two women who worked the sweets shop were odd ones. Horace had always felt that there were planned and unplanned people. When he tried to explain the concept, sometimes whomever had deigned to listen to him would get confused or try to narrow things down. They would think that a planned person was someone like a princess, born into her role and trained from birth with exacting precision, and an unplanned person was someone like a bastard or a whore son, born into the world with no place made ready for them. This was correct insofar as Horace saw it, but it was a matter of extremes. A baker's son could be a planned person, and a maid could be an unplanned person. It wasn't really a matter of profession or birth, more about how they went through life, and how or whether they allowed life to shape them. Both the women who worked the sweets shop were unplanned people, to a degree that Horace had never seen before. The shorter woman, with her kind and exotic purple eyes and tight-laced dresses, was always the more friendly of the two, without fail. She had a bright, effortless smile, no matter the time of day, and she would speak enthusiastically to anyone who seemed like they were remotely interested. If given the chance, she would talk at length about any of their candies, sometimes spinning a story that clearly had no basis in reality.
"These are Gibraltars,"
said the shorter woman with a smile as she stood next to a cluster of children. Horace looked over and saw her holding a small yellow candy between her thumb and forefinger.
"They're named after the Rock of Gibraltar, quite some distance away from here, not because they're hard like a rock, though they are, but because there was a famous battle there, right around the time this candy was first created."
The children looked up at her in awe.
"Now, these are a trifle apiece,"
said the black-haired woman, holding the candy forth and casting a critical eye on it.
"But for children under 8, we offer testers, just so you can know whether or not you like them."
She reached into the jar beside her and pulled out a small handful of lemon drops, exactly enough so that each of the children could have one without making a show of it. The one she'd been holding, she popped into her mouth. One of the children held back, looking uncomfortable. He was the last to be offered a lemon drop, and when he didn't go for it, the woman stooped slightly, getting on his level.
"You don't fancy a Gibraltar?"
she asked. "I'm 9, he said. It took her a moment, but finally understanding dawned on her.
"Oh,
She said, closing her hand around the lemon drop.
by what accounting?
"Accounting?" asked the boy.
When do you count from?
She asked.
From before you were born? From the day you were born? Or sometime after?"
"Oh," he said. "When I was born, I guess. My birthday,"
"It's different in different parts of the world."
said the woman, nodding.
In Korea, everyone's age is 1 the moment they're born, and when the new year comes, everyone's age goes up, all on the same day.
She took in his disbelieving look.
"Oh, it's true enough. Different people with different customs. There are dragons that count from the day their egg was laid. But more important for you, in this store we use the Acrean system of accounting, from the 2nd year after you're born.
She held out the candy again.
By our way of thinking, you would still be 7.
The boy looked at her like he was deciding whether or not to believe it, then snatched up the candy before she changed her mind. Horace watched all of this while pretending to contemplate an enormous jar of something labeled silver dragees. When the children had all left, free candy in their mouths, the woman approached him.
It's not true, of course,
She said.
but I can't resist the little ones.
I didn't mean to eavesdrop,
said Horace.
Oh, sure you did.
She replied with a smile. She held out her hand.
Rosa the Strong.
Horace Acre,
He replied, shaking her small hand.
did you say the strong?
It's an appellation of my own design.
She replied with a smile.
I thought, if I was going to be called something, why not pick Strong?
She shrugged.
It's aspirational.
She looked over to the side and took the lid off a jar.
Would you like an everlasting gobstopper? As a tester, naturally.
Oh,
said Horace. Sure. He took one and put it in his cheek. She'd been sucking on her lemon drop, talking around it, and now they had matching speech impediments. It was only once it was in his mouth that he thought to point out that he wasn't underrate, in what might have been a joking way, but by then it was too late, and it would have been awkward.
This is your 13th time coming to the shop,
said Rosa.
I was curious whether you were maybe here for more than just sweets.
I
He said slowly.
I don't know what you mean by that.
You like this place,
said Rosa, nodding. She moved the candy around in her mouth, and it clacked against her teeth.
Maybe you come here because it gives you a feeling that you don't have anywhere else.
Maybe,
he said, swallowing lemon-flavored saliva.
It's a nice place.
It's warm, inviting. It's got a good mix of smells,
said Rosa, nodding.
It feels lived in, even though we both know that's not really true, because we've only been here a week. But we don't really sell that, do we?
She asked.
We don't sell a mood.
I'm sorry,
said Horace.
I didn't want to bother either of you. I can buy more.
Oh,
said Rosa, looking taken aback.
Oh, it's no bother. We're happy to have you. Whether as a customer or if you're only looking. I'm only saying that the thing you're seeking isn't something that can be found here. And I want you to find the thing you're looking for. I think that would be nice for you.
Oh, said Horace.
And what am I looking for?
A mood,
said Rosa.
Soft familiarity, a kinship worn by time, proof of the labors of love.
She shrugged.
Something like that.
And where could I find a thing like that?
He asked.
That's hard enough in this world,
Rosa replied with a sigh. Her teeth came down and crunched on the lemon drop as she gave him a thoughtful look.
The modern world can seem cold and distant at the best of times, and these aren't the best of times. I think the answer is that you have to either inherit it or build it up, if you don't just stumble into it on accident.
She continued her thoughtful look, then went over to the big counter made out of a door and grabbed a pen and a piece of paper.
I know some people that might be able to help you. Can I write down some names for you?
Sure,
said Horace. The woman, Rosa, began writing on a piece of paper very quickly.
I'm sorry. How long have you been in Orangush?
This would be day number 8,
she replied. She lifted up the paper and took a moment to look at it, then handed it to Horace.
The first name and address is for a woman, older, looking for an apprentice. She does glass blowing and could use someone with strong lungs. The reason I put her down there is that I think you would like her workshop. The second and third names are a young woman and her father. She's Lodona, from a big family, and she's been refusing the matchmaking that he's been trying to set up for her. I don't know for certain whether she'll take to you or you to her, but I think it would probably be worth your time.
I'm not,
said Horace.
Yes, you are,
said Rosa, nodding slightly.
The fourth name belongs to a tour company local to Orangush, which I think you'd be suited for, though I'm not sure that it would get to the base of your needs. And then the fifth, there isn't a name, but a number. Just tell them that Rosa the Strong said you should call. The man at the other end is the next kingdom over, but he owes me a favor, and he's good at placing people.
Placing people?
Asked Horace. But then the door to the sweets shop opened, and the bell rang as a pair of teenagers came in. Rosa left him standing there, holding a sheet of paper with names, addresses, and numbers on it. Horace had questions. That was only natural, but he was feeling strange, off balance, like he was walking through a dream. He had never spoken more than a few words when he was in the sweets shop, except to say what he was buying, or the usual pleasantries. And here they'd had a whole conversation, all at once, one that had cleaved him down to his core. Rosa gave him a small nod and a smile as he left, one which he felt too unsteady to return. She'd said that it was his 13th time, and it only hit him once he was out of the store, that by rights she should have had no way to remember that, not with how many people came and went. Horace looked down at the list he'd been given. There were opportunities there, possibilities, all crafted specifically for him. He had never really thought that anything might happen between him and the woman who ran the sweets shop, but there was something bitter about being told so plainly that he should go find another woman, one who was in the middle of matchmaking. Yet that seemed to be where his feet were taking him anyway. He decided that he would talk to the woman and her father, just to see what they had to say.
That man, Horace, which of those was the real one?
Asked Bethel, once the day was done. She was being good and keeping up with her appearance, even when they were alone. Nephthys, she was called, in this time and place.
They were all real,
Said Valencia as she took off her apron.
The one I thought he would pick was the marriage prospect. The number was not fake, but a long shot, and he might have been turned down.
And was there manipulation on your part?
Asked Bethel.
There's always manipulation.
Valencia replied.
When you're in a position of power over someone else, I think it's inescapable that your actions are tainted by that power. The best you can do is to pretend that power doesn't exist, and to hope that they trust you enough to do the same, because then things can proceed as they normally would. But in a case like this, where I had information that I was trying to get across, and I knew that man well enough from having seen him and looked him over, there was undeniably some element of unsavory power difference between us. I'd never claim otherwise.
You think it's moral,
Said Bethel.
You were giving him a choice, knowing what that choice was likely to be, but you had his best interests at heart.
Said Valencia, pretending to think.
I think that to live in this world as powerful entities, we have to shoulder the burden of our power. It's something that I try to keep in mind.
You don't think that we should be out there in the world doing more?
Asked Bethel.
More than pointing lonely men in the direction of receptive mates or giving away candies to children.
I think we need to straighten things out between ourselves.
Said Valencia.
I think that we need to know how to be better people. There's a cost to doing what we're doing now, a large one. But for the moment, I think that it's a cost that's worth paying.
We could control this entire city,
Said Bethel.
We could feed every hungry child. You give away candy to those children? Surely you notice the malnutrition of the youngest too, the shabby clothes, if not the marks of trauma those clothes hide?
I noticed,
replied Valencia. She was aware that her voice was tight, but there was no need to control that, to hide the emotion that she felt.
There's certainly a temptation to barge in, to give them full meals, magical healing, a better life than the one they currently have.
And the reason that we don't? The reason that those children get small kindnesses instead of large ones is that you worry that it would spiral out of control in some way, or lead to unintended consequences, or that we would have our paper-thin cover blown and be forced to relocate.
Bethel had on a rather cruel smile.
Boo-hoo.
We're here to talk and understand,
said Valencia. She kept her voice level, though she'd been trying to do that less these days, because Bethel took pleasure in getting a rise out of people, and if the tone was too level, she would seek to provoke emotion. It was a careful balancing act.
We're not here to help the needy, we're not here to right wrongs, and we're not here to upset every apple cart we think might be in need of upsetting. Once we're finished, maybe. Right now, I want to focus on restraint and on being the sort of person who doesn't approach every problem with maximum force.
These were old conversations, retreads, but retreading was good because it helped to wear in grooves. Bethel moved to the window and drew back the curtain to look outside. The shop had short hours, which left plenty of time for observation and discussion. They couldn't spend the entirety of every day doing therapy, even with Valencia speeding through sleep with the time chamber, but they were packing the hours full of conversation. What Bethel was getting up to during that downtime was of concern, but thus far, she'd appeared to be forthright about her activities, even if they were skirting, or outright breaking, the boundaries they'd set up.
All right,
Said Valencia.
you think that we should be doing more here?
Bethel turned back to her with a piercing gaze. It was the same mask as always, only showing what she chose to show. That wasn't because Bethel was particularly guarded, though she was. It was just the nature of her existence. Bethel had nothing like the physiological connections that other people had, linking up her emotions with her outward appearance, so she was left to project, always consciously so.
I do,
Bethel finally said.
Because you honestly want to help people?
Asked Valencia.
Or because you think that's a tactic that I might be sympathetic to?
Can it be both?
Asked Bethel.
Do you actually want to do good?
Asked Valencia.
When you see someone in pain, do you want to lessen that pain?
Depends on the person.
Replied Bethel, frowning.
Are you actually asking me that? Don't you know by now?
Valencia paused as her model of Bethel was rapidly updated and chains of logic clinked against each other.
How much do you think I know?
She asked.
Well, everything, I suppose,
Said Bethel.
I've made no attempts to hide anything from you. I've been forthright in everything I've told you. I really, honestly do want to make things go back to the way that they were. And if you have an infernally assisted plan, then that's a path that I'll willingly walk. When we go back, it will be with your clearance. You'll assure the others that I've changed. I'll be their house again.
It's not going to be that easy,
Said Valencia.
I can in good conscience allow you to believe that's how it will be. Juniper won't want to live in you for quite some time, even with my assurance, even with my explanation of what we've been doing and what we've learned here. What we're doing are steps toward becoming better on an absurdly accelerated timescale, with, yes, the end goal being a reintroduction to the party, capable of honestly addressing their concerns and ensuring that nothing bad happens between us and them again.
Much more a concern for me than for you.
Said Bethel.
Juniper holds affection for you.
He's guarded around me, and rightfully so.
Said Valencia. She waved a hand.
It's not about him, it's about us and our relationship with the world. So tell me, if you value good for its own sake, what does good look like to you?
What do you mean?
Asked Bethel. The tone of her voice made it sound as though she suspected that this was a trick. It was a trick, but not in the usual sense, since Valencia only planned to use some framing and follow-up questions that would, ideally, help with the process of reframing how Bethel looked at the world.
Imagine that you died tomorrow, and in your final moments, the dungeon master came to you and said that you could make any changes you wanted to the world.
Said Valencia.
You would have no limits whatsoever and no worries about time, just carte blanche to alter the world. What would you do? You can take your time to think.
And what would you do?
Asked Bethel.
I don't want to poison the well with my answer,
Replied Valencia.
If you'd like, I can share my thoughts once you're done. Again, it's fine to think about it first. I would prefer that you think out loud, though, because I'm more interested in your thoughts than your answer.
I think you want me to say all the obvious.
Said Bethel.
No pain, no terror, nothing forced on anyone. A happy world where every day is better than the last, and nothing negative happens to anyone at all.
But that's not what you actually think?
Asked Valencia.
For a very long time, the best moments of my life were when I was enacting justice,
said Bethel. There was a challenge in her voice, daring Valencia to object.
You mean that you slaughtered anyone who came inside you?
Said Valencia.
No, not just people who came inside me.
Replied Bethel.
People outside too, those who came too close, or people who I took a disliking to for whatever reason. You haven't mentioned the torture, but you don't need to pussyfoot around it, because when I say justice, I mean that too. In a world without pain or terror, there would be no badness, but with no badness, there would be nothing to bring justice against. It would simply be gone, replaced by nothing.
You yearn to right perceived wrongs.
Said Valencia.
In this perfect world, do you think there would be nothing to replace that yearning? Nothing to replace the warm feeling of satisfaction when you've dealt out perceived justice?
You said that I would be dead, not able to live in the world I had created,
said Bethel.
So I suppose the question is whether I value justice in the abstract for its own sake, or whether it's simply because justice makes me feel good. I'm not sure that I know. I would be depriving others, but not myself.
She frowned.
You are very good at interesting questions.
The point isn't to be interesting,
said Valencia.
I'm trying to provide some conceptual handles on different emotions, lenses, and ways of thinking that will help you. You get some thrill from righting wrongs, which might be motivated by moral considerations, but is also simply satisfying as a process of exercised control over the world.
Thrill sounds cheap,
said Bethel, not objecting.
And do you really think that it's simply about control?
Control might be the wrong word,
said Valencia.
In truth, it's more complicated than that. Did Juniper ever tell you about his uncle that wanted to shoot someone?
I don't think he did,
replied Bethel.
Wanted to shoot someone? For the fun of it?
The way that Juniper described it, it was a fantasy,
said Valencia.
He wanted someone to break into his house so that he could shoot them in a way that was both legally and morally acceptable. It was a fantasy of retribution and justice, a way of being a hero in his own mind. When people see wrongs out there in the world, they sometimes construct these fantasies as a way of trying to reconcile the inherent unfairness of the world and their own powerlessness to stop it.
But I'm not powerless,
said Bethel.
We aren't powerless.
Our fantasies don't have to make sense,
said Valencia.
Fantasy is rooted in psychology, and there's no rule that states your psychological makeup is a rational and coherent whole. Perhaps for you, the fantasy of retribution, the pleasure of it, stems from those areas of your life where you haven't been able to exercise control, where your powers have not helped you.
Uther?
Said Bethel.
Always back to Uther.
He was formative for you,
said Valencia.
The man who raped you got away with it, suffering no negative consequences whatsoever for the way he treated you, and is regarded by nearly everyone in the entire world as the greatest hero who ever lived. It's very understandable to feel rage about that, and as there's currently no way to effectively smear his legacy or physically attack him, well, in a perfectly mundane person, we might see those same fantasies of bringing justice to those who have transgressed. But it goes beyond Uther, because you were used as a weapon of war for decades, and had all sorts of indignities and harms thrust upon you in a way that was manifestly unjust. I don't want to make this all about Uther, and I don't invoke his name. I think you're much more than what he did to you.
Bethel was silent for a moment, which Valencia took as a good sign. The language she'd used had been precise, the mention of rape a specific one, intended for effect, an attempt to draw a parallel. They didn't often talk about what had happened with Juniper, in part because this was bigger than that one incident, and in part because the specifics of that encounter, as relayed by Bethel, were too muddied to really be helpful. A discussion about a singular event would inevitably tend to get into the technical aspects, relitigation of what happened, and that was harder to control, with more emotion involved, than the broad strokes of how to think and behave.
So, what does your perfect world look like?
Asked Bethel.
You said that you would tell me.
Valencia paused for a moment, evaluating whether or not to be honest. There were lies she could tell that would be instructive or helpful, a part of the therapy, lessons of their own. But they would be lies, ones that would have to be maintained in virtual perpetuity, not just this one lie, but all the other lies that would have to exist by implication.
If I'm picking for everyone else, then I would give them what they wanted,
said Valencia.
The world would be empty of justice, but people wouldn't need justice to be happy. They wouldn't need evils to fight against. They would be happy and content with each other, with their families. No one would ever have to do anything they didn't want to, and there would be no disputes to be resolved except if everyone agreed to them ahead of time.
Said Bethel.
I know it doesn't sound appealing to you, because you're in a particular mind to notice the lack of the feeling of justice,
said Valencia. She shrugged.
It would obviously be just, because by definition, there would be no crime or wrongdoing.
You get no thrill from killing the infernals?
Asked Bethel.
Some,
said Valencia, nodding.
But I take them into me, and see their memories only after the fact, so it's blunted. The justification for their murder comes only after the murder has already happened. They're creatures of almost pure evil, all of them, and I feel no shame or sorrow in removing them from the world. But in a way, my powers growing stronger have sapped any joy I once got from it. I want to eliminate them, but it's driven far more by compassion for their victims than by retribution.
And you seek to take this happiness from me?
Asked Bethel.
To make my acts of violence no longer so enjoyable?
No,
replied Valencia.
I'd only want to ensure that you never acted violent when it wasn't appropriate. May that day soon come.
Therapy had its ups and downs. Walking around with the devil constantly in her head was taxing in a way that Valencia hadn't expected, and she found herself depending on their skill at compartmentalizing and coping. Ever since the theory had been brought up that she was gaining an infernal's skills absent their attributes, she had been wondering what was going on at the game mechanical level. She often tried to put things in that context, which she thought was rather helpful as a way of making sense of the world, even if it didn't end up being accurate. There were two attributes that govern the ability to withstand stressors: poise for withstanding social pressure, and wisdom for withstanding mental pressure. And these were the two that were being tested on a routine basis over the course of their so-called therapy. In the same way that she was hampered in combat by the body of a young girl, she might be hampered in her mental efforts by a brain that was still continuing its rapid development after years of isolation and abuse. She was a superb fighter, but her innate physical disadvantages would make every fight harder than it had to be. Similarly, she was a masterful conversationalist, but if those skills were, as theorized, based on her personal attributes, if an infernal's skills were being degraded by being run through her brain, then it made sense that it could be so tiring. At least, that was the theory. They hadn't been able to recover the manual that governed the game, and it was entirely possible that it had nothing at all about non-anima in it. Valencia took breaks from time to time, not actually letting herself be empty of a devil, but just some time when she wasn't on. That naturally meant leaving Bethel for a bit, which had taken her a few days to be comfortable with, not just because of what Bethel might get up to in her absence, but because Bethel could easily strand her a long way from home. Valencia smiled as she walked, waving at faces she'd seen once or twice in the sweets shop. Being out in the world without worrying about Bethel was nice, removing a layer of concern, and now that she wasn't the only one with non-magical skin, there was much less to worry about from warders. Life could have been better, but she was happy, because the world was wide and colorful. She killed devils and demons as she went. Therapy with Bethel required regular intake of devils, but it was important not to be too regular about it, because that would potentially give the infernals information about who or what was causing this unprecedented threat. Through the whole history of Ayarb, only a handful of infernals had ever been killed. Since Valencia had gotten her powers, tens of thousands had died. In the context of 2.5 trillion infernals, across 9,000 hells. This wasn't very many, but it was enough that they were, certainly, on the case. For every infernal she took into her, which was only a fraction of those she killed, she combed through their memories, trying to find some piece of the puzzle that would show their response. Most infernals were entirely disconnected from all but their local hell, though, and usually they were disconnected from most of that hell, only concerned with an area of a few dozen miles, their town or estate, and the souls within it.
Excuse me,
She said to a shopkeeper, careful not to pick up the threads of conversation that would delve into his life, careful not to steer him in any particular direction. These were important strategies to practice, here where it was safe.
how much is the flour?
"Third of an obol a pound," he replied, looking her over. He didn't find her very attractive. A devil's insight was incredible overkill to know that, but she wasn't sure that the thought would have come to her, unbidden, if she hadn't had a devil in her. She didn't particularly care whether or not the shopkeeper felt she was attractive or not. He was an older man in his 50s, and certainly not attractive to her, and besides that, there were 100 worse things in this world. Still, it was a lack of control of her powers that frightened her, because it meant that she might fail at a moment when it was important. She killed another demon on the way out of the shop, tasting its memories by rote, and finding that she'd unexpectedly bit into a motherlode of information. She kept walking, not wanting to attract attention, then quickly found a small table in the outdoor section of a restaurant and sat down with the notebook she carried with her everywhere she went. As a rule, Valencia rarely targeted anyone important in the hells. Targets were selected at random, not with a preference for demons or devils, and at random intervals. Valencia had been sleeping in the time chamber almost exclusively for some time now, even before the recent unpleasantness, which meant that there was no indication, if looking for a pattern, that there was any pattern at all. Amaryllis and Jorge had largely been responsible for this protocol, which had been created with both operational security and political neutrality in mind. The hells had their own magics, their own physics, and they had ways of reaching Erb if they had cause to. A random scattering of deaths would naturally be alarming to the hells, given their unprecedented nature, but an attack would be something else, something that they were much more conceptually equipped to deal with. It was important that their response be put off for as long as possible. Unfortunately, the demon that Valencia had just eaten painted a grim picture of how far along the infernals were. Deradok Izgetch, defiler of entrails, Rinpoche of Lethnish, was a major figure in the 2674th hell. If Valencia could have known ahead of time exactly which demon she was going to eat, she might not have chosen him, but that would have contributed to a pattern. At any rate, the point was moot, as she could only know ahead of time with either access to an infernoscope tuned to the location of her tendrils or prior knowledge from a previous infernal's very recent memories. 6 days ago, Deradok had been given a briefing memo on everything that the infernals knew about what they were calling the existence failure events. Valencia began to rapidly write down everything in the report, filling page after page, not stopping to think too hard about anything else, such as the minor political vacuum that Deradok would be leaving behind, or the dozen-odd mortals he owned and regularly tortured. Instead, she focused on the briefing, which laid out in detail a number of rather concerning steps the infernals were taking. First, there would be an all-hells taxation going into effect within the next 2 weeks, funneling resources toward the Omega Hell, where research would be taking place into the EFEs. Second, there would be research teams assembled on every hell in order to track and catalog every EFE that they could find, which would presumably be compiled and cataloged. Third, a large number of infernals would be conscripted from across the hells, focusing on those with particular knowledge of esoteric magics, planar phenomena, and Uther Pendraig. Not that he was expected to have anything to do with it, the letter assured, but because he was automatically implicated in any major threat. Fourth, fresh mortals, especially those who held security clearances in life, would undergo interrogations by specialists, with compensation toward anyone who delivered them into control of the Omega Hell at the base of the Hell Chain. And finally, there was an enormous bounty for anyone who brought an end to the EFEs, not just a bounty for infernals, but one that would be communicated to Erb itself, a guarantee of a life of paradise in the hell of their choosing, in perpetuity. When Valencia was finished transcribing the briefing letter, as best she was able to remember it, she stared at it with a glum look. Deradoc had been planning to resist the imposition, which would impact him a fair amount, which Valencia imagined would be a common response. There might be a war amongst the Infernals, as there had been in the past, or a series of disorganized wars that each happened on their own hell. The stakes were high, though, and eventually everyone would be coerced into cooperation, as they had been in the past. The hells were mobilizing, and much faster than expected. Compared to the time of the Apocalypse Demon, this represented a fairly small mobilization of forces, but it was clearly laying the groundwork for something bigger. And if this was the briefing that was being given to a demon of Deradoc's importance, that probably meant that those in charge knew more, and worse, that there were likely other, less public plans in place. This briefing, after all, would be assumed to be seen by mortals who spied on the hells through Infernoscope. It was the information that they didn't care to hide or couldn't effectively conceal. What Valencia had been quietly doing in the hells was going to intrude into the real world, and soon. It was hard to go back to her pleasant shopping after that, but not impossible, because Valencia was very, very good at dealing with the horrifying and upsetting. The Infernals almost always had memories of torturing mortals, sometimes brief, sometimes persistent. And even if she was able to stop herself from thinking about the torture, while those memories were available, the hells were always on her mind. That was aside from a life spent living in a cage, a science experiment of her father's, possessed by demons and devils on a fairly regular basis, and always treated as though she was a violent manipulator. Valencia was quite aware that she was a broken thing, stitched back together with infernal lessons, the kindness of new family, and the moral teachings of Harry Potter. She was not, in any sense, like the people she saw around her, which was perhaps why her relationship with Bethel was relatively good. They had a kinship of sorts, and even if Bethel weren't an extremely powerful individual whose assistance would almost certainly be required to accomplish important goals, Valencia would have been inclined to help her, rather than to give her up as a lost cause. Valencia was trying her best to be good, and most days she thought that she was doing a damn sight better than most people were. No offense meant. Lack of action was its own problem, though, and Bethel was making too much sense on that front. It was hypocrisy and inconsistency, which weren't good for making progress, a well of disagreement that wasn't likely to go dry soon. But such things weren't for break time, when the world was waiting to be seen. Valencia had chosen Orangush because it was less regulated than some other parts of the empire, but also with a high standard of living that she'd thought would help to make therapy a little bit easier. The people of Orangush were, for the most part, friendly, and their social systems made it so bad behavior was at least partly regulated away by peer pressure and ostracization, to the extent those mechanisms worked. But for all that, Orangush wasn't perfect, as no place on Erb was, and another point of getting away from Bethel was to learn more about their new and temporary home, the better to set up instructive encounters and prepare for observations that Bethel might make. There were, naturally, all the cases of the haves and have-nots, those people with too little or too much, with hunger, homelessness, and sickness being the most prominent examples. Beyond that, there were domestic issues that were rarely effectively policed anywhere in the world, the kinds of crimes, if they were considered crimes at all, for which the perpetrator was often shielded from justice by either the power dynamics of the relationship, the consequences of reporting, or the troublesome nature of what constituted enough evidence for a conviction. Valencia was an astoundingly good judge of people and what they had been through. And while Bethel wasn't quite so good, she had overwhelming forensic capabilities and a disregard for privacy that they were still working on. During these walks and breaks from the therapy, Valencia had quietly identified a small handful of cases that might be cause for further discussion with Bethel about the nature of justice, revenge, and the sins of mortals. Valencia had, by this point, scouted the majority of their neighborhood, including those people who had passed close enough for her to give them an inspection. Some of these she was handling quietly on her own, not just because that would help with Bethel, but because it was a good and right thing to do. The trick was making them disappear without drawing suspicion to herself, whether that was from Orangush or Bethel. If caught by Bethel, or even merely asked, Valencia would have explained what she'd done and why. But it would be better for this to be done without Bethel ever having any knowledge of it. Hennick was a typical abuser, driven by a desire for power and control. He had been in the military and kept as a prisoner of war for 8 months, something she'd learned from gossip rather than superpowers. Perhaps that was the source of it, if it needed to have a source, which Valencia didn't particularly feel that it did. His targets were his 2 small children and his wife, the former more than the latter, always following typical patterns of abuse. Outbursts, followed by periods of relative calm, sometimes with apologies and reconciliation, but more often with nothing but the justifications that Hennick created in the moment. He was a good case study, in that he was rather typical, and there was much that Bethel might learn from him about the internal feelings that were the wellspring of his behavior. But he was operating freely, without any repercussions. If he walked into the sweets shop, and Bethel had figured it out, it was entirely possible that she would have taken matters into her own hands. Valencia had instead talked him into leaving Orangush, which took roughly an hour of her free time. The conversation had been personal, in a way that would have been completely unacceptable in normal social circumstances, one of the barriers that Valencia faced quite often. But once his guard was down, it was easy to shape their talk and convince him to leave his family with what savings he'd managed, seeking to reclaim some of the glory he'd felt during his time in the military. Now, with the family abandoned, Valencia felt she had a duty to make sure that they were looked after. She brought sweets for the children and a packed dinner for the mother, with portions large enough that the 3 of them would have food for several days. It was just at the limit of what the mother would accept from her, in part because Valencia was always willing to sit and listen, engaging in some therapy with much lower stakes and a much more pliant subject. It was, again, weirdly personal for Valencia to be there, but she had the excuse of being foreign, and Iarb was a wide enough world that people rarely asked for specifics, not that Valencia didn't have lies at the ready to answer for her eccentricities. The work of speaking to the wife was mostly in convincing her to reconcile with friends and family, to rebuff her husband if he returned, and to build herself a new life to the extent that would be possible. The last thing that Valencia had to do, when that was finished, was to write her letters. She had started out simply writing them when she was within Bethel, but that meant that Bethel could read the letters, and necessarily made the letters a part of their interactions, most of which were measured and monitored closely. Valencia had gently requested privacy, and Bethel had said that she could have privacy when she was outside, which had been the end of that conversation, at least for the time being. One letter went to Jorge, hastily written and full of pleasantries, and the other went to Amaryllis, written in a difficult cipher, which largely reported on the state of the hells. She sent both off with the telepost, hoping that they would find their way with all due haste, piggybacked on the bulk teleport network. And with that, it was time to return home.
Did you have a good time, out and about?
Asked Bethel when Valencia returned.
Acceptable,
replied Valencia.
Anything of note while I was away?
Arguments from the neighbors to the east,
replied Bethel.
I can play it back for you, if you would like.
Is it good or bad?
Asked Valencia.
Something to model or something to critique?
A bit of both,
replied Bethel, smiling slightly.
Then let's see it,
replied Valencia, nodding.
Could I trouble you for dinner while I watch?
Of course,
replied Bethel.
The stew has been cooking and will just need to cool.
Anad walked through the city with his enforcers following in his wake. Wherever he went, people stopped and stared, their eyes catching on him and then holding there as their brains caught up to their vision. He was well known, the face of the operation in Orangush, and he'd done his work to ensure that he and his men could be identified at a glance. It didn't do to explain to people who you were and why they should be afraid of you, not when those explanations were always so much more effective when they came across in whispers from a third party. The two hulking men behind Anad certainly helped, as did the weapons they were visibly carrying, Entad lookalikes. The sweets shop he was going to had opened for business, practically overnight, 9 days ago. That was enough time for him to send in someone less conspicuous to scope out the place and give him a report. It was also enough time for word to reach them about the way things worked in Orangush, and for some nice, sotto voce whispers to be overheard by the new proprietors. So far as Anad could find out, the two girls who ran the place weren't local, though there were limits to how much legwork he was willing to do for people in a neighborhood like theirs. Their accents were off, their particular flavor of human was unknown, and that was good enough. Anad's warder had walked by the place and surreptitiously placed a monocle to his eye and seen that there was an aura. That was worrying, but not entirely unexpected given how fast the move had taken place. It was something that Anad was going to keep in mind. These girls had some kind of Entad magic, which meant that they were worth more than usual. Fortunately, there only appeared to be a single Entad in play, at least so far as the warder could tell. Anad had picked the timing of his visit carefully. The shop was only open for 6 hours a day, from noon until just before dinner time, short hours that spoke to hobbyists rather than hard workers with their nose to the grindstone. That, again, spoke to money. Anad liked to have his visits at night, when the mood was better suited to an explanation of the opportunities that he could provide and the risks inherent in turning him down. But as that wasn't a reliable option, given the short hours, he'd opted for right at closing time, when he could exert some force by overstaying his welcome, and when the place would be more or less cleared out. The smaller of the two, Rosa, the strong, was sweeping the floor as he approached the shop. Anad was hard to miss, and his enforcers were even harder to miss, given that they were a pair of Aborians, one of the largest of the mortal species, with claws made for rending trees and specialty oversized pistols at their hips, decorated to look like they might be magical. Rosa saw them, but she didn't react like she should have. Her eyes didn't go wide in surprise or confusion. She merely glanced at them and kept on sweeping, without giving them any more notice. Anad reached forward and opened the door, stepping inside.
Oh, sorry,
said Rosa.
We just closed. We'll be open tomorrow, starting at noon.
She had bright, friendly, apologetic eyes and a surprisingly disarming expression.
You always turn away paying customers?
Asked Anad.
When they come in off hours, yes,
said Rosa. Anad watched her for a moment, trying to take the measure of her, then reached into his pocket and pulled out his pocket watch, making a show of looking at it.
By my reckoning, I have another 3 minutes left, and the bells haven't rung 6 yet.
Ignore my companion,
said the taller woman, Nephthys, from up the stairs. She was visibly muscular, outside the norm for a human, but probably just an outlier, unless she had some Brosha blood in her. The scout had said that she had a sour look on her face, but as she traipsed down the steps from the second floor, she looked practically joyous.
We've been keeping hours short as we get our legs beneath us, but we've been meaning to expand anyhow, and you're right, we shouldn't be pushing away customers.
She craned her long neck to look past Anad to the enforcers standing outside.
Are your friends coming in?
No,
Said Anad, finally stepping through the door entirely.
they'll wait outside for us.
And what kind of sweets are you interested in today?
Asked Nephthys, beaming at him.
We have a wide selection, including a few specialties that can't be found anywhere else on Erb.
Anad regarded her. If she had any reaction at all to him as something other than a customer, she was hiding it well. When Anad was 8 years old, he'd taken an axe to the face, and his parents hadn't had the money for healing until after the wound was set. He'd grown to like the scar well enough as he'd aged, and even gone so far as rejecting an offer to have an Imperial Soul Mage reverse the damage entirely, which was apparently what it would have taken.
You're new in town, the two of you,
said Anad. He took a step towards some of the candies, looking at them as though making up his mind about which to get.
We can cut through the shit,
said Rosa. Anad looked at her. He had a good handle on women, and the kind of woman who swore, and he hadn't pegged Rosa for the type. She was looking at him with hard eyes, hand gripped tight around the broom. Her knuckles were white.
You're here to offer us protection, and if we don't take you up on your protection, you're going to make some threats about the kinds of bad things that could happen to us.
She took a breath and glanced at Nephthys. Rosa was breathing harder, and her eyes had finally gone wide, hinting at manic thoughts. The change in demeanor had been sudden.
If you leave now...
She stopped and looked at Nephthys again. The tall, muscular woman was still smiling.
Nephthys, listen to me. I know you think this man's life is...
Oh, he's a bully,
said Nephthys. She was grinning at Anad, ignoring her companion.
Aren't you?
No, said Anad, straightening to his full height.
I'm a businessman. When the police fail to render their services as they should, someone needs to stand up and do things properly in their place. I don't know what you've heard, but my business is protection, not bullying. I'm a professional.
He was starting to grow uncomfortable. The real, honest fear in Rosa's eyes wasn't directed at Anad. It was directed at her companion. Neither of them looked uncertain about him. It could all be an act, but that kind of stage play put on for him would be a plan with far too many ways to go south. Anad had seen all kinds of reactions to his business model, and anger wasn't uncommon. Once or twice he'd seen wives tell their husbands not to get angry, that it wasn't worth it, that nothing good would come of lashing out, which was entirely true. Putting it in that context, he thought maybe he understood this situation a little bit better, with Rosa warning off Nephthys from doing something rash. On the other hand, it was entirely possible that these two had more power than they seemed. Anad was perfectly aware that in the grand scheme of things, he was just a man with a handful of entads whose only real training was in clawing his way up through the ranks of the criminal world. But what would a magus be doing running a sweets shop? And weren't they both frightfully young to have amassed any power? The little one couldn't have been much older than 15, the taller one in her early 20s.
Morally speaking,
said Nephthys, looking over to Rosa.
Why should this man live?
Rosa folded her arms, frowning.
All people deserve life.
Anad could feel a cold sweat on the back of his neck. This wasn't how this was supposed to go, and it wasn't how it had ever gone before. They were speaking as though his death was a foregone conclusion. What he needed was time. Time to figure out which brand of mages they were, and what he could do about it.
All?
Asked Nephthys.
Really? All?
All,
repeated Rosa.
If we had infinite resources, I would give everyone their own infinite plot of land, with their own infinite resources, because I think that's the moral thing to do.
And yet we don't live in such a world,
replied Nephthys.
So men like this should, in your view, Go to prison, a prison which is paid for with the labor and resources of their betters. When you say that he deserves life, what you mean is that he deserves to be kept alive, away from others, at my expense.
Not necessarily your expense,
said Rosa.
I can leave.
Said Anad.
I can give you privacy.
He tried to be firm as he said it, but there was no way to leave without sounding like a coward.
Hush,
replied Nephthys.
We're deciding your fate.
Anad tried to move and found an invisible wall of force blocking him. He touched it experimentally and found that it completely encircled him. It was a ward, one which he'd somehow stepped into without being able to see it. Such things weren't supposed to be possible, or at least not easy, not unless you knew for certain where your target was going to be well in advance.
My men!
Anad began. He turned toward them. They looked uncomfortable, standing there.
Why don't you call them in?
Said Nephthys.
Better that they don't complicate things.
Anad hesitated. If he called them in, they would be caught in this web too, pinned down by these people with too much power. If he shouted a warning, they might run and get help, the warder, or the entire team. But that might seal his own fate here, under the thumb of this muscular woman who had used advanced magic without showing any sign of it. Nephthys moved over and opened the door, looking back at Anad.
Run!
He screamed.
Find help! They have magic!
To his immense surprise, the enforcers moved into the sweets shop, squeezing through the door frame, which was only just wide and tall enough to accommodate them.
What the hells are you doing?
He asked.
I said to run.
And with that, his men seemed to register actual shock and concern. The bigger of the brothers, Herc, moved to push Nephthys aside, but his arm passed through her, then met solid air. All at once, the shades at the front of the shop went down, blocking out light and obscuring the interior from view. The two Aborian brothers began to shout, but their screams came out wordless, behind some kind of ward that had been built through impossible means.
They'll notice that I'm missing,
said Anad.
He's right,
said Rosa.
If we let them leave now with the fear in them and promise them to secrecy, we might not have to move.
Oh, I don't particularly mind moving,
said Nephthys.
Staying in one place to get repeat exposure to people is part of the therapy,
said Rosa.
If we make a scene and murder a few people every time someone moderately antagonistic comes to visit us, we're never going to get anywhere.
I've been good,
said Nephthys, pouting slightly.
You've acted good,
said Rosa.
But you're a long way from the mindset that you'll need. You can't just kill everyone who looks at you wrong.
He was going to threaten us,
said Nephthys. If we didn't give him money, he was going to say that maybe this place might catch fire, or maybe there would be burglars. And if we kept not paying, he would pay men to light this place on fire, or break our windows, or poison our candy.
I wouldn't,
said Anad.
He wouldn't poison,
Rosa clarified, though who knew how the hell she knew that. The other things, yes, but we could easily spare the money he asked for, handed it over without a problem, and continued on with our lives. I understand that you have your reservations about letting him free when he's going to prey on other people who don't have our advantages, but we could have talked about this after he'd left. We both know that the money means nothing to us. We know that he would eventually return to take from us again, and if he didn't, we could track him. It could have been handled later. I was impulsive, said Nephthys, nodding. This is true. Anad was quiet. He didn't think that he could say anything that would help his case. He was now entirely convinced that he was going to die, a feeling that he'd had only twice before, in a life that had been marked by violence and danger. We both know money means nothing to us, the little one had said. To go back to the earlier argument, said Rosa. Yes, keeping men like him jailed requires resources, but they don't need to be your resources. Someone else might volunteer theirs. So you believe, hypothetically, that this man should be kept in a small room at your expense for the rest of his natural life, segregated from the rest of society?" asked Nephthys. "No," said Rosa. "There will always be opportunities for rehabilitation." "Rehabilitation that comes with costs," said Nephthys. "Costs that you're hypothetically paying." "You're thinking about a hypothetical world in which I'm resource-constrained and have to choose between prison and rehabilitation," said Rosa. "I do love that you know what I'm thinking," replied Nephthys with a grin. Anad surreptitiously looked down at the ground, trying to see whether there was something he could use to escape this ward, a loose floorboard and some way to slip beneath it, or something that was equally unlikely to be true. He moved his foot to the side, checking that the ward was actually encompassing him, and found that it was. This talk about eternal prison wasn't making him particularly calm. "We live in a reality of resource constraints," said Rosa. "We can't pay millions of obols for everyone to live their best life. If it came down to it, I would kill men like him, if it meant better men could live better lives. But it's a question of margins, and I don't think that Juniper would agree." "So you suggest what?" asked Nephthys. "That I don't torture these men to death and dump their bodies deep underground where they'll never be found. That I let them go so that they can use violence and intimidation to steal from people in return for nebulous services. And worse, obviously." "Just a moment," said Rosa, holding up a hand. "I think I took the wrong tack." "The wrong tack to convince me?" asked Nephthys. "And what, pray tell, is the right one?" "This man is a product of his environment, as all people are," said Rosa. Anad continued surreptitiously checking for gaps in the ward, moving his hands where they were more out of sight, especially from the bigger woman.
"I'm listening,"
said Nephthys.
"He's a product of his environment, and in theory, if he'd been raised better, he might not have turned out such a shitheel."
I don't mean a product of his environment in a historical sense, though that's probably true,
said Rosa.
I mean that here and now, he exists only because there was a gap within this society for him to exist within. If we kill him, that gap will remain, and some other person will come to fill it. Perhaps more efficiently, perhaps less. And yes, you're thinking now that you could simply kill all possible candidates for his position.
"It's sometimes mildly annoying to have you know what I'm thinking,"
said Nephthys, frowning.
I'm saying that your thought is right,
said Rosa.
You could become the entity that keeps the gap closed by killing anyone who steps out of line. You could kill everyone with the temperament and training to fill that gap. But that requires time and resources. Resources that you've already said you're loath to spend. To actually fix the problem, to eliminate men like this from the world without spending absurd amounts of limited resources, we need to use them.
Nephthys was silent, frowning as she considered that. Anad had no idea what expression he should have on his face, so stayed as carefully blank as he could, though he was sweating profusely, and he was certain that fear was showing on him. It was a fear he hadn't felt since he was much younger and smaller.
"Ah,"
she finally said.
"It's moral to use men like this, immoral men, because they must pay a price for their immorality. Is that so?"
I'm not sure that I would put it like that,
replied Rosa.
What I mean is that this man exists as he does because there's a space for him to exist within this society. What we can do is to provide a new place in society for him and people like him, while at the same time closing the gap. We can use him. We can subvert him.
"But that would be an exercise of our powers,"
replied Nephthys.
"One you think is moral, and not just because you're trying to save his life like the naive waif you are?"
Rosa didn't answer, instead turning to Anad.
We could easily kill you,
she said.
I hope that's clear to you now. We have power beyond whatever you're thinking. You probably imagine we're mages with a fair number of entads. Well, we're more than that. A lot more than that. Not gods, but demigods, of our own varieties. We're here because we're trying to work some things out about ourselves. Now, what we need from you, in order for you to keep living, is for you to make this city a good place to live. That's not going to happen by you doing good deeds. It's going to happen by making some systemic changes to how things are done. To that end, we're going to make a new order in Orangish, which uses you and your people as a tool. And yes, to answer your next question, we're going to be making a lot of changes, and yes, this will impact your relationship with your superiors.
Everything she said, it seemed as though she was preempting the next question he was going to ask. If they would be believed, they were offering him entrance on the ground floor of some new criminal enterprise, except it wasn't clear that there was anything criminal about this.
What do you want me to do?
Asked Anad.
He's just doing this out of fear,
said Nephthys, frowning.
That's not a good basis for getting people to do things. He hasn't even asked what happens if he doesn't do as we say.
I'm well aware that it's not a good lever,
replied Rosa.
But we're going to be giving him at least some of what he wants in his heart of hearts, prestige and power, along with the occasional bout of violence.
Oh, but I'm not allowed to engage in bouts of violence,
said Nephthys with a pout.
Of course you are, when the situation warrants it,
replied Rosa.
No,
replied Nephthys, shaking her head.
Because every time someone comes along with some moronic plan to do harm to me or the people inside me, I'm told that I should exercise restraint, that I should just hold them in place for questioning. Questioning which, I might add, is never the way that I would do it, which must never start or end with dismemberment or physical violence.
She glared at Anad.
Even now, this thug, you would think less of me if I sliced him up.
Think in the long term,
replied Rosa.
Even if you think the world is better off without him, important people feel otherwise.
Anad heard the phrase, important people, and temporarily stopped searching for a seam in the ward. That implied that they somehow weren't important people. He had been assuming that people like this answered to no one, not because they were more powerful than him, but because they were more powerful than him in ways that seemed like they should have been impossible. An imperial fire team of trained mages, those he would have had the conceptual framework for. But this, and they weren't even the important people.
I can't believe you're stooping to social blackmail,
replied Nephthys, shaking her head.
I know what you're feeling,
said Rosa.
He's scum, and you want to end him, not because it would be good, but because it would be satisfying. That's part of growing up, though, knowing to choose what's good over what's satisfying.
Growing up,
said Nephthys, shaking her head. She turned to Anad again.
Well then, you heard the woman. You're going to be working for us now. Your life is contingent on you being a good person, or at least being a bastard in our service. The same goes for everyone currently in your employ. Perhaps with time you'll come to appreciate our unique offerings as your employer, or perhaps I'll flense off your skin and feed it to you.
Don't think about running,
said Rosa.
If you leave Orangush, we'll know, and our ability to track you is virtually unparalleled across all of Erb. If you start preparing to leave, we'll know. For your own sake, work with us.
And if he does?
Asked Nephthys.
What work precisely are we talking about, little one?
Intervention,
replied Rosa.
I'm ceding you some ground. It's true that we should be doing more, but we have to do it right.
Mirror Room. Chapter 185. Mirror Room. IMG. http://d/aud www.alexanderwales.com candleicon.png. The mirror room was called that because it was arranged down a center line that bisected the large central table, with both halves of the room being designed to be exactly matching opposites. The center of the room was a large vertical ward, separating the two halves from each other, with all the might that Uther could muster, while still allowing a conversation to take place. Furthermore, the room had two entrances, which could only be reached by going through opposite ends of the castle. For that reason, It had been the room of choice for any two parties that were low on trust, but who nevertheless needed to have a conversation with each other. Uther had used the room on more than one occasion when he'd needed two people to have a safe place to converse without killing each other. He'd gone overboard on the mirroring, though, in Amaryllis's opinion. The opposite walls had landscape paintings that were exact mirror images of each other. Naturally, the fact that the barrier between sides allowed sights and sounds meant there were vulnerabilities, even if Uther had made the wards such that sound above a certain decibel level couldn't cross, and lasers or other bright lights would be stopped short. That left the obvious possibility of exploiting the information that could pass through, which wards couldn't defend against. If you had access to a deadly meme and were either immune to it or could direct it across the table, you could easily launch an attack that there was very little recourse against. For that reason, Amaryllis had a scroll with a certain image on it in a tube at her hip, not that she was planning to use it. It had the added benefit of being able to render anyone who spied on her private materials catatonic, though that might come with its own complications, especially given the viral nature of the meme.
"The wards are strong,"
said Grak, looking at the barrier between the sides of the room. It shimmered slightly, in a way that must have been deliberate, so that people wouldn't make the mistake of trying to walk through empty air. It also gave the other side a slight imperfection that one might associate with looking into a mirror.
"It's more through brute strength than anything clever. I might be able to subvert them."
Subvert Uther's wards?
Asked Amaryllis.
You could do that?
"Possibly,"
replied Grak with a shrug.
"Difficult with another warder watching, though, and useless to us."
Could they do it?
Asked Amaryllis.
"Likely not,"
replied Grak.
"And not without it being obvious to me."
Good,
said Amaryllis.
Thank you for coming with me.
"You needed a warder,"
said Grak. He paused, then glanced at her.
"We all want the best for you. I'm skeptical this is the path."
Hyacinth?
Asked Amaryllis.
Or Angelson in general?
"Angelsin,"
replied Grak.
"I don't think your family makes you a better person."
Amaryllis was silent on that. A part of her wished to say that her family had no impact on whether or not she was a good or bad person, now that she was of age and had been away from them for so long. She wasn't sure that was true. Her family had always tugged her in certain directions, toward compromises she didn't want to make, putting her in a position where she had to do things which went against her natural inclinations. There was no telling whether or not that would continue to be the case if she stayed close to Angelsin. One of her fears was that she would become like Rose Mallow someday, more concerned with artfully playing the game than actually achieving objectives. The great hazard of optimizing against metrics was that the metrics could come to rule the optimization process, warping and twisting the original intent. Fishers were given quotas to fill and bonuses based on the number of fish caught, and suddenly they would start catching scrawny fish or overfishing or damaging the seafloor with aggressive techniques, all unintended consequences of an easy-to-measure metric intended to increase yields. Amaryllis could see some version of herself, years in the future. Looking back at what she had done and seeing that she'd been focused on the wrong thing, power in and of itself, rather than power as a means to do good.
"She's late,"
said Grak.
We were early.
Replied Amaryllis.
Hopefully it's nothing. Lateness is sometimes a way to assert power, and if that's what she's trying, I would rather have her believe she has us at her mercy.
The meme was a last resort, to be used only in an extreme defensive scenario, because it wouldn't be that much different from killing Hyacinth and her warder, at least in the eyes of the law. Angelsin effectively had two different legal standards, one for the members of the court and the other for commoners. By the noble standard, familicide was one of the worst crimes a person could commit, unless in strict and plain self-defense. There would be no second trial by adversity, Amaryllis was sure of that. Besides, if it came down to it, Grok was ward-proof now, and he could simply vault across the table and cut Hyacinth down with his axe. There would be fewer legal and political repercussions from that form of defense. Hyacinth arrived in the mirror room after not too much time had passed, late, but only fashionably so, accompanied by a warder who Amaryllis didn't recognize and who apparently didn't warrant an introduction. Hyacinth was still in her black mourning clothes, which Amaryllis didn't take as a good sign. It was past the period when Hyacinth was still socially obligated to continue wearing them, though not yet at the point when it would start to make people uncomfortable. It was a ploy, a tool in the arsenal, a social weapon, as clothing often was.
Cousin, it's good to see you,
said Hyacinth, sitting down at the table.
I take it your return to Angelson has been going well.
It has,
replied Amaryllis.
And from what I understand, you've been speaking to Rose Mallow and now wish to renegotiate the terms of your abdication,
said Hyacinth.
I can't say that wasn't predicted, but it's quite the disappointment.
I understand,
replied Amaryllis with a nod.
I apologize for any deception and hope that we can come to an arrangement that's suitable for all parties.
Quite,
smiled Hyacinth.
My starting offer is that you give up everything currently held in trust to me, participate in entered investiture and ward bypass at my discretion, and, where applicable, at my expense, that you are sterilized with confirmation by a mutually agreeable doctor, and that you renounce your title as princess. In exchange, I'll tell Sweet William to give you generous terms insofar as the Draconic Confederacy is concerned, cease all offensive actions against you, and resolve the issue of your desertion from the host.
Amaryllis almost laughed. You were supposed to laugh when someone threw out a ridiculous offer like that. But laughing would not do. The only reason that Hyacinth was being so ridiculous was because that had been the previous offer, and a laugh might provide Hyacinth with the opportunity to point out that Amaryllis wasn't keeping to her word.
Are you suggesting that you have other offensive actions against me?
Asked Amaryllis, raising an eyebrow. That particular line had caught her attention.
I would include any ongoing or future actions,
said Hyacinth.
If you uphold your end of the bargain, I'm perfectly content to have nothing to do with you beyond the continuation of an entered investiture and ward bypass relationship, which wouldn't require us to ever see each other.
I don't particularly care if I see you again or not, cousin,
said Amaryllis.
Nothing of what's happened between us was personal, at least for me. But I'm afraid that your opening offer leaves me with a sour taste in my mouth. Further, you know that Rose Mallow has her own offers.
And what are the details of those offers?
Asked Hyacinth.
She wants me to come back,
said Amaryllis.
My guess is that we would go through with a trial, almost certainly before the War Council, where I would lay out the circumstances of my desertion, which would surely result in the charge being dropped. From there, it's likely I would become a member of the host.
It was painful to admit that, from a negotiation standpoint, but necessary, because Hyacinth was allied with Onion, whose control of the host wasn't easily contested. Bravado or lies wouldn't suit Amaryllis on that point. Even her assessment of how a trial would go was a bit much.
As I survived the trial by adversity, everything currently held in trust would be under my control, with my 18th birthday quickly approaching. I haven't spoken with my accountant, but the value in aggregate would likely be on the order of 1.5 billion obols. For the transgressions against the Draconic Confederacy, I would think that would give me quite a bit of leverage over Sweet William, who I don't doubt would benefit handsomely from the bidding war.
Unspoken was the possibility that Hyacinth had more than money on Sweet William, whether it was blackmail or threat of force. Even if that was the source of Hyacinth's leverage, Amaryllis had quite a bit of money to ameliorate those concerns.
And yet you're meeting with me,
said Hyacinth.
That means there are aspects of a deal with Rose Mallow you find unsavory, unless you called me here for a gloat about how well you think things will go for you.
No,
said Amaryllis.
I called you here because I think we can all come out better for it. My opening offer is 3% of my estate, gifted to you, with your choice of holdings from among that 3%.
Amaryllis was willing to go as high as 10%.
In exchange, Onion would give me a position with the host that would allow me the freedom to do as I please. And you would tell Sweet William that there's no need for the dragons to extract much capital and labor from my nation. And naturally, whatever nameless plans you have brewing, you would put an end to them.
3% isn't particularly generous,
said Hyacinth.
I would take 40 with the other considerations, plus a guarantee not to have children until you're age 35, put against an additional 20% of your holdings by contract, and a guarantee that you wouldn't hold office in the court, nor on any of the councils, again with a penalty of 20%.
That's very high,
said Amaryllis.
I doubt that I would get support from Rose Mallow for a deal that effectively removed me from office.
You wouldn't need Rose Mallow's support,
said Hyacinth.
This would be between us, and she would keep her nose out of it, which I know you would prefer.
It's tempting, but too high,
said Amaryllis.
7%, with the penalties as outlined and other considerations, and 10% of my entad investiture, excepting a few essential entads to be declared later.
That does begin to sound agreeable,
replied Hyacinth. She smiled at Amaryllis in the wide, pearly way that she sometimes did, a debutante's smile, nothing authentic or warm about it. It wasn't hard to do a warm smile if you practiced in the mirror enough times, and Hyacinth seemed as though she was perfectly capable of faking one. She simply chose not to.
However, there is one other matter. I would need you to admit that you killed my husband.
I didn't kill Larkspur,
said Amaryllis. The words came out quickly, automatically. This was not the direction that she'd hoped the conversation would go. It would be far better for them to be haggling about percentages and conditions.
I'm not asking for a full confession before the court,
replied Hyacinth.
I know that would probably cost you your neck, even if you could conclusively prove that it was self-defense. All I want is a private admission, here in this room, to give me some closure. Just tell me that you killed him.
This was as clear and obvious a trap as Amaryllis had ever seen, which was what made it so troubling. Obviously, Amaryllis wouldn't and couldn't admit that she had a hand in killing Larkspur. But Hyacinth had to know that, so why even ask? Amaryllis did not believe for a single moment that this was the request of a grieving widow seeking closure, in part because she had a measure of Hyacinth, and in part because Hyacinth was doing nothing to present herself as driven by love or a desire for knowledge, mourning garb aside. So why ask? Amaryllis wasn't under oath. There were no penalties for lying in this room, so what was the point in asking for that concession? An attempt to rattle? That hardly seemed likely. The only reason that Amaryllis was giving it a second and third thought was that it was so clearly obvious that a lie was in order. Even if Hyacinth knew everything that had happened in that copse of trees outside Boastravino, even if she had a mountain of evidence, there was no reason not to lie.
I wish that I could offer you some solace,
said Amaryllis.
I know that to be widowed at a young age must be heartbreaking, especially when there are no answers for how or why it happened. I don't have the answers that you want, not in a simple, convenient narrative, or even a complex, inconvenient one. I didn't kill Larkspur.
The goal of a conversation like this was to make the other person look and feel unreasonable. Amaryllis was taking the high road, showing empathy and concern, phrasing it exactly as she would in some future deposition or court hearing. Let Hyacinth look like an asshole, or show her proof, if that's what she really wanted to do.
You lie so easily, it's almost impressive,
said Hyacinth, turning her lips down.
We both know that he had his eyes set on you. I argued against him, told him that he was operating outside the laws of our kingdom, but he didn't listen to me.
That was more of an admission than Amaryllis had expected, but its purpose was obvious, framing Larkspur as the only one guilty of criminal wrongdoing.
He went after you, fully armed, with overwhelming firepower. It wasn't a dragon that got him. He had enough experience directing helicopters to keep them low to the ground, and the crash sites were inconsistent with a dragon attack, high or low. It was you and your people. All I want is a confession, a private one, with no legal standing, to give my mind some peace.
There were tears at the corners of her eyes and a tremor in her voice. There was a mastery and beauty in the way she spoke, the impassioned plea that came from a place of grief. Amaryllis felt a keen urge to strangle her, metaphorically and literally, to squeeze her hard enough that the truth would escape from her blue lips. If the point of Hyacinth's performative grief was to set Amaryllis on edge, then it was starting to work. Amaryllis wouldn't misstep, though. She was too pragmatic for that, whatever her feelings. Another possibility occurred to Amaryllis, which was that this was a way of putting on pressure, not in the here and now, but as a demonstration of what the future might hold. See what it will be like in the councils if you don't make a deal. See what I'll put you through, what political hell your life will become, what endless trials and attacks you'll be forced to endure if you don't add another few percent.
I cannot and will not confess to a crime that I did not commit,
said Amaryllis.
My last offer was 7%, I believe.
I'm with child,
said Hyacinth, placing a hand against her stomach.
My little boy will grow up not knowing his father.
She shook her head, and a real, actual tear slid down her face. Crying on command was, Amaryllis knew, difficult, though easier if you were drawing on actual emotions. Who knew whether the pregnancy was real? It was never a lie you could call someone on, and if there were no baby, then she could simply claim a miscarriage.
I know that what Larkspur did was wrong. I said as much to him. If you killed him in self-defense, all I want to know is what happened.
I'm sorry,
said Amaryllis.
I really wish that I could give you closure. If a confession to a crime I did not commit is what it will take to close this deal, then I doubt we can come to a deal at all.
Hyacinth gave Amaryllis a hard look. Her lip trembled, just slightly, the perfect picture of emotions held barely in check. As a weapon, it would have been more effective if deployed immediately, rather than as additional leverage when needed.
I'm sorry. Would you allow me a moment to gather myself outside this room?
Certainly.
Amaryllis nodded.
I know this has been difficult for you.
In reality, Hyacinth was almost certainly going outside the mirror room in order to confer with a third party. And while it would have been better to keep Hyacinth operating on her own, there was no gracious way to prevent her from leaving. Even if Amaryllis had violated social expectations and insisted that Hyacinth stay, she didn't think that doing so would get her closer to a resolution. The truth was, Hyacinth wasn't in charge here. Hyacinth stood up, smoothed her morning dress, sniffled slightly, then left the room. Her warder stayed behind, hands clasped on the table. It was entirely possible that this woman wasn't a warder at all, and this was the moment that she would spring into action as a master assassin, once there was a measure of deniability and safety for Hyacinth. But Amaryllis rather doubted it, given how secure the ward was. They all sat in silence for a moment. Amaryllis wished that they had a method of telepathy, because it would have been a good time to conference with Grack, not that his mind was keenly suited to human politics. The person that Amaryllis would really have liked to have talked to, if there were a way of communicating beyond the room, was Juniper, not because he was likely to have brilliant political insights, but because he was the one she most wanted to share her thoughts with. Hyacinth was choosing to act erratically, as though ruled by her emotions and not amenable to reason, and it was difficult for Amaryllis to see the point, other than as a weapon in this small war they were fighting. It would be so easy for this to all be settled and done for 10%. The opening, insulting offer aside. It had been dangled in front of her, frighteningly close, a solution to the current plot that wouldn't require conflict or danger. Narratively, it didn't fit. There was a great and obvious sickness in Anglesyn, a factionalism among the Lost King's court, and a disregard for the common people, among other things. The Grand Reconciliation had happened a decade after the fall of the Second Empire, when the laws for nobles and the laws for commoners had been brought more in line with each other, making certain crimes of the nobility against the commoners far more likely to be met with harsh punishment. Yet the Grand Reconciliation had only partially closed the gap, leaving many seams of inequality, to say nothing of the difference in means that separated the classes. The Grand Reconciliation had taken a good deal of effort which was only possible in the wake of the reforms following the Second Empire. It now seemed incredibly far from ever happening again. The commoners weren't powerless, but the workers' organizations like the guilds, or political alliances like the Society for Justice, had stopped accomplishing any important goals decades ago. The infrequent protests were met with scapegoats or temporary shows of austerity, if not just plain empty words. No one within the nobility seemed capable of cooperating, to the detriment of not just Anglesyn, but the empire of common cause as well. There were true, serious ills and a number of fronts that they would need to be fought on, if the problems weren't simply intractable. If those were Anglesyn's problems, how would bribing Hyacinth help? Narratively, how would it resolve the conflict as presented? The simple answer was that it wouldn't, and if you were thinking in a strictly narrative fashion, you had to understand that this negotiation was essentially worthless. It wouldn't cure the ongoing sickness in the kingdom. Amaryllis would likely come out of it with a significant amount of capital, but that capital would only be a tool with which to implement a solution. And that solution, well, there were options, and Uther had often fixed systemic problems with reforms using his vast resources, clout, and outright strength. If nothing else, Uther had proven that it was possible within a narrative framework. According to Raven, though, these moments of reform almost always came after a long, arduous, difficult fight, in the wake of key members of the opposition dying, or when some of the systemic problems had been laid bare to the world, the roots exposed. Hyacinth returned before there was too much more time for rumination. She was calmer than she'd been before, false tears wiped away, and she sat down at the table with a straight back and more deliberate poise than she'd shown before.
I'll accept 10% if it's signed here and now,
said Hyacinth.
No more consultation with Rose Mallow. No deliberations on the finer points. Just a contract, drawn up by my lawyer, in plain language, signed here today.
Amaryllis frowned.
Why the change of heart?
Asked Amaryllis.
I took some time to reflect,
Hyacinth replied.
I would obviously need my own lawyer to look things over,
said Amaryllis. They had one on retainer in Khaladwich, set up long ago, though it would be better to go with one selected from within the Lost King's court, owing to differences in how the systems of law applied attorney-client privilege. Amaryllis had read through the legal codes of Anglesyn, back when she'd been burning time in the chamber, but law wasn't entirely contained in the codes. It was in the prior rulings and the people responsible for interpretation, which was one reason that a layman couldn't walk into a high-stakes contract negotiation and expect to come out with something bulletproof.
I'm afraid that's not the offer,
said Hyacinth.
You agreed to my terms once, then went to Rose Mallow and decided on renegotiating. I'm not going to let you leave here so that you can use this meeting as leverage.
There was an unspoken again. Amaryllis had used Hyacinth as leverage over Rose Mallow.
Beyond my need for a lawyer, there are some questions of those elements which can't be contractually stipulated,
said Amaryllis.
You're placing pressure on Sweet William with regards to the dragons, and any agreement to relax that pressure would be not only unenforceable, but not the sort of thing that anyone would want to commit to paper. Similarly, I question how you could possibly agree in a legally binding way, that I would be able to avoid military service with the host, not unless Onion were a signatory on the contract.
There's precedent for family members being given lenience when they come in from the cold,
said Hyacinth.
I don't believe there would be anything illegal about a guarantee that you would avoid the standard 2 years of military service if we structured it as some alternative to service, rather than complete circumvention of the terms of your trial. Are we getting anywhere? Or are you planning to walk away no matter what arguments I make?
I don't particularly trust you or anyone else in this family,
said Amaryllis.
But to agree to a contract, here and now, without speaking to my people first, without consulting Rose Mallow, seems imprudent.
This too felt like a trap, but there was an alternate explanation. Whoever Hyacinth had contact with in the other room, they had pressed her to take the deal while they could.
It's what's on offer,
said Hyacinth.
You're right that nothing about the Draconic Confederacy could ever grace paper, but by the terms we plan to set forth, we might leave the Entad investiture and ward bypass rights as contingent on loose language with regards to moral conduct. Surely you must believe that those rights are worth more to me than inflicting damage on a tiny nation that means nothing in the scheme of things.
Amaryllis wavered. Hyacinth was making the offer here and now, and it was, at some level, sensible for her to take it. The deal would keep options open with Rose Mallow, and below the cost that Amaryllis had expected to pay going in. It was only the timing of it that worried her. And she wouldn't be limited from having children of her own, not that there weren't ways around sterilization, and with luck, the entirety of the drama which would surround a trial for desertion could be avoided, as well as the 2 years in the host. There was no question that this wouldn't be the end of it, but it might be an important first step, a measure of trust between sides. Perhaps that was the start of this narrative, a reconciliation. Yet it felt exactly like a trap, time pressure for some unknown reason.
I have one more condition,
said Amaryllis.
My companion, Juniper Smith, is as guilty of desertion as I am. I would need penalties for that waived, same as for me, and a guarantee from Onion, committed to paper, that Juniper wouldn't be subject to compulsory service.
Hyacinth frowned.
He's a commoner,
she said.
There's considerably less precedent.
She hesitated.
But I can speak with Onion and see what he says. A commoner can be given a relatively unilateral pardon.
He's here now, isn't he?
Asked Amaryllis. Hyacinth nodded.
He's in the next room. I'll get him and my lawyer now, and we can put much of this unpleasantness behind us.
She stood from the table and left, walking quickly. There was no more talk about Larkspur, Amaryllis noted, hoping that it had all been a gambit that had failed.
I'm not sure that you're needed for the rest of this,
Amaryllis said to Grack.
Could you check on the others? Let them know where we're at?
I would prefer to stay,
replied Grack.
I was charged with keeping you safe.
Amaryllis was going to then say that she would leave to check on the others, or at least to announce the terms of the deal. But at that moment, Hyacinth stepped back in. She was accompanied by 2 others, who took the remaining seats on their side of the room. One was a woman in her 50s, with streaks of gray in her bright red hair, a cousin whose name took Amaryllis a moment, Holly Pendraig, a member of the legal council, mildly well known for crafting legislation, and as a scrupulous person with relatively clean hands. The other was Onion. Onion Pendraig had been a black sheep in his adolescence, acting with a blithe disregard for both society and the law. When he was 16, he murdered a fellow student at Stars and Sigils, supposedly over the outcome of a card game, and there were many rumors, unsubstantiated so far as Amaryllis knew, that this was his 3rd or 4th time committing impulsive acts of violence that would have landed anyone else in prison. In that era, the trial by adversity was done in the Wiffle exclusion zone, and while survivorship rates were abysmal, Onion had reached the border walls 7 days after he'd been dropped, wind-seared and injured, the only one of his cohort to have lived. He had joined the host, and unlike some others who had made it through their trial by adversity, he had treated it less like a prison sentence and more like an opportunity that could be grabbed by the throat. At 22, he was given an honorable discharge and joined the Golden Cite. Over the course of a decade, he worked with them closely, being involved in a number of dangerous operations in exclusion zones and wildlands, as well as a number of foreign conflicts. At 32, he killed a superior officer, apparently in cold blood, and was shipped back to Anglesey for judgment. This was, again, rumored to be the last of a string of offenses, including a number of war crimes. This time, there was much more substance to the rumors. Not wanting to put him back into the Wiffle exclusion, which he'd beaten once before, and not wanting to resort to simple execution because of the precedent it would set, special dispensation was given to place him into the lower chthonic exclusion zone, which was meant to be as good as a death sentence. He instead emerged from the caverns after 3 long months, and what was reckoned to be a 5-mile climb up through twisting passageways and attacks by horrific monsters. He was missing several fingers, and stark raving mad, but alive all the same, and after a period of convalescence, which returned him to being a functional member of society, he was once again placed into the host as a private, where he was watched with bated breath. A pattern soon emerged. He would bait others into altercations, then use lethal force against them. Whatever had happened to him in the subterranean hell that was the lower chthonic, it had tempered him somewhat, and he showed a respect toward the law that hadn't previously been there. It was said that he knew the laws on self-defense backward and forward, and was always careful to place himself in a position where, though his actions might be impugned, nothing would come of it from a legal perspective. His rise through the ranks of the host was much slower this second time, but it was steady all the same, in part because he was now scrupulous in following orders. The killings eventually became few and far between as his reputation preceded him, and no one was left willing to take him up on his provocations. When Onion reached the age of 55, he was given command of the host as the most senior military member of the court, a contentious decision that followed in the wake of a brutal political battle. He had ended up maintaining the status quo with a steady hand, rather than leading a new era of brutality or a military coup, as some had feared. In his prime, he was said to be an incomparable swordsman, and even now, there was virtually no one that would have risked going toe-to-toe with him, even given his age. Onion was the kind of man who there were always rumors about, which made it hard to separate fact from fiction. It was said that he'd parried a car once, using his blade to sweep it aside. During his time in the Golden Seat, he'd reportedly killed 50 men single-handedly when his company's position had been overrun. His blade was supposedly so pseudo-magically sharp that it could slice clean through a person in full plate without so much as slowing down. And there were rumors about his behavior and his apparent suppression of his bloodthirst, none of which could be entirely discounted. If Onion was murdering commoners on a regular basis, well, it wouldn't have been the first time the court had been marred by such a scandal. Disappointingly, Juniper's primary takeaway had seemed to be that the man's name was Onion, which was, apparently, the height of comedy. "Amaryllis," said Onion. He wore Entad full plate that glistened like melting ice, and a sword at his hip with a gaudy hilt, which was thankfully sheathed. Amaryllis had faith in the wards, given that they had been inspected by Grak, but having Onion on the other side of those wards made her glad that Grak had stayed. On 6 of Onion's fingers were rings, all Entads. He collected them. He had a calm face, remarkably free of wrinkles for his age, with striking blue eyes and nearly white hair. Judging him just from how he looked, one would probably have been surprised by his reputation for extreme violence. "I had hoped to see you in the host once you completed your trial by adversity. You always struck me as a strong girl. Those that complete their trial usually are." "I had cause to think that I wouldn't be safe," replied Amaryllis. Were you aware that members of the Fuchsia coterie were part of the drop? It came to light during your extended absence from the court. Yes, said Onion. The coterie disavowed them. We currently believe the conspiracy to have been focused on looting opportunities in the Risen Lands. It's an ongoing matter that I would be happy to discuss if you can secure a place on the Paramilitary Council. I'm ready to draft a contract now, said Holly, arranging the papers and pens in front of her. The contract should be relatively simple, with 3 parties involved and only some minor questions of legal propriety. My fear is that the arrangement would constitute a bribe. Just write the thing, said Onion. I don't want my name on it, said Holly. Then leave your name off it, replied Onion, giving her a cold stare. If I'm brought forward to testify before the War Council or the Legal Council, I will repeat to them everything that I've heard here today, verbatim, said Holly. I hope we're clear on that. We're clear, replied Onion. Write it. Holly wrote up the agreement in silence. There was an opportunity for small talk, but no one was taking it. When Holly was finished, she started in on a second copy, and when that was finished, Hyacinth began reading it over before putting a signature on it. Onion signed his own without so much as a glance at the wording. 3 copies, said Holly. 5 signatures, 3 for the involved parties, 2 for the witnesses, she nodded to the warders. The one on their side of the room was already writing down her name. The mirror room is a terrible place for this, because we'll have to send a runner around to you, Amaryllis. But Hyacinth and you will each get your own copy, and I'll take my own, to be kept in a safe place. I would feel more comfortable if you signed it as a witness, said Amaryllis. You could be brought before the councils either way, and compelled to testify before them about your role in this. I'm sorry, said Holly. A signature could be taken as an endorsement, which I don't wish to do. This contract is against the advice of counsel. I have kept the language plain, in the interests of both time, readability, and fairness. 10 minutes later, everything had been signed, with long waits as an assistant moved the papers the long way around, through the maze of rooms at Khalidwich Castle. Amaryllis checked over the contract, first comparing the wording of all 3 to make sure they matched, then taking time to think through the specifics, where the loopholes might be, what was enforceable and what wasn't, and how it would inevitably be twisted against her. There was no legal way in which Hyacinth could be ordered to stop any ongoing plots, but that would have to be dealt with on the basis of trust and incentives. Done, said Amaryllis, once Grack had signed, handing 2 of the 3 copies to the runner. He was a younger boy, and looked nervous, which was no particular surprise. He left the room in a hurry, and not too long after, came in through the other side of the mirror room, handing over signed copies to Hyacinth and Holly. Then our business here is concluded, said Hyacinth. I suppose next time we see each other will be in council sessions. May our attempts at governance be successful, said Amaryllis with a low bow. She was hopeful about the outcome. From a narrative standpoint, it was nearly impossible that this was the end of things, but it was also extremely unlikely that either she or Juniper would ever be forced to serve their 2 years in the host, and perhaps this would move them to the next phase of things. When she and Grack left the room, their copy of the contract stored safely in Sable, it became clear that there was something terribly wrong. For starters, there were 2 holes in the walls of the hallway, tracing a line that started or ended at the prince's room, and must have narrowly missed hitting the mirror room, or possibly just fizzled on one of the many wards there.
Fuck,
said Amaryllis.
Stay back,
said Grack, moving in front of her to guard her against whatever had happened.
Juniper,
yelled Amaryllis, but there was no response, nor any noise of combat, nothing but a dead silence. The mirror room had been warded against outside distractions, any noise of what went on beyond muted.
Extract now,
she said. Within a fraction of a second, the teleportation key was in her hand from Sable, and she was peering down her world line to the place that she'd marked before, taking her and Grak to the 41st floor of the Hotel del Zora. It felt cold-blooded, leaving Juniper and the others behind to fend for themselves against whatever had happened or was currently happening. But bumbling into a war zone, even with a Magus-tier warder beside you, was inadvisable even in the best of circumstances. Juniper and the others were almost certainly either incapacitated or had fled. Otherwise, they would have come to get her. And if the fallback point was severely compromised, then standard operating procedure was to retreat to a secondary fallback point.
Fuck!
Yelled Amaryllis.
We need to gather forces and get back there.
We need to stay where we are,
said Grak.
They know where to find us when the battle is finished. They might already be here.
Shit,
said Amaryllis. It was sensible, which grated at her. Fucking Parsons' voice was gone with the Leo exclusion. They'd had it for all of a few weeks, with almost no upsides where it counted. Amaryllis cut off a thread of lament and frustration before it could distract her from doing what needed to be done.
We'll go down and join the Tuong. If they're fine, we'll hunker down and set up more wards.
The current wards are adequate,
replied Grak. Amaryllis hesitated, then nodded, deferring to his expertise.
How long do we wait for him?
Raven's personal travel entad would allow her to be in the lobby in minutes,
said Grak.
Travel from Khalidwich Castle on foot, evading guards, would be longer.
Hours,
said Amaryllis.
God damn it!
She was left in a position of powerlessness again, having signed away a part of her inheritance. The speed that Hyacinth had demanded was obvious for what it was now. Something had gone wrong, or some trigger had been pulled, and there was no way that Amaryllis would agree to any bargain after whatever the fuck had happened in the prince's room.
We're in the dark.
We are,
replied Grak.
We have the soul connection.
If all else fails, yes,
replied Amaryllis. Juniper could follow a line from his soul to their own and see what was there, but it was difficult to encode or etch a message that wouldn't degrade quickly, as it really wasn't what the soul was built for. Juniper could see that they were alive, and confirm that they weren't compromised by a soul mage, which would help to direct him to the secondary fallback. But what had happened?
Down 2 floors then,
she said.
Pay attention to your feelings.
In a worst-case scenario, Juniper could do short-term extreme values pumping as a method of communication. They had tested it twice, and both times Amaryllis had found it extremely unpleasant. One moment she was normal, the next she was hyper-focused on Cranberry Bay and the ways that she might be able to go there and protect it, knowing that it was Juniper's remote manipulations, but not actually caring. She'd gone into what she'd termed an adversarial spiral after not much more than 30 seconds, wanting to stop Juniper from changing her soul, back as a first step toward the eternal glory of Cranberry Bay. Thankfully, he'd reversed what he'd done very quickly, and they'd agreed on a shorter, less intense pulse, which was unnerving, but not actually dangerous, unless she was in the middle of something. Now Amaryllis was hoping for a pulse that would tell her that he was okay, or point out where he was. The system had obvious flaws, like not working while Amaryllis was asleep, and the channel for communication back to Juniper being spotty at best, dependent on both of them being in a soul trance at the same time and focused on the same sets of values in her soul. This somehow managed to be faster and less error-prone than writing messages directly on the soul's conception of Amaryllis's body, a delicate procedure that Juniper managed once out of every 20 tries, and Amaryllis hadn't managed at all. Juniper was convinced that there had to be some way of writing thoughts directly into her head using Spirit, but so far he hadn't managed it, even at Spirit 100.
He might have to call in Bethel,
said Grak. At first she thought that was pointless to say, because they both knew it, and it really wasn't the time for small talk. But after a moment's reflection, she realized that was likely Grak's attempt at preparing her for the possibility. Amaryllis had plenty of experience operating outside her preferences, dealing with people she thought were scum, and she didn't think that she would handle it differently with a rapist like Bethel, if it meant the difference between life and death. Still, what Grok had said came from a place of honest care and concern.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that,
She replied. It wasn't a conversation that she wanted to have. If Bethel came back to save them all, or even just came back because Valencia declared her fixed, Amaryllis would do her best to hide her personal feelings on the matter, at least until the moment of crisis had passed. When they reached the 39th floor, Brian and Alice, two of her twung, were still there, Mr. Tanks beside them. Alice trained her weapon on them as they descended the stairs, just for a moment, until she recognized them.
"Ma'am, is everything okay?"
She asked.
No,
Replied Amaryllis.
we're on a war footing. Any activity down in the lobby?
None,
Replied Brian, not turning back to look at them. He had his pseudo-ented binoculars literally glued to his eyes.
Wait.
He paused.
That's Raven.
With anyone?
Asked Amaryllis.
Alone.
Replied Brian.
Wounded. Holding her right hand. Superficial damage to her equipment.
Fuck, said Amaryllis.
Watch the floors. If anyone starts coming up, fall back. And tell Raven to meet us for a debrief as soon as she's up. Is she going fast?
A fast walk.
Replied Brian. Amaryllis was trying to work out the timing. If Raven was here, now, walking into the Hotel Del Zora, then when had the enemy action in the prince's room happened? It must have been during the meeting, but when? The obvious answer was that it had happened when Hyacinth had stepped out, or been precipitated by something she'd said to someone on the outside. But that meant that she'd made a contract in a hurry because they had been trying to kill Juniper in the other room. Or, possibly, because Juniper had done something wrong. Juniper was a mental shorthand, one that she wouldn't use out loud, because there were 4 party members involved. He was undoubtedly the most important, though, above and beyond even Solace, though that would be impolite to say out loud.
I'm going down to speak with her,
Said Amaryllis.
Grack, is there any magic down there or on her that we need to worry about?
"Not that I can see,"
replied Grack, peering over the railing. The Hotel Del Zora had not been created with multi-species accessibility in mind, which was typical for ented buildings. Grack hadn't complained about it, but Amaryllis had definitely noticed the way that everything was outsized for him. Amaryllis waited a moment, watching, and there were no sudden feelings that some place or another was the most important place in the world. Neither was there a house forcing itself through the front doors of the Hotel Del Zora. For all that the outside world was showing them, it might as well have been a completely normal day. Amaryllis looked down on the lobby and the many floors below, and used her vibration magic to listen, trying to hear something of note. Surely by now it was known that they were staying at the Hotel Del Zora, and if they'd taken offensive action, then this was the next obvious place to hit. The whole thing was fucking insanity, of course. A full-on magical fight with lethal means in Caledge Castle wasn't unprecedented, but it had been decades since it had happened, maybe as long as a century. Open warfare among members of the court hadn't happened since the end of the Second Empire. More deniable means, like poisoning and assassination, certainly, but the kinds of altercations that left holes in walls. It was possible that this was all a misunderstanding, though Raven's apparent injury made that seem unlikely. Or, if it wasn't a misunderstanding, then perhaps an attempt at covert action had gone terribly wrong, which seemed likely given how insanely unprepared anyone was for Juniper, or Raven, or Solace. Amaryllis vaulted over the balcony and dropped down, pulsing the immobility plate every few floors to control her descent and staying close to the railing so she could grab it. When she reached the 3rd floor, she pulled herself back onto the balcony there and greeted Raven as she came up the stairs.
Sit rep.
said Amaryllis as she moved in to heal Raven with bone magic.
Juniper, Pallida, and Solace have been captured,
said Raven.
Yarrow and Zinnia were the two who did it.
Where are they?
Asked Amaryllis.
Are they hostages?
I don't know,
replied Raven.
I just know that they're gone. They pulled an entad and disappeared while I was taking out the armatures. My guess is short-range teleportation, but how short, I wouldn't know.
How?
Asked Amaryllis.
They came in not long after you and Grack left,
replied Raven.
They talked for a bit, not about anything important. Then Yarrow pulled out an entad. Juniper drew his sword and threatened him.
Why?
Asked Amaryllis.
He saw it as a threat,
replied Raven.
It was a pipe, nothing that would suggest an attack, but Juniper saw it as one. Either the threat was a bluff, or Juniper decided against the attack at the last moment, but Yarrow lit the pipe, and it put everyone but me, Yarrow, and Zinnia to sleep. I went on the offensive, but there were armatures there, and Zinnia had an entad that wrapped itself around my head, so I was fighting blind after the first few seconds. Yarrow had an entad to gather the others up, a sword that he touched to them, which made them disappear. It's unknown where Juniper and the others went, but Yarrow and Zinnia also left again. Unknown where, but almost certainly by entad. A hairpin, I think. I don't believe they were expecting me to stay awake.
You didn't pursue?
Asked Amaryllis.
Short-range teleport, if that's even what it was?
Asked Raven.
They could have been anywhere, but no, there was a complication. Skent.
Amaryllis frowned.
A countermeasure against you?
Not me specifically,
replied Raven.
They're old, pushed into partial extinction by the Second Empire. One of those monsters that came in from the wilds on occasion. Horrifically violent, incredibly durable, with strong regeneration. If you have an egg and hatch one, they'll bond with you, but they can't be controlled. I'm not sure where it came from. I took the battle outside the castle, mostly for fear of civilian deaths, and once I was past the wards, I couldn't get back in.
And you don't know where they went?
Asked Amaryllis.
No,
replied Raven.
My guess would be to one of Angelsin's black sites.
She held forward her hand and produced a book. The title was The Dragon's Lair, A History of Covert Justice in Angelsin.
I have them all listed here, though the list isn't exhaustive, and it will take some time to find which ones are active in the current year. Oh, and if you haven't fought a Skent before, you should know they have a death doubling effect. If anyone dies within 500 yards of them, a second person will also die at roughly the same distance from the Skent.
Amaryllis held back her question, which was why in the fuck would someone unleash that in Kaledwich Castle? The answer was obvious. They wanted to kill Raven and didn't particularly care about the consequences. Yet having a creature like that within the wards of Kaledwich, and a death effect that would likely have extended into the mirror room, it was utter insanity.
What do we do?
Asked Amaryllis.
We wait,
said Raven.
These things happen.
No, they don't,
replied Amaryllis.
And even if they do, we're not helpless.
Juniper was taken,
replied Raven.
His role is not to be captured and then rescued by us. It's to be captured and then escape his confinement on his own.
You don't know that,
said Amaryllis.
We're not on the same script that Uther was following.
We can visit the black sites one by one, except that I've used my fast travel for the day, and I doubt that we have world lines to any of the extant places, unless they're ones that I've been to before,
said Raven.
We know who took him, but given that they left a surviving witness, they're probably to the winds. You could go after Hyacinth and try to force her to tell you what she did with them, if you'd like a continuation of negotiation from a much worse position than before. But it's possible that she didn't actually know what was going on, or didn't expect anything like the escalation that happened. When this sort of thing happened with Uther, whichever knights were left behind bunkered down or made themselves useful in whatever other ways they could. Uther was almost never rescued by us.
Amaryllis thought about that for a moment. No, she said.
Fuck that.
Paladin. Chapter 1. 186. Paladin. There was a fair bit of mopping up to do. I sent one of the guards down into the expansive site in order to bottle the souls of the other guards I killed, hoping that by the time he got there, the timer wouldn't have run down. You were supposed to have 30 minutes from the time of death, but that was the guideline that everyone went by, and I had no idea whether that was an overly cautious lower bound to ensure that people moved quickly in a time of crisis, an overly conservative upper bound to make sure that people would keep trying even after hope should rightfully have been lost, or just where the average happened to sit. I had little conception of how much time had actually passed, except that it was probably too late for the first set of guards, but probably not for the second. I was hoping that whatever druidic fuckery Solace had done when she'd pulled out their bones would keep them from the hells, but she wasn't awake to ask. This wasn't simply a matter of compassion or professional courtesy. Aside from the natal souls, new people in the hells were a rarity, enough that if there were sufficient levels of unification, it might be possible for them to interrogate anyone who fell within certain criteria, which a guard from an Anglesyn black site definitely did. The guards hadn't seen all that much, I didn't think, but it was information leaked to the enemy, which would be good to avoid if at all possible. I was hoping to stay off the Hell's radar for as long as possible. The rest of the guards we stripped of their weapons and shoved into an empty cell, which we locked them in. One of them had a lot of questions about food and water, which I didn't have any good answers for, because there was no way that I was planning on keeping them as prisoners in the long term, and I didn't know if I could release them. The last thing left to do was to sweep through their secondary building, the one outside of the Entad structure, mostly to make sure that we'd rounded up everyone and wouldn't be blindsided. That took a half hour or so, and netted us 3 more guards, who promptly got thrown into a different cell, along with the guard who had gathered up the souls for us, in time for the second group, not for the first, as I'd feared. A quick trip topside confirmed that we were in the middle of fucking nowhere. The whole complex was underground, with the only things poking up top being ventilation, a single access door that was hidden beneath a fake tree, and a very small stable that was, for some reason, filled with dire guinea pigs. The Tentar territory was quite large, and we were somewhere in the middle of it, in a place only accessible by magic. It was the middle of the night, and I looked up at the stars for a moment, wishing that I knew enough about astronomy to do some celestial navigation, and also wishing that astronomy worked like that on Erb, which it did not. The last thing to do before interrogating Zinnia was to try to re-establish communications with Amaryllis and Grak, which I did through the link between our souls, pushing up values for just long enough that they would notice and understand. It wasn't a very good form of communication, and I got nothing in return from them, which might have been because they were sleeping or otherwise occupied. I was at least able to confirm that they were safe, though that wasn't terribly much comfort, because safe only applied to their souls. We had other methods of soul communication, but I wanted to try other, less laborious and error-prone methods of communication before I resorted to that. If Amaryllis and Grak were safe, then any message was mostly to give them peace of mind and make sure they didn't try to mount a rescue effort that wasn't needed, and if they were in danger, then I was too far away to help. At best, Amaryllis would have a world line that went to the black site and could pick us up with the teleportation key, but I was skeptical of that. I worked with Polida to strip and check over Zinnia, making sure that she didn't have any hidden entities, then dressed her up in a hospital gown we grabbed from a bin near the front of the large room. Our final step was to put her in manacles, hands and feet, with the chains running through each other behind her back, then heal her. She wasn't unconscious through this whole time, just drifting in and out of awareness, mostly out, with slurred speech and eyes not really focusing. Doing it this way, waiting so long, was a bit dangerous, because the soul responded to the body, and for our purposes, I didn't really want her permanently brain damaged. There was a chance that had already happened, and if that was the case, I wasn't sure what our options were. We couldn't get anything out of her handbag, and I was pretty sure that was where our entids were. It took some time for Zinnia to surface from whatever fuckery was going on in her head. When she finally did, she took a moment to look around, then assumed a placid expression. "I have questions," I said. She gave no response. "My first is where my stuff is," I said. "So, where's my stuff?" She didn't so much as look at me, and I rolled my eyes. "All right, so here's the thing. We put all the guards into one of the cells, and the only witnesses to what's happening here are me, you, and this woman here," I said, pointing at Polida. "And she doesn't actually give a fuck what happens to you." Still, there was no response. "Someone sent you here," I said. "My guess is that after a long enough time without a report back, they'll send someone to see what's happened here. That's my best guess about what the fuck you think you're doing here. I'm not asking for state secrets here. I'm just asking for my things back so I can get on my way. Heck, I'm not even asking who sent you in to tangle with us." Zinnia looked at me.
I already told you it was Hyacinth,
she said.
And why did you tell us that?
Asked Pallida. Zinnia stayed silent. I was glad that she'd at least proven that she could speak, because that meant she hadn't been too badly injured when I'd rattled her skull. Accountability, I guessed. Setting her up for the fall if something went sideways. There was no expression on Zinnia's face whatsoever. It was like talking to a brick wall.
"All right,"
said Pallida.
"Here's where I think you could maybe justify fucking her soul."
not legally,
said Zinnia, looking at Pallida. Legally? I asked with a laugh. We're in a fucking government black site. Do you think that I give a goat shit about what's legal? You tried to fuck my soul.
You have no proof of that,
replied Zinnia. Yeah? I asked. And how the fuck else do you explain that your brother ended up smacked in the face by a meme which literally only exists in my head? And by literally, I meant figuratively.
He was looking for evidence of soul manipulation, not trying to make any changes,
replied Zinnia. Are you fucking serious right now? I asked. I looked over at Pallida, then back at Zinnia. All right, I'm willing to accept that all this was somehow legal, I said, gesturing to the black site. Or, if not legal, then at least capable of surviving some level of scrutiny that ends with some bad apples being put in prison or otherwise scapegoated. There's plausible deniability for your fuckwit brother to look at my soul, given that he's got some kind of registration, which means that he can make some changes and then make some other changes to set them back later, without anyone as a witness and a revision mage to make sure that not even memories are left. You're playing it cool because you somehow think that this is still about legality, or the politics of Angelson, or something like that. Well, it's not, and I don't really care that I don't have the legal authority here. Heck, I wouldn't even care if I didn't have moral authority, but of course I do. So this is your last chance to do it the easy way, and just answer a few questions that won't break classification, or reveal anything you don't want revealed. Zinnia didn't reply, didn't make eye contact, just stared to the side, avoiding looking at me. All right, I said. I pushed her from her knees down onto the ground and sat on top of her, pinning her down, while I breached into her soul. She struggled a bit, but she didn't scream for help, and it was all over pretty quickly. My alterations weren't clever or subtle. They were just a matter of pushing up a single value, Juniper Smith, into the stratosphere. I pulled her back to her feet and came around to look at her. The change was immediately noticeable. She was looking at me, watching me, no longer cold. Tell me where my stuff is, I said.
I can't,
she replied, sounding pained. I frowned. Why not?
Because I can't,
she replied. Can you tell me why you can't tell me? I asked.
I can't tell you anything,
she said. She looked uncomfortable and glanced at Pallida more than once. Are you under some magical compulsion or mimetic effect? I asked, knowing that the answer would probably be, I can't tell you.
I'm not allowed to say,
she replied. Allowed by who? I asked. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath.
I can't say anything else about it.
I looked over at Pallida. Well, what the fuck is this? I asked. Pallida frowned.
Not sure,
She replied. All right, I said, turning back to Zinnia. You're perfectly capable of answering questions, so tell me which questions you can answer. I can't, she replied. Hold on a sec, I replied. You answered questions before. Why aren't you doing it now?
I can't say.
She replied. I was getting frustrated, but more than that, I was confused. As Amaryllis had described it to me, being soul-fucked in this crude way was a change in perspective. From everything I knew, Zinnia should have been talking, answering questions. What's linear protocol? I asked.
I can't say.
She replied. Yarrow mentioned it when you were questioning him to see whether I'd done anything to him, I said. You pressed him, and he said that he had always been good at linear protocol. What is it? I can't, replied Zinnia. It would make me very happy if you replied, I said. If you don't answer me, if I don't find out, then my options might start to run out. You know that if there aren't already people on the way, then they'll eventually get here. If you keep this up, there's a good chance that I die, either against whatever forces get sent in, or trying to make my way through the wilderness to civilization. So please, if you can't tell me where my entads are, then at least tell me what linear protocol is. Zinnia watched me for a moment, and then took a breath.
It's training,
She said. You don't try to resist the compulsion. You ignore it. You just follow the script. That seems like it wouldn't work, I replied. You depend on your values to decide on what to do.
No,
replied Zinnia. You don't. Or you don't have to. You just act. I was inherently skeptical of this idea. All right, I replied. So you're just saying that you can't, on instinct, like some swordsman who's trained for a dozen years to get to the point where everything is automatic, nothing passes through his head. Zinnia nodded slowly. And what's the penalty for not following linear protocol? I asked. What do you get out of it?
nothing.
Replied Zinnia. It wouldn't work if I was doing it for something. It's not about that. It's about doing for no reason, even when you know that it's not going to get you what you want.
Neat trick,
said Pallida.
How long did that take to master?
Years,
replied Zinnia. Too bad I'm going to blow through it in 5 seconds, I replied. Or you could just tell me what I want to know, and skip me having to come up with some novel and unforeseeable attack on the protocol. I can't, said Zinnia.
I'm sorry.
Well, I believe that you're sorry, I said. But it's not that you can't, it's that you won't, because you train to operate against your own self-interest. Zinnia nodded. Ask her questions. It will help with calibration, I said to Pallida, then got to work pinning Zinnia back down and getting into her soul, not stopping for long before going into her spirit. From what she said, I was pretty sure that I was looking for active threads that bypassed her values, and it didn't take me long to find what I was looking for. It was a mess, frankly, a fugly construction that must have taken, well, lots of training, I supposed. Zinnia was masquerading as an Entad specialist and a warder, but my guess was that a fair bit of her time had been spent on preparing for something else. Not soul modification, necessarily, but something, because if you could continue on through things that should be warping your motivations and desires, then you would be an asset against all kinds of threats. I snapped the threads I saw one by one, leaving all those that connected to values, where I saw them. It was clear from her demeanor that she was thinking highly of me, and I needed connections in place, in part because I didn't know exactly what I was doing. Pulling threads at random wasn't really what I wanted to be doing, even if Zinnia could go fuck herself for all I cared. For her to be a useful asset, I wanted her as close to her base self as I could get. When I felt like my work was done, I popped back out and got up off her. Tell me where my stuff is, I said.
In my handbag,
she replied.
If you uncuff me, I can get it out for you.
I let out a sigh. Thank fuck,
June, be careful,
said Pallida. Yeah, I will be, I replied. Zinnia, if anything comes out of that handbag that I don't expect, you know what? I'm not even going to make the threat, because threats haven't really been working out for me that much lately,
My brother is being kept in a nearby cell,
said Zinnia. There's no one coming, but we were supposed to check back in at sunrise when Yarrow's entad recharged, which is soon, and use the teleportation room to send transcripts and notes about the interrogations. If you can get Yarrow out of his soul and do the same thing to him as you did to me, then you can have him use the entad to give back a report. We don't have the means to leave ourselves, but Onion can call in a return for us as soon as you need. She was speaking fast, trying to get herself up to speed on the New World Order while spitting out vital information. Thanks, I said with a sigh.
We weren't ordered to kidnap you. We were just supposed to put you to sleep and root around in your heads,
said Zinnia. Not even that, if negotiations had gone well, which they didn't. It was a complete clusterfuck that escalated out of control when Raven didn't fall asleep. Is she really the real Raven? None of your goddamned business, I said.
I want to know so I can help you,
said Zinnia. I can give you a full list of everyone involved and what was communicated to me in briefings. It was suspected that Amaryllis was setting up a returned King Gambit for unclear reasons. Actually, I should give you all the actionable intelligence first, so that you can be properly forewarned. You should know that I have a number of dangerous entads in that handbag, and that I know a magical word which, when spoken, will unleash a monster that would kill us all. I considered using it before you turned me, and there's a decent chance that I would do it if I'm reverted back to normal. I can't tell you the word, not even through code. I already know it, I replied. Zinnia nodded. I don't know why, but I expected her to be disappointed that she couldn't be of service, or taken aback, or ready to challenge me. Instead, she just barreled on ahead, talking at length about all the major players on her side of things, the plans that they'd had in motion, what they knew about us, and how we operated, on and on. It was pretty clear that she didn't know everything, but I wasn't certain whether that was because she hadn't been told, or because no one knew. It was all so simple and easy, in a way that left me both pleased and a little aghast. It was seductive to have an enemy turn to your side so completely, and I could see where that power in the wrong hands could be horrifying enough that they would institute a worldwide ban and a deep taboo.
You should kill me,
said Zinnia. I'll take all the things out of my handbag, then you should kill me. Manipulate Yarrow's soul, get him to check in, then kill him too. We weren't able to figure out all your entads, because we tried to get in your soul first. But if you have a way to leave on your own, do that so you can avoid the fire teams. Advocating for your own death, I asked. That's bold.
It's really not,
replied Zinnia. Yarrow and I are worthless, except as hostages, and the moment they know that you manipulated my soul, we're worthless as even that. If I were my old self, I would argue that I could be your warder and serve you in secret, but those arguments hold no water. Kill me, kill Yarrow, and kill the guards once you've extracted everything you can and ensured that you can get away with it. You're worried about retaliation, I said. I am, she nodded. You're a rogue soul mage. Yarrow is at least registered. I'm registered, I replied. Then it's not about registration. It's about what you've done. Yarrow was always careful to be subtle and to cover his tracks, to do everything with deniability and caution, said Zinnia. She had been speaking fast, trying to get the information out as quickly as possible. If he ever did to someone what you've done to me, he killed them afterward and bottled their souls so that the Hells wouldn't know about it. If the Empire or Angelsin finds out, they'll send death squads after you. Rogue soul mages are treated with as much firepower and seriousness as a rogue nation. You know that my priority is to protect you.
She's got a point,
said Pallida. It's cold-blooded, but it's not the kind of thing that you get forgiven for outside of, well, end-of-the-world scenarios, I guess, which this really isn't. I'm not going to kill a dozen people in cold blood because there's some minor political expediency in it, I replied.
Major, not minor,
said Zinnia. You're obviously out of your depth here, but almost everything that was done to you was with legal authorization of some kind. What you've done in response are a collection of high crimes, even if you have people like Rose Mallow working to smooth them over. You can't alter the soul of a princess of Anglesyn without her consent in order to obtain classified material. Looks like I can, I replied, but I waved my hand before she went on. I get your meaning. It's the kind of thing that has repercussions. But you're not going to kill her, said Pallida. No, I replied. Not even if it made sense to do it. We can deal with the fallout. I don't really want to keep her in this state either, since that's far more unconscionable than flipping the switches back.
June,
said Pallida, sounding pained. You're going to put her back. Letting it run down would be one thing, but you can't seriously be talking about deliberately creating an enemy for yourself, except that by your face, I see that you are. Changing someone to be a willing slave is recognized as evil throughout Erb, I said. Surely putting someone back at least makes it less bad. And you know what? I really don't want to get into a debate about personhood and which instance of Zinnia deserves to exist in this world. That's not even remotely what I was going to say, replied Pallida. You'd be killing me if you undid the changes, said Zinnia. It would be my life for hers. You're just saying that because you want to do what you think is best for me, I replied. I'm not taking arguments on this. What I say goes. The first step is to get our stuff back, though, because I really don't want to be caught flat-footed if someone decides to mobilize against us. I was expecting more arguments from Zinnia, but she only nodded, and I moved around and undid her manacles, then handed her the handbag. I was ready to stop her at a moment's notice, though if this had all been some masterful ploy that got around my manipulation of her soul, and I'd somehow fucked up removing linear protocol, I was almost willing to say that she deserved the win. Our things came out of the handbag one by one, and Pallida let out a sigh of relief as she stripped off the bones around her and let her inky black armor spread across her skin again. She likewise took her trident and gave it a spin with a hum of satisfaction. For my part, I took the time to get into my armor, then latched my vambrace into place, returned the rings to my fingers, and finally slipped my sword back into its sheath. My leg was feeling a little funny where Solace had regrown the bone, or whatever she'd done, but I was mostly back to fighting shape, other than being low on blood. Much better, I sighed. We're going to rebind you now.
Please,
said Zinnia.
I don't want to die. Changing back, it's death, you know that. It's as bad as what you did before, and there are things that I need to tell you about, countermeasures that...
Nice try, I replied. Really, it's a nice try. But I know for a fact that you don't care about your own life, and if there really were countermeasures, you would have mentioned them. You just got done telling me that I should kill you. The whole time I was putting her back in manacles, Pallida was giving me a foul look. Yes? I asked once I was done.
You're making a mistake,
said Pallida.
You know that I'm not kill-happy, but in this case, yes, cold-blooded murder seems like the only sensible option. You even agree with that, you're just set on not being sensible. If we believe her, then this was all legal, or legal enough. You, on the other hand, have done a bunch of things that aren't just illegal, but so super illegal that you'll probably be kill on sight if it gets out, which it might, because even if she doesn't know about the countermeasures they might use, that doesn't mean that they're not out there.
So we keep her as a prisoner forever, I asked. Or keep her in this state forever, which is basically the same thing.
Yes!
Shouted Pallida.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. If you don't have the stomach for killing her, which you really should. Tracking entads are rare, but they fucking exist. Same for remote communication. And this is Anglesyn we're talking about.
You could have her kill me and
said Zinnia. Have you told us everything we need to know? I asked Zinnia, ignoring both of them. Or if not everything, then at least the top 80% by importance.
Yes,
she replied.
Wait, I released a skint before I left. I think that's the last that wouldn't take more time than you have.
A skent? I asked, looking at Pallida.
A fucking skent?
Asked Pallida, staring at Zinnia.
You get how dangerous that is?
It was a calculation,
replied Zinnia.
We needed a weapon to either take out Raven or keep her away from us. In the best-case scenario, it would have killed her, then been killed by the authorities with single-digit casualties.
Sorry, what's a skent? I asked.
Horrible creature that the Second Empire managed to wipe out,
said Pallida.
If someone dies within range of it, a second person dies. It's death multiplication.
Oh, I replied. Yeah, I remember now, Jesus. Skent. That's a lazy name. It was probably something that I had come up with when someone had succeeded on a knowledge check and I had to make something up on the spot. So it turns out that they're not actually extinct, and you bonded to one or something. Zinnia nodded.
If you find a way back, bring snakes. Aside from the mortal species, they're one of the only things that the death effect counts as alive. The range of the death effect is 500 yards, targeting the living entity at the same radius as the creature to die.
Sounds like a blast, I replied. Also sounds like someone probably made, I don't know, a snake bomb of some kind that would kill a bunch of snakes over a wide area to up the kill count.
The skent is deadly enough by itself,
replied Zinnia.
The Area Denial Research Project was shut down.
Got it, I replied. Now, I'm going to change you back. Remember that I wasn't a total dick to you about all this.
No,
shouted Zinnia.
No, it's a mistake.
She wriggled, trying to get away from me.
Kill me instead.
Look, I replied. Once you're regular old Zinnia again, are there any plans for how to deal with me? What's her game plan look like? Zinnia paused for a moment.
She'll wait for rescue from Angelson,
she said.
Or some kind of magic that we assume must exist. Pallida is right.
She's got no methods of communicating with the outside world, I asked.
No,
said Zinnia.
Not unless you make a mistake or they have a magic you don't know about, which they probably do. Yarrow has the entad that can communicate with Onion. It's a marble I mentioned, stuck in his ear that only he can remove. She would try to figure out some way of getting a message out through him. But if you've altered his soul, none of them will work, especially because you have a bypass for linear protocol. Listen, if you're thinking about ambushing the rescue party or taking a ride back with us, you should keep me how I am if you're not going to kill me. Don't you agree?
Not particularly, I replied. If I wait, then I might be forced to change you back under duress, which isn't a good look. But I'm done talking to you now. Bye. I stilled her, preventing her from talking, and looked over at Pallida. I appreciate that you're worried about consequences, and that you know more than I do about what's considered okay, but I'm doing this my way.
Well, it's fucking stupid,
said Pallida. Be that as it may, I replied.
If she gets released, she's going to the authorities and telling them what you did to her,
said Pallida.
Actually, can we talk in private?
I sighed. Sure. We walked away, leaving Zinnia where she was. She called after us, but I used what little vibration magic had trickled back after the fight to keep from having to listen to her. A normal person might have respect for a private conversation, but social mores went out the window when you had been soul-fucked, except as a tool to be weaponized. If you're going to try to talk me into, I began.
Nah,
replied Pallida.
We could have had that conversation in front of her, that way I would at least have had backup. I'm thinking next steps. I really don't want to set up an ambush, and I think at best we use the entad that Yarrow has to buy us some time. There are mounts up top, and once the druid wakes up, we have some other options. Swallows, right?
Probably something else, knowing the locus, I replied. But yes, we have the mounts up top, which we could definitely use to get us to civilization. But there wasn't a map that I saw. and I don't want to take days to get there, nor do I want to be tracked,
They've got to have a map.
said Pallida.
I know it's magic to get in and out, but they've got a teleportation room here, and it might have what you need. Once we have that, we can plot a little better, and once the druid is up, we can see what options are. You're planning to leave her here?
I don't know, I replied. We could potentially stick her in the bottle, but keeping her prisoner, I don't know how long we could realistically continue that. Indefinitely. And there's obviously the question of some ridiculous means of saving her. Fuck, they could use another deal with Doris Finch to track her. I almost forgot about that. But if we were going to imprison her, there wouldn't be much difference in just killing her, except what we could still get out of her. Most of what she'd said wasn't that much help, presumably because of compartmentalization,
And just killing her is off the table,
said Pallida with a raised eyebrow. If I was going to kill her, then it should have been in combat, I said.
except that might have just stranded us with a handbag we couldn't access.
Said Pallida.
And we got some good stuff out of her, but now you feel like there's some moral thing. Got it.
We can split the difference, I said. Revert her, then imprison her in the bottle, but only for as long as the rest of this shit takes to sort out. Pallida laughed.
Only to have everything reignite?
I was kind of hoping that Amaryllis would end up on the top of the heap, I replied.
It's imperial law, you doof,
said Pallida.
Not only that, what aren't you getting about public sentiment here? Wasn't there some evil empire on Earth?
She started snapping her fingers.
Fuck, I know this, the blind guys?
I stared at her. The Nazis? I asked.
Yeah, the Nazis,
said Pallida. She didn't say this like it was a joke.
They did some horrible shit that no one has ever forgiven, right? Some beyond-the-pale thing that you can't even mention in polite company unless you make it really clear that you don't personally support it?
Sure, I replied. Eugenics and genocide, mostly.
So imagine that soul-fucking is that thing,
said Pallida.
Treat it like that. Speak of it like that. Put all of your conceptions in the context of that. Do you start to get it now?
I'm not some enormous fan of soul-fucking, I replied. I am, in fact, against it. And I know that's not a defense, really, because that doesn't erase the crime, but I'm still not... I do get it, you know? I understand that it's really, really bad, but doing something worse because of the bad thing that I did seems to me like it's the kind of thing you should never engage in.
All right,
said Pallida.
Fine. Can you go upstairs to grab the map or the coordinates from the teleport room if it's there?
Sure, I replied with a nod, thankful that this conversation was over. I was worried that it was a prelude to a similar dressing down I might get from Amaryllis when we met back up. From a strict utility standpoint, weighing the pros and cons, I should probably kill Zinnia. I had wanted to kill her when I'd seen that my blood hold on her was slipping, and if I had done it then, it would have been defensible enough that I wouldn't have felt bad. I was turning that thought over in my head as I went through the wide doors and into the dorm area, and it was still turning over in my head when I came back with the papers I found in the teleportation room.
No,
said Arthur.
I can't let you do that.
Ugh,
said Reimer.
But why? He's a baddie. We kill baddies.
Lawful good,
replied Arthur. Alignment is not justification, I said with a sigh. It had become one of my refrains.
Alignment is shorthand,
Arthur replied.
I'm a paladin. I follow a code of rules which I abide by even when they're stupid and inconvenient, and I don't kill unarmed men who I have at my mercy. I mean, I didn't write up an oath for nothing.
Aren't you training to be a lawyer?
Asked Craig.
How could you not see this coming when you wrote your contract?
Mock trial isn't lawyer training,
snorted Arthur.
And part of the point of being a paladin is an outlook on the world where things are black and white. Adding in a whole bunch of caveats to the oath is beside the point. Also, let me write that down. The paladin of 1,000 caveats. That's good shit.
Are we still doing vetoes?
Asked Reimer.
Can I veto alignment discussion?
This is a character discussion, I replied. And I think Christo's explanation of his character's motivation was appropriate here. You can substitute in some of what was said for in-character talk.
Nah,
said Arthur. He turned to Reimer and shifted his face a bit. One of the keys to a different voice, he'd always said, was changing the shape of your mouth.
Wizard, I took an oath that I would harm no man unless it was demanded by the tides of combat. This man is our prisoner, and so long as he is under our protection, at least until we can bring him to justice.
We could bring him to justice now,
said Craig.
Justice is the name of my sword.
I won't allow it,
said Arthur.
All right,
sighed Reimer.
Then can you at least lend me a hand with setting up camp? We're going to need to fill our cooking pot with water, and I'm 80 years old with 7 strength.
Arthur narrowed his eyes.
Insight check.
I never said it was deception,
replied Reimer, holding up his hands. Come on, I replied. Let's not do this. Was it?
I mean, sure,
replied Reimer. He rolled a 20-sider and smiled at the result.
23.
9.
Replied Arthur when he rolled his own.
All right, I've never shirked my duty, and it's true that you're a weakling. Lead the way.
As soon as they're out of earshot, I knife the prisoner,
said Craig. I sighed. Okay, are you applying any stealth or trickery to this?
He's tied up,
replied Craig. I mean, for when Christo comes back and sees a dead prisoner, I replied. Or do you want to let those chips fall where they may?
You are a rogue,
said Reimer.
Fine,
said Craig.
I'll make it look like an accident.
Come on, man. Work with me here, I said. How are you going to make it look like an accident? In what way are you going to say that this prisoner fell onto a sword and died, or whatever? Craig groaned.
But I don't care. I just want him to be dead.
When it was clear that wasn't going to fly, he sighed and squared his shoulders.
I'll make it look like he escaped the ropes that have his hands bound. He attacks me. We grapple for a bit. I stab him. I'll just, I don't know, smear some blood on myself. Untie his hands. Make sure that I knife him in the right spot. Whatever.
Roll the best of stealth or investigation, I said.
Why investigation?
Asked Craig. Understanding of evidence, I replied. And then you're going to have to roll deception when they get back to see if your story sticks. But as it happened, Craig was rolling hot, and we played out the dismay at the unfortunate accident, and soon after finished up with the downtime.
Good,
said Arthur.
Out of character, I didn't really want to be lugging around a prisoner.
Pallida, I called. She was nowhere to be seen. Zinnia was clearly dead. Blood spilled out through a gash in her neck and gathered in a puddle around her. If that hadn't been enough, there was a hole in her head, and unless I was way off the mark, her soul had been removed. As I moved closer, I saw that her soul was in a small bottle sitting next to her, and written on the floor in blood was the word, sorry. Pallida! I yelled again, amplifying the shout. I started off down the large hallway, immediately feeling my magic dampened away, though my entads were still, thankfully, active. I was certain that she was going to kill the others, but I wasn't sure whether she was going to the guards or Yarrow. So far as the guards were concerned, we hadn't manipulated anyone's soul, and I doubted that they'd been let in on what had happened between me and Yarrow. I weighed my options, and then decided on the rooms we'd stashed the guards in, hoping to catch her there. But when I got there, I saw that the 2 doors had been left open, and there were tracks of blood leading away for a few steps. Inside, all the guards were dead, some of them shot, others with puncture wounds from her trident, and a handful who had been sliced clean through. Sitting in the middle of the room, right next to the door, was a collection of empty glass bottles and a runed spike. Fuck, I said. She hadn't spiked them, probably hadn't had time, but if I went after her, there was a decent chance that some or all of them would end up in the hells. I wasn't sure whether the bottles had been left because she intended to come back, or whether she'd only meant to give herself some more time. I wasn't even sure that I could catch up to her at a dead sprint, not when blood magic was cut off and preventing me from going full tilt. So instead of following my emotions, I sat down to do the grisly work of removing souls, stabbing holes in hearts, and using the spike to take them out and bottle them. I willed myself to cool down and not be so pissed off, but after the kidnapping, torture, and the big battle, all I had wanted was to get the fuck out of the black site and rejoin the team. All that talking with Zinnia and Pallida about what the best move was, I'd wanted to skip it, in part because I knew that we had different viewpoints going in. Pallida had started with saying that I should kill everyone, and given the time when I was away, she was just taking matters into her own hands. When I was finished bottling the souls, I left them where they were and walked down the hallway toward where Zinnia had said she'd stashed Yarrow. I tried to slow down my heartbeat and regulate my breathing, but I was used to doing that with magical assistance. Mostly, I was trying to think about the next steps. The plan would still be to get back to Engelson, but without Zinnia and Yarrow, well, that helped to simplify things. I was willing to admit that. When I finally reached Pallida, slightly out of breath from running at a sprint, she had already killed Yarrow, and for a moment I thought she might have mutilated his body for no reason, until I realized that she was trying to break his head open to get the entid out of his ear.
Yeah, I know,
said Pallida when I came in. She didn't stop working. A trident wasn't really the kind of tool you wanted to use to remove flesh from around the ear canal. Fuck you, I said.
I said I was sorry,
replied Pallida with a shrug.
Look, it's over. We can have a fight about this later.
With a squelching sound, the small marble that she'd been excavating around slipped free.
Finally,
she said, holding it up.
Or I guess we can have the fight now if you want.
I scowled at her. Later is fine, I said. She seemed surprised by that. We need to get out of here, I replied. I was trying to keep from clenching my teeth. What's done is done. There was more information we could have milked from them, especially Yarrow, and they could have been witnesses of wrongdoing higher up the chain, if not directly, then through parallel construction. But it's done. It's over. We'll gather up the bodies and the souls, stick them into the bottle, ride the guinea pigs out of here, and meet back up with the others.
You're relieved,
said Pallida, looking me over.
You wanted me to.
No, I replied. I definitely didn't want you to. But I did it, and
you're relieved,
said Pallida.
Because you have clean hands and mine.
She held up her pink hands, which were red with blood.
Look, I don't really mind killing if it's pricks like this. I'm a thief, but that's got a lot of overlap with assassin, and I've taken up that mantle a few times, usually when the world was especially full of pricks. But what I don't like is killing a bunch of people who needed killing and then getting a holier-than-thou attitude from the guy whose crimes I'm helping to cover up. Uther did that shit all the time.
I frowned at her. In what sense?
In the sense of, I was a thief. You understand that, right? I made it my business to get things that no one else could get.
She looked down at the marble in her bloody hands for a moment.
You've read a ton of Uther's stuff, which I guess all started out from Earth, so you know how it is when there's a dashing thief who steals things, right? It's all a game, toys and tricks, misdirection, disguises, no one gets hurt, and either insurance pays for everything, or the guy deserved it. Yeah, not really like that in the real world. Sure, best case scenario, you get in and then get out, but people don't like having their stuff stolen, and there's not always a clever scheme that leaves everyone involved only minorly humiliated.
So you killed people on his orders, I said.
No,
said Pallida.
That was the thing that pissed me off, and what's pissing me off now. I was given orders that would require killing people, sometimes innocent, sometimes not, and then, when I killed people in order to do the thing I had been sent to do, I would get scolded, just enough so that Uther could put up this paper-thin pretense.
Fine, I said. It simplifies things. I'm angry with you for taking the initiative, But I'm glad that they're dead, and I can pretend that I'm a great guy. Happy?
Yeah, actually.
Said Pallida. She stepped closer to me and handed me the marble.
You're the one who wants to handle this. Yes, Mr. Protagonist?
Want is a strong word, I replied, taking the marble from her and trying to clean the rest of the blood from it. When I was satisfied, I pressed it against my right ear, pushing hard until it popped inside. Once it was in, it was really in, probably pressed up against my eardrum, though my hearing was still fine. I didn't know how many hours it was until sunrise, nor exactly when Onion might be in contact, but from everything Zinnia had told us and what she'd implored me to do, the call could be intercepted. When we got back to the main room, Solace was sitting cross-legged next to Zinnia's corpse with a mild expression.
So,
She asked.
what did I miss?
We took the bodies with us, piled up next to what would eventually be a mass grave in the domain of the Locus. We had all the entads that Zinnia had pulled from the handbag, including all our own stuff, plus a large number that had belonged to the brother and sister, though there were none that were usable to us. They were still valuable in that they could be ransomed back to their rightful owners, a common enough occurrence that there were systems in place for it. There was also a bit of risk in holding on to them, but it was a risk that I was willing to take in the short term. It wasn't quite daybreak when we headed out, stealing 2 of the dire guinea pigs and heading off to the south, where we would be able to find a city and make our way back, or, if not back, then maybe catch back up with the others through some other method. I hadn't tried a pulse of values again, nor the more involved method of laboriously writing on Amaryllis's skin, partly because of the lack of time, partly because I was hoping that we could connect in a faster and more reliable way, such as a priority letter sent through the mail network. Solace seemed to be recovered from fainting, though she seemed reluctant to push her power, for obvious reasons. When I asked her whether she could whip up some kind of long-range teleportation spell, or sufficiently fast travel to get us to something resembling a city, she only rolled her eyes, which was about what I'd expected. I had, to date, 1 disastrous horse ride and a bit of time on the back of a locust. It was safe to say that I had no skill with riding dire guinea pigs, so Solace steered the beast, and I sat just behind her, holding on to bits of leather that I'm sure had names. Dire wolves were a real thing back on Earth, the dog equivalent to a saber-toothed cat, and in D&D, everything had a dire equivalent, bigger, tougher, and meaner. You weren't actually supposed to use every splat book ever to make a single setting, but that was sort of how Herb was, and so there were my own oversized versions of creatures, ones that did a little less pretending that the square cube law didn't exist. Dire guinea pigs were close enough to the real thing, except that their feet were more claw-like and adapted to holding a ton of weight, and hair that was proportionally shorter. They'd seemed like a stupid idea to me when I first saw them, but as we rode, I marveled at how easily they moved through and around obstacles with their little feet. They were still pretty stupid, but at least they were functional, in a way that I grudgingly accepted was a justification for their existence. I was worried about wards and pulsed my fake warder's sight frequently, but as we got farther from the black site and the potential perimeter expanded, I started to relax a little bit. The sun had just crested the hill when I got my first message from Onion.
Reply location status here clear, Raven complication, reply interrogation, focus crimes, focus capabilities, teleport transcript,
came the voice in my head. According to Zinnia, we had 4 messages, 2 for each of us, each of 15 words or less, which had to be used in the next hour. It was all delivered as a monotone, with no indications about punctuation. There wasn't even any audible capitalization, but I had to assume that he was talking about Raven, my companion, rather than a bird. The sending spell in D&D allowed for a communication of 25 words or less, and obviously, the endgame of that was either code words that linked to phrases from a big book, or if you didn't have that, stripping the message of every single unnecessary word and hoping that the meanings could be inferred. Onion hadn't gone as far as Reimer used to go in stripping out words. I spent some time thinking and repeatedly counting words. I wasn't sure that replying at all was a good idea, but I figured that it was better than nothing, which would definitely provoke a response. All I had to go on was what Zinnia had spilled and what I knew to be true, which wasn't much, and the compressed nature of the communication meant there wasn't going to be much room for bullshit. Charon clear 3 prisoners, Juniper multimage, unknown origin. Solace, unclear magical effect subspecies, Polita thief, I replied. I was trying to give him as little, and as false, of information as I could. Was this how Yarrow would have actually replied? I didn't know. I was hoping that if it was odd, it wasn't odd enough to trigger an identity test or a full-scale hunt for us, at least not yet. The reply back was some time coming, and I tried to wait patiently as we went through the forests on our guinea pigs.
Political fallout, stay bunkered, continue interrogation focus, Amaryllis focus, Raven request crimes, Baron Jewel boundless.
And I felt my cheek twitch as he continued. He wanted Yarrow to stay where he was, which was good, and he'd tipped that Amaryllis and Raven were still alive and well, which was also good. I wasn't sure how to respond, though. His first message had been asking for a sitrep and what information Yarrow had gotten, but the second had been giving information and instruction. I wasn't sure what to follow it with, especially because I didn't want to give anything away. Also, it bugged me how many words he was using. Did he think that he needed to say focus twice because I wouldn't be able to parse focus Amaryllis Raven? Why use many word when few word do trick? Raven responsible manifest. Angelsin treason arches, killed hundreds, tongue backed by Athenaeum's attempt civil war, I replied after thinking it through. Half of it was bullshit, and at least some of it was an attempt to put us in a better position. If Onion and the others thought that Amaryllis was hiding something from the tongue, that was to our benefit, but the fight that had happened in the Boundless Pit was well known to our tongue, for exactly the reason that keeping it a secret from them might have blown up in our faces. I was less sanguine about the other accusations, but hoped that it would result in time and effort spent trying to track down false leads. That would have been a lot easier with Yarrow, I replied. I have no idea whether or not he bought it, and won't know until either tomorrow morning or someone comes after us. He'll probably know in a few hours that something's not right, because no way are we sending him a transcript.
I'm sure you did fine,
replied Solace, as she guided the dire guinea pig over the rough terrain. We'll know that I did fine if we get to the town without hellfire missiles raining down on us, I replied. I was being glib, but if missiles did come down on us, I was pretty sure that Polita would be toast, but I would survive. I could use the Ring of Upward Bliss to grab Solace and send us up, so long as I wasn't completely blindsided, and it would have been hard to blindside me with vibration magic doing the work of greatly expanding what I could hear. Of course, missile technology on Aerb was nearly non-existent, so it seemed likely that if we were remotely attacked, it would be by something different. Between the Skents and the actual cannibal, along with all the secret and forbidden research stations, it was clear that the Lost King's Court had all kinds of nasty stuff ready to go. It took until noon to get to civilization, which constituted a long dirt road with no structures to be seen. The Tentar territory was pretty much empty, pristine wilderness, a haven for dangerous creatures until the Second Empire put serious effort into clearing it. Their plan had been for resource exploitation, as the region had more than its fair share of magical flora and fauna that couldn't be easily rehomed, some useful for tattoo magic and ink magic, others with industrial, medical, or personal uses. They accomplished the extermination of the major threats, but population was in decline for a variety of reasons, and the forcible settlement of the Tentar territory never really took off, especially once the Second Empire came to an abrupt end. After another hour, and with some guidance from Solace, we finally reached a small town. Solace put the guinea pigs into the bottle by giving them temporary wings so they could survive the descent, and we ventured forth to find out what kind of options we had for getting back to Kaledich, assuming that I still wasn't able to reach Amaryllis and get some kind of a faster extraction that way. Before we got in view of anyone, I took 5 minutes to do the soul-boosting thing with Amaryllis and Grak, but again, Amaryllis didn't do the pre-arranged response, which meant that they were either too busy or weren't getting the message, which should have been pretty fucking hard to miss. The town of Nopiming had a giant factory or mill in it, a huge industrial building that loomed over the single-story buildings that made up the town. It reminded me of a few towns I'd been through in Kansas, the kinds that had big grain silos and a gas station, but at most, a single diner, and sometimes not even that. It was different in Nopiming, because so far as I could tell, the industry was tree harvest instead of farming, and Aerb had much different economics and transportation at work that meant they wouldn't necessarily be so stifled for choice. I assumed that they went about things the way that Grok had described Darili Irid, where people could order from catalogs and get virtually anything by bulk teleport once enough orders had been built up. We drew stares when we walked into town, which was reasonable. My plan had been to make a beeline to the diner, which had one of the only visible signs, but we were stopped before we could get there by a woman so tall and muscular that she had to have been Brosha, a warrior race that I hadn't encountered too much before.
"Now where did you all come from?"
she asked. She was, I noted, armed, with an oversized rifle slung across her back, nothing that I was too worried about. "Entad mishap," I said. We were going through the warrens and supposed to travel on foot for a mile, but we never ended up finding our destination. I think we might be stranded. Do you have some way we could get to a city, or send off a letter, if we can't reach them by phone?"
She replied, "Follow me."
What followed was a brief history of Nopiming, whose name literally meant a place in the woods. The giant building I'd seen was a factory for processing bloodwood trees, which had 4 or 5 different uses if you had the machinery necessary to deal with them. Notably, if you wrung the blood from the wood, you could make a blood substitute that was usable by a few of the mortal species. That all seemed like a shaggy dog story to me, until our guide told us that the blood was one component that couldn't be sent by bulk teleport, because that would kill the blood.
"The blood is shelf-stable, which is good, because distribution is a nightmare,"
she said.
"There's a truck, Entad truck, that comes through here once a week to pick it up, filled to the brim before it scuttles on over to Sampers, which is a bit bigger and has train service. Truck was supposed to come yesterday, but it got delayed, so you're in luck if you have something to barter for the ride."
"A rifle?" I asked, unslinging it from my back and holding it out.
She laughed. "Doesn't go to me, goes to Bertie, but I'm sure he'll accept."
And so it went, with us slowly making our way steadily towards bigger and bigger settlements. Even without being picked up, it seemed like it would only have taken a few days to get back to Kaldwich, assuming that we could scrape together enough money for travel through the warrens, or the more expensive option, teleportation. I left letters, one at Nopiming, the other at Sampers, and we decided to spend the night there while we waited for a train. I sent the values pulse again around sunset, and it was then that I finally got a response. Pendrake's Rules of Order. Chapter 187. Pendrake's Rules of Order.
"So,"
said Rose Mallow once Amaryllis had arrived at the White Room.
"how did your meeting go?"
Rose Mallow wore a pink and white dress that deepened in color toward the top, mimicking the general shape and appearance of the flower from which she took her name. Almost everyone in the court had flower-themed names, and on certain occasions, especially more formal ones, they were expected to wear their colors. For Amaryllis, that was typically white, with veins of crimson, or possibly a pink or purple if the situation called for something especially bold. It wasn't clear whether Rose Mallow was dressed up for something, or whether she was just dressing according to her mood.
The meeting went well enough.
replied Amaryllis.
Until the point when half the most valuable members of my team were abducted, and a monster, something called a skent, was unleashed in Kaledwich Castle.
Amaryllis was certain that Rose Mallow knew all of this. Her aunt's question could only be taken as a smug, "I told you so," meant to reinforce Rose Mallow's superiority.
The meeting was a bad idea,
said Rose Mallow, pushing forward a tray of delicately prepared finger food.
I fear the damage to your forces is the least of your worries, though, unless the meeting concluded without an agreement.
We reached an agreement,
said Amaryllis.
The problem is that it depended at least partially on good faith, or at least both of us following what I thought to be our incentives. Tell me, will they have any fallout from attacking us at Kaledwich Castle?
Can you prove that they struck first?
Asked Rose Mallow.
Raven was a witness,
said Amaryllis.
In a fair world, her testimony would be unimpeachable, but I expect that they're moving to smear and undermine her as we speak. I don't think that they expected her to be able to resist what they tried, and I'm certain they would have rather she died. The question will come down to testimony, though, and it's not the kind of issue that would be solved using some of the more extreme means.
There were magical means for compulsory testimony, but almost all of them were extremely expensive or utterly horrific, or both, and some were state secrets, which meant that there were others that were also state secrets, but at a higher clearance than Amaryllis ever had. A soul mage could technically comb through the memories to find something of relevance, but this was almost never done, both because it was so incredibly time-consuming, and because it was illegal on the imperial level, and if you were doing high crimes, you could just soul-fuck them into compliance. There was one entad, used only in extreme circumstances, which would rip apart the mind of the person it was used on, pulling out bits and pieces of them, and only occasionally getting the complete truth.
No, I doubt it would rise to that level,
replied Rose Mallow.
Who does Raven say were the belligerents, or was the attack without an obvious source?
Yarrow and Zinnia,
replied Amaryllis.
It would be helpful if you would tell me where they are. It's a reasonable expectation that our people are in one of the black sites.
Some sites are more black than others,
said Rose Mallow, slightly raising an eyebrow.
Tell me, what kind of security procedures do you follow among your people? How much do they know?
Juniper knows everything,
said Amaryllis. This was pretty much true, with only one glaring exception that she could think of, and that one thing was interpersonal rather than being relevant in an information security context.
You do realize that they're going to torture him, don't you?
Asked Rose Mallow.
Most likely they'll use a revision mage, which means that even with training, he's not bound to last long. And even if he's recovered, he won't know how much he's given away.
I understand that,
said Amaryllis.
I've been trying to prepare for it. I've also been trying to prepare for having him walk through that door having killed dozens of people during his escape.
Onion and Phlox are running things,
said Rose Mallow.
They may have many unsavory qualities, but they're competent operators. There is no possibility that your allies will escape.
I don't question their competence,
said Amaryllis.
I question their ability to prepare for things that no one has seen in 500 years.
Rose Mallow tapped her lip.
You're trying to say that Uther has returned,
she said. Amaryllis frowned.
I haven't said anything of the sort.
You've done well not to,
nodded Rose Mallow.
Yet you've also arranged quite a bit of evidence that would suggest as much. Raven Masters is, to say the least, a major indicator. It hasn't escaped my notice that you've assembled a motley crew of the sort that Uther always seemed to favor. Nor has it gone unnoticed that Juniper has become a master of still magic in far less time than it should have taken, something I don't feel is adequately explained by a time chamber, even one of the caliber you seem to have. I didn't feel a need to place any spies in Leo when you were going about your humanitarian work there, but there were certain stories that reached my ears anyhow. There are claims that your people were the ones to kill Mom Wrath when the whole city was paralyzed, and no one else could so much as know about the creature. It all suggests something of Uther. All that's lacking is the declaration that it's so.
You think this is a gambit?
Said Amaryllis.
I sometimes forget how young you are,
said Rose Mallow.
We're the Lost King's Court. The fundamentals of our system of governance rest on our descent from Uther Pendraig, and on the fact that he is not here to govern. If you're trying to suggest that Uther has in some manner returned...
I'm not,
said Amaryllis.
Claims have been made before.
Said Rose Mallow.
Usually it's someone suffering from a delusion, but there have been a few occasions when the individual in question applied a bit of intellect to the deception. There were always hurdles to overcome, given how easy it would be for Uther himself to prove his identity. The accounts are classified, but they're very droll, from a certain point of view.
That's not what we're doing,
said Amaryllis.
Is that what Onion and Phlox think we're up to?
I don't know if it's crossed their minds,
said Rose Mallow.
It wouldn't surprise me if they considered it, but I know they don't have all the information that I have.
She leaned forward.
You can take me into your confidence.
This isn't a gambit,
said Amaryllis.
And I don't necessarily understand the threat an imposter would pose. The court wouldn't roll over for any but Uther himself, and maybe not even then.
The threat wouldn't be through legal channels,
said Rose Mallow.
It would be through the public. There's been unrest, nothing violent so far, but that could change if people had the right person to rally behind and a reasonable expectation of success. The end of the Second Empire set a bad precedent, more because of the stories that people told of the common man rising up against a monstrous evil than from any accurate reading of history. If someone claiming to be Uther came along to declare the court null and void, and he was backed by 1 billion obols and hundreds of entads, well, it would be ambitious.
It's hard for me to tell whether you're still accusing me or simply suggesting a trajectory that I might take,
said Amaryllis.
And it doesn't matter, because Juniper has been taken, if not killed.
Amaryllis still had her half share of his power, which was a strong indicator that he was alive somewhere. She was trying not to worry, because she was already in the process of doing everything that she could reasonably be expected to do.
If he's a fraud, they'll expose him, and it will reflect extremely poorly on you,
said Rose Mallow.
He's not pretending to be Uther,
said Amaryllis.
He's trying to find Uther. There's no threat there. I honestly don't think Juniper thinks or cares about Angelson at all.
Yet he grew up here,
said Rose Mallow.
No,
replied Amaryllis.
He's dream-skewered.
If Juniper was being tortured, that was one of the first things that would come out, in part by design. It was a secret with warts and wrinkles that he could feed them to stall for time. It wasn't all that secret, given how many places it could leak. Rose Mallow was silent for a moment, facial muscles twitching slightly as she processed that.
He is?
She asked.
Yes,
said Amaryllis.
You're familiar with the condition?
Somewhat,
replied Rose Mallow.
There was an incident at Speculation and Scrutiny not too long ago outside their dream-skewered clinic in Boastravino. This would have been some time after Larkspur's death. Did you have anything to do with that?
Amaryllis nodded.
We just went to get some answers from an expert. Things heated up considerably.
There are some theories, largely ignored and forgotten, that Uther himself was dream-skewered,
said Rose Mallow.
I'm aware,
replied Amaryllis, keeping stone-faced.
The more I learn of your situation, the more curious it becomes,
said Rose Mallow.
You haven't asked about the terms of the contract,
said Amaryllis.
With respect, I didn't come here to have you boggle at the absurdity of my current situation. I came here because we have at least some goals in common. Time is a precious resource.
Oh, I know all about your contract,
said Rose Mallow.
I obtained a copy shortly after your signature was added to it. It might have been a fine thing if they hadn't decided on force from the beginning. As it stands, it's likely that the entire thing will be null and void, unless the councils are particularly against you and decide that certain parts are valid while others are not. I can apply some pressure to ensure that doesn't happen, if it comes to that.
Then the meeting was a waste,
said Amaryllis.
Nothing of what was said in the mirror room made any difference whatsoever. It was all about what happened in the prince's room.
It wasn't exactly a surprise, but she still felt bitter about it.
We can speak of the good and the bad.
said Rose Mallow.
If someone did unleash a skent in Caledwich Castle, we could argue that demonstrates enormous disregard for not just civilians, but other members of the nobility, possibly rising to the level of a high crime. It would be contested, obviously, and given classifications would only be discussed on a select few councils.
There's a program to breed them and bond them with members of the nobility, and you knew about it,
said Amaryllis,
I'll choose not to confirm or deny that at this time.
said Rose Mallow.
At this point, everything you know about the Skents comes from Raven, who would have made her own observations divorced from our classification protocols. Best to keep it that way.
How likely are we to have to fight one again?
Asked Amaryllis,
I couldn't say.
replied Rose Mallow.
I need to know if the skent breeding program I'm assuming exists somewhere resulted in dozens or hundreds of them,
said Amaryllis.
You're too young to have been taught about a certain political scandal that lanced through the court not long after the Grand Reconciliation,
said Rose Mallow.
It would suffice to say that I've been careful with classification since learning about it, especially since the younger generation has needed a lesson for some time, and I don't want to be the unfortunate teacher by example.
If you think that I don't have a detailed knowledge of every political scandal to have rocked Anglesey since the time of Uther, you're mistaken,
said Amaryllis.
Myosotis, FE 346, far before your time, when the court was in a different place.
Have you shared classified information?
Asked Rose Mallow, raising an eyebrow.
That's another thing that might come out through interrogation.
And they would try to pin me on that, when they released a monster that could realistically have killed dozens?
Asked Amaryllis.
I'm only trying to determine courses of action and lines of conversation,
said Rose Mallow.
Some things are more classified than others, and you never knew everything there was to know. Project Garden Stake was the highest clearance project, if I recall, so there are limits to how much trouble you could be in on that front. My worry is at least partially about how this will play with the public, or before an open council.
You're the one who made this about the public,
said Amaryllis. She paused.
You've been putting my name out, trying to get the common people invested in me. What you said before about the possibility of me setting up a fraud where I claim to have Uther back, was that your intent?
Rose Mallow shook her head.
No, of course not. Not in a literal sense. To claim that you were a reincarnation of Uther through magical means, or that Juniper was Uther, back from the great beyond in a new body, would require solutions to some very large and currently intractable problems, at least if the deception were to survive any amount of scrutiny. With that said, we're not confined to only the literal level. Uther's spiritual or metaphorical return would serve nicely, and without the constitutional crisis.
Amaryllis rolled that over in her head, trying to get a grip on it.
You want to use this perception as part of a plan to win the current battle against Onion,
she said.
All you have is public pressure. I don't see how it would be enough.
One of your faults is that you believe in great people doing great things,
said Rose Mallow.
It's apparent in your writings, and to a greater extent your actions. I believe it to be a common failing of Pendrig's and of the English in general, perhaps caused by the fact that we place so much emphasis on Uther, a bright and shining star who has never been rivaled. The will of the public matters. It's not subordinate to any single great person and can't be swayed except temporarily, or with systemic effects. That's what makes it powerful.
Amaryllis wasn't particularly appreciating the lesson, nor did she think that Rose Mallow had a very good grasp on her. Amaryllis had written about systemic effects in her diary. She was sure that she had, and if she also wrote about how she wanted to become a prime mover so that things that needed doing could get done, well, the world really did seem to contain some people that were uniquely important and powerful individuals. Amaryllis would have believed that even if Juniper hadn't spoken to the one true God, may his dice fall fair.
I need my people back,
said Amaryllis.
Things have gone south with Hyacinth, and I might be in a worse situation than before. I was warned, I know. The priority is recovering my team.
If Onion has put them somewhere, it will be beyond my reach,
said Rose Mallow.
No doubt he'll have used a thin legal pretense for this action, but obviously I'll challenge him on it. There's leverage in it.
I need more than that.
Said Amaryllis.
I need leads.
It's clear you're thinking rash thoughts.
Said Rose Mallow, frowning slightly.
You're thinking of Munin.
What?
Asked Amaryllis. No.
Without Juniper, you lose quorum.
Said Rose Mallow.
You've been using him in too many ways.
I'm not worried about it.
Said Amaryllis.
You're looking for hooks where there are none.
Then I don't understand the urgency.
Said Rose Mallow, folding her hands.
He's gone, Amaryllis. The only way he and the others will be returned to you is if Onion decides it's so. If you could somehow find which site he's at and break in to rescue him, you would be putting yourself in a far worse position than the one you're in right now. As it stands, the contract might be troublesome and all the fundamentals are essentially the same as they were the day before, but they have information that you don't want them to have.
Fine.
Said Amaryllis.
Pretend that's true. But also, prepare a contingency path in case Juniper comes back to Angelson in the next few days having killed a dozen people in his impossible escape.
I'll do that.
Nodded Rose Mallow.
Now, can I tell you what steps we're taking? I know you're a willful girl, and I worry that every word out of my mouth will be met with an objection.
Go ahead.
Replied Amaryllis, folding her arms.
The first step is to get you seated on councils, as many and as widely varied as possible.
Said Rose Mallow.
That will be in preparation for your trial, which we'll want to undertake as quickly as possible. While the contract is dubious, we can press on that, assuming that you would still want those terms, which I think is questionable. Even if you don't, Onion has put in writing that it's possible for him to waive your service requirement, which I believe to be an error on his part. You won't have a proper role in the councils until after the trial, but it's a good show that you fully intend to be a member in good standing of the Lost King's Court. We will naturally have to do something about your look, and if possible, have you out of armor as much as you can be.
No.
Said Amaryllis.
You're a diplomat now, not a warrior.
Said Rose Mallow.
The full plate is a bit much, and it hides your figure.
Do you understand that these people are trying to kill me?
Asked Amaryllis.
Of course.
Replied Rose Mallow.
That's why you'll be staying here with my security, and why we will prevent you from joining the host at all costs. I would hate to put in all this effort only to have you wind up dead. Moving on, we'll push what leverage we have as hard as we can. You're absolutely right that they made an attack on Kaledwich, and that Raven has an incredible pedigree that we can use to our advantage, both as a witness and as a general asset, assuming that she's willing to follow orders. Is she?
She views this as a sideshow.
Said Amaryllis.
In her view, we should be focusing on more important things than who controls Angelson, or how to get 1.5 billion obols out of trust.
And what's more important than that?
Asked Rose Mallow, leaning forward slightly.
Uther's legacy.
Said Amaryllis.
Maybe Uther himself. She's been looking for a successor to Uther for quite some time, trying to create one or be one. So long as our small group can keep doing things like we did in Leo, she'll be with us.
You maintain that this isn't a deception of some kind?
Said Rose Mallow.
You believe that it's the truth. You think that Juniper is, in some sense, a repetition of Uther, one you can use.
There was something like wonder in her eyes, a first, so far as Amaryllis could ever recall.
Except that he's now missing, presumed captured.
Said Rose Mallow. She looked Amaryllis over.
I'll put more resources into the contingency that he returns. In the meantime, you should make a list of the councils you're most interested and adapted for. You have a curious and powerful time chamber, and I don't doubt that you've been using it. There's an open spot on the Commoner Council, which I think you would be well suited to.
I would be most interested in industry, infrastructure, research and development, and culture.
Said Amaryllis.
One of these things is not like the others.
Rose Mallow was in her watching mode, taking in minute facial expressions, weighing each word as though they were high-stakes gamblers, and she thought that Amaryllis might be bluffing.
There are duties that come with council meetings. If I got you even 2 of those, it would require you to spend quite a bit of time in the Angelson, which I know isn't your preference.
2 would be fine.
replied Amaryllis.
I'll handle it.
You really do need my help?
Said Rose Mallow, her tone so ambiguous that it was hard to know whether to take that as a threat, a statement of fact, or pity.
I do.
Said Amaryllis.
My priority right now is putting this all to bed. If that means that I have to make frequent trips back here, then so be it.
It's good that you're looking far into the future.
Said Rose Mallow.
But what you should be concerned with is what's coming up soon. They're going to push for a trial, and soon, especially while you're off your balance. It doesn't hurt that a trial can help to distract from the significant errors they made at Khaledwich. Be prepared for it to get vicious.
I always am,
replied Amaryllis. They were waiting on a sign or signal from Juniper, and it was slow in coming. Amaryllis was staying at the erstwhile manor with Raven, while the rest of the much-reduced team was at the Hotel Del Zora. Now that the peace was broken, they were almost certainly going to try to get her into jail, which meant no more moving around the city without cause. If Amaryllis did go to jail, there was a possibility that they would try to kill her there, though Rose Mallow seemed to think that what had happened at Khaledwich Castle was a colossal fuck-up on their end, not her words, which they wouldn't be eager to repeat. There were provisions for a member of the court to stake someone on bonded release, which they would use in order to keep Amaryllis under Rose Mallow's nominal care without the jail being involved, but there wasn't a way to guarantee that unless Amaryllis stayed as close to Rose Mallow as possible. As part of trial preparation, Amaryllis was reading through her old diaries. They were, thanks to Rose Mallow, a part of the public record, and there was a chance that they would be used as part of the proceedings. Amaryllis had done her fair share of reading about the legal system used in the United States of America, on Earth, and desperately wished that Uther had managed to import some of the saner features. From what Juniper had said, Arthur had been enthusiastic about the law, but while Uther had written a huge number of laws and crafted legal frameworks, both in Anglesey and the First Empire, and engaged in legal reforms of various other polities, the rules that governed the court showed little of that care and devotion. Of course, some of that might have been because the Lost King's Court had never been intended, and a fair bit of its current practices had been built up after Uther was gone. In America, there was a process of discovery, whereby both sides of a trial were allowed and required to share evidence. Surprise witnesses were virtually unheard of, as was evidence introduced in the middle of proceedings. Further, both prosecution and defense were constrained in what they could bring up, with questions of character and prior bad acts generally being inadmissible. There were rules about decorum, about badgering, about hostility and self-incrimination. There were limits to how off the rails the questioning could go. Amaryllis couldn't help but feel wistful about the American legal system, which she'd only known through reading about it. The court desperately needed some kind of legal reform, as if the existence of trial by adversity weren't proof enough of that. Reading back her diaries was painful, in part because she had so much distance from them that she could just barely remember what was in them. Rose Mallow had produced the originals, but Amaryllis was reading the edited version. At times she would stop and search through the originals, only to find that no, that was something she'd actually written down, not some bit of simplistic propaganda that Rose Mallow had inserted in. There were groan-worthy essays where a younger Amaryllis had just discovered that systemic problems sometimes arose from the natural incentives people followed, and Amaryllis wanted to just grab her younger self by the head and scream, "Everyone already knows this." That wasn't terribly charitable, but Amaryllis also believed that you didn't owe your younger self much respect. Specifically with regards to things that might come up at the desertion trial, there were a number of passages that went against very orthodox views within the court. One of the justifications for the structural nepotism of Anglesey was the argument that the Pendregs were raised from birth to be rulers, with the best education, nutrition, and magical assistance available. It was a line that Amaryllis herself had repeated quite a few times, But while she was definitely more suited to rule than the average commoner, in her diary she had proposed that outliers among the commoners would almost certainly outperform the average pendraig. That was a heresy, though not the kind that you would get put to death over. It was the sort of thing that, in a desertion trial, would get brought up to show that she wasn't a team player, or just to trigger some of the biases of whoever was deciding her fate. Rose Mallow had made redactions to the diaries, removing a few sections on menstruation, and another recounting an unpleasurable experiment with masturbation. Amaryllis found this understandable but annoying. Those things had been put into the diary with the understanding that someone might read them someday. They had been private and personal, but an important aspect of her internal understanding of herself. It was the kind of thing that helped to sell the diaries as being intimate, which would make them more effective, even if they were embarrassing, especially because they were embarrassing. The diaries could be used to paint her as a revolutionary, or, if not that, then at least with views so far outside the mainstream of the court that she was implicitly a threat. Her position as a bright star orbiting the edges of the court made that an even more compelling argument, and her lack of family made it more tempting to push her out in one way or another, even without taking into account how much someone like Hyacinth would benefit from Amaryllis's death. The primary argument, when it came to a charge of desertion, was that Amaryllis had fled because she feared for her life if she tried to go to the host. The primary counter-argument was that she simply hated the court and wanted to shirk her duty, as evidenced by the fact that she had only returned to the court when pressure was put on her by an outside force. Rose Mallow would no doubt fabricate a chain of correspondence and a legal pretense for Amaryllis to remain outside the kingdom for so long, but the trial would fundamentally not be about legality. It would be about loyalties, alliances, and perceptions of gain and loss.
How long do you think it's going to take June to come back?
Asked Raven.
I don't know,
Replied Amaryllis.
I suppose right at the critical moment. We still haven't gotten the check-in.
It had been 6 hours, and Amaryllis was starting to grow tired. Juniper had the sleeping ring, specifically because it was more important for him to have it if they got separated.
Shit, I should have arranged with Grack for us to sleep in shifts.
You'll know for next time,
said Raven.
We could send Grack a letter and coordinate that way.
Infosec risk,
said Amaryllis.
And I'm not sure that it would actually matter. Did you finish cross-referencing your world line with the list of black sites?
Amaryllis was trying to use her own vibration magic to keep things silent, but it took mental effort, and she had half the skill of Juniper. It would suffice to say that certain topics were off the table for the time being.
I have approximate matches for 3 of the 11,
said Raven. Moderate matches for another 5. The problem is that they're all in out-of-the-way places. When I was working with the library, 9 times out of 10, I was going to one of the major cities, and I wasn't called out all that often. With Uther, we ranged a lot more, but by the time we were ranging all over Erb, we had the entities necessary to go point to point virtually at will. If he is at a black site, there's a decent chance that it will take days to get to him, given how much distance we might have to cover in conventional ways.
And that means that if he makes an escape from wherever he's being held, it might be days or even weeks for him to get back to us,
said Amaryllis.
Or it might be impossible for him to escape without us fixing things on our end,
said Raven.
That happened once or twice with Uther. The first time he went to another plane, he was temporarily stuck there without any backup, fighting for his life while we figured out a way to reverse the magical effect that had done it. When we finally got him back, he spilled out through the portal with a horde of monsters after him, his resources almost completely depleted. The second time, which is arguable, we pulled him out of a deep dream, but he might have gotten out himself if we'd let him go. That was not too long before we had our adventure in the plane of dreams.
You mean that this political gamesmanship might actually be relevant?
Asked Amaryllis.
Possibly,
replied Raven.
I could imagine that Juniper was being held in a secure prison and managed to make a partial escape, only to realize that he was out of the frying pan and into the fire. From there, he would be racing against time and trying to ration his resources, unlocking star magic only to realize that there was an interdiction? I have a lot of practice from worrying about Uther. Everett always said that I was a good storyteller.
She sighed, perhaps thinking about her fallen friends.
And you still think that we should wait?
Asked Amaryllis.
You still think we're helpless?
By all means, fill the time,
said Raven.
Give him a gift to come home to in the form of having settled what you can settle.
She shrugged.
I plan to do the same. I've just beaten my head against the wall too many times with Uther to not have been inured to it.
Amaryllis went back to her planning, not feeling much better for having had that discussion. Juniper was almost certainly alive, and he would almost certainly be back, but she would struggle and fight all the same. Maybe after the 6th or 7th time this happened, she would feel differently, when they were in their 30s and had been through so many adventures that this one was just a memory, not unique, interesting, or personal. Until that time, she would go on.
The trial will be today,
said Rose Mallow the next morning. The three of them were having breakfast together just after dawn. Amaryllis had waited for Juniper to contact her through the Soul Link, but eventually she'd been tired from a long day and knew that every hour spent waiting up would have to be stolen from the next day. She checked her own soul on waking up, but saw nothing through the established channels, though that might have just meant that he was still unconscious or sedated or had been under time pressure.
Today?
Asked Amaryllis, her fork frozen halfway to her mouth. The food was in a style common to the court, heavy on labor and with a wide variety of delicate ingredients. There were a half-dozen individual dishes, though as it was breakfast, they were served on larger plates to take from, rather than in 6 individual courses.
Yes, today,
said Rose Mallow.
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to move it from the War Council, which means that we'll start at a distinct disadvantage. But the War Council is large and...
You couldn't have pushed it back?
Asked Amaryllis.
It would have been difficult,
replied Rose Mallow, frowning at the interruption. Interruptions were not done.
The issue of your desertion has been put off for quite some time, which Phlox is claiming is a result of attempting and failing to contact you once it became known that you were, in fact, alive, and later, when your location became known to the host.
I received no letters, nor any communication from anyone, until Sweet William came to speak with me on behalf of the Draconic Confederacy,
said Amaryllis.
Plus, whatever you want to say that we privately wrote to each other. But I suppose that's obvious.
We'll fight it,
said Rose Mallow.
Unfortunately, the matter is going to be brought before the War Council, which is where we would object to their fabrication. And at that point, the War Council is likely to hold a vote on whether to delay the hearing to another day. I anticipate that we'll lose that vote, simply in the name of getting on with things. Your time away from the court will be held against you. That's virtually unavoidable, as it's the premise of the trial.
How likely are we to lose?
Asked Amaryllis.
Fairly unlikely,
said Rose Mallow.
Dispreferable terms are more likely, but I wouldn't call that losing. Outright success that gets both of us everything we want is virtually impossible. Unless you have a trump card you've been holding which you foolishly kept from me.
Rose Mallow was right. The most easily foreseeable loss scenario was that Amaryllis would be forced to serve 2 years in the host, without any kind of special accommodation. That was unacceptable for a number of reasons, the 2 biggest being the amount of time it would take and the fact that it would put her in a position to be murdered. Beyond that, there might be some seizure of the assets that were held in trust as compensation for the technical desertion, or another remedy that the War Council decided on, which would be terrible for Amaryllis, Miunun, or the Council of Arches. At the far extreme end, they might order another trial by adversity for her, which wouldn't be entirely without precedent. And winning? Well, their position wasn't great, Amaryllis knew that, especially because she was entirely guilty of the crime she was being tried for. Because the plain facts were so incredibly hard to dispute, Amaryllis had not, in fact, made any effort whatsoever to join the host. That left an argument that there existed a set of facts which should rightfully mitigate the consequences of the crime, Amaryllis wasn't sure how that argument would be received. Rosmallo claimed that this trial would be essentially political in nature, more a result of what happened behind the scenes than what anyone might say in front of the War Council. But Amaryllis was alternately worried and hopeful that the evidence and arguments put forward could persuade her family to vote against their own economic and political interests. The War Council was one of the largest in the Lost King's Court, with a full 50 members. By itself, it hardly ever did anything, with almost all of the work of military governance being handled by sub-councils. With the Empire of Common Cause providing a measure of stability, there hadn't been much cause for war in the past few decades, though of course there were still uses for a small standing army, and the War Council often concerned itself with various aspects of war preparedness. Council meetings were held in the rooms of Grey Chapel, a large building that was even larger on the inside. Most of these meetings were held in rooms that hewed to function more closely than to form, with security in place to ensure that the meetings were private, water and a small bit of food, adequate lighting, and little in the way of embellishments. The focus, after all, was on the information and arguments that were being brought forward, and everything else was secondary. Amaryllis had spent a large portion of her time before leaving Anglesey at Grey Chapel, taking notes in council meetings and occasionally getting into arguments or offering suggestions and reports. As a general rule, junior members of the court who held council seats were expected to sit and listen rather than dive in head first, hoping to get a feel for the culture and rules before they made any serious mistakes. But Amaryllis had adapted quickly and not made many missteps. She had grown to like the utilitarian nature of those anonymous, interchangeable rooms at Grey Chapel, even if the actual process of legislative and executive functioning was a little dirty. The trial, by contrast, was held in one of the large, ornate rooms of Grey Chapel, with the seats arranged in a semicircle and layered as in a stadium. The ceiling was a dome, with a fresco Uther himself had painted, depicting a small team of men and women fighting off horrors of all kinds, though it wasn't real in the sense that it didn't seem to correspond to anything that had actually happened. Uther was an accomplished artist, as he was accomplished at many things, but this was one of the only frescoes that he'd found the time to do. The seats of the room were upholstered with some exotic leather, while the majority of the carvings that served as trim were gold-plated. Even the lighting itself was expensive, created by radiant stones tucked away in various places around the trim. A pair of vibration mages were stationed in the room to modulate sound. A pair of warders were on the lookout for unexpected magic, and armateurs were stationed at regular intervals around the room, managing to look at least a little bit like decoration rather than a defense force. Looking around at the assembled princes and princesses from a seat in the benches, Amaryllis couldn't help but think that a bomb going off in this room would result in a significant improvement to the kingdom. A number of the seats were empty, likely a result of the fact that the War Council had been called with so little notice. Most of the Lost King's Court lived in Kaledwich, especially if they had a position on a council, but it wasn't unusual for members to temporarily vacate their seat for various reasons, even when they were still technically required, placing their votes by telepresence entities, relayed by phone, or mailed in as the situation required. The reduced numbers of the council wouldn't really matter one way or another, except insofar as the missing members had their own allegiances. Amaryllis was relegated to a small area next to the main seating, a gallery where various witnesses, employees, and subordinates were kept. Whatever witnesses the prosecution would call, assuming they were going to call some of them, were being kept elsewhere for the time being, the better to maintain some element of surprise. As Amaryllis watched, the members of the court with telepresence were slowly brought up. There were very few methods that allowed instant communication between remote places, especially ad hoc, which meant that entads were left to fill the job. Distance communication was rare in entads, but not overly so, and assistants were left setting up whatever was required for those. In certain cases, it was as simple as a thick metal ring that needed to be set in place, which projected up a small hologram or a bust that would be brought to life by Entad magic, looking and speaking for someone thousands of miles away. There were others that were more complicated, like a bunny that was released from a cage and then anointed with oil before taking on a slight glow that indicated someone would be using it to speak. There were 6 of those altogether, stand-ins used for those who were working or living abroad. People gradually began to take their seats, and Amaryllis willed herself to be calm and collected. The last time she'd been in front of a council, answering for wrongdoing, it hadn't gone well for her, and this trial was obviously calling forth some of the trauma of realizing that no one was going to save her, that she was going to have everything stripped from her before being sent to an exclusion zone where she'd assumed she would die. If they sentenced her to another trial by adversity, she would be very much inclined to kill them all and be done with it. She wouldn't do it unless it was actually beneficial to the party. But if her family kept deciding that they wanted her dead, it would be fairly easy to make the argument that killing them was beneficial. Not all of them, either. Just the worst, 20 or 30%, which included all her current enemies. These were not terribly mature thoughts, she would readily admit that, but it did make her feel better to think that if she could get Juniper back, their combined firepower might be high enough to wipe out these people arrayed against her. There was one welcome and familiar face on the War Council, a recent addition, Lysianthus. She didn't so much as look at Amaryllis, and Amaryllis let her eyes quietly pass over Lysi. It was hardly a secret to anyone that Lysi was close to Rosemallow, but it was better that no one knew how close, as that could impact how Lysi's contributions to the proceedings were perceived. Phlox was one of the last to take her seat, which was right next to Onion's. The two of them were one of the reasons that the War Council wasn't a preferred place to hold the trial. Onion wore the same full plate and many rings he'd worn the day before, but Phlox was dressed more elegantly in a rich purple dress that came halfway up her neck and covered her arms to her wrists. She also wore an eclectic selection of jewelry, some of which were probably Entad's, the others there for symmetry, or to make a statement about what she thought of austerity. She was in her late 70s, hair gray, and with more than her fair share of wrinkles, and beyond that, she moved slowly, with less of the poise and grace that Amaryllis remembered her having even 10 years ago. Some of her royal bearing had been worn away by time. Still, she wasn't to be underestimated. She and Onion were second cousins and thick as thieves. Phlox banged down her gavel, and after a few words the session began in earnest. The first 2 witnesses were just to establish that a crime had, in fact, taken place. The first was a member of the Finance Council, who spent a few minutes speaking about that first trial and sentencing, which thankfully didn't go on all that long. The second witness was a member of the host, a man who had both overseen the drop and waited patiently at the base for any survivors. He talked briefly about the historic importance of the trial by adversity, which Amaryllis didn't feel was needed, but otherwise stuck to matters of fact, including how long it normally took survivors to complete their trial, their entry into the host, and some discussion on when they had given Amaryllis up for dead. After that, Amaryllis was called. She walked into the center of the room, steeling herself, and stood at attention. She was wearing a tastefully conservative dress rather than armor, in service of projecting the right kind of attitude. Many members of the council would have made up their mind before things began, but there were votes to be won, and Rosemallow still seemed to think that public opinion was a concern, even if the council had made up their minds. The war room had an upper balcony where the public was allowed to sit, warded so that they could make no sound, and even given the expedited trial, it was packed.
Amaryllis Pendraig, for the crime of desertion, how do you plead?
Asked Phlox.
Moo,
said Amaryllis. It was a word that Uther had coined, often used in cases like these to challenge assumptions. Invoking it here was unlikely to work, but it had to be tried.
Clarify, please,
replied Phlox.
Madam Chairman, the wording of the directive signed when I was sentenced to trial by adversity gave a concrete definition for when the trial was to be considered completed, which was the trigger condition for my entry into the host,
said Amaryllis.
The precise wording used was that when I reached the edge of the exclusion zone, I would be considered to have completed the trial and would join the host for a period of 2 years. As I left via Entad from Silmar City, I never reached the edge of the exclusion zone, and am thus not subject to that trigger.
Onion stood from his seat beside Phlox.
Madam Chairman, I move that Amaryllis's suggestion that her trial by adversity has not yet ended be quashed under the obvious chicanery rule.
He sat back down as soon as the sentence was out of his mouth.
Second,
replied a distant cousin.
Counsel, are you ready for the question?
Asked Phlox. But obviously, the council wasn't ready for the question, because in a council as large as this one, only a completely pro forma motion could be dismissed that quickly. People took their turns standing, making their own arguments or requests for information, which eventually looked to be leading down a rabbit hole when Onion took the floor again.
Madam Chairman, I move the previous question,
he said.
Second,
replied the same distant cousin, Willow. Her role here was, clearly, to second anything that Onion said. That wasn't strictly necessary, given that Phlox was chair, but it did give a thin veneer of impartiality to Phlox.
Is the council ready for the question of whether Amaryllis's plea of Mew be rejected in this instance under the obvious chicanery rule?
Asked Phlox. Another member of the council stood, but Phlox waved him back down.
We'll first vote to end debate on the question requiring a 2/3 majority.
Amaryllis was starting to get a read of the room and the particulars of each member. She knew all their names, though some she hadn't really met. She had 2 stalwart supporters, Iris and Lisi, both of whom had been trying their best to get this relatively hopeless gambit to work. But they'd said their bit already. Then there were 2 family members who seemed to just be in it for wanting something to say, Sorrel and Camellia. The rest hadn't spoken, and while Amaryllis knew as much as Rosemallow had been willing to share about their loyalties, Amaryllis wasn't counting anyone out quite yet. The vote to end discussion easily passed, but the question of whether her Mew answer was obvious chicanery came much closer than Amaryllis had thought it would. There were 41 members present, and the vote only had 25 ayes. Obviously, a ruling that her desertion wasn't a crime because she'd never finished her trial would put her in an awkward position, necessitating a return to the Risen Lands, perhaps. But if the vote had gone her way, she would have taken it.
The ayes have it,
said Phlox.
Amaryllis, do you have a new plea?
It was tempting to say Mew again, but the other methods of claiming there was no crime were on even shakier areas of technicality, not worth trying when she was trying to maintain the pleasure of the council.
I plead not guilty by reasons of necessity and duress,
said Amaryllis.
Necessity and duress are 2 separate defenses,
replied Phlox.
As a point of order, you will need to choose between the 2.
A defendant is allowed multiple affirmative defenses if the nature of their defense requires such to cover 2 or more different areas of the crime,
said Amaryllis.
As desertion is an ongoing crime, covering the entirety of the time when I did not report, I believe it qualifies by the standards used to set precedent.
Another round followed, with the motion first put to a vote, which required more interjections, clarifications, and considerations, and then a real vote once enough time had passed, and Phlox's gauge of the room was that they would close further comments. The chair had an extraordinary amount of power within the council, as they chose what would be brought to a vote and who would get the floor, among other things. But they were constrained by the need to follow procedure, else they faced the consequences. Of late, those consequences had been rather lacking, in part because it was difficult to enforce fairness. Beyond that, the attack at Kaledwich Castle had shaken Amaryllis's faith that others would follow even the rather permissive informal rules. The vote went in Amaryllis's favor, this time by a wide margin, which she was thankful for, even though it never should have been up for a vote in the first place, given how solid her legal ground was.
Then proceed, Amaryllis, and put forward your argument for why your desertion was both necessary and under duress. I'll remind the counsel that the argument of duress requires the defendant to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they were coerced by force or threats, and the argument of necessity requires passing a burden of presenting clear and convincing evidence. The floor is yours. Will 10 minutes suffice?
I'll do my best,
replied Amaryllis.
Esteemed counsel, when I was initially sentenced to trial by adversity, I had every intention of doing my best to complete the trial and join the host for 2 years of service. However, when I landed in the Risen Lands, I was attacked by a number of young men who had also made the drop, which is quite unusual for the trial. From the coloring of their hair, I took them to be members of the fuchsia coterie. It was only on my return to Anglesey that I learned the matter had been seen and settled, implicating a number of low-level officials, though I don't believe it was discovered who had paid them. At the time, I believed it to be an assassination attempt, and rather than going toward the edge of the exclusion, I went toward Silmar City, where I had an entad that would allow me to leave. At this time, I'd like to enter into evidence the entirety of the proceedings over the matter of the fuchsia coterie being dropped into the Risen Lands, which I don't think I need to mention constitutes a violation of the special exemption Anglesey enjoys with the Empire.
No one was actually going to read the thick stack of papers, given that the facts weren't in dispute, but it was still good to have evidence ready and to make a show that it was in your possession. Rumor had it that Uther had bluffed his way through a number of meetings by presenting stacks of blank paper, as if daring his ideological opponents to spend the effort wading through it all.
Point of evidence,
said Onion.
I yield the floor,
Amaryllis replied, because Phlox would have made her yield anyway.
The fuchsia coterie are paramilitary,
he said.
How many of them did you see there?
A dozen,
replied Amaryllis.
But that's a guess.
And what were they doing?
He asked.
I saw them kill a number of the others involved in the trial,
said Amaryllis.
It's speculation on my part, but I believe they were killing witnesses.
And they attempted to kill you?
Asked Onion.
They did,
replied Amaryllis with a nod.
You have no military training, is that correct?
Asked Onion.
I trained briefly in self-defense after my mother's death, and received special instruction at the Athenaeum of Quills and Blood,
replied Amaryllis.
Other than that, no, I have no combat or military training.
How did you survive?
Asked Onion, which was likely the point of that questioning.
Initially, I hid, and then I was fortunate enough to come across someone I thought I could trust. He was familiar with me from the Future Leaders of Anglesey campaign and wanted to help me,
said Amaryllis.
There was, frankly, a large amount of luck involved. With his help?
This would be Juniper Smith?
Asked Onion.
That's correct,
replied Amaryllis, watching him. He gave nothing away, not that she'd expected he would.
With his help, I was able to remove the souls of the dead and use them as fuel for a soul cycle I'd repaired, which we used to make the trip to Silmar City. Once we were past the landing zone, we didn't encounter anyone else, and the only difficulty was in getting past the undead and finding provisions.
What weapons did you use?
Asked Onion, not bothering to ask again for a point of evidence.
We used whatever we could find,
said Amaryllis.
Comfort was largely picked over from the evacuation, later looting, and the trials. Based on the quality of their weapons, I assumed that the attackers had a cache dropped or teleported in prior to the start of the trial, though that's not clear to me.
Did you use void weapons?
Asked Onion.
Yes,
replied Amaryllis.
I was able to make a crude void rifle from leftover parts. I will preemptively say, for the benefit of the Council, that while use of void weaponry is prohibited by Anglesey law, It is customary for trial by adversity to include a suspension of legal consequences. Uncle Onion, I believe you're well aware.
I am,
replied Onion, not smiling.
You may continue.
The end point of the entad was in a family home near Baron Jewel,
said Amaryllis, continuing on.
It was supposed to be a secure redoubt, and we were able to recover some entads that had been left in storage there for dire circumstances, but a local criminal gold mage had placed additional wards to trap anyone who entered. He took me hostage and interrogated me with a revision mage until I was rescued by Juniper and 2 others he had recruited. At this point, it would be prudent to enter into evidence a news report from Baron Jewel detailing the deaths of a number of people in the upper floors of a building called Trifle's Tower.
Point of evidence,
said Phlox.
Once you were in Baron Jewel, you had the opportunity to send a letter back to Anglesyn explaining your predicament. Why didn't you?
Her voice still managed to be sharp, despite her age, and sitting there she'd regained some of the bearing she'd been lacking when she'd first entered.
During the time I was in Baron Jewel, I was held hostage, given food and water but otherwise not allowed to write letters. After I was freed from the Gold Mage, it was a matter of minutes before we used a second entad obtained from the family home to go elsewhere.
And it's your contention that during this entire time, you were acting under duress?
Asked Phlox. Yes, replied Amaryllis.
In terms of timeline, this would bring us up to when, exactly?
Asked Phlox.
19 days after the trial began,
replied Amaryllis. I believe it would be a waste of this council's time for you to recount how you spent the entirety of your time away from the court, said Phlox. Let it be known that for a number of months you were living on the Isle of Poran as a citizen of the Republic of Miunun. At that time, were you under duress? No, Madame Chairman, replied Amaryllis. But my plea was duress and necessity, and at the time, I believed that return to Anglesyn would be a greater evil. The reason... When did you feel you were no longer under duress? Asked Phlox. Moo, said Amaryllis. I have always felt that return to Anglesyn would represent a threat to my life and the lives of my companions. Further, I've felt that mere knowledge of my existence by certain members of the court would inevitably result in either threats of violence or outright attacks. She held up a hand to forestall objections. I'm not claiming that for the past few months duress was a compelling argument informing my decision not to report in to the host, only that duress was present. Phlox let out a sigh. Then at what point did you feel that the overriding concern was necessity rather than duress, and what is the nature of necessity you're claiming? Approximately 20 days after I left the Risen Lands, I was attacked in the streets of Boastrovino by Larkspur Prentice and a few people accompanying him, with no attempts at diplomacy or warning on their part, said Amaryllis. The council erupted into conversation at that, which was almost immediately shut down by the 2 vibration mages. I suppose you have some evidence of this bold claim, asked Phlox. Little enough, said Amaryllis. I'd like to enter into evidence a police report from Boastrovino, including witness testimonies, a secondary report from Uniquities detailing the events of that fight prior to Larkspur's unfortunate death, and a report from Anglesyn's Foreign Security Office, included primarily for the sake of completeness, as it details Larkspur's movements in the days prior to his death. You're smearing a dead man's name, said Onion. Point of order, Amaryllis replied. Onion is speaking without having been granted the floor and not following the rules of procedure for the trial. Onion, request the floor if you have something to say, replied Phlox. I think it would go without saying that Amaryllis is making extraordinary claims, and that the only person who could possibly offer a solid rebuttal is deceased, thus beyond questioning. I'll leave it to the council to decide, replied Amaryllis. It should be clear to everyone here that Larkspur would have had motive to... This line of comment is finished, said Phlox. Point of order, said Amaryllis, voice firm and slightly raised. The chair cannot close a line of comment except with a two-third majority of the council, so the matter should be put to a vote. Phlox was clearly unhappy with that, but she was in a procedural bind. Council meetings of this size followed the rules, and a chair who shut down her enemies would find herself booted fairly quickly. At worst, the council could rebel against their chair and declare a mistrial. "Continue on," said Phlox, not wanting to risk a vote she must have assumed would go against her. "Show respect for the dead." "I meant no disrespect," replied Amaryllis. "Larkspur's actions in and around Boastrovino are suspect, even in the report that comes from his former office. When I speak to motive, I don't mean to imply that he was lacking in character, only that there was a clear and obvious reason for him to want me dead, whether that's what he wanted or not. In the event of my death, my entads would have passed to him and his wife, Hyacinth, representing somewhere in the region of 30 million obols a year income." "That's enough," said Phlox. "You've made your point. When did you learn of Larkspur's death?" "I left Boastrovino shortly after we escaped," replied Amaryllis. "I didn't read about his death in the news until more than a month after it happened."
Point of inquiry,
said Onion.
You didn't answer the question.
I apologize,
said Amaryllis.
I did not learn of his death until I read it in the news more than a month after it had happened. Until that point, I was under the impression that I was evading magical detection.
It wasn't good to make a bald-faced lie in front of the council, especially not when 3 of your companions had recently been kidnapped and were presumably being pumped for information.
Point of information,
said Onion.
At this moment, I have in custody 1 Juniper Smith, 1 Oring Solace, and 1 Pallida Sade. Mr. Smith and Miss Solace have testified to your involvement in Larkspur's death.
Again, there was a roar of conversation from the council, which the vibration mages immediately shut down. As a
point of order,
this is a trial on the charge of desertion by Amaryllis Pendraig, said Phlox.
Whatever other crimes she is guilty of, they fall outside the purview of this current council session, and likely outside the jurisdiction of the War Council. They will need to be dealt with at a later date.
I will naturally be needing a transcript of the interrogation,
said Amaryllis. She felt like ice was running through her veins.
I'll also need to know the legal basis for the arrest of...
The 3 who were arrested were suspected of crimes against Anglesyn,
Onion replied.
Their arrest is a matter for the kingdom. You're owed nothing.
I am a citizen of the Republic of Miunun, as are the others,
Amaryllis began.
Your so-called nation is not recognized by Anglesyn,
replied Onion.
Juniper Smith has not made a formal renunciation of his citizenship. The other 2 claim no citizenship aside from Miunun. This matter was cleared with members of the Intra-Imperial Council and the Legal Council.
Members was a weasel word, meant to be skipped past so that people might think he'd put the matter through the councils, which almost assuredly hadn't happened. And there was something else he'd said that was almost certainly a slip. Neither Pallida nor Solace actually claimed citizenship in Miunun. It wasn't clear proof that he was full of shit, but Amaryllis's heart began to soar at the first hint that Juniper wasn't actually tucked away at a black site somewhere, and that this questioning wasn't so dire for her as it appeared.
Reporting testimony second-hand is hearsay,
said Amaryllis.
You've removed a dear friend and valuable ally from me, then reported on what he said with no method of confirmation by this council or chance for cross-examination. Given the severity of the accusation leveled against me, and that this is a resolvable matter of fact, I move for the trial to be adjourned until the witness, Juniper Smith, can be produced.
Second,
came Lisi's voice.
Point of order,
said Phlox.
The revelations and accusations regarding Larkspur are a sideshow, and while it's clear that we won't be able to come to a vote on the matter of desertion, we might still be able to drive further to the truth of the matter regarding Amaryllis's actions and her alleged desertion. With that point established, we can go to a vote.
Amaryllis would dearly have loved to stall for another day, but the vote didn't go her way, again by a slim enough margin that it suggested she had more supporters than she would have suspected. Phlox cleared her throat and straightened her notes, and it was obvious that she was savoring a victory.
With the matter of Larkspur tabled for the time being, I believe, for the purposes of this trial, we need to establish the necessity element of your defense. You may proceed.
As I said, I've felt elements of duress during my entire time away from Anglesyn, owing to the multiple attempts on my life,
said Amaryllis.
Necessity came when I met two individuals in the course of our travels, who each provided overriding concerns, above and beyond a return to Anglesyn and fulfillment of my obligation to the host. The first was Raven Masters, the last of Uther's knights, who came with a prophetic warning. While I had the opportunity to return to Anglesyn then, given that she had taken a role as my protector, we felt that such a return would hamper our group, given both the cost and time required for travel and the likelihood that I would be detained, possibly even permanently. The first of the directives that Raven gave us was to go to Leo, where she feared a monster of incredible size and strength would appear. When it did, we needed to be available to kill it, which is precisely what we did.
A bold claim,
said Phlox.
Raven is available,
said Amaryllis.
I can call her as a witness. More definitive proof of what happened in Leo will be difficult to come by, but there are numerous eyewitnesses to the entad we used, and the aid we provided to the citizens of Leo, and I don't believe that this matter of fact is in question.
Then your testimony is tabled for the time being, so we can call in Raven Masters,
said Phlox. That wasn't entirely unanticipated, but Amaryllis didn't particularly want Raven to be speaking to the council, not when she would have to talk her way around the truth. They exchanged positions smoothly, with Amaryllis returning to the gallery, where she was finally able to drink some water and rest for a moment.
State your name,
said Phlox.
Raven Masters,
replied Raven. Unlike Amaryllis, she was in full battle gear, the better to demonstrate her position of privilege and power. Her normally hidden banded armor was in full display, as was her sword, which was a slice of frozen time. She was impressive and imposing, save for her height and age.
You claim to be the same Raven Masters that served as one of Uther's knights 500 years ago?
asked Phlox.
I do,
replied Raven. She was looking over the assembled war council. She seemed bored.
What have you been doing these past few hundred years?
asked Phlox.
That's classified,
said Raven.
Classified by what authority?
asked Phlox.
Uther Pendraig,
replied Raven.
And by classifying authorities that must themselves remain classified for the good of Arb.
How and when did you come to travel with Amaryllis?
asked Phlox.
That's also classified,
replied Raven.
All I can say is that after Uther left, it fell to the rest of us to ensure that the world was safe for civilization.
Madam Chairwoman, may I have the floor? asked Bartholomew. He was one of those rare commoners who had married into the family, and one of the even more rare commoners who had been given some measure of rights as nobility by his wife. On matters of legislation, they shared a vote. This was a fairly recent change as far as the court went, part of an effort to appear more egalitarian, if you considered being able to marry into nobility egalitarian.
You may,
replied Phlox. Miss Masters, what were you doing during the time of the Second Empire? He asked.
I don't think that's relevant,
replied Raven. Of course it is. It speaks to the truth of what you say, replied Bartholomew. If you were out saving the world, which accounts for your absence, then what were you up to during the time of tyranny and genocide that was the Second Empire?
I was a public figure then,
replied Raven.
I've been accused of a lack of action in several of my biographies, which I largely agree with. All I can say in my defense is that I didn't have the same resources then that I do now.
Resources which you will maintain are classified by some nebulous classification authority?
asked Phlox.
Yes,
Replied Raven. This wasn't good. Raven was looking like a crank or a liar. She was meant to be bringing the full gravitas of Uther's legacy to the proceedings, but she was treating the council as though it were beneath her. They simply hadn't had the time to prepare everything properly beyond the broad strokes that had been in place from the night before, and Raven had very little coaching aside from the outline of the story she was supposed to tell.
Elaborate,
whispered Amaryllis, using vibration magic to amplify her voice. The intent was to create something like tight beam communication, but there was still some risk that they would be found out. Not that it was strictly against the rules. The biggest risk was that the warders would see the vibration magic, or the vibration mages would feel it. But it was small and subtle magic, hopefully below what they would feel the need to raise an alert about.
much of what Uther did was secret.
Said Raven.
Some of it was secret because it would have been bold and controversial at the time, and other actions were dangerous simply by their nature, beyond the fear of mass hysteria or rebellion if they were found out, especially toward the end of his time on Erb. Operating in silence became the norm for us. Angelson was his kingdom, but Uther and his knights were beyond it, tasked not just with the kingdom, but with the First Empire, with Erb, and with the plains beyond. After Uther left, I tried my best to find him and bring him back from wherever he went. But when I failed, I was adrift. To answer the question about my involvement in the Second Empire, I was a citizen, nothing more. They wanted my endorsement so they could pretend that there was some element of continuity, but I never gave it. I had some knowledge of what they were doing, both from the propaganda they put out and the things that were whispered to me by people in the know, but I didn't join the resistance movements. I lived my life. When the Second Empire fell, there were tools and weapons that fell with them, and it was only then that I decided that I really should be honoring his legacy. I took those tools and weapons, some of them immensely dangerous, and used them to keep rogue threats in check, threats that this council cannot know. For that purpose, I sought out Amaryllis and Juniper.
Amaryllis allowed herself a sigh of relief. Raven still had a look of contempt, but at least the words were more or less right. Amaryllis would have cut out everything that undermined Raven's position as the actual heir to Uther, but that couldn't be helped.
"Why those two?"
asked Onion. He was eyeing up Raven as though trying to decide how hard it would be to kill her.
I've met a great many Pendrakes over the years,
said Raven.
Of them all, Amaryllis is most like Uther. She has his decisiveness, intellect, and compassion. The only thing she's lacking is his artistry and grace.
There were faint murmurs following that high praise, which the vibration mages allowed to go.
"And Juniper?"
asked Onion. Raven hesitated. Amaryllis had seen, as soon as Onion said his name, that this would be trouble. Objections from someone outside the council were forbidden, though, so she had little choice but to hope that someone would speak up on her behalf.
Juniper is special,
she said.
Uther had the ability to pick up new abilities in a frighteningly short amount of time. Juniper has the same ability, if a bit more limited.
Amaryllis suppressed a groan. Once Juniper had been brought up, it was necessary to explain him. At least a little bit, she understood that. But Raven could have leaned on similarities to Uther, or a personal connection, or something like that. If people knew about Juniper, they would want to test him, and the nature of his character sheet meant that there were some tests that he couldn't pass. This testimony meant that people could potentially find weaknesses to dig their fingers into, both literal and metaphorical.
"More bold claims used to support other bold claims,"
said Onion.
If you have him in a prison somewhere, you should already know he's making these claims,
Raven replied.
He should be brought forward as a witness, given how heavily he's involved in this.
The questioning went on for some time after this, but Raven stonewalled them, primarily because for most of the questions, she would have to reveal the existence of the infinite library. In typical fashion, a number of members of the council didn't seem to accept that there really were things that they weren't meant to know. Onion had a few pointed questions for her about the Second Empire, but Raven was sticking to the awkward truth, which was that she had friends on both sides of the ideological schism that had happened in the wake of Uther's disappearance. Some of those friends were instrumental in the founding and operation of the early Second Empire. The digressions were mostly to call into question Raven's credibility and character, which they weren't terribly effective at. The Second Empire had left its scars on Erb, but the zeal against it wasn't what it once had been.
"I think that's enough,"
said Phlox 20 minutes later.
"If the witness cannot or will not answer, then the rest we'll get is mostly background or historical curiosity. We'll now vote on the closing of questioning this witness,"
said Phlox. This proceeded without much further deliberation, and Amaryllis once again stood before the council.
"It was interesting testimony, I will give it that,"
said Phlox.
"As an argument for necessity, it requires an extraordinary amount of faith in both you and Raven, faith that I personally find somewhat lacking at the moment."
This kind of soapboxing was skirting the rules of decorum. It wasn't fit for the chair to extemporize on the issue at hand, especially during a trial.
"You said that it came down to two people. Would you like to call your other witness now?"
No.
Replied Amaryllis.
My other witness is Uring Solace, who is currently being held by Angelson for unspecified crimes.
"And what was her role in keeping you from your duty?"
asked Phlox, frowning slightly.
She found me through a powerful predictive magic,
said Amaryllis.
Once she did, she revealed what she knew to me and swore me to secrecy. Part of the reason that we'd been trying to stay hidden from scrutiny was protecting that secret. It was of vital importance. It's a secret which Onion by now surely knows.
Onion was stone-faced.
"The princess is surely aware that I can't speak to matters of national security,"
he finally said.
Solace is the last living druid,
said Amaryllis.
She has, on her person, an entad which contains a locus in its extra-dimensional space, one which survived the Second Empire. I might be turning her against me by revealing this now, but I fear that if I say nothing, she and the locus might disappear forever.
Of all of the gambits she was employing today, this one was the most dangerous. It wasn't clear that Onion actually did have Solace, and revealing the existence of the locus was, of course, likely to make Solace upset. But on balance, this seemed a better path to go down, not just because it enormously complicated and improved her necessity defense, but because it would help to raise her stature as heir to Uther. Once the vibration mages had quieted everyone down, Phlox spoke.
"Amaryllis has made yet another bold claim,"
said Phlox.
"This one, however, is not a matter of opinion or testimony, but instead a matter of fact. I propose that Urang Solace be brought before this council by tomorrow, when this trial can continue. I will stipulate that she be brought with her entads, the better to ascertain the truth of this matter."
Onion didn't look happy, but he rarely did. Amaryllis had some hope that this was a sign of dissension in the ranks, or at least a lack of coordination, but she wasn't going to hold her breath. After a fair amount of discussion, the vote finally took place, and the War Council decided that it would adjourn, meeting again tomorrow with both Solace and Juniper present before the council to give testimony, to the extent that they were willing to cooperate with the needs of the trial. It felt like a victory, but Amaryllis wasn't sure that it would hold. There was one big, obvious question still on her mind. Where was Juniper? She got her answer later that night. Common law. Chapter 1, 188. Common law. We finally reunited at that awkward time when you're not sure whether it's late at night or early morning. I'd done a values ping on Amaryllis, and she'd responded back, rapidly moving values in the low-level range so that we could have a crude channel of communication that wouldn't be too disruptive. Our method basically allowed a single letter at a time, which was painfully slow, but it was enough to communicate our respective locations, that we were all okay, and after that, to organize the meetup. Amaryllis came in with the teleportation key, targeting a section of railroad tracks and bringing Grak with her. If we were going back to Kaledwich with the key, that meant either Raven or Grak had to stay behind, and Amaryllis had made her choice, picking the utility of warding over raw combat prowess. Part of the reason that we had to meet so late was that it took us time to book it over to where Amaryllis had a path in, which involved a long car ride and then a brief stint where Solace turned us into wolves.
What happened?
Asked Amaryllis, once she was recovered from using the key. Can I say, first, that I'm extremely glad both of you are alive? I asked.
Pleasantries later,
replied Amaryllis.
We're happy you're all safe,
said Grak. Is Raven all right? I asked.
She's fine,
replied Amaryllis.
We've already linked back up. She said that it was 2 members of the court that took you. How'd you escape from wherever you were?
I woke up in a cell, I replied. Your cousin Yarrow was apparently a secret soul mage, and when he peeped at my soul, he went catatonic. Your other cousin Zinnia went apeshit trying to figure out what was happening and get me to undo it. She brought in Solace and shot her in the head, then brought in Pallida and started torturing her, and when I finally reversed the damage to Yarrow, she left to go speak with him, presumably about him soul-fucking me, or me soul-fucking him. I was in ented manacles, used Essentialism 60 to slip out of them, then the same thing to get past the wards, and we broke out. I killed half of the people, and the rest surrendered. Pallida killed them when I was out of the room.
He soul-fucked Yarrow, then Zinnia,
said Pallida.
And he was going to leave them alive and planning to release them back into Anglesyn at some point.
Everyone at the Black Site is dead?
Asked Amaryllis.
You killed a prince and princess of Anglesyn?
For whatever reason, she was directing this at me. Pallida killed them, I said. I was going to try to figure out a way to let them live.
If you soul-fuck them, then letting them live isn't a good idea,
said Amaryllis.
But everyone there is dead, those 2 included?
Yes,
replied Pallida.
Fuck,
said Amaryllis.
Either Onion doesn't know, or he's bluffing well.
He doesn't know, or he didn't this morning, I replied. I have an entad in my ear that I can use to talk to him. He thinks that Yarrow still has it. We were supposed to teleport him intel and didn't, so he knows something is up. Not sure if he'll have sent people to the Black Site yet.
Fucking Christ,
said Amaryllis.
We're in the middle of my desertion trial. Onion was going to bring you and Solace in as witnesses.
Wait, we were only gone a day, right? I asked. Day and a half, depending on how you want to count it. You're on trial? Amaryllis nodded.
They rushed it,
she said.
That doesn't mean that it's not going to work out for them.
She turned to Solace.
I told them about the locus. I'm sorry, but it was the firmest and most verifiable out.
Solace shrugged.
I suppose the time was right.
You're not upset?
Asked Amaryllis, eyebrows knit.
Not particularly,
replied Solace.
I won't, of course, be submitting to any kind of trial, nor will the locus be poked and prodded to satisfy your courts.
Amaryllis winced.
Understood, though that does make things more difficult.
What do you need from me? I asked. Amaryllis bit her lip.
Right now, I need you to disappear.
She shook her head.
Fuck. If I had known you'd escaped, I would have done things completely differently. We could have used you to feed false information back to Onion and Phlox. Now they're going to try to pull you out of the Black Site and find everyone there dead.
Actually, no,
said Pallida.
We took the bodies with us. They're in the bottle.
And I cleaned what blood I could find,
said Solace. There are probably traces that we were there, I said. But we did take some time to cover our tracks.
I don't think it passes a sniff test,
said Amaryllis.
Onion knows that you were taken during the altercation. He knows where you were taken, so if he goes there and finds, Jesus, everyone, a whole crew of guards?
Like I said, about half of them surrendered once their mages and superiors were taken out, I replied. Less than that. Call it a third left alive. I'd been forgetting the ones in the hallways.
Onion had some legal pretense,
said Amaryllis.
I don't think that it will hold, given that it's got to be a fabrication. But I don't know that we have enough leverage to call him on it, and it feels like the kind of thing that would get tied up in court for months, if not years.
Unlike a desertion trial, I replied, which can apparently happen in the space of a day.
They've been planning it for a while,
said Amaryllis, shaking her head.
I think that it was a measure they were keeping in their back pocket, and when things spiraled out of control, they wanted something that would soak attention and political capital. The trial might not go their way, but it seems likely that they're going to try forcing me into the host.
So which people are left to kill? I asked. Hyacinth is a given. Onion is a given. Who else? Phlox. I hadn't met her, but I hadn't heard good things. That look you're giving me seems to suggest that we're not at the point of assassination just yet, for some unfathomable reason. Amaryllis gave me a hard stare. They kidnapped me, tried to torture me, tried to kill me, shot Solace in the head.
A druid acts from the heart, not the head,
said Solace with a happy smile. These people are monsters, I finished. I don't give a rancid shit about the legal pretenses or the state of political capital. I'm out for blood. Amaryllis grit her teeth for a moment.
I understand your feelings, but at this point, putting Onion to the sword would be tantamount to calling the entirety of the court down on you.
And together, we can take them, I replied. Not a ton of combat mages among the court. The armateurs are mooks. The most that I would be worried about are powerful entads, hidden research projects, secret memetics, and whatever else is hiding in dark corners. And okay, now that I say it out loud, it might be a problem.
And it wouldn't just be the court. It would mean making an enemy of the Empire,
said Amaryllis.
Unless we can do it in a deniable way, we're not slicing our way through the court.
Okay, I replied. So I call in Bethel.
Juniper, no,
said Amaryllis. She could and would do it, I said, folding my arms. We probably wouldn't even need to talk with her about it, and then she could fuck off back to wherever Val is keeping her stashed.
I understand that you're feeling angry about how things happened,
Amaryllis began. Yeah, sorry if I'm a little hard done by about being drugged, robbed, and tortured, I said. I guess I'm just being wildly irrational about the whole thing.
There are rules for staging a successful coup,
said Amaryllis.
You need to target all the right people so there's no resistance. You need international acceptance, and you need the appearance of legitimacy.
I don't give a shit about that, I replied. We're not taking over Anglesyn. We're just killing a few people who need killing, and then moving on.
You'd be fine plunging Anglesyn into a civil war?
Asked Amaryllis.
Forget for a moment that people would come after us. You'd be fine with the shockwaves that it would send through both Anglesyn and the court to know that there's someone out there just killing high-level members of the government?
I clenched my hands into fists. All right, I said, letting out a breath. Fine, you have a point. I'll even accept that you have several points. We should probably not actually go in guns blazing and shoot all the people that I want to shoot, unless we know that we can get away with it, and that Anglesyn isn't worse off than when we got here. But if you're still here talking about having your day in court, we're on such different planes of existence that I'm going to have to unlock star magic to reach you.
Har,
replied Amaryllis. Either she was losing her patience with me, or she thought showing some anger was a better tactic.
You understand you're not invincible, right? You talk about getting knocked out and tortured, and then in the next breath you talk about going up against the full might of the court.
I was serious about bringing in Bethel, I replied.
Val is trying to fix her because we might need her,
said Amaryllis.
And one of the things Bethel fucking hates is being used like she's some pistol to be pointed at someone. You'd be tearing apart all of the hard work that Val has been doing on so many different levels. Not like this. Not over a grudge, not because Onion is fucking awful and killing the people who held the blade didn't give you the satisfaction you thought it would. That's childish.
We'd moved closer without really meaning to, just the result of shifting our footing or getting in closer to make a point. I felt like Amaryllis was about to hit me, which would have done fuck all, and might have been the reason she wasn't trying to knock sense into me. She definitely seemed like she wanted to. Then what's the plan? I asked. You go to court, get your ass handed to you, and I have to break you out, or kill a bunch of people anyway,
Yes.
replied Amaryllis. Her fists were clenched at her sides.
If it comes to that, yes.
Except nothing will have changed, I replied. We can play within the system and still get fucked. You know why I got knocked out by that entad? It's because I thought we'd be fine. I thought if they were dumb enough to attack me, I would fight back with everything I had, and at least I would have followed the rules. At least I could say, after the fact, that I hadn't breached trust. Trying to do it that way got me fuck all. I'm done being reactive. Once we're finished in Anglesyn, I don't give a shit about killing Blue in the bottle, and I don't think he's going to be that much easier to kill than a dragon would be. And really, I don't even think that we should bother with any of it, because we know that Fell Seed is our destination,
Let's talk grand strategy when you're less pissed off.
said Amaryllis.
In the here and now, assassination is off the table. It's my side quest. We're doing it my way.
We don't even have a quest, I replied. Quest accepted. Full court press. Amaryllis never wanted to return home, but now she finds herself once again embroiled in court politics, propped up on one side by her mother figure Rose Mallow and the interests of Uniquities, and set against a coalition of relatives who would really rather have her be dead. Help her to secure a future for the both of you in Anglesyn. Companion quest,
You just got one.
said Amaryllis.
Now?
Asked Solace.
What does it say?
Asked Grack. No, I replied. No, this doesn't matter. My life isn't going to be dictated by quest text,
Juniper, we're partners.
said Amaryllis. I hesitated for a moment. All right, I replied, then read the text for her.
That says nothing.
She said when I was finished.
If it was going to be that vague, why not give it to us months ago?
Comedic timing, I replied. Or who knows,
It implies a future in Anglesyn,
replied Grack.
You are unlikely to have one if you assassinate someone.
So, it's a hint.
Said Pallida. It's a push, I replied. I did it when I was DMing. If two players are getting into an argument about the game, I would sometimes offer some clarification about what the quest actually was, or what they knew,
Then the quest is to find a place for ourselves.
said Amaryllis, frowning. Regardless of what the quest is, I'm not going to go through with this trial bullshit just because the Dungeon Master says that it's possible. Because first off, he's a fucking liar, and second, he's not my real dad. Amaryllis gave me a raised eyebrow, the kind that I knew from long experience meant I was speaking a bit too much Earth for her. I sighed. It's this thing in Earth sitcoms and movies where there's someone trying to be a father figure, and the kid will yell something like, "You're not my real dad," and then storm out in the middle of an argument. He can't tell me what to do. He can only force me to do things,
That's a cruel thing to say to a surrogate father,
said Grack. I stopped and looked at him. I would have thought we were all in agreement that the Dungeon Master isn't actually a father figure to me,
I meant in the abstract,
replied Grack.
as a trope.
But it's a joke?
Asked Pallida.
A common enough joke that it's a thing on Earth?
Yeah, I replied. Feels weird saying Earth, because it's really just America. But yeah, the nuclear family is dying a slow death. There are lots of marriages ending in divorce, and so it comes up a lot. More as a meme than in reality, I guess. Not really on topic, though,
Do you want to go back to arguing?
asked Amaryllis. She had cooled off, same as I had, and she was standing there with a questioning look. Not really, I replied. But that leaves us with the question of what we're going to do,
You think the court is bullshit.
said Amaryllis.
I do too, it's just a question of degree. So long as people are willing to vote mostly on the basis of evidence, so long as there are consequences for bias, there's something to be redeemed there. If we could get Angelson on our side, which is a realistic possibility, then we might actually have the support necessary to assault Fell Seed and skip the rest of the quests. Plus, there are a billion obols on the line, which I can virtually assure you aren't going to be had through a few strategic killings.
All right, I said, taking a breath. Coming at this with a mindset of compromise, how likely do you think you are to win your trial?
Without Solace or the Locust to present as proof of necessity, my odds are hurt,
Said Amaryllis.
I refuse to have any part in it,
Said Solace.
I know,
Said Amaryllis.
I wasn't trying to make my case. I wasn't pleading with you. I was just saying, it is what it is. When I thought that Onion would bring you into the court, it was a much better strategy. Now, the question of necessity rests on trust and belief in myself and Raven. We're only trying to convince the middle, not those who have been bought or otherwise compromised on either side. But if the trial isn't a complete farce, then we're depending on them, and I'm not sure we have them. If Onion knows that you're out, we're in an even worse position.
So we bring me in, I replied. I can testify for you,
You're a wanted criminal twice over.
said Amaryllis.
Once for desertion, once for whatever charges Onion was using to justify Yarrow and Zinnia taking you.
So then I'm a surprise witness, I replied. You call me forward. I say whatever you think it's best I say, and you have more leverage. They'd let me have my say, wouldn't they?
I don't know,
Said Amaryllis.
It would go to a vote. Most likely enough people would want to hear what you had to tell them that you would get a chance to speak. And after you were done testifying, you would immediately be arrested.
No, I replied. Once I was finished, I would use the ring of upward bliss and nope out of there, unless everything goes more smoothly than I think it would go. I'd at least be doing something. And I would also be on hand in case things went south for you during the trial. Amaryllis considered this for a moment.
It's reckless,
She finally said.
and it might be better to try securing you a pardon. But, okay. And if they attack you, or me, or they even seem like they're going to be engaging in foul play, that's when you either bail out or impale them.
I got a new message from Onion right at the crack of dawn. I'd kept the marble in my ear for no real reason than because Onion might let slip what he knew, but it was almost surely going to be trashed after that. A piece of evidence that I didn't want to be hanging on to for too long.
Karen is empty. Where are you? Name color 17.
He hadn't even used all 15 words. I assumed the punctuation that should have been there. That's Onion, I said to Amaryllis. He knows something is up. It's a challenge that we don't have a response to. I repeated the message back to her, and she nodded.
Better not to respond,
Said Amaryllis. No, I replied. Better to throw him off as best we can. Val would have known what to say,
I don't think you can phase him, but you're welcome to try.
replied Amaryllis.
Run it by me first to make sure you're not breaking OPSEC.
I ran my first thought by Amaryllis, and she rolled her eyes, but decided that it didn't break OPSEC, even if it did give him a hint as to what was going on. It is me, your nephew Yarrow, who is completely alive and safe. Do not worry,
I don't think that's going to rattle him.
said Amaryllis.
If he's smart, he won't respond. Once you're finished, we'll dig a hole and place the marble in it, then have Grack ward it, then bury it.
But Onion did respond, and with considerably more venom than I had imagined.
Your bones will be dust, your skin flayed, your blood curdled, your soul eternally damned,
came his response. I almost laughed. It was some internet tough guy bullshit. That is a very rude way to speak to your beloved nephew who is alive, I replied. I was hoping that would get his goat. Onion was supposed to be a smooth operator, cool as a cucumber, and fully in control of a monstrous bloodthirst, but my guess was that he had limits, and if I could get him nice and steamed before the trial, all the better. Amaryllis didn't think much of this plan, but I was hopeful. I sat on a bench with some other people, in my full armor, waiting for the trial to start. We had gone back to the hotel and done some planning and strategy discussion there, with our need for sleep offloaded to the tongue. So far, I hadn't had another terse conversation with Onion via the Entad link between us, but I wasn't sure why, since the Entad should have been recharged. We'd elected not to try faking up some late transcripts to send over. Without Yarrow or Zinnia, it was hard to know what kinds of questions they would ask, what kind of format it should be in, and a whole host of other questions, aside from the fact that teleporting it over would be some concrete evidence that we'd been fucking with Onion. I watched the council be seated, and after a bang of the gavel and some opening words by an elderly woman whose nameplate informed me was Phlox, the trial was once again in motion. Amaryllis had given me the short version of the trial, but it still felt like I was coming in on a new series, starting on the second episode. Amaryllis went to take her place in front of the council, and I watched her carefully. Stripped of her armor and other offensive gear, she looked a lot less deadly than she was.
The matter of desertion from the host by Amaryllis Pendrig is hereby resumed,
said Phlox.
Onion, have you obtained the witnesses requested at the last council session?
No,
replied Onion.
Further discussion on the matter is classified, but it wasn't feasible to transport them.
Are there full or redacted transcripts?
Asked Amaryllis.
You're out of order,
replied Phlox with a frown. She turned to Onion.
The question stands.
It is not possible to produce transcripts at this time,
said Onion. He was tight-lipped. Surely this was something that the two of them had talked about beforehand, and this was the part where they ripped the Band-Aid off in front of the council, revealing that more information wasn't forthcoming. There was some light rumbling from the council, but no one made a motion. It also let me know that Onion knew what was up. I wondered whether he'd been to the black site himself, or whether he'd sent someone.
Then I would like to call forward a witness to corroborate,
said Amaryllis.
Very well,
replied Phlox.
You may call your witness.
I call Juniper Smith,
said Amaryllis. That was my cue, and I stood up and walked forward to stand in front of the council, replacing Amaryllis, as the council erupted into conversation that was quickly killed by the vibration mages.
Motion to dismiss the witness,
said Onion.
Second,
came a voice I didn't recognize, even after looking at her. There sure were a hell of a lot of Pendricks, and I was finding that the flower names were making it hard to keep them separated in my head.
Then we'll bring it to a vote,
said Phlox.
Point of information,
came another voice, this one from a man who was half standing to be recognized.
Proceed,
replied Phlox.
Why would we dismiss the witness?
He asked.
Juniper Smith was arrested under the Traitor Act 2 days prior,
said Onion.
On top of that, there's an active arrest warrant against him for the crime of desertion.
Amaryllis came forward from the stand.
Juniper Smith has not been informed of any of that,
she said.
Per the language of the Traitor Act, the arresting officer or deputized individual should have informed him of the evidence against him within 24 hours of his arrest, which was not done. Regarding his active arrest warrant, Mr. Smith is just now being informed of it, but as he's not a member of the court, that's an issue for the city guard and the host, not for this council. Both authorities are subordinate to the council for purposes of testimony.
We will take the propriety of this witness to a vote,
said Phlox, but she didn't seem very happy about it. Amaryllis and I stood there awkwardly while yeas and nays were counted, and when we handily won the vote, she retreated to her place in the galley.
I'll take the first question,
said Onion. Phlox nodded to him.
How did you escape custody?
I knew enough of the American legal system to know that this was the point you'd say, objection, relevance. But I also knew enough about how Anglesyn did law that this kind of thing was accepted as a matter of course. At most, you could object and ask to know where a line of questioning was going. But in this case, it was pretty clear that if I was a witness, they could ask all kinds of irrelevant to desertion questions in order to determine whether I could be trusted. What makes you think that I was ever in custody? I asked.
Don't play coy with me, boy,
replied Onion.
Refuse to give a straight answer to the council at your peril.
I thought that was pretty fucking laughable, given that I was already guilty of desertion and apparently under the authority of some no doubt draconian national security bill. I was never brought into custody, I replied. 2 days ago I was in a room at Caledwich Castle, waiting for Amaryllis to finish up a meeting, when 2 other members of the court, Yarrow and Zinnia, walked in. After we talked for a bit, Yarrow pulled out an unknown entad and used it, which put 2 of my companions to sleep. Just after that, when I was going to defend them, Zinnia released a monster called a skent, which we ended up fighting. In the middle of it, Raven and I got separated. I stowed my gear and then hid out, and I didn't reconnect with Amaryllis or Raven until this morning. I was never in the custody of anyone, nor was I told what I was supposed to be taken into custody for, which you're apparently still not going to tell me.
You're a liar,
said Onion.
I have solid information that you were captured by Yarrow and Zinnia, then taken.
Prove it, I said. If you're going to call me a liar, show some evidence that I'm lying. Onion grit his teeth, but before he could continue, Phlox intervened.
This is all beside the point,
said Phlox, clearing her throat.
It's also a rather poor introduction to this witness.
She said this without casting a look at Onion, but it was clear that it was meant for him.
Tell us who you are and where you come from.
My name is Juniper Smith, I replied. I'm originally from Sporson, Anglesyn, a small town that largely deals with agriculture. A few months back, I was arrested for assault, admitted guilt, then got put in prison. Once there, I had a few altercations and was fast-tracked for trial by adversity. Down in the Risen Lands, I met Amaryllis, and I wasn't here yesterday, but I believe she told you the rest. I've been by her side pretty much non-stop since then.
Tell me more about the assault that led to your arrest,
said Phlox. Ah, I said. Well, there we have a problem, because
I don't know
for certain. My memory was wiped clean. I'm dream-skewered. I paused for a moment, not sure whether I needed to explain. I'm one of a group of people who are afflicted with complete memory loss and false memories of a counterfactual place called Earth. It's a rare condition. We're typically identified and then transferred to speculation and scrutiny, where they have a dormitory for dream-skewered patients.
And when did this affliction occur?
Asked Phlox.
What do you remember?
I have vivid memories of a life lived on Earth, though I doubt that would interest the Council, I said. My first memory on Erb was of being strapped in place on a plane, shortly before being dropped into the Risen Lands. I can tell you anything that happened beyond that point.
This is ridiculous,
said Onion.
Do you have any proof of this supposed affliction?
I've spoken with speculator masters at the Athenaeum of Speculation and Scrutiny, who runs the Cerebral College, I said. He confirmed the affliction through use of an entad.
And would he be any relation to Raven Masters?
Asked Onion. He's her father, I replied. I could see that didn't sit well with the court, for obvious reasons.
This affliction aside, you have a full recollection of everything that happened with Amaryllis?
Asked Phlox. I do, I replied. And I've been with her almost the entire way. I'll confirm everything she said about attempts on our lives by Larkspur, about our attempts to fight off threats to Erb, including in Leo, and about a desire to safeguard the last remaining locus.
I want to talk for a moment about your arrest and your time in prison,
said Phlox. Again, I don't remember any of it, I said. It might as well have happened to a different person. All I know is what I've been able to find out after the fact, which hasn't been much. That was one of the reasons to admit to being dream-skewered up front. I didn't think that it would be possible to lie my way through things I knew nothing about.
This is primarily for the Council's consideration,
said Phlox. She picked up a file and leafed through it. You were a middling student until the age of 17, when you assaulted another boy. Following a short trial where you pleaded guilty, you were put into prison with a term of 3 months, after which you would have been released in time to take your senior year of schooling over again. Instead, you acted belligerent in prison and racked up a number of infractions, including more fights, which culminated in you killing another inmate. The warden deemed you a good candidate for a trial by adversity, on the theory that if you were able to survive, your violent impulses might be tamed by the host. I stood there and said nothing. Only a little of that was news to me. I'd punched the same guy in the face back on Earth, but the timelines were a little different, and on Earth, nothing had come of it. On Aerb, it was enough for a light prison sentence, which probably escalated due to how bad a place I would have been in emotionally. I was a little bit surprised that I would have been able to attack anyone while clinically depressed, but I didn't have that good a handle on the Aerb version of myself.
You claim to remember none of this?
Asked Phlox. That's what I'm saying, yeah, I replied. I got some more questions after that from the rest of the council, some of them softballs, including one from Lisi, some honest inquiries about dream skewering and Earth, and a few from people who just wanted to smear me.
Why didn't you report to the host?
Asked Onion. Oh, I said. I had no conception of Angle Sin or the host. The Risen Lands weren't the best introduction to Aerb, as far as figuring out where I was or what I was supposed to be doing. Plus, a bunch of people were trying to kill me, and some of the other people in the trial had said they were affiliated with the Color Riot, which I guess I thought was the same as the host. They died before they could clarify. By the time I'd teamed up with Amaryllis and we had a chance to sort things out, we were halfway to Silmar City.
You use the name Juniper Smith,
said Phlox.
Why, if you have no memories of that life?
It's what it says on my passport, I replied with a shrug. That got a laugh from a few people, but I knew it wasn't a great answer. The real answer, oh, that's also my name on Earth, was batshit insane. It's what one of the others called me. I think we might have known each other. Once we were through with the dream skewer stuff, we got back on more solid ground, places where I actually knew the answers.
When and where did you learn magic?
Asked Onion, his eyes narrowed. I studied at the Athenaeum of Sound and Silence, shortly before the exclusion there, I replied. I was fast-tracked thanks to abuse of a special clause. After that, I trained in a time chamber.
Yet those aren't the only two you know,
said Onion. No, I replied. I'm a registered soul mage, and I have some faculty with blood magic, bone magic, skin magic, water magic, passion magic, ink magic, air magic, and gem magic. Gods, did I love the silence that followed that. It meant giving up some strategic advantage in exchange for political and legal advantage. But part of the reason that I was on board with coming clean like this was just seeing the looks on their faces. Some of them didn't believe me, but I could see that many of them did.
I have the feeling you're not taking this counsel seriously,
said Phlox, frowning. I can give demonstrations, I replied. It's a matter of fact. If I can have the council's leave. Phlox nodded, suddenly not seeming too sure of herself. I went through small demonstrations of each, leaving aside ink magic, because it took too long, water magic, because it needed more room, and skin magic, because it was excluded.
Given you have no registration in any of those magics, you've just committed a number of serious crimes in front of this court,
said Phlox.
Your disregard for...
Point of law,
said Amaryllis, rising from her place on the bench. Phlox paused, then gave her a curt nod, probably knowing that the council would vote for her to speak anyway.
Under the revised Mac Act, it's illegal to possess unauthorized materials teaching about magic. It's illegal to sell or buy such materials. It's illegal to use those magics for commercial activity. It's illegal to teach those magics, and it's illegal to be taught them. To my knowledge, Juniper has done none of those things.
She sat back down, smoothing her skirt, with not a trace of the smug satisfaction I knew she was feeling.
How did you learn so much? So quickly?
Phlox asked me. I don't know, I replied. Part of it is diligent training within a time chamber. The other part is a mystery. I would naturally refrain from saying that I was Uther reborn. Better to have them connect the dots themselves and see it by implication. In terms of the charge of desertion against Amaryllis, my gifts are relevant only insofar as it was likely one of the things that attracted both Raven and Solace to us. Both were possessed of powerful magic that helped divine our location, and both had things for us to do which a visit to Anglesey and potential incarceration wouldn't have helped.
That it would be inconvenient does not save you from your duty,
said Onion. What happened at Leo could have been much worse, I replied. It wasn't a matter of inconvenience. It was a matter of hundreds of thousands of lives, maybe more.
Are you saying that it wasn't coincidence that you were there?
Asked a man. No, I replied. It wasn't. We didn't know what would be showing up, just that there would probably be something. As it turned out, we were right. This was a tangent that could probably be mined for hours, but it would almost certainly do nothing but make us look good. After all, we'd saved the day. Phlox cleared her throat.
And when you went to Headwater, stole a Tung woman away, then killed hundreds of Tung in a mad quest to create your own island nation, was that out of necessity?
I frowned at that. Those were dots that I was hoping they wouldn't connect. But Miunun was a nation of Tung, and there were only 3 places in the world where the Tung could be found. If you were trying to figure out where our little nation had gotten its native population from, you didn't have to look around all that much, and even if you didn't have a solid timeline, it wouldn't have taken too much looking through newspapers to see our fingerprints. It was, unfortunately, not something that I was adequately prepared for. To answer that, I would have to tell you what we accomplished, and it's classified for good reason, I replied. If I said it, I would be risking the lives of everyone in this room.
So you admit that in the course of establishing the Republic of Miunun, you committed a number of crimes?
Asked Phlox. Yes, I replied. Though not, I think, any English crimes.
I have no further questions then, and will open it to the council. But I'm ready to vote on an end to witness testimony now,
said Phlox. There were naturally questions. I was advisor on culture for Miunun, and there were aspersions cast about this being a position gained through nepotism, as I had no qualifications that would have warranted it, the delicious irony apparently lost on the nobility. I was asked about my ability to learn new magics, which I tried my best not to answer concretely. I gave answers on Solace and the Locust, on Larkspur, on that first altercation we'd had at the library in Cranberry Bay, and a whole host of others. It was exhausting, but in a way that was familiar from my DMing days, being the focus of attention and having to deliver considered answers about a wide range of different topics. In the corner of my eye, my mental resources were slowly draining, and I was sure that if I had a meter that showed social resources, it would have bottomed out a half-hour in. I was waiting for another hammer to drop. The questioning was going on for a long time. That made sense given all the ground there was to cover, and that the trial had specifically been maneuvered by Amaryllis to have components of "what were you up to while you were gone?" But on the flip side of that, all those questions were grinding me down, and there was a good possibility that I was going to make a mistake. If anyone had a big bombshell to drop, the time to do it would be right at the end, when I was exhausted. Eventually, someone called on a vote to end questioning, and Phlox must have thought that the vote would pass.
Before we do, there's one last thing I'm curious about, if the council will indulge me. We've heard a fair amount today about what you've done, some of which we'll no doubt speak to Amaryllis about in determining whether her necessity defense holds water. But the final question I wanted to ask was what you knew about a half-elf named Fen Greenglass.
She was a traveling companion, I said. A friend of mine. She died not too long ago.
She was a part of your Council of Arches, wasn't she?
Asked Phlox. Yes, I nodded.
So you would say more than a friend?
Asked Phlox. A loyal friend, I replied. I loved her.
How did you meet?
Asked Phlox, leaning forward. She was using a calm, gentle voice, which was setting me on edge. We met in the Risen Lands, I replied. She was in Silmar City when we got there.
And what was she doing there?
Asked Phlox. Initially, she said that she was looting, I replied. The gears in my head were grinding against each other. We found out a little more than a month later that she had been a convict, like us, not part of the trial by adversity, but pulled out of prison to serve as a guide. Her conviction was for looting the Risen Lands, something she'd apparently done for a few years. She knew the place well. All she really knew about her circumstance was that the people she was with, Fireteam Blackheart, had gotten separated from her, and she took that opportunity to make a run for it. From what she said, she didn't think that her odds of leaving the exclusion zone alive were good.
She thought her odds were better alone?
Asked Phlox, craning forward slightly. No, I replied. She thought that whatever they were up to, they were probably going to kill her once they were finished. Their legal authority for being in an exclusion zone was, unclear.
And you traveled with this individual since meeting them in Silmar City?
Asked Phlox. Yes, I replied. I felt myself tensing the muscles of my jaw and willed myself to stop.
Where is she now?
Asked Phlox. She's dead, I replied. Buried on the Isle of Porin, though she died elsewhere. The rest is classified.
I see,
replied Phlox with a demure smile. I wanted to punch her right in her fucking face.
And of the traveling companions we've spoken of, there is one we haven't mentioned, isn't there?
I frowned. Grakhuil Leadbraids? I asked.
No,
said Phlox.
Falatair Whiteshell, an elf.
Fuck. The name doesn't ring a bell, I replied. But how in the fuck had she found out about Falatair? And what in the world was I supposed to say about him? I resisted the urge to look over at Amaryllis and wished that we had a telepathic link of some kind so that she could tell me how to play this. More than that, I wished Valencia were around to signal to me whether or not this was a fishing expedition.
I'm going to enter a fair number of things into evidence now,
said Phlox.
The first is a brief dossier on Falatair Whiteshell, who was a noted soul mage during the Second Empire. He was fortunate enough to have dodged the calamity at Manifest, but unfortunately for him, he was imprisoned in the Amaru Penitentiary, a sentient prison built on Sulid Isle, which was then under the authority of Angelsin. Members of the Council are welcome to look at the dossier during our next recess, but I believe one of the most relevant pieces of information is at the end. Whiteshell was never stripped of his ability to practice soul magic, in part because certain members of the Lost King's court, now long dead, wished to keep him on hand in the event he was needed.
That hadn't been what Falatair had said. It had been subjective months since that whole terrible ordeal, but I would have remembered if he'd mentioned it. I had no way to know whether it was true or not, but it would explain things. It also had the mark of the Dungeon Master on it, as it would allow quest lines to lead to each other. If we hadn't gone to Falatair, then he might have shown up as an antagonist later on, pulled from the penitentiary by Hyacinth or someone else, if he hadn't gotten out on his own. Phlox continued.
The second piece of evidence I'd like to enter into the record is a report from an expedition to Sulid Isle, one sent out by the Zorish, who now control the land and the penitentiary. It's brief, but the primary takeaway is that the expedition found evidence of a battle between the surviving prisoners and the prison itself, with the prison reporting that no one was left alive. Conversation with the Entad prison is apparently troublesome, but it reported that Falataire Whiteshell was seen leaving the penitentiary, accompanied by...
And here, for dramatic effect, Phlox flipped through a few pages to read from the physical document.
Amaryllis Pendraig, a dwarf, another human, a half-elf, and, most curiously, a bound non-anima.
Phlox looked up at me. "A building told you this?" I asked. She didn't dignify that with a response.
"Why did you take Falataire Whiteshell out of prison?"
asked Phlox. "I didn't," I replied.
"Was it because you needed a teacher for soul magic?"
asked Phlox.
"Or because you had some plans for him?"
"Moo," I replied, finally remembering what Amaryllis had said.
Motion for a recess,
came Lisi's voice from the council, but it was shut down by the vibration mages, and Phlox continued on without acknowledging it.
"You have claimed that your soul cannot be inspected by Enolia for fear of a mimetic threat,"
said Phlox.
"What precisely are you hiding?"
I stood there in stony silence. "I declined to answer further questions," I replied.
"Very well,"
said Phlox.
"We can then vote on whether to keep you as a witness, but I believe our lines of questioning have been exhausted."
The vote was close, maybe because Phlox had decided to leave so much on the table as far as questioning me went. But I had been up there for a long time, and I could sense that people were getting restless. Unfortunately, that left the other business.
"Bailiffs, arrest that man,"
said Onion. "Wait," I said, holding out my hand. "I demand a trial by combat." Onion actually laughed, the kind of laugh you sometimes see a person do right before they get violent.
"We'd still have to take you into custody,"
he replied.
"But trial by combat isn't allowed for any but a member of the court."
"Well then," I replied. I wondered how much more trouble I would be in if I tried to kill Onion with a lucky throw of my weapon. It was insanity that I was allowed to speak in front of the council with a weapon on me in the first place. But they probably weren't so insane as to not have wards, even if they had poor enough security that I'd been able to get into the war room with only a little bit of help. My hand moved down to the ring of upward bliss, and I prepared myself to be a mile up. Then I paused and turned to the side. "Amaryllis, will you marry me?" "Yes," replied Amaryllis, almost as soon as the question was out of my mouth.
Per the Decency Acts, Juniper and I have been cohabiting for the past 3 months and qualify to waive the wait time. I need a witness to vouch.
I vouch,
said Lisi from her place on the council. I don't know why Phlox didn't say anything before that point. Maybe she was too stunned, or more likely, she was trying to work through the political calculus of this stunt. But just as Amaryllis began speaking again, Phlox called out,
"Silence them!"
I wasn't good enough at vibration magic to outcompete both of the vibration mages at the same time, though I sure gave it my damnedest. Fortunately, Amaryllis was prepared, because she started rapidly signing in Gim.
Repeat after me. I, Amaryllis Pendraig.
I started signing along with her, and very briefly contemplated a joke, but decided on swapping in my name for hers.
Take you, Juniper Smith, to be my wedded husband by the terms of the Decency Acts of FE 512, and confer onto you, by the Reconciliation Acts of FE 334, partial power of nobility and full status as member of the court.
I was pretty sure that I didn't need to sign that too, but I did it anyway. While all that was going on, Phlox was shouting increasingly less composed orders, either because she saw this for a political masterstroke, or because she just wanted to stop us from doing something we were trying to do. She called for the bailiffs to arrest me, but they were slow to act, maybe because of everything I claimed to have done, or maybe just because it was chaotic. I honestly didn't have a good grasp of who was doing what and why, but I focused my eyes on Amaryllis, and when she finished, well, she didn't look happy, but she had that set look that she sometimes got when something was done. "Point of order," called a voice from the council. It was Bartholomew, a guy that Amaryllis had pointed out to me as technically minded. I didn't know if he knew Gim or was just guessing. Juniper is a full member of the court now.
And he'll still be taken into custody,
said Onion, voice firm. I request to be remanded into the custody of Rosemallow Pendrake, I replied. I would have cited the specific act if I knew it, but I did know it was possible, because Amaryllis was in custody under the same terms. In an ideal world, we would have walked out of the council room with our heads held high, but there followed a quite lengthy discussion by the council on whether or not what we'd just done was in any way legal or binding, and if it was, what the next steps were. As it turned out, Amaryllis was on the legal council as of 2 days ago, just before her trial had begun. That gave her a special status and allowed her proclamation to carry more legal authority than it otherwise would have. After a solid hour of intense argument, it was finally decided that, yes, we really were married, and I was a member of the court. And then we walked out of the council room with our heads held high. B-side. Chapter 189. B-side. We were taken to the erstwhile manor by an armored car, bulky and frankly ugly by Earth standards. I was multi-threading, as I always did, watching for threats from beyond the car. But the other half of my mind was the more important one, focused purely on Amaryllis. Her face was completely blank and controlled. So, I said. Amaryllis looked at me.
Just so we're clear, this is a purely mercenary arrangement.
Okay, I replied. I wasn't suggesting anything different.
We'll have to tell a few lies,
said Amaryllis. She turned back to face ahead, looking out at the street. We had one of Rosemallow's drivers, and I was using vibration magic to keep him from overhearing, as well as to scan for threats.
The court isn't entirely unprepared for a sham marriage in order to grab political power. We'll need a few token physical displays of affection, and we'll have to figure out what to do about consummation.
I said. Because Engelsin has some really regressive laws, I'm guessing.
Regressive would imply that they were once better,
said Amaryllis.
When it comes to the court, it's pretty much always been like this. The laws and the councils make some assumptions about how things are to be conducted between a couple.
Still, I said. There are similar things on Earth, I guess.
There are,
nodded Amaryllis.
You're aware that marriage is different here? More sacred, for lack of a better word?
My herb parents divorced, I replied, which I knew didn't really counter what she was saying.
They divorced, and it's a black mark against them,
said Amaryllis.
They'd be seen as people who don't take vows seriously. It's actually marked on your father's military record. I'm surprised that it didn't come up during the council session. For a member of the court, especially given that we share voting power, it's even more sacrosanct.
I understand the gravity of it, I replied. I'll do what's required to keep up the charade. Amaryllis watched me as the car moved along.
Good,
she said.
From here on out, if anyone asks, we love each other completely, and have for some time. We'll work up a backstory to keep everything consistent, but it will mostly involve reframing a number of things that happened between us as being romantic, rather than platonic.
Like cuddling up during movie night, I said.
Yes?
Nodded Amaryllis.
Or going for walks together in the bottle. Or me making dinner for you when we were in the time chamber. You rescued me from near certain death a number of times, some of which are no longer secrets, and it would be easy to frame those as acts of love.
You've helped me through a lot, I said. Called me on my shit a few times.
Only a few?
Asked Amaryllis, giving me a faint smile for the first time since the trial ended. I think we can sell it, I said. It just takes getting creative with the facts. How deeply are we going to be interrogated?
That depends,
replied Amaryllis.
I don't know if they'll try to push for the trial by combat as soon as they can, or if they'll punt it. I doubt they know about our impending deadline to take out Blue in the bottle, but I've been surprised before.
Can I ask a question? I asked.
Sure.
Replied Amaryllis. You seemed like you had the legal issues all thought through, I said.
And?
Amaryllis asked, folding her arms.
That's not a question.
I mean, did you make that plan workable on the fly? I asked.
No.
Said Amaryllis.
I probably could have because it wasn't complicated, and it involved legislation that I'd already read, but no, I'd foreseen the possibility and double-checked everything.
But you didn't share that plan with me, I said. Amaryllis hesitated.
It wasn't just narrative considerations, if that's what you're thinking,
she said.
And it wasn't actually a plan, it was just a curiosity of how the court works.
Okay, I replied. It would have been a little awkward to talk about. Yes, replied Amaryllis.
Real fucking awkward.
She sat staring forward for a bit and smoothed out her dress. She was looking particularly good, in part because her hair, makeup, and outfit had been professionally done that morning. I wasn't used to seeing her like that, but her swearing was like getting a peek at the person under the mask that I knew and, well, loved would be a strong word.
Of course, being awkward isn't a reason not to bring things up, but I was worried that if I did bring it up, it would eat into planning and strategy time for our actual plans, while being a categorically worse option on most levels.
Plus, it would be awkward, I said.
How does that meme go?
Asked Amaryllis.
It's an anime one.
I never watched much anime, I replied.
It was something Fen said a lot in the time chamber,
said Amaryllis, frowning slightly.
It's not like I like you or anything, Baka. I think that's it.
She would say that to you, I asked, laughing a little.
All the time, at least until she got bored of it,
said Amaryllis.
We were sharing a bed, and every time she crawled into bed with me, she would say, "But it's not like I like you or anything, Baka." I can't remember what Baka meant.
She had a faint smile, but it began to fall, and I knew that feeling, of a warm memory that led to sadness because the other person was gone.
She was a flirt,
said Amaryllis, frowning again.
I miss her. I have no idea what she'd make of all this.
I thought about bringing her back, I said, looking away slightly. Not her, but something close to her, scraping everything that I could from her soul and sticking it into Zinnia. It wouldn't be the same, not nearly, but body, memories, values. And we don't have her spirit, not that I could figure out with skills maxed, but maybe I could have spent a week hacking away at what was there until... I don't know. I turned back to Amaryllis. But then, as soon as the thought crossed my mind, I remembered that Fen's soul was in your glove, half a world away, and yeah, it would have been, really fucking evil and creepy.
If we ever find a way to bring her back for real, we'll do it,
said Amaryllis, letting my blasphemy slide.
The closest we could get would be sending her to the hells and...
She made a turning motion with her hand, not Gim, just to indicate that she was skipping over things she didn't want to say, even with the sound being deadened outside our small bubble of space. Presumably the words she was skipping over were something like, "And then Val somehow finds her and kills all the infernals in the area," which would leave only the flora, fauna, and physics as agents of torture. I wonder what she would make of this, I said, indicating between the two of us.
Her as she was when she died?
Asked Amaryllis.
If through some magic the dungeon master just plopped her right down between us?
Amaryllis waited a beat, as though willing that to happen through sheer comedic value alone.
I think she would understand that it means nothing,
said Amaryllis. Yeah, it's not like I like you or anything, I replied, giving her a smile, and she rolled her eyes at me, but she smiled too. As we rolled up to erstwhile Manor, I tried to figure Amaryllis out. I knew that she'd once loved me, the kind of love that had caused her actual distress, and I had to wonder whether or not she'd turned the love switch back on. There were tons of reasons for her to emphasize that this marriage didn't actually mean anything. But if she was back to having feelings for me, well, that would make the whole thing even more awkward than it already was. I couldn't imagine a scenario where we both said how we felt that wouldn't feel like the dungeon master was mashing two dolls together. I liked Amaryllis, I did, as more than a friend, but it hadn't quite been long enough since Fen had passed, nor since all the shit with Bethel, and the idea of dating her left me feeling anxious and overwhelmed. The idea of being married, though, husband and wife, pretending that it meant nothing, even if it clearly would, seemed silly enough to me that my worry and stress evaporated almost completely. We hadn't been sure whether they would push for the trial by combat to happen immediately, or whether they would try to drag it out for as long as possible through various procedural methods. We also had a long conversation about which we would prefer, which partly came down to whether or not we thought I would be able to beat Onion. "He's in his 60s, I practically shouted, and he's just blade-bound, nothing more.
It is explicitly a matter of law that all magic known to either the defendant or the prosecution be, firstly, registered, and secondly, warded against,"
said Amaryllis.
"There will be warders watching the fight to make sure that the rules are followed, and if they're not, you'll be killed."
Basically, being blade-bound is the best thing to be,
said Pallida.
So you're saying that he's only the exact best thing that he could be for the situation?
Well, I'm blade-bound. I'm just a lot of other things too, I said. We had requisitioned a big room at the erstwhile manor where we were running through the next steps. I kind of wished that we would split off into a trial by combat and trial by law groups, because Amaryllis had stated her intent to go through the legal trial if she was still able, mostly on the basis of how close the votes were and what position she wanted to end up in once the dust settled.
Your build isn't geared